The instant this individual opens his eyes, he becomes motionless. He is no longer inhabiting his own form. He has become a savage, a colossal, strong behemoth that resides, beast flesh, and can obliterate goblins with just one finger. The savages in this realm possess remarkable strength and astonishing resilience. They are, in essence, moving beasts, and it's precisely at that moment that Lee Hanzu comprehends that he's in deep trouble, due to it being the realm of an exceedingly tough game that I once played, to engage in continuous play for a decade uninterrupted. Initially, he extracted it out of tedium while he was confined within a medical facility, and now it resides within him. He is present at the inaugural ceremony of the youthful savages. One of them is requested to select the armament that they will bear with them throughout their entire lives. It was at that moment that the man beside him abruptly exclaims, inquiring about their activities in the game. A single glance at his frantic expression and those fear-filled eyes, and Hanzu instantly realizes that this individual is yet another person brought here. Similar to him, the elderly gentleman who has been distributing arms presents himself to the destitute man without delay, and he inquires whether he was the individual who had the audacity to utter a word. The elderly gentleman hesitates for a moment as if assembling a jigsaw, then affirms to himself with a nod, and when the other individual attempts once more to inquire whether this location is a fortress and a stone, the elderly gentleman effortlessly slashes his throat devoid of any semblance of feeling. The harrowing sight instills a surge of terror within Hanzu, yet fully aware that revealing even a trace of anxiety could lead to his demise just as swiftly, he tightens his jaw and compels himself to uphold his poise. The elderly simpleton asserts that the individual he just slaughtered was ORM, the offspring of Kajua, and insists that he was inhabited by a malevolent spirit. He instructs everyone to disregard whatever the alleged spirit is communicating and nonchalantly resumes his absurd rite of passage celebration. Hanzu now comprehends that individuals like him, who were ensnared by the game, are perceived here as malevolent apparitions. If someone becomes aware that he belongs to this group, their heads will be the subsequent to fall. Considering that the sole inference he can make is that he must endure this contest without being revealed, yet there's a significant matter at hand. He isn't even aware of his persona's designation in this realm. He quietly berates the game for failing to provide even the most fundamental information and fervently looks for anything akin to a starting interface that could assist him in resolving the issue because, at this point, knowing his name is the sole factor that can ensure his survival. Despite the chances being minimal, Hanzu chooses to pursue the only thought that comes to mind. He remains patient. He intends to relocate solely if no one else comes forward within 2 seconds of a name being announced. That name might belong to another confined player, yet he chooses to embrace the gamble. The elderly gentleman subsequently summons Yondel's offspring, Bjorn. No one stirs. Following a momentary lull, Hanzu advances, wishing that Bjorn is the identity he has been assigned in this realm. The look on the elderly man's visage sends a shiver through Hanzu, yet to his comfort, the man merely addresses him as young warrior and instructs him to select a weapon. Understanding that he has merely endured that catastrophe brings a fleeting smile to Hanzu's face. Prior to redirecting attention to the current assignment, Bjorn, he now understands that these mindless savages are afflicted with a lack of magical prowess, yet are bestowed with immense physical power in compensation. That is the reason he chooses to become an expert in close-quarters combat. He participates in close-quarters combat, opting for a basic shield as a replica of the shield hero. Simultaneously, in the actual world, his computer starts to sync up, and your gameplay information is discreetly sent to one of their supervisors. During his initial experience with this savage faction, Hanzu chose a colossal blade, which was the popular selection as it appeared striking and stylish. However, due to that choice, ultimately, he perished more times than he could tally. He persisted, alternating armaments, experimenting with each one. The potential alternatives in pursuit of an enhanced ability to endure. Thus, one day he conceived the audacious notion that maybe the savages were not merely the source of destruction. It was futile, and maybe the genuine course ahead was to submerge. Thus, he attempted to wield a shield, anticipating it would enhance his vigor and the inherent might of the savages. Despite the notion that assuming the role of the shield hero appeared to be the most unfavorable choice, he resolved to pursue it and, to his astonishment, the outcomes are astonishing. He even succeeds in conquering colossal dragon-like creatures and is left utterly bewildered. He has perfected it. Therefore, he is assured he will not lament his decision. Of this decision, at that instant, the elderly man commands for the gates to be unbarred and proclaims that the warriors who participated in the ritual are required to proceed into the maze situated within the city of Raftonia. The moment he elevates his tone, everyone, the savages commence to sprint as though their existence hinged on it, yet Bjorn remains remains unperturbed. He has no alternative but to cooperate if he wishes to evade scrutiny. All the brawny individuals, they continue progressing without any notion of their destination until one among them, who seemingly possesses a mind that remains operational, comprehends that Carrick had misled them. The entire assembly immediately turns against Carrick and yells at him for having taken the initiative originally. However, Bjorn cannot suppress his laughter at the pandemonium, fully aware that none of these foolish imbeciles are any more capable. Unfortunate Carrick concedes he is ill-suited for authority and steps down without resistance. At that moment, Einar assumes control, and the entire group of imbeciles willingly trails behind her, asserting that he is indeed rather clever, merely for her to pull them into the identical predicament. The savages start to grumble once more, vociferating that they must arrive at the maze before the deadline and that Einar is unworthy of their confidence. One individual proposes that Jean should assume control, but this merely sparks further discord. Bjorn stands there contemplating that if this spectacle persists, they may not even arrive at the maze punctually. The issue is, he also prefers not to attract any notice to himself, so he strides quietly in the direction of Ina. The unfortunate girl, thoroughly weary and disheartened, presumes he is merely another individual come to reproach her. However, Bjorn gently assures her that he isn't there to reprimand her and solely wishes to assist her in navigating to the labyrinth. He advises him to maintain a subdued tone and then indicates a nearby cluster. He ambles leisurely, ridiculing the savages for their dearth of intellect. He merely instructs her to accompany him. Einar swiftly dashes toward the assembly and proclaims that he has uncovered the path to the maze. She assumes the forefront with assurance and soon, the mindless, brawny figures arrive at the threshold. The violet radiance enveloping the portal appears magnificent to them, prompting them to designate it as the hallowed realm of combat. Bjorn finds himself contemplating whether he ought to remain with these fools or discreetly depart, because honestly, given their level of distraction, they likely wouldn't even realize an individual is absent. In the meantime, Han Su, who has dedicated the majority of his existence in medical facilities, he contemplates whether a person like himself, who hasn't even landed a blow, could endure a confrontation with dungeon creatures. Begin considering an alternative method to settle Raftonia's taxes without navigating the labyrinth. This taxation structure is among the most convoluted aspects of the game, mandating that all individuals over the age of 20 contribute. Neglecting this obligation results in not merely penalties, but also capital punishment. Han Su reminds us that in this realm, wealth can be acquired by navigating the maze or by undertaking employment. Enjoying employment in a tavern, however, being a savage carries a significant disadvantage. Inhabitants regard them as beasts and consistently deny them any appropriate employment. Savages are perceived as impulsive vandals, thus they are the sole faction granted a weapon at the outset of the game. While Bjorn stands in contemplation, the clock relentlessly counts down, leaving merely 10 minutes before the entrance shuts. The most unfortunate aspect is that this accursed portal only unlocks once a month. Failing to seize this chance would entail struggling for existence in the metropolis for yet another full month. Her mind races as she contemplates the possibility of remaining unemployed or exhausting her alternatives. She strives to persist, fearing her situation might deteriorate further if she remains in this place for another month. Yet the dread is so all-consuming that her legs remain immobilized. Just as she nears her breaking point, Einar arrives and informs them that they are the sole survivors and that they need to expedite their actions. Bjorn encourages the woman to proceed and assures her that he will join her soon. Einar expresses gratitude for his assistance and inquires what he must undertake to attain wisdom comparable to his. He refers to him as the sole astute savage he has ever encountered. Bjorn clandestinely ridicules she, contemplating that she might likely require reincarnation into an alternate ethnicity. However, he ultimately provides her with ambiguous counsel, suggesting that she should consistently consider her actions prior to taking them. The woman considers the counsel earnestly and pledges to reciprocate her generosity if she ever emerges from the maze. Upon learning this, to discuss the likelihood of not coming back, Bjorn inquires whether she harbors a similar fear of mortality. Einar replies with an additional inquiry, stating that it is instinctive. She confesses her fear, yet asserts that as she was born a fighter, she has no option but to battle and endure. Bjorn, he understands the inherent humanity of these savages. They battle not out of desire, but due to a lack of alternatives. This is the reason they conduct themselves with dignity and continually progress. At that instant, they start to respect them and take pride in being a part of their group. As the final minute approaches, he dashes toward the entrance with a grin. He recollects that he possesses expertise in crafting numerous personas, and he is assured that he will emerge unscathed. At that instant, it becomes dark and he discovers himself enveloped in utter obscurity as the system notifies him of his successful entry into the level 1 crystal cavern. Yet he remains clueless about his whereabouts. He strides through complete obscurity, recalling that he was once a master of this game and comes to understand. Should he merge a warrior's formidable build with his expertise, survival might still be attainable. Yet at this moment, circumstances appear to have taken an unusual twist. He starts to feel frantic as he is nearly sightless and has no clue regarding his current location. What he recalls is that the game featured gemstones affixed to the surfaces of the labyrinth, which it rendered the torches entirely superfluous. By compelling the remnants of his human neural cells to operate, he envisions that this might be the obscure area. This entirely shadowy fringe is situated in the most remote sections of level 1 and represents an exceptionally uncommon zone devoid of any illumination. The peculiar aspect is that this location ought not to serve as a beginning at all. Bjorn reminds himself that this is the present moment, hence nothing should be assured as it would be in the game. If this realm selects a starting point at random, then arriving in the shadow zone is uncommon, yet still feasible, and regrettably, he discovers that he is the one who becomes trapped there. Confined within it, he attempts to access the status interface by employing every term he can recall from the multitude of webtoons he's perused and games he's engaged with, yet none prove effective. Resigning himself, he compels his mind to steady and begins to navigate in an arbitrary direction. Strolling at a leisurely pace, he muses to himself that inching along could be swifter, yet he recalls the potential of lurking traps and decides to exercise caution. Nevertheless, he ultimately tumbles directly into a goblin snare that impales a spike right into his foot, eliciting a surge of excruciating agony throughout. Confined within a tough persona, Hanzo grits his teeth and withstands the agony in silence, aware that even the faintest sound could attract unwelcome attention. He crumpled to the earth in torment, acutely conscious that the sprite who devised this snare was likely lurking in the vicinity, though a tiny fragment of him wished it had ventured out for a leisurely outing. He swiftly comprehends that such a form of hope could lead to his demise. Anticipating the worst, he steels himself for the notion that even one piercing scream might drive the goblin away. Bjorn swiftly extricates his foot from the snare and observes the tingling sensation expanding, signifying that a debilitating toxin is already beginning to take hold. He curses under his breath. He's furious with that ancient brute for providing him with worthless slippers instead of suitable leather footwear, yet he understands there's little value in voicing his grievances at this moment. His sole opportunity lies in advancing and facing the goblin before the toxin renders combat implausible. Even his trepidation is beginning to diminish, likely due to the numbing venom, and at that instant, he calls out to the goblin to reveal itself. When silence prevails, she starts to question whether it was merely a figment of her imagination and chooses to just depart, hoping that the goblin remains in its current location. As our savage trudges ahead with crimson seeping from his wound, at last he perceives the sounds of footsteps. Even though he is now aware that the goblin is pursuing him, he experiences discomfort from his inability to observe it. He accelerates, yet soon recognizes that the being never draws nearer. It endures at the identical distance and halts precisely when it does. That can solely signify one thing: the goblin merely observes him exsanguinate and takes pleasure in it. His eerie chuckle affirms this. Recognizing that this is his final opportunity, he sprints slightly ahead and feigns an impeccable headfirst plunge. Just as it was orchestrated, the goblin falls for the lure. However, it appears that this is not merely an ordinary simpleton. Initially, he hurls a stone, attempting to ascertain whether he is truly deceased or merely feigning death. For lifeless, yet Ojin exceeds the goblin, and as he draws near, he leaps and delivers a strike, aiming to provoke the beast. Regrettably, his reach is insufficient. Nonetheless, in some way, his primitive physique seizes command. He responds independently, and, with a distinct understanding of the goblin's location, he exclaims that he has now become the goblin. He captures the quarry and unleashes a tempest of strikes. He administers a thorough thrashing to the being for all that unsettling chuckling. He seizes a rock with both hands and pulverizes it, extinguishing the goblin's existence. The repulsive creature falls silently to the ground, and Hanzo gains merely a single experience point for the entire encounter. As is customary in the game, the goblin's form vanishes, leaving in its wake a stone that functions as currency in this realm. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter is that, no matter how futile it might appear, an individual grade 9 enchanted gem holds little value, hardly equivalent to a loaf of bread. Disregard it. He managed to evade a condescending grin, nearly chuckling at his own expense for enduring all that merely to conclude with trash. Even though he recalls every detail of the match he previously participated in, he cautions himself not to blend that realm with the one he is currently ensnared in, and with that thought he departs, his foot still still profusely bleeding. The apparatus incessantly pesters him with the evidence, repeatedly alerting him to the fact that his foot is hemorrhaging until he ultimately finds himself pulling himself across the ground. It appears that the object is broken, and in order to escape the discomfort, he believes it's wise to refrain from utilizing that leg entirely, somehow managing to scuttle quicker than he anticipated. All he desires now is a minor recompense, such as avoiding another of those bothersome snares. He narrowly evades one as he progresses. However, the genuine dilemma now lies in locating an individual, particularly after shedding such a significant amount of blood. He remains steadfast in a singular path, navigating through the shadows, wishing to somehow emerge unscathed. As demise starts to draw near, she begins to contemplate the individual at the inaugural ceremony, pondering what became of him. Will he revive in his former physique, or will he merely stay deceased for eternity? As he grasped onto the final 5% of his energy, it elucidates the reasons behind humanity's concern for faiths. Subsequently, the apparatus re-emerges, pulsating crimson, accompanied by a delightful notification that it is on the verge of failure unless promptly attended to. Just as when it's on the verge of becoming detached, observe a hint of illumination in the distance and a wish that an individual beyond will take the time to assist him. At this moment, he starts to perceive phantoms of his own being, ridiculing him and doubting if he genuinely believed that anyone would arrive merely to mend an unsightly brute, only slightly more robust than the typical individual. Bjorn. He thinks it has to be the hemorrhage impacting his mind, yet his survival instincts continue to sustain his awareness, driving it ahead with an unyielding determination to endure, just as his vigor. As the melodies resonate profoundly, a nearby faction observes the expiring warrior. As time progresses, the system grants Bjorn a single-point enhancement to his cognitive attribute for diminishing his vitality to a mere 2%. The entourage nears him, astonished to realize he's merely an amateur, and they regard it as questionable that an individual so unseasoned reached this place ahead of them. Bjorn. He attempts to articulate, yet no utterance emerges. He yells, within his mind, quietly pleading for their assistance. The fair-haired youth within the assembly approaches their priestess, Asura, inquiring if she possesses the ability to restore him. The presence of a priestess in their ranks indicates to Bjorn that they must be an elite squad, prompting him to exhale a trembling breath of relief, believing he will at last receive healing. However, circumstances deteriorate when Asura dismissively declines. Subsequently, the fair-haired lad requests Pat's run to provide him with an elixir, one they had reserved exclusively for crises when miraculous restoration fails to function. She lifts the cover and instructs Bjorn to prepare himself, cautioning him that this is far from a mild celestial favor and that it will be exceedingly painful. Hansu's energy soars nearly immediately. However, as soon as the elixir begins to work, he experiences a sensation as though his whole form is dissolving from within. The agony was insufferable, fierce enough to push anyone to insanity. At that moment, he finally realized why the game prohibited the utilization of elixirs during combat, for the torment alone could incapacitate a person. To an individual, in just a few moments, their physique recuperates and inexplicably, they revert to that state once more, remaining there, utterly astonished to be alive. The fair-haired lad gazes at him with intrigue and inquires how a beginner succeeded in arriving at this location ahead of him. Then them. He even proposes to purchase the details if it proves to be a form of concealed shortcut. Bjorn understands that being in front of the others is what protected him, as the fair-haired lad appeared solely focused on extracting information. Nevertheless, this might be for the better, as an unprovoked favor raises more suspicion than anything else. Thus, our protagonist provides the most assured response he can muster, stating that he has no idea how he arrived here since the instant he stepped into the labyrinth, he was already immersed in it. The fair-haired warrior appears persuaded and remarks that he once came across information indicating that dimensional instability may occasionally result in an individual manifesting just on the fringes of shadow, although the likelihood of such an occurrence is so minimal that it is documented merely once a century. Bjorn clenches his jaw, aware that the ordeal he has just endured is unlike anything this mid-range to upper-tier team has encountered before. As they prepare to depart, the fair-haired lad commends him for the intriguing tale, and reassures her not to be concerned about the expense of the elixir. It has been quite a while since our young lad ultimately comprehends how fortunate he was that someone intervened and offered assistance, particularly when each moment within the dungeon holds the worth of treasure. While you ought to feel grateful for having endured, his savage spirit churns with repulsion at the mere idea of being regarded with such sympathy. In the meantime, after forsaking him, the ensemble converses among themselves regarding how fortunate the barbarian was to fall into a snare. His endurance against the goblins ultimately was sheer fortune. One of them even ridicules the elixir creator, asserting that the barbarian was fortunate the fair-haired individual assisted, for had it been solely him, he would never have squandered the potion on a filthy commoner. The elixir expert retorts by ridiculing the cleric, asserting that if there are numerous savages of that sort, she likely wouldn't find herself disoriented. None, yet the priestess's expression becomes muted, and prior to, if circumstances take a turn for the worse, the archer steps in on her behalf, asserting resolutely that she undoubtedly would have assisted the barbarian had the temple regulations not hindered her from doing so. Captured. Then he grips the potions lad and advises him to take a lesson from Drouse, as that fair-haired individual only inquired about the hidden route out of respect, fully aware of how much barbarians detest being condescended to in such a manner. The party persists in their journey, yet a lingering unease plagues them. The path of the barbarian appears to stretch infinitely. As they progress, they ultimately arrive at the entrance of the second. They proceed to the flat and engage the portal, yet just as they are on the verge of traversing it, what they observe there is something they can scarcely fathom. Adjacent to the entrance lie the savage sandals ensnared in a snare. Goblins, signifying that the madman did not resort to any expedient methods and truly traversed over 15 kilometers on foot. And he accomplished it all enveloped in utter obscurity. The eldest member of the collective deems this utterly absurd, while the rest of the group, they experience a shiver coursing down their spines. It was then the elixir lad recollects how the savage had stretched out his right hand towards them. All present, they ultimately recognize that the savage was, in fact, grasping a mystical gem, attempting to present it as a trade. The potion vendor is depicted for all the foolish remarks he made previously and acknowledges that savages are indeed something beyond merely being compelled to persist regardless of circumstances and too resolute to regard mortality as a flea. Following his brush with death, Bjorn continues to encounter an increasing number of goblins, though none of them appear to provide even a solitary experience point. Initially somewhat anxious, undoubtedly, yet now that the area is adequately illuminated and he has restored his vision, these creatures no longer appear particularly menacing. On this occasion, he observes how the snares are dispersed across the terrain as if someone had carelessly tossed them aside without any consideration, and he can't resist ridiculing the goblins for being so foolish that it never crossed their minds to obscure them with even a small amount of soil. Fortunately for him, the surprise strategy is just as lamentable, and their concealment spots could very well have been marked with an enormous neon sign. Now for the actual event. The issue is that his abdomen has been rumbling incessantly. He inspects his satchel and recollects that the assistant leader had provided every savage with sufficient provisions for a week. However, upon peering inside, the pouch appears to have been ripped apart due to all the scrambling she undertook previously, leaving scarcely enough sustenance for a pair days. Thus he is compelled to graze as sparingly as feasible, with the aspiration of extending it for as long as feasible. At this moment, even that parched, stale loaf resembles a refined delicacy, although it must depend on its own saliva to ingest it. Yet, consuming something excessively arid merely intensifies your thirst. Upon returning to the activity, Hansu merely needed to concern himself with procuring sustenance. However, now that this situation has transcended mere play, depleting your water supply is unequivocally not a viable choice if survival is your objective. Envision, if that, the elderly leader neglected to allocate water, so there is likely a new reservoir concealed somewhere within the dungeon. Moreover, just at that exact instant, as he strolls by, he detects the subtle murmur of water and moves in its direction. That's where he encounters an unforeseen explorer seated. Based on the premise that he rises and departs in silence, as if an implicit guideline dictated that no one utters a word unless it is utterly essential. Subsequently, Bjorn inspects the rocks and starts to tally, becoming aware that he has already collected 44 of. Having established his fundamentals, he ultimately confronts a final dilemma as he is completely drained and on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Recall that there are merely two viable methods to rest within a dungeon. One is, you may either surrender everything to destiny and rest regardless, hoping that no one assaults during the night. The alternative is to collaborate with another individual and alternate in maintaining vigilance. However, due to his fearsome and savage visage, they consistently flee from him, leaving them with nothing. Lack of trust in anyone, that by itself can drive you insane. Bjorn, as his sole desire was to obtain some rest and perhaps have someone keep watch throughout the night. At that instant, a lad with a rather amiable countenance draws near and nonchalantly inquires if Bjorn is seeking a companion for the evening. He promptly considers it dubious. However, the individual claims he only reached out to him because he appeared to be a reliable savage, someone who could assist him in achieving a restful night. Bjorn eases up somewhat and confesses that indeed, he has been searching for one as well. Once they consent to become chivalric allies, which constitutes a genuine gameplay element, the youth presents himself as Hans. He typically reciprocates the kindness, presenting himself as Bjorn, the offspring of Jandel, and moves forward to offer a handshake. Hans suggests that it could require considerable time to locate another individual, so why not simply enjoy the evening together? Which, to be frank, it imparts a vibrant spectrum aura to our son. He then proposes a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who dozes off first, and naturally, the boy emerges victorious. Bjorn mutters a curse at his misfortune quietly. Subsequently, Hans retrieves a timepiece and elucidates its functionality, evidently presuming that the savage is unaware of how to articulate it presently. Bjorn he gazes, contemplating how costly it likely is, while the man, he effortlessly drifts into oblivion as though he were in a luxurious 5-star establishment. She observes him slumber and contemplates that he appears rather excessively snug. For a brief moment, she contemplates whether the young man might share his sleeping bag with her if she requested it politely. He gazes at the timepiece, hoping that the minutes will elapse more swiftly, and ultimately rouses Hans when the shift concludes. Now it's our lad's moment to rest. However, placing confidence in someone so readily is not an instinctive behavior. Thus, he exerts every effort to feign slumber. He occasionally emits a few resounding snores by himself to market it. In his thoughts, he firmly believes that if the individual harbored hidden intentions, he would surely take action at this moment, as savages are presumed to be that foolish and blatant. However, it appears that our young one remains alert for a full 2 hours without so much as a blink, even when the opportunity arises. When it ultimately becomes their opportunity to watch over, he inwardly chastises himself for being so suspicious, despite the fact that he understands that he cannot control it. Trust, it's just not inherent in an individual to be that swift. He is utterly drained at this point, to the extent that he believes he could succumb to weariness, and previously. Upon coming to this realization, she collapses and merely. He rouses from slumber as Hans begins nudging him, insisting that he was not salivating during his rest. Hans, he mentions that he won't voice many grievances, as nothing significant occurred during his shift. Nevertheless, our companion attempts to compensate by suggesting that Hans can relax even further and that this time he will handle the next round without dozing off. However, the fellow is nearly annoyingly generous regarding it. He permits the savage to recuperate without the slightest grievance and doesn't even allude to how he collapsed when he wasn't meant to execute it. Just as Bjorn ultimately lowers his defenses and drifts off to slumber, his eyes abruptly flutter open, and in that moment, he perceives, to the individual who is ascending above him, firearm elevated mere moments from striking him directly. Bjorn, he becomes aware of this and promptly rises to avoid her strike, which leaves Hans rather astonished. The protagonist swiftly adopts a serious demeanor, and upon gazing at Bjorn's lethal countenance, he urges him to cease and pay attention to his words. He suspects that he is attempting to concoct some justification. Without hesitation, he furiously strikes him as Hans yells, and he instructs her to pause, following a precise connection in. Her chin is nestled against her throat. She is unable to stand as her legs tremble with terror. She continues to urge him to pause and simply hear what he wishes to communicate. The lad disregards everything in a fit of fury and declines to heed a single word. I believe this individual possesses a more robust frame than the goblins that succumb after a single strike, so he will require a few additional hits. This time, he strikes him with his shield, and the force propels Hans into the air before he collides and starts expelling blood, narrowly escaping death. Bjorn looms above him with this lethal weight hovering. As the quaking ruin whispers its regrets and pledges never to undertake anything of that nature once more, Bjorn, he squints his eyes and insists on understanding why he attempted to slay him. His visage shattered and with no justification to lag behind him, Hans confesses candidly. He states that he merely desired the enchanted crystals, believing he could incapacitate him and seize them without resorting to such extremes. Upon listening to this, Bjorn is taken aback and inquires if he genuinely attempted to present the barbarian for merely a handful of crystals. Hans clarifies that barbarian relics fetch a significant sum because of their robust craftsmanship. He then queries whether that suffices to secure his release at this point. Yet our young lad remains aware of something dubious and strikes him in the chest once more, cautioning him to disclose the complete narrative. Bjorn is convinced there's additional context, as attempting to entice another explorer into the maze is no trivial undertaking. At that instant, Hans exclaims that it is the core departing. Bjorn was bewildered. He clarifies that the hearts of barbarians are also utilized as enchanted components and command a substantial value. At that moment, Bjorn comprehends that this individual perceives him as a mobile sack of treasure, a colossal goblin who presents a significantly greater challenge of murder. He inquires why Hans didn't attempt this while he was unconscious previously. Hans nonchalantly responds that he he required rest as well. Upon hearing this, Bjorn comprehends that the individual is not merely clever but also sharp-witted due to the meticulousness with which he engages in play. Hans subsequently inquires if, having revealed all, Bjorn is inclined to pardon him. Yet our protagonist grins and asserts that he will persist in encountering individuals akin to himself, all pleading for compassion, but he is not truly tender-hearted enough to relinquish it. Hans asserts that he is distinct from the others and vows to relinquish all his possessions upon their return to the city, claiming that Bjorn will have no regrets. Yet our lad disregards the pitiable and grotesque essence of this refuse. Mortal, and thus, on her inaugural complete day in the game, ultimately takes the life of a man. By the second day, he possessed the necessary gear to survive. He was no longer meandering about scantily clad like a bewildered primitive. Instead, he was now consuming water. Confined, she verifies her path with a compass, keeps track of time with a timepiece, and employs elixirs for her injuries. It's rather ironic that he can only exist as an ordinary individual after employing a fully operational extermination device on another person. Nevertheless, he is now strong enough to obliterate a goblin with a single strike. Hammer pristine. Initially, he never imagined he would excel at combat, so he didn't even consider selecting a weapon. He remained entrenched in his typical Japanese man's mindset. Yet being uncivilized in the present day is markedly distinct. On the subsequent day within the maze, the goblins start to emerge in duos, yet with their upgraded gear, their battle statistics soar dramatically. Bjorn, he's achieving significant advancement now that he can eliminate a few goblins with relative ease, yet fatigue, it begins to accumulate as a result of the relentless combat and severe deprivation of rest. Our young man becomes aware that he has not yet secured a companion to share the nights, yet still he experiences that his odds of enduring a goblin's thrust are more favorable than his likelihood of being betrayed by another Hans. He experiences irritation because whenever he attempts to drift off, goblins materialize right before him. He assaults them vehemently as hardly 10 minutes have elapsed since he managed the previous group. What irritates him the most is that these dirty goblins inexplicably regard his rest period as if it were a time for amusement. He utterly snaps and directs all his frustration towards them, especially since it has only been 10 minutes since he dispatched the last batch. Bjorn reclines against a wall, convinced he has eradicated all the goblins within view. He remains patient. They ought to refrain from appearing any longer, as all he desires is to obtain some rest. He shuts his eyes as he drifts into slumber. However, a goblin pierces him while he slumbers before he has the chance to even. He settles himself and promptly launches into fury. The second individual observes this and flees. However, Bjorn is thankful that he manages to evade, as he possesses no remaining vitality to. He pursues it relentlessly. He recognizes that had he been slightly shorter, or had the goblin leaped a tad higher, he might have been able to slice its throat. That notion settles in, and he concedes that he urgently requires a proper respite since he was completely oblivious to the goblin's presence. He examines the injury and understands he must attend to it, although regrettably, the sole alternative is a elixir that provokes even greater irritation than the injury itself. They proceed. At 1400 hours, the competitors commence their quest for allies to share the evening with. Yet Bjorn realizes he cannot risk placing his faith in anyone, as a barbarian's heart commands a significant value. In this predicament, the sole individual he trusts not to attempt his demise is another barbarian, prompting him to embark on a search for one. Unlike the previous day, a gathering of individuals now requests him to join them for the evening, as he is drenched in blood and deficient. A footwear item, rendering it appear as though an individual has endured significant turmoil and he has returned. Previously, he appeared too pitiful to collaborate with someone, yet currently he informs anyone who approaches him that he is merely browsing. One of the individuals appears astonished upon hearing that and informs him that he is unlikely to discover one, as there are likely fewer than 100 savages remaining on this level, since the majority have already transitioned to the elevated tiers. Following this statement, the young lad extends his best wishes for success and he departs. Bjorn perceives it as lamentable that an individual as shattered as he is confined to battling within this dwelling. He acknowledges that there is no merit in anticipating another savage to emerge, as it is evident that the situation will not be simple, thus he must temper his expectations. He realizes he has no desire for a human companion, prompting him to seek someone from a different race. While they may be less in number than humans, they are certainly more abundant than savages. It could be a dwarf who embodies a barbarian's passionate spirit, or perhaps an elf who is steadfast in their promises, yet he remains indifferent as long as they are not human. Most of the other races possess a sense of honor and allegiance, thus they would not harm adventurers, in stark contrast to humans who are blinded by their avarice. After making this decision and exploring the vicinity for nearly an hour, our protagonist finally notices notices a potential partner sitting wounded in a corner, anxiously glancing around. Dior inquires whether she is solitary, and the instant she glimpses him, she appears utterly appalled as she grips her bow tightly. He envisions that she's merely being protective, and truthfully, he cannot fault her, as anyone would respond similarly when wounded and unexpectedly confronted. To a savage, as he advances to observe. Upon further examination, he swiftly observes the injury on his abdomen, which is evidently not inflicted by a goblin's blade. He inquires whether a person inflicted that upon her, and, to his astonishment, she crouches and implores him for assistance. He interprets it as astonished when she implores him to pardon her just this once, as she has a younger sibling anticipating her return. His response: he is astonished, as elves are typically recognized for their arrogance, yet in this instance, she is behaving like a vulnerable disaster. Had he realized she possessed such traits, he might have interacted with her in a different manner. Who determines it's the moment to clarify matters. He offers her a comforting grin and reassures her that he has no intention of harming her, yet in some way that merely portrays him as a complete and utter serial murderer, and it nearly induces a cardiac arrest in him. She inquires whether he genuinely intends to proceed with this solely due to his savage nature, and then implores him to afford her an opportunity. He becomes irritated, contemplates what precisely the savages did to deserve such a damned notoriety, and reflects on why she appeared so fearful from merely a single remark. Setting everything else aside, he advises her to prioritize caring for her injuries first, and then they can converse properly. He offers her various dressings that she immediately identifies as restorative plants. He believed they were toxic, but learning they are harmless alleviates his concerns significantly. When she inquires about his reason for presenting her with the valuable botanicals, he ponders whether anyone truly requires a motive to assist others, although beneath the surface, he harbors a subtle, shrewd aspiration of potentially transforming into their companion by dawn, if you catch my drift. His concept: our protagonist advises her to rest as he stands guard, since she is in a more critical condition than he is presently, injured and fatigued, yet also, let's be pragmatic, rather alluring. As he remains absorbed in contemplation, she concludes, and now that she is more adventurous, she feels it is the right moment to facilitate the appropriate introductions. He presents himself as Bjorn, and she, reluctantly, he responds that his name is Irving. He inquires why she appears so fearful of him, and she responds that it's due to his savage nature. While she is an elf, and the two factions have been adversaries for numerous years, this marks the initial occasion he has learned about their animosity, as he had consistently believed they maintained positive relations in the game. Connections: she promptly mentions that she has not harbored resentment towards him since the conflict concluded a decade ago, and that she is not inclined to engage in any confrontation with him. Nonetheless, she considers it odd to hear this, since she is unaware of how much time has elapsed since the game's chronology. Regardless, she cannot permit herself to seek anyone else at the moment. He assures her that he harbors no resentment towards her either, and that brings her genuine joy. At last, he inquires if she would like to be his partner for the evening. In the early hours, he observed that both were evidently fatigued, and that it would aid their endurance if they collaborated for merely one day. She indicates that her combatant's integrity holds significant value. He requests her to pledge that he will not harm her, asserting that in exchange, she must vow by the name of her clan. He believes, who is completely indifferent to the warrior's dignity, thus employing that absurdity as a negotiating tool proves effective and instantaneous. Acknowledge it. Now that that is settled, he chooses to clarify the situation. His name is not Sir, but Bjorn, and he is an attractive 20-year-old. Much appreciated. He vows on his knightly integrity that he will not injure her, and she vows by the name of her clan that she will not assault him either. With the pledge established, he feels a sense of relief and is finally able to relax. He informs her that he will rest first and presents her with a timepiece pouch, ensuring he maintains it as it is rather costly. As he reclines on the ground, he feels irritated that slumber has turned into such a challenge. Still apprehensive, he resolves to feign sleep for 10 minutes as a precaution, but ultimately dozes off right away. Unexpectedly, she rouses him from his slumber. For a brief moment, he presumes it to be a sort of crisis, but she nonchalantly mentions that 2 hours have already elapsed. She comprehends that she didn't even succeed in feigning slumber effectively, likely due to the peculiar sound of a blanket and a backpack together. She concludes that had Hans permitted her to possess them, there's no way she would have endured that surprise attack. Consequently, he chooses to offer them to her and informs her that she is welcome to utilize the improvised blanket and cushion if she wishes. She desires it. The instant she receives them, she radiates with happiness, and he faints more swiftly than a substance abuser, plummeting from the sky the moment his head strikes the cushion. Noticing that, he presumes that she must have been quite fatigued as well, given that she has evidently endured just as much as he has. It seems as though they have endured this torment for 5 days, despite only 3 having elapsed. Nevertheless, she feels considerably improved now and attributes her previous gloom to the futile musings she continues to carry. He recalls that even if he could return, there is nothing awaiting him there regardless. If he adheres to that notion, his resolve to endure will disintegrate, following a few additional adjustments to the schedule for the service. Amid the observation, the timer is nearing the subsequent stage, and merely 10 minutes remain. He's beginning to consider that perhaps he ought to propose collaborating with her once more. As an elf, she could prove to be a significant advantage in combat, but convincing her being a collaborator entails sharing the benefits. This will diminish your haul. However, over the past 3 days, the leprechauns have been manifesting in bothersome quantities. He can manage 3 or 4 by himself, but now he faces a dilemma between a secure rest and greater gains. Before he can make a choice, 2 explorers emerge and identify Erwin by his gear. They face him and inquire about the nature of his connection with the elf. Bjorn informs them precisely what they can observe, that she is his nocturnal companion. The stout man considers it ridiculous that a savage and an elf would become bedfellows, and subsequently inquires how much time remains. With a menacing glare, Bjorn retorts that he bears no responsibility to provide a response to mortals devoid of realms. Upon listening to that, Mick, who consumes a considerable amount, experiences a slight sense of intimidation. Gaze at Erwin as if he were a quarter-pound Big Mac, and he's managing well at the moment. Bjorn is unable to remove it. He senses that something is amiss and envisions that they have arrived to assist Erwin. He approaches them to rouse her and informs her that it's time to get going. Yet she behaves like a young one being pulled from slumber for school and pleads for a little more time. That irritates him greatly because this girl can receive praise for her appearance both metaphorically and literally, yet she still declines to forego her brief slumber for beauty. He encourages Erwin to rise at this moment, yet she disregards his pleas. He can discern that she is merely feigning slumber as she has obscured her visage with the duvet. He roughly yanks it away, which terrifies her considerably, prompting her to inquire why she is acting as if she's asleep. She confides that she believed that he would refrain from disturbing her if she regained consciousness. Given that Erwin and Bjorn are merely nocturnal partners, their setup functions by alternating between vigilance and slumber, with their pledges concluding the instant she stirs. He inquires about the situation involving those two, and even though she claims it's not significant, he urges her to clarify their connection to her. She reveals to him who could be affiliated with the same faction as the individual who assaulted her, as they utilize the identical emblem that signifies the Crystal Collective. Upon receiving this information, the individual believes he ought to venture down his own path before complications arise, particularly given that it involves an entire group rather than merely a random pair. Nevertheless, he harbors feelings for her as she is also 20 years of age and possesses aspirations and goals that are quite similar to his own. Bjorn informs her that they will discuss it as they proceed. She inquires of him. He intends to assist her, but states he will make a determination after comprehending the complete narrative. She commences to describe how it all initiated on her inaugural day in the labyrinth when she found herself paired with them as companions during the evening. A sense of unease lingered. She sprang to her feet swiftly and witnessed him attempting to impose himself on her, though she successfully evaded his grasp. Eventually, he uncovers that he is the chief of a faction that primarily conducts commerce on the ground level. Her tribe chased after her, and that is how she sustained her injuries. Bjorn inquires, how can this be conceivable? One envisions that they must be monitoring her via communication crystals. She understands that she is completely unaware of what they are, as they were not included in the game, she recalls. He requests additional information, and she provides it to him. He elucidates that they are enigmatic devices that enable communication with others once they are synchronized prior to usage, and they possess a rough operational range, approximately 300 meters distant. Bjorn believes they resemble enchanted walkie-talkies, and now he realizes that if he abandons Erwin, he will become a vulnerable target, as that faction possesses an overwhelming number of individuals and an excess of unjust instruments. He inquires why the association is targeting her despite her not having committed any wrongdoing, pondering whether they are merely attempting to suppress her. She raises her shoulders and remarks that she brandished her blade in an attempt to flee and inadvertently severed something that never regenerated, not even with elixirs. Witnessing her giggle like a simpleton, Bjorn senses his spirit detach from his form. She is convinced that this is undoubtedly justification sufficient for them to seek her out, while an alternative perspective might be framed as positive karma. Setting that notion aside, they proceed, sprinting until she abruptly comprehends of something and advises her not to provide the. He pivots. He listens attentively and approximates the distance to be roughly roughly 150 meters. It appears to him too distant for the typical individual to experience any emotion, thus it must be an inherent elven ability ingrained in their lineage since the childbirth. He ensures that she is alright as they prepare to accelerate, and she assures him that she is capable of managing it. No issue. Bjorn is astonished that he isn't even complaining despite possessing an exposed injury and recognizes his bravery. He subsequently concludes that they must exercise caution regarding whoever is trailing them since the distance isn't increasing. Additionally, there's a substantial the chance that the seeker is disclosing your whereabouts to others could swiftly escalate into a dire situation. Truthfully, he would have acted similarly if he were in his shoes. They will be unable to refute anything if that individual perishes, so Bjorn must meticulously evaluate the advantages and disadvantages. He will require additional information prior to executing any prudent actions. Once they have distanced themselves from the individual, there is no turning back, so Bjorn continues to ponder the risks and rewards in his mind. He inquires about her viewpoints, robust, and she responds with a grave expression that she excels at laundering and tidying, but that culinary endeavors are a futile effort. Irritated, Bjorn reiterates the query but incorporates a confrontation. And the breeze glimmers as she proclaims that she is an elite marksman and possesses a touch of elemental fire enchantment. He believes she is essentially the prototype for the elven marksman, and if she is capable of wielding fire spirits, which are nearly legendary in their scarcity. Bjorn subsequently inquires whether she has ever taken a life to an individual, and she becomes immobilized for a secondly. The notion frightens her, yet she regains her composure and asserts she will proceed if there are no alternative choices. Subsequently, upon hearing all of that, Bjorn inquires whether he wishes to join forces with him. Until they escape this maze, they will look out for one another, and he will not tolerate any grievances. Erwin becomes energized and he claims he is indoors. The protagonist inquires about the proximity of the adversary, and she responds that it is 100 meters away. He comes to the realization that they have been sprinting at maximum velocity, yet the gap is narrowing rather than widening. Consequently, he discards the withdrawal strategy and opts to engage in battle. He instructs her to invoke the spirit as they are on the verge of separating and launching an assault. When he believes they have approached sufficiently, Bjorn advises him to revoke the invitation. At that moment, a shadowy silhouette materializes before them. Of them, he envisions that even if the adversary could not perceive them, the mere fact that they halted directly in front of them indicates they possess some form of sophisticated tracking capability. Bjorn quietly cues him, and Erwin releases the arrow without hesitation. It penetrates the adversary's skull and brings him down immediately. She appears troubled by it, yet Bjorn reassures her that he acted precisely as necessary. Had he wavered, they might not have succeeded. Advance towards the remains and grasp a verdant gem immediately after. Upon making contact with his hand, a voice sputters to life. It announces that Serdin was slain while chasing the elf and the barbarian, urging anyone who is eavesdropping to reconvene in the goblin quarter. Following the plundering of the cadaver, Bjorn collapses onto the earth, evidently underwhelmed. He anticipated this individual to possess a respectable bounty, but there's truly nothing of significance. Merely a handful of miscellaneous objects and the garments he was adorned in, which Erwin is currently donning. Observing her now entirely enshrouded in leather, he believes she possesses an extraordinary magnitude in her presence. He inquires whether she possesses any understanding of how this emerald stone functions. She replies that there is a switch on. When Bjorn applies pressure to the side, the stone starts to radiate. The communique reveals that Serdin has been dispatched, and that the elf he was pursuing is currently concealed in the goblin district alongside a barbarian. The bounty amounts to 10,000 gold coins. Upon receiving that information, Erwin nearly collapsed from astonishment. Bjorn encourages him not to be fearful and to invoke the spirit as they make their way to the periphery. From that point, they will ascend to the second level. Erwin gazes at him as though he is bewildered and inquires if he genuinely intends for them to ascend unaccompanied. He assuredly replies that indeed they will. She emphasizes that the first and second levels are entirely distinct entities. He claims to be aware and further states that as long as they remain near the entrance, all will be well, as they complement each other effectively. Upon receiving that information, she starts to experience a slight sense of bashfulness. Although he believes that close combat tanks and distant traders have consistently constituted a robust alliance, and now that they are establishing a team, it's certain that the ground level won't provide them with the necessary spoils or experience they seek. Erwin falters, expressing that this is their initial collaboration, and plunging into the second floor in this manner seems akin to charging into an orc den merely to evade the goblins. At that instant, the announcer interjects once more, declaring that whoever locates the elf first is free to do as they wish with her, aside from the 10,000 gold. cold. Erwin pales in terror yet again, but Bjorn guarantees her that he will not abandon her. A voice interjects, asserting that it's a favorable arrangement, and inquires whether he can sever her limbs should she oppose. The narrator responds that as long as the vital components remain unscathed, it is acceptable. Even as she quivers, she informs Bjorn that she is prepared to ascend to the second level. He grins, quietly contemplating that he didn't even need to urge her. This turned out remarkably favorable for him. Bjorn consistently, he's the kind of person who offers assistance when it serves his interests. Therefore, if you can eradicate this type of clutter and experience the gratifying sensation of making a positive impact simultaneously, you'll be fully committed. There are no drawbacks in view. Erwin subsequently inquires whether he is aware of the pathway to the second level. He concedes that he is uncertain of the precise direction but suggests that they will locate it if they continue moving northward. The subterranean chamber is arranged in a manner that if an individual trails the silhouettes, they will ultimately arrive at a gateway that directs them to the subsequent tier. Abruptly, Erwin commands him to halt upon spotting a goblin snare in the path. Bjorn is initially bewildered as it has been some time since their previous encounter. With one, he swiftly understands that pitfalls rarely manifest in brightly illuminated spaces, indicating that he's undeniably experiencing unfortunate fortune today. She proposes to handle it and advises him to relax. Slightly, Bjorn cautions him against utilizing the essence of the fire as he must conserve his vigor, and she promptly states that she had not intended to undertake it. Regardless, subsequently, from the darkness, a few goblins leap. She recoils abruptly. He fires at one of them in the skull, and she evades the second strike like an expert before eliminating him while maintaining her icy, inscrutable facade. With a sparkle of satisfaction in his gaze, inquires him what transpired for Bjorn. Following, he expresses to her that she performed exceptionally and that he is certain she is a genuine elf, and she relinquishes him a few enchanted gems and inquires whether he can obtain one from each set of 10 while retaining the remainder. He claims he desires to accumulate sufficient funds to purchase something for his sibling. Bjorn, however, does not share this sentiment. He completely comprehends what she implies by that, yet he responds, who is prepared to exert considerable effort to attain it. He envisioned that she might be attempting to confront him for deceiving her previously. Subsequently, the broadcasting station resumes and reveals that the bounty has been increased to 20,000 gold, and they demand her captured, either alive or deceased. Erwin appears heartbroken. Upon listening to that, Bjorn comforts her once more. He states that no one will locate them in the darkness, as these buffoons evidently do not collaborate. He speculates they have likely chosen the incorrect path and ventured too near the boundary. Erwin inquires if she will have to confront them by herself, but our hero assures her that they will conquer them as a team. Regardless, the manner in which the experience system operates in this game is somewhat peculiar. You receive experience points solely for vanquishing a particular monster type for the first time, thus advancing in levels requires pursuing a diverse array of beings. Bjorn instructs him to monitor the back as he assumes the forefront. If the game dynamics remain consistent, the ghouls will solely assault when an individual is present within its scope. Upon entering that area, the fiends swiftly charged in, exactly as I anticipated. He deflects them with his shield and obliterates them with his mallet. In contrast to goblins, ghouls possess greater speed and strength, yet remain confined to the lower tier. Their assault sequences, they are straightforward, and as Erwin supports them, they can succeed. They effortlessly proceed forward, consistently directing their path northward until they ultimately arrive at the third day. Abruptly, Erwin spots crimson stains on the earth beside a partially devoured slice of bread and remarks that it doesn't appear to be blood from goblin, yet Bjorn immediately realizes, what is it? This is the identical location where he initially arrived following of being cast into the maze, and directly behind it was the entrance. The recollections surge forth, and he becomes so enraged that he strikes his hammer against the earth, astonishing Erwin. The gateway had been merely paces away from the origin of it all, and the awareness of how near he was to evading all the anguish filled him with rage. Attempting to maintain his composure, Erwin tentatively inquires whether he has made a mistake, yet he informs her that he has no connection to her. She abruptly recognizes that he may have parted ways with certain acquaintances here, prompting her to softly convey that it has been a challenging expedition and endeavors to console him. Bjorn believes she likely grasped the circumstances surrounding the situation, yet the reality is quite the contrary. Thus, he chooses to conclude the discussion and inquires if she is prepared to progress. Erwin confesses her fear, yet being alongside him provides her with a sense of security. Consequently, they both step through the gateway, and Bjorn quietly muses that she's somewhat peculiar, yet he has no intention of perishing in the near future. In the meantime, the pair descends. From the heavens, Erwin successfully descends while unfortunate Bjorn plummets to the earth with all the elegance of a botched Hulk strike. He has always sensed. He was intrigued to understand what it genuinely feels like to leap through a portal, yet now he suspects it is unlikely to occur. Erwin. She appears exceedingly pleased with herself, as it is the inaugural occasion she has accomplished this. Bjorn gazes fervently at her. Truthfully, it feels somewhat bitter, as savages are not particularly recognized for such refinement. They concur to survey the vicinity first, and Bjorn ponders whether this might be the northern segment of the goblin forest on the second level. A gateway stays ajar behind them, continuing to resonate with an unusual pulsation that directly connects to the ground level, and our young protagonist perceives not a hint of existence within a 50-meter perimeter. He observes with remarkable clarity, aided by the stars above, yet as they remain ensnared within the labyrinth, it is evident that the location will not brighten in the near future. Erwin inquires whether this genuinely qualifies as the second level, as he has never encountered any mention of it being a woodland, and he is convinced they must have been alluding to the alternate one, as there are 4 distinct gateways, each leading to an entirely separate area. Upon listening to that, she immediately recollects that regardless of your destination, all paths ultimately converge on the 3rd floor, a fact he affirms as accurate. He then inquires, what's the strategy moving forward? To which Bjorn responds by asking if he is aware of how to navigate back to the city from within the maze. Urban clarifies that they are automatically returned once the labyrinth shuts, and Bjorn concurs that he performed admirably. He mentions that they have 168 hours allocated for the first level and 240 for the second, and once the countdown concludes, the labyrinth inexorably expels everyone, regardless of their preparedness. No. He mentions that they are allowed to view Netflix and unwind here until their allotted time concludes, after which they can return downstairs. However, since lounging around all day isn't truly feasible, he proposes that they venture out slightly and instructs Erwin to take charge. A surge of sentimentality overwhelms her as the location evokes memories of the enchanting refuge from her homeland. She confides in him. He must step precisely where she steps, as the terrain is fraught with pitfalls, poised to spoil someone's day. He asserts that he perceives no snare, and subsequently he notices how she assuredly tosses a rock onto a heap of foliage that promptly activates a snare. Following that concise exhibition, he believes it is likely a form of sensing capability of sprites. Erwin appears rather satisfied with his accomplishment, and Bjorn concedes internally that he now appears somewhat dependable, but rather than voicing this, he merely shrugs and mumbles, "The lady excels at hurling rocks," in his most primitive tone. Erwin looks utterly astonished by his reply, and advises her not to become overly enthusiastic about the minor breezes, as this is essentially her role as an adventurer. However, all she perceives Bjorn articulate is that he refers to her as a competent adventurer, which renders her. Her countenance brightened when father ultimately acknowledged his pride in his daughter. Subsequently, she adopts a grave demeanor once more and cautions him that something seems amiss, as she perceives traps in every direction, yet there's no indication of goblins whatsoever. Typically, this region of the game would be brimming with goblin factions and occasionally even aberrations, be they fighters or marksmen. Moreover, the further they venture, the more mutants manifest, encompassing some formidable creatures as well. However, as they are near the gateway, it is unlikely to pose a significant issue at this moment. They utilize stones to eliminate the hazards while broadening their secure area, as inadvertently treading on one afterward would be quite troublesome. Upon completing that task, Erwin appears exceedingly proud of herself, and Bjorn offers her a heartfelt compliment, remarking that she excels and is now embodying the essence of a true adventurer. He also perceives the traps on this level as resembling natural dangers rather than the previous ones and suggests that it's time to proceed. Without warning, Erwin abruptly spots a cluster of goblins in close proximity, and Bjorn swiftly. She inquires about the quantity. She mentions that she's not precisely certain of the figure, but it's certainly over 10, approximately 50 meters distant, and yet not. They've observed the pair. Bjorn challenges them to a confrontation and inquires how near they can approach without attracting attention. Erwin responds that if she ventures in solo, she can narrow the distance by approximately 30 meters, and he chooses to adhere to the strategy. She glides like a phantom, utterly silent, and our protagonist is genuinely amazed by her seamlessness. As she draws nearer, he gestures to her and releases an arrow straight towards the cluster of goblins. As soon as he spots the appendage, Bjorn strides in without pausing. He swiftly discerns that the sounds emanating from the second level are distinct, as the quantity of goblins remains nearly unchanged. The quantity is thrice the normal amount, and although they are merely goblins, the vast multitude is rather daunting. Furthermore, there is a goblin warrior among them, which ought to be alarming. However, his combat-thirsty savage spirit surges with sheer exhilaration, and then falters against goblins akin to a demolition ball, smashing them with his mallet and striking them with his buckler. Suddenly, Finally, 1. He quietly materializes from his hidden position and lunges forward, barely evading, realizing that had he been a moment tardier, his head would have been sent soaring. Goblins turn perilous when their numbers exceed 5, and I might have sustained harm, yet nothing of that nature occurred. This occurs due to Erwin's oversight, an impeccable header by the assailant. Fueled by, the fury is now unleashed straight into turmoil, completely poised to obliterate everyone. A system alert surfaces indicating that you have vanquished all the goblins and acquired 11 enchanted crystals from that initial group. Bjorn is pleased with the effortless point, although he is somewhat irritated at his inability to collect his weapons or armor. Contribute 2 gemstones to Erwin, who appears genuinely elated to obtain twice what he was guaranteed. Bjorn's demeanor shifts when he declares it's time to progress, already contemplating how many additional crystals he can cultivate. As they venture further, additional factions of goblins start to emerge, and this time one. Among them lies a goblin archer, yet prior to their ability to rejoice in the diversity, the entity starts to fade away like a bargain Houdini, and Bjorn shouts at Erwin to concentrate as he is evidently employing stealth enchantments. He recognizes that the battles are becoming increasingly excruciating due to these crafty marksmen, particularly when the collective assaults him simultaneously. Nevertheless, the notion of defeat doesn't even enter his thoughts. The leader becomes unhinged and obliterates them. As he strikes furiously like a lunatic, one of the marksmen attempts to fire swiftly, yet his instincts transform entirely into those of Spider-Man, and narrowly evades an arrow aimed at his face. Declining to relinquish that, Bjorn rushes towards the marksman wielding his mallet, and propels the unfortunate goblin into the cosmos with a grand gesture. Following, engaged in relentless combat for over 15 hours, the pair ultimately. They request a respite, and Erwin promptly crumples to the ground like a bag of potatoes. Bjorn, he proposes that she rest first, and she immediately requests the sleeping bag without hesitating. The elf commences to snore expertly, and Bjorn comes to understand that she must have been fatigued, as she had never engaged in such a manner previously. Remained silent during slumber, and perhaps it genuinely seems that way now. She felt secure. As she stared at the nocturnal sky, she contemplated their unyielding pursuit and how they ultimately acquired far greater spoils than they had expected, even encountering a variety of factions of adventurous discoverers. Clearly, they never paused to converse. However, merely gazing at them is sufficient to deplete their vitality. He deduces that the adventurers are considerably more intimidating than goblins, particularly now that he has Erwin by his side. At one moment, he inadvertently reveals that she is attractive, which she quickly observes and starts to ridicule of him as he is astonished that she was still alert. She chuckles and feigns returning to slumber, leaving him pondering whether he inadvertently acquired a malfunctioning elf or something of that nature. By the 4th day, they continue to diminish the goblin numbers as if it were their side occupation. With each passing day, they persist in harvesting additional enchanted stones until, at last, the 7th day comes, signaling the moment to descend to the initial level. Erwin grumbles that they are bound to collide the instant they venture outdoors, and Bjorn concurs, suggesting that they ought to head back now, as arriving early is consistently preferable and more secure. During their return, she cautions him to continue being vigilant regarding the snares, as they are likely to have been reactivated by this time. He subsequently indicates that a cluster of goblins lies approximately 70 meters ahead, noting the presence of mutated variations within this group. However, Bjorn remains unfazed and asserts that they are combating them. Regardless, in the meantime, the goblins are chuckling as though they were. It's a farce until Bjorn brings them down and regards them with the gaze of a complete sociopath. He allows them to flee, a battle shout resounding enough to inform all the goblins nearby that a dominant male is present. The area and starts striking them onto the earth while Erwin manages goalkeepers with the expertise of a seasoned expert. The goblins start to tumble swiftly. Bjorn effortlessly deflects their strikes with his eyes shut and feels remarkably at ease with Erwin's assistance, as she harmonizes perfectly with his combat approach. He remembers her referring to 2 archers, yet at this moment, no projectiles are soaring toward them. Following the tidying up, he praises her abilities, causing her to flush intensely, yet he additionally advises her to inform him the next time he dispatches archers so he can unwind a bit. She apprehensively confesses she wasn't certain whether the previous one was lifeless, and Bjorn concurs that it's always prudent to verify, remarking that she has developed significantly in merely a few days, transforming into deeply emotional, with a glimmer of tears in her eye. Abruptly, she draws his attention to a glimmering object in the far-off horizon, and he ardently informs her that the goblin marksman relinquished a vital essence. Bjorn's expression dims as this is not what he anticipated encountering in this location, and he promptly shifts into narrative mode, elaborating that essences are integral to the skill framework and function as a chi component enrollment that bestows abilities based on the creature from which it originates. However, there is an issue. You can only assimilate a finite amount, and each one differs in practicality, making it essential to make astute choices. At that instant, he considers it rather strange that it has decreased at all, given that the rate is nearly negligible at this time, and he is now certain that something is amiss. Erwin ponders whether consuming it transforms an individual into a leprechaun, a notion that Bjorn refutes. He clarifies that the individual had earlier acquired the essence of a razor wolf and utilized it to pursue them. He subsequently inquires of Erwin whether he desires this, and her gaze sparkles as though it were the morning of December 25th. Even though she attempts to appear composed and claims she will be fine if he doesn't, he desires it, whereas Bjorn laments joining forces with what he is now convinced is a defective elf. In the meantime, he is fully aware of the specific essence he seeks, although acquiring it proves to be challenging. It won't be simple. Just as he begins to convey something to Erwin regarding commerce, the core and arbitrary voice, he disrupts their conversation and comes eye to eye with a band of explorers who are shouting at them to halt. A crimson-haired individual approaches, insisting on explanations, and Erwin attempts to clarify his perspective, yet Bjorn's intuition informs him that his fortune is never that favorable, so he seizes Erwin without uttering a sound. With a single additional word, she directs it directly to the essence of the issue, compelling it to assimilate it. The auburn-haired individual is utterly disoriented and cries out that the essence belonged to her, becoming increasingly more irritable. At every moment, Bjorn remains steadfast and backs Erwin, who appears somewhat feeble and starts to deliver a soliloquy about his anticipation of encountering individuals like these. These individuals likely detected the core and hurried in, aspiring to seize it, but it's unfortunate for them as Erwin had already. He gulped it down. With a wicked smirk, Bjorn mocks them, challenging them to confront him if they possess any courage, despite their evident numerical advantage. Yet that is exactly why they are retreating. It's not a possibility here. His gaze darts erratically, and he urges them to seize their opportunity or depart. Thus, the two of them dash away. From that point, Bjorn promptly shouts at Erwin to refrain from glancing back and to continue sprinting towards the exit. She is bewildered when she asserts that the four men have already departed. Yet, Bjorn appears assured that even if those individuals withdraw, there's a strong possibility they will encounter them once more. He promptly clarifies that they comprised a team of 4 and were likely investigating the second tier. Given their proximity to the entrance, it is probable that they intend to return to the ground level and head back to the city. He asserts, who, in straightforward terms, share the same objective as the pair to come back, and Erwin begins boasting about how remarkable he is. At that instant, his ears perk up and he cautions that a band of goblins lies roughly 50 meters in front. Bjorn does not waver and exclaims that this time they will steer clear of them. Yet he gestures with a shake of his head and remarks that the goblins are already advancing directly towards them. Bjorn grits his teeth in exasperation, coming to the realization that they have consistently been the ones to confront the goblins initially, rather than the reverse. Now, he starts to ponder whether this is beyond mere happenstance when he instructs her to accompany him, and she promptly retraces their steps. Erwin parts her lips to utter a word, yet her demeanor shifts suddenly as she notices an arrow hurtling through the atmosphere in her direction. Before she has a chance to respond, Bjorn seizes her and yanks her aside just in the nick of time, following which she begins to cough. She grumbles that she could have evaded it herself, but Bjorn interjects and states bluntly that it wasn't a goblin who fired it. Now he's certain it was the same trash bags as previously. They must have enticed the goblins and arranged a trap from the opposite side, aiming to surprise Bjorn and Erwin when they were preoccupied with battling. He urges her to cease speaking and he utilizes his abilities, yet she blinks in perplexity, prompting him to clarify that he harnesses the force of essence while. Bear in mind that every essence not only offers a statistical enhancement but can also bestow a distinctive capability. She is at a loss for words, expressing her uncertainty about its functioning. However, Bjorn claims he is already engaged. Truly, his physique starts to diminish, vanishing into nothingness. He observes with slight astonishment and ponders whether the capability can truly be triggered so effortlessly. Regardless, he adopts a serious demeanor and passes her his bag, as he assured her that he would fend off the goblins while she sought out the crossbowmen. She pauses, evidently concerned that it could be self-harm. However, Bjorn curtly informs her that there is no time for debate. He commands her to remain concealed and await his cue before taking action. She attempts to inquire about the indication, but he has already dashed toward the goblins, shouting at them not to act foolishly. Bjorn halts and perceives that the goblins to his left are unmistakably keen for combat. He steps into. As he sprints, he observes that the timid have not emerged since the initial projectile, yet he wagers they will surface once he has handled the goblins. He swings. He assuredly wielded his mallet mallet while he enumerated approximately 12 of them. 2. Brandishing blades as though they possessed expertise. He eases his tension somewhat, grateful that there are no marksmen until his. A shield intercepts an arrow unexpectedly. He berates himself for acting prematurely, and just as he reestablishes his concentration, a searing ache pierces his back as a goblin thrusts a blade into him, yet Bjorn, embodying unwavering solidarity, slays. The object stayed stationary, even during the struggle. With these mischief makers, you need to remain vigilant to identify the crossbow renegade as Erwin is not present to support him. He starts to struggle for breath as the strikes. They amass, and he becomes aware that the circumstances are deteriorating. Rapidly, her intuition flares when she senses a pair. Projectiles soaring in his direction. One is a creature from folklore, while the other is the rodent wielding a crossbow, and he immediately comprehends that thwarting both is unfeasible. Acting swiftly, he resolves to intercept the crossbow and snarls when the goblin's projectile collides with his elbow. The venom begins to act nearly instantaneously, and now he is unable to maneuver his arm, and since he possesses only one operational arm remaining, he understands he must decide between his two armaments. Without a moment's pause, he relinquishes the hammer and begins. The projectile, determining that the shield provides him with an enhanced opportunity for enduring this calamity, as that adventurers pose a greater threat than goblins. Then it commences. He crushes goblins with his shield as though he were tidying a buffet line, yet he becomes enraged because his tally refuses to diminish. At last, the goblins perceive the alteration in his aura and retreat in terror as he exhales a breath of relief at not needing to pursue them. It is at that moment that the assailants emerge, and their commander mocks Bjorn for confronting the goblins by himself. The individual clad in a samurai outfit appears to be in awe, yet Bjorn merely responds, "I unequivocally recognized it was them from the outset, despite the fact that I could not spot the crossbow rat anywhere." The chief disregards that and inquires with arrogance where the elf, yet Bjorn grins and dares them to confront him before anyone else. The auburn-haired individual shakes his head and murmurs that Bjorn truly is a savage for desiring to persist in battling under these circumstances. However, his demeanor shifts into a contorted grin as he gestures toward Bjorn's injuries and outright insists on the elf as payment for his survival. He displays a smug grin that immediately unsettles the gathering, who label him as a madman, yet they conclude that they can no longer tolerate his foolishness and instruct him to prepare to assist. The commander, seemingly not incapacitated, instructs his team to remain vigilant, and they all rush directly towards the savage. Bjorn's left arm continues to decline in its ability to collaborate, and despite a fleeting thought about whether Erwin succeeded in capturing the trigger rodent, he resolves to convey the signal. Regardless, while defiantly lifting his middle finger towards the heavens, the chief is evidently taken aback and inquires what the savage believes he is undertaking, while Bjorn merely wishes that Erwin succeeded in catching the signal. Lacking a superior strategy, he propels himself forward. He assaults with the ferocity of a lunatic, leaving the assailants utterly unprepared. He targets the commander with his shield, who scarcely succeeds. Intercept him with his blade. As anticipated, the timid one. He promptly summons additional support and his allies rush in, hitting him. Bjorn barely evades the warrior's blade, yet he understands that returning at this point would be insanity, which results in another assault and erratic movements in the pursuit of establishing some form of opportunity for Erwin. An idea starts to torment his thoughts as he contemplates whether she was vanquished by the crossbow marksman. Yet in that instant, a projectile zips by, startling everyone. Bjorn ponders if that arrow belongs to him. Whether or not, the tank springs into motion and intercepts it, effortlessly verifying that it is indeed associated with the elf. The large figure exclaims that he will manage the projectiles so that the others can plunder the savage as well. He successfully diverts another blow and ridicules her as though he possesses all the answers. Bjorn mutters a curse, realizing that the tank evidently had that aim from the outset. At this moment, the remainder of the team encircles Bjorn, and he realizes he cannot withstand them all. Thus, he chooses to forfeit anything within his reach. As his left arm has become ineffective, he opts to alter his approach for a chance with the auburn-haired woman while he's advancing and strikes the man's head as if he were splitting a melon. Without disrupting his cadence, he pivots to confront the samurai and skillfully evades his incision while leaping rearward to establish distance between them while the warrior. He is clearly perplexed by the speed at which Bjorn operates. In the meantime, the individual wielding the shield leaps to intercept another projectile, merely to ensure that this is a blazing projectile that brightens his protective barrier. Bjorn smirks as he mocks the youth, inquiring if he truly believed he could obstruct every attack. The tank swiftly discards its blazing shield as the samurai surges forward once more, eager to eliminate eliminate them. Alongside him, yet no one cautioned them that Erwin is a spectral marksman and a vivid projectile strikes directly into the tank's shoulder, which causes him to yell like a small child. The auburn-haired individual becomes frantic as they survey their surroundings he appears as though he's part of a horror film and bolts into the forest, shouting that he'll handle the goalkeeper on his own. Bjorn watches him dash away and chooses to place his faith in him. Erwin is managing the situation as the samurai shouts at Bjorn to capitulate and relentlessly strikes him. Bjorn disregards the commotion and concentrates on affording Erwin additional time. As the samurai launches another assault, Bjorn abruptly shifts and strikes his shield forcefully against the visage of the armored figure positioned behind him, rendering him insensible. The samurai stands with his magnificent shaven head revealed and fury seething in his gaze, starts to slash intensely while Bjorn observes that he is now utterly solitary. He ponders what an individual of such strength is doing among fools like these. Deflecting strike after strike, Bjorn starts to believe that the gravest error the individual could commit is to undervalue him, and he presses on, which compels the elderly gentleman to adopt a defensive stance. Subsequently, employing his unmatched barbaric intellect, he simulates a shield strike and relinquishes it mid-swing, leading to its collision with the samurai. Before the youth can even blink, Bjorn seizes him by the throat, instigating a palpable terror to surge through the samurai's spirit. Bjorn lifts him up, exclaims, and inquires if they genuinely believed he would perish in a refuse heap like this, then bends inwards and sinks his teeth into the man's neck with the fervor of someone who missed their morning meal. With the final one perished, Bjorn cleans the crimson from his visage. He expels from his mouth as he wished to avoid swallowing those hairless jeans. At that instant, Erwin dashes over and, anxious, verifies if she is all right. She retrieves a vial and urges him to consume it rather than squander it on his injuries, particularly since it's toxic. The instant the elixir fills his abdomen, he begins to dart about as though a procession of pyrotechnics were detonating within him, and every part seems as though he is dissolving. Erwin encourages him like a team of diminutive sprites while he struggles to inquire about the hour. She swiftly glances at the time and responds that it's nearly 11:30, indicating they have just 40 minutes remaining before the youngest one shuts them out. Suddenly, Bjorn pivots toward her and commands her to begin disrobing. She instantly flushes a vivid crimson. She consumes beets and gradually starts to disrobe, presuming there's an odd survival rationale for her actions, but he merely states he was referring to the bodies. With no time for dispute, he begins scavenging the gear while she hurriedly attempts to seize the crossbow and any other valuables he has relinquished. The auburn-haired individual. The time continues to advance as they hasten to pilfer from the corpses and set them aside near the entrance, and when there is scarcely a minute remaining, they hasten toward the gateway. As is customary, Bjorn crashes onto the earth, prone, as though destiny harbored a personal grudge against his self-respect. Erwin erupts in laughter as Bjorn contemplates which deity has condemned him to endure this fortune. With the most radiant grin he's ever displayed, Erwin informs him that he performed exceptionally. Bjorn acknowledges with a nod, yet remains astonished by how narrowly he was severed. She recalls their earlier dialogue and inquires about what he intended to convey at that time. Bjorn lifts a digit. However, he halts mid-utterance as he unexpectedly forgets the name of the inn. Mentally pushing his two remaining neurons into overdrive, he exhausts his mind. Ultimately, he succeeds in recalling the name of the dark whale. He instructs it to rendezvous with him at that location, and with that, the gateway shuts behind them as they are transported back to the metropolis. With a measured breath, Bjorn whispers gently that he has returned to Raptonia while his gaze sweeps over the other returning explorers. He thinks that, although it's not unexpected to find numerous adventurers present, the magnitude remains distinct. Time progresses. Oddly enough, merely a single day elapses within the labyrinth, necessitating him to recalibrate his timepiece on each occasion. At that instant, a person utters his complete name, and he hurries to identify the source of the sound. She successfully deduces the man's name, Jarak, and extends her hand for a handshake as another warrior emerges, and their dialogue intensifies. Before she realizes it, a complete cohort of marauders assembles and commences to share their tales of escapades. In the meantime, Bjorn appears utterly bewildered and contemplates whether this has become an unintentional encounter. Ultimately, the disordered group resolves to organize a cordial contest and starts making their way to the checkpoint. As Bjorn attempts to blend into the surroundings, they pull him along regardless. At the register, the clerk starts tallying the stones and declares a sum of approximately 41,000, and everyone. The globe starts to invigorate the Carrick chamber. In the meantime, Bjorn removes 3 of his own satchels, prompting the cashier to examine them and inquire whether they are all monstrous crystals. He tallies them more swiftly than a gold seeker and completes the task in merely a matter of seconds. And it produces the figure 182,000. Everyone gazes in astonishment before succumbing to their emotions and proclaiming our lad as the latest title holder. That's when they truly begin to observe that he complements the new adornment and proclaim him the finest of the combatants. They commence to vocalize, and Bjorn comprehends his fervor as he arrived resembling a primitive man and departed as a refined aristocrat. At long last, the amusement strikes him. He bellows at the peak of his voice that he is the greatest, which incites. Increased tumult arises as he is propelled into the atmosphere, while checkpoint staff frantically attempt to soothe the pandemonium. The savages express their regrets increasingly vociferously, transforming the entire spectacle into a perpetual disarray. Eventually, the clamor diminishes. Bjorn chooses to remain with the other warriors for the time being, contemplating that there may still be details he overlooked during his initial visit. Thus, at that moment, he notices a familiar figure in the distance, identifying Erwin, who is joyfully conversing with his companions. Bjorn simply observes and exhales. It must be delightful. In the meantime, he finds himself encircled by gorillas. Erwin perceives it in surges and remarks that they ought to convene this evening. She consents. Immediately, yet the young woman who he stands beside him begins gazing at Zeus and inquires if he is familiar with him. Nevertheless, Erwin becomes flustered and promptly refutes it. Suddenly, a visage interrupts and inquires whether Bjorn is familiar with the fairy and if she likewise refutes it without flinching, asserting that he goes overboard and that it is preferable for the finest fighter to refrain from mingling with those timid, pointed-eared individuals. The elderly woman. Bjorn comprehends the affront and he merely wishes to excavate a pit and vanish, as he's on the verge of bursting due to these ruthless fools. Noticing that the final marauders were departing, he promptly informed them. The others recognize that it's time to engage, as they comprehend that conversing with Erwin amidst this chaos is impossible. In that instant, a young boy shouts to his father and dashes toward him for an embrace, and Bjorn quietly observes as the relatives come together in a torrent of joyful tears. However, that elation is countered by sorrow, as he also witnesses a woman succumb to despair due to her spouse's absence among the adventurers and to numerous others who are similarly grieving. Although he has participated in this game more times than he can remember, witnessing genuine human emotions rather than lifeless visuals is distinct and leaves an unpleasant impression on him. Subsequently, the savages commence to revel like beasts and consume beer. As Bjorn leisurely savors his beverage in a secluded nook, he trails behind, yearning to uncover some tantalizing details he had overlooked previously. However, it is evident that these individuals are merely squandering their time and his. With a forceful thud of his hand against the surface, he rises and declares that he has destinations to reach, and without delay, the others begin to lose their composure as if he were the central figure, or something along those lines, yet astonishingly, everyone extends their best wishes to him and returns to the celebration as if nothing had occurred. Bjorn. He strolls through the metropolis and observes youngsters frolicking, reflecting on the tranquility that envelopes this place since there are no beasts or individuals attempting to harm him, only unfamiliar faces conversing in the distance. The metropolis possesses regulations and an oddly reassuring ambience. Should you falter here, there would be someone to assist you. Upon stepping into the tavern, he believes that although this realm may be more chaotic than the actual one, it is also considerably more tranquil. Subsequently, rather than cleansing and eliminating her odorous garments, she confronts. He rests against the foliage on the mattress and scarcely restrains his sobs as he comprehends the depth of his homesickness. He drifts off to sleep and stirs in the late hours with an extension, and he presumes he has been away for approximately 5 hours, so he concludes it's finally the moment to head to the tavern and rendezvous with Erwin. Transition to a trader who reveals the startling news that the Black Whale Tavern has been non-operational for a decade, having been sold off years prior due to a misjudgment by an arbitrary nobleman. Bjorn stands in shock, comprehending that the timeline of the game world is significantly outdated, then inquires about the establishment's new title, of the location. After some time, he finds himself positioned before Python. Pood contemplates whether this is the appropriate location, as the atmosphere is completely distinct, yet he feels a sense of relief to be capable of understanding the language. Upon arrival, he is met with disorder, and a server extends the customary greeting, but prior to him being able to take a full stride, Erwin exclaims while gesturing to him from a table where she is unwinding with the elf from earlier. The one with cropped hair gazes at him with keen interest. However, Bjorn still presents himself and inquires about her identity. She refers to herself as Erwin's elder sibling, yet he desires a name, and she ultimately chooses Teresia. Nevertheless, Bjorn has already deduced it but chooses to overlook it. Teresia spares no moment. She strikes her hand upon the surface and insists on finding out. What could a savage such as him be contemplating contemplating, extending an invitation to a young lady in a setting like this while she fixed him with a look of lethal hostility. The sister icily responds that the previous evening he pulled Erwin to such a dismal location and then departed like a fool, abandoning her to endure the night by herself before unleashing some explicit racial insults. Endurance. Bjorn begins to feel fatigued and he inquires about her plans regarding the events of the previous night, but she just presumes that he is intentionally engaging in the foolish behavior. He misleads her as if she were his most inconsequential former partner, and then shifts his attention to Erwin, inquiring whom he answers to for a continuous span of 30 robust hours, abandoning him. Utterly astonished. Maybe that's the reason he feels so revitalized now upon awakening, as it appears he slumbered throughout the day and expresses remorse. Cognitively engaged with Erwin, who merely remains stationary, appearing both furious and bewildered. Subsequently, our lad. He ultimately recognizes and expresses remorse for constantly dozing off, which, to be frank, it astonishes both of them more than it ought to. Teresa. She appears too bewildered to stay furious and instead insists on understanding why he brought her here at this time. He persistently disregards her expertly and suggests she inquire with Erwin if her curiosity is so great, which exacerbates his agitation and leads to him being excluded. He's a novice, yet our individual doesn't allow that to go unnoticed and cautions him to relinquish that mindset if he intends to look after Erwin indefinitely. A vessel nearly ruptures, he releases a pouch, lard on the surface, and provides 350,000 gems composed of essences. This is causing Bjorn's mind to malfunction, and this is evolving into a distasteful spectacle in which she strikes him with cash and instructs him to remain. Separated from her sibling, Teresa starts to observe him surreptitiously, puzzled as to why a savage isn't seizing the money and sensing that something is off. Additionally, being the courteous individual he is, he inquires of Erwin whether this arrangement appears satisfactory to him and recall that the arrangement was that she would assist him until he obtained what he required. This catches her off guard, and then he nonchalantly remarks that they will divide everything at $50 apiece. 50 cents, which lifts her spirits, but he appears despondent and expresses regret, leaving Bjorn staring in bewilderment. Teresa clarifies that henceforth, Erwin will remain with her now, as previously he had to permit her to depart alone due to custom, but that is no longer the case. Bjorn silently berates the cosmos for bestowing upon Erwin a compliant sister to accompany him as Teresa. He nudges the bag ahead as a last caution and advises her to grasp the implication. Bjorn halts her and inquires whether this remuneration pertains to the essences they acquired collectively. Upon her affirmation, he highlights that she remains a few stones short of the stipulated amount. The elf strikes him with a feigned expression of remorse and withdraws. The remainder leads him to ponder whether she genuinely attempted to mislead him. This irritates him further, and he ultimately comprehends why savages encounter difficulties with sprites. He then bluntly instructs her to depart so he can converse with Erwin. Isolated, Teresa appears incapable of accepting that there remains anything further to express. As Erwin expresses his gratitude for her presence, she graciously informs him that he may depart now. Teresa perceives that Erwin has outgrown his youthful phase. However, he executes a last-minute maneuver and insists that Bjorn vow he will not engage in intimacy with Erwin. The unfortunate girl appears to desire to disappear, while Bjorn contemplates whether all alternative choices remain viable. Nonetheless, he ultimately resorts to cursing regardless. Not that he holds any regard for the knight's dignity, which clearly disheartens Erwin to the extent of core. Satisfied with that response, Teresa ultimately departs, but delivers one final surprise while he pivots and expresses his gratitude to the warrior for rescuing his sibling. Erwin crumples the instant she departs, curious if her sibling was upset since she had finally voiced her thoughts. However, Bjorn reassures him not to be concerned. She expresses regret for her inability to persist in collaborating with him, albeit he asserts that it's not essential in any case, given that his sibling is a premier fairy after all. Subsequently, Erwin presents the gems they acquired from an adventurer's treasure. The young woman clarifies that she forgot the two adventurers' rucksacks at her residence and advises him to inspect them personally the following day. He is astonished by her ability to anticipate his inquiry and laments not having her as a partner. Eventually, he arrives at the crux of the matter. She inquires about how she might compensate him, which renders him somewhat bewildered. The infatuated young woman whispers, her cheeks aglow, that she genuinely wishes to compensate him for his assistance, which is understandable given that her sister experienced an emotional upheaval recently. Bjorn contemplates it. He pauses briefly and mentions that nothing springs to his thoughts at present, and instead inquires if she is feeling peckish. She declines, prompting him to inquire solely for. He complies, yet she alters her decision. Extremely rapid tepid and craves alcohol as he hasn't consumed a sip since yesterday. She expresses that she wished to share her initial beverage with him, which brings to his mind that this is a significant occasion for fairies. He appears bewildered, so she rectifies him to express her gratitude, and gleefully mentions that he wished to share the initial one with his companion from the labyrinth. She stays quiet because she believes this wouldn't be her initial beverage upon returning. However, he rectifies her and reminds her that she informed him she is 21 years of age. That confounds her, and he grins and remarks that this was likewise his initial experience in a maze, accompanied by a feast. Exquisite, they simultaneously lift their glasses and make a toast. Following a period of tumultuous imbibing, Erwin is entirely anxious and inadvertently reveals that he is, in fact, currently dressed in a shirt, yet quietly enjoying his beer as he contemplates that it's time to progress to grave issues. He clears his lips and indicates that she intended to compensate him earlier and remarks that he has finally considered. Erwin begins to become excessively enthusiastic when he inquires about what it is. Bjorn indicates that security will probably apprehend them if they remain here, and she arrives at an entirely misguided conclusion when he insinuates that they ought to proceed to his chamber. Returning to Bjorn's residence, he encourages her to extend a bit more, and she inadvertently reveals. A low growl escapes him, but he swiftly retreats to his chamber where Bjorn is observed bending Erwin's arm backward to evaluate his recently gained flexibility, only to be taken aback when Erwin begins yelling that his arm is on the verge of being torn from his body. This prompts him to recognize that he still lacks adequate control over his own power. She yells that her arm has never been contorted to such an extent in her whole existence. Yet Bjorn, he still possesses the audacity to inquire if she is genuinely certain, as though the tears streaming down her cheeks weren't evidence sufficient. Erwin vows on his entire lineage that he never committed the act, and our protagonist ultimately comes to the conclusion that it may be wise to pause and allow her some respite. As soon as he releases his grip, Erwin retreats to a shadowy spot, vociferously expressing his incredulity that she is, in fact, still breathing and sincerely questioning how her arm remains attached. Physique following that complimentary appointment with the chiropractor he certainly didn't request. Bjorn reflects inwardly that perhaps a 4-point elevation in flexibility doesn't create as significant an impact in reality as it does in the game, while Erwin, evidently disheartened, inquires if he truly brought her to his chamber merely to evaluate her skills, to which Bjorn nonchalantly responds that employing skills within the city confines contravenes the regulations. The reality, however, is that he merely wished to contrast the game's pristine digital interface with the sensations and functionalities of the actual world. Dungeons & Stone is not recognized for its user-friendly gameplay, and that this becomes apparent once you examine your metrics more thoroughly, where the primary classifications such as intellect, physique, and ability might initially appear uncomplicated. However, they are fundamentally made up of numerous smaller, concealed substatistics, indicating that an enhancement in resistance does not merely enable you to bear a greater weight. However, it also enhances overall efficiency in physical assaults. Because of this comprehensive analysis within the statistics, characters frequently possess remarkably distinct abilities, even when their principal stat values appear comparable. Precisely identical. Bjorn contemplates how it required him an eternity to grasp this concept, and even after dedicating 9 complete years to playing, he still acknowledges that he hasn't unraveled all the intricacies. She remembers that one of the figures she still scarcely comprehends is the fixation statistic, and when that notion enters her thoughts, she glances at Erwin, aware that he is connected to the substance she had ingested. She appears bewildered for an instant and inquires whether they are indeed planning to pursue another task, but Bjorn disregards the inquiry entirely and instead queries if they have observed any unusual alterations since his departure from the labyrinth, such as overthinking about minor issues or unexpectedly experiencing diminished tolerance than typical. She contemplates it briefly and responds that she isn't entirely certain, noting that the sole aspect he distinctly remembers is the yearning for cookies after their return, leading him to speculate whether the statistic merely intensifies the appetite overall, possibly explaining why it never exhibited any significant impact during his personal gaming encounters. He becomes engrossed in contemplation, reflecting on the other statistics he has yet to discover when Erwin pulls at her sleeve and informs her that she appears fatigued. Even though he remains eager to conduct additional assessments, he believes it is wise to conclude for the day and take some time to recuperate. She extinguishes the candle, and they both nestle into bed, and just as he is on the verge of drifting off to slumber when, all at once, he recollects Teresa's caution. Despite the vow she took not to engage in intimacy with Erwin, she dismisses the notion, persuading herself that it is insignificant since, to begin with, he harbors no malevolent intentions towards her. The following morning, Erwin escorts him to his residence to unveil the treasure they succeeded in gathering. Ultimately, it becomes such a substantial collection that even he struggles to comprehend it. Then Erwin inquires whether he intends to market everything, to which he replies affirmatively, aside from a handful of belongings he may wish to retain. Subsequently, he retrieves a leather ensemble and inquires if he could take it along with the leather strap, to which Bjorn responds that it is entirely acceptable as long as he formulate your own interpretations. They explore multiple shops across the metropolis and succeed in vending their plunder for an outrageously minimal price. Elevated stone tier, culminating in a sum of 1,450,000 pebbles, rendering Erwin astonished as he starts to contemplate whether he could be dreaming. Bjorn swiftly figures that if he allocates Erwin a portion of 50,000, he will retain 1,440,000, marking the inaugural occasion he has ever secured such a remarkable sum. He informs her that they can now part ways as they have no further matters to attend to. However, Erwin appears startled by the unexpected proposal. Thus, she remarks that at the very least they can stroll together to the town square, although she still exhales softly, for she had wished to linger with him for a bit longer. That's approximately all there is to say. Upon reaching the town square, they stumble upon a sizable throng assembled around what seems to be a guillotine. Bjorn inquires about the situation, and Erwin clarifies that it is an execution, and he swiftly understands that the individuals who were executed do not. They have not perpetrated any grave offense, yet are being penalized solely for failing to remit their taxes. As the executioner yanks the cord, Bjorn remembers that Rafdonia is the final metropolis remaining in this realm that has succeeded in enduring the affliction of the sorceress, and as the sole location where materials can be collected is the maze, the administration addresses individuals unable to remit taxes by eliminating them, which aids in diminishing the population they are required to sustain. Once they are apprehended, as the executions unfold, the throng abruptly surges toward the scaffold and commences to immerse the bread in the liquid red, prior to partaking in it, a spectacle that instinctively repulses our protagonists. Erwin pivots to Bjorn and inquires why anyone would engage in such repulsive behavior, to which he composedly responds that they adhere to a myth claiming that ingesting the blood of the condemned will bestow monetary fortune. Perturbed by what he had just witnessed, he inquires of Erwin the amount of the tax for the initial year, to which she responds that it is 700,000 for non-humans, which, in his opinion, is distinct from the game, yet not significantly dissimilar. He subsequently mentions that starting from the second year, the levy increases to 800,000 stones, and there are also supplementary taxes on transactions. He perceives the climbing tax framework as resembling a game, which this signifies that he must enhance his strength over the course of a year. He arrives at the bleak realization that if death does not return him to reality, and he lacks the fortitude to endure in it, subsequently their own lifeblood might be the next to become saturated in one's livelihood. To endure all of this, it is essential to begin setting aside funds. In order to accomplish this, he must have the ability to investigate the 6th level as minimum. He proceeds to the library, which is now entirely functional. As he strides through the corridors, every observer fixes their gaze upon him as though he were a fowl that had recently fled from its pen. However, he soon notices Inar unconscious atop a tome. Intrigued, he decides to rouse her. Following a brief interchange of salutations, the savage inquires about her presence, to which she responds that she sought greater understanding to contemplate before taking action, precisely as he had previously counseled her. She proceeds to assert that creatures are not her sole adversaries. Thus, he resolved to pursue his studies. However, as per his usual pattern, he promptly realized he was unable to read, and now she intends to acquire knowledge from her seniors. She rises swiftly, resolute in her aim to commence her reading exercises before her easily sidetracked, unruly mind causes her to lose sight of her original purpose. Prior to departing, she informs Bjorn that he is welcome to seek her out if he ever requires assistance. He gestures for her to take a seat, recognizing the proposal. Subsequently, his focus shifts to the endeavor of locating the volumes he desired within this vast library. Yet as he searches, she spots the librarian and resolves to rouse her to inquire assistance. He informs her that he is searching for a volume. However, she cuts him off before he completes his thought and nonchalantly weaves a charm, while informing her that she can now locate all the literature she requires without any endeavor, and additionally prompts him that he is unable to lend none prior to drifting back into slumber as though nothing had transpired. Without taking the time to examine its reasoning, our offspring meanders through the aisles and observes as the volumes he requires genuinely radiate to indicate their locations. He begins with the initial book concerning the chronicle of a location known as Fallen World, where the writer elucidates how a sorceress's hex rendered all the territories barren. Yet inexplicably, Rafdonia endured the calamity through an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The monarchy ultimately creates a gateway gateway to an alternate realm now referred to as the maze to procure resources essential for their survival. The subsequent volume, titled Fundamental Ideas. The alchemy segment elucidates the process by which enchanted crystals acquired from creatures are converted into bread, water, steel, and various other vital commodities. It encapsulates the main highlights. Subsequently, it transitions to the third volume, entitled The Sacred Conflict, which elaborates extensively on the clash between savages and magical beings, akin to Twitter. The fourth volume, that Lee named The Malevolent Entity of the Void, explores wicked spirits that are essentially individuals from alternate dimensions taking control of someone, which regrettably also encompasses our protagonist. The manuscript overlooks the section regarding their beginnings, yet it explicitly mentions that the royal lineage and the sanctuary endeavored to exhaust all means to utterly eradicate these entities or participants of his realm. He envisions he must tread carefully to avoid revealing his true identity. Prior to progressing to the fifth volume, titled The Demise of the Monarch, which chronicles the passing of the purported immortal monarch, Big John III, occurring 150 years in the past. Bjorn then comprehends that, as his quest commences immediately following the king's demise, it signifies that the chronology is 150 years behind the actual world within the game. At last, he grasps the volume entitled Chronicles of Dimensional Turbulence, which refutes the hypothesis that entering a gateway at the final moment heightens the likelihood of a dimensional anomaly. Precisely as the fair-haired youth had indicated previously, the warrior ultimately comprehends that it has become rather late and resolves that it is prudent to return and take a brief respite. Upon returning home, he assesses that 3 complete days have elapsed. Since his departure from the maze, he now has an additional 27 days remaining until he possesses that he will return and resolves that he will begin searching for new companions tomorrow. The evening dissolves in what appears to be an instant, and he stirs awake as someone nearly attempts to wrench the door from its frame, and as soon as he recognizes it's Erwin, he swings it open only to be struck. A surge of verdant breeze struck her visage. He informs her that he has ultimately secured an agreement with the entity. From the breeze following 10 total unsuccessful attempts with various ethereal gems, the protagonist comes to understand that he is not merely fortunate, given that spirit stones possess a 10% probability of success. However, it is evidently encumbered as those items come with a hefty price tag. He instructs her to dispel the spirit, which results in her apparent disheartenment. However, upon closely examining the chaos in her chamber, he promptly expresses his regrets. She transitions into homemaker mode, tidying the space immaculately in a flash, leaving Bjorn silently astonished. He praises her, yet also suggests that she would be prudent to manage her time effectively prior to re-entering the labyrinth, to which she responds, stating she merely desired him to be the initial individual to be informed. Upon discovering, due to her emotional bond with him, the protagonist chooses to leverage this relationship in a professional context. Thus, he informs her she can invariably rely on him whenever she requires assistance. Subsequently, she resolves to utilize her time effectively, and he proceeds to the Furious Bull Tavern to rendezvous with Einar for a coaching session. But unbeknownst to him, as soon as the barbarians identify him, they all commence chanting his name. One of them comes forward and inquires whether he intends to remain there, noting that it's quite economical, just 300 stones per evening. However, prior to, who could possibly question why, observes 10 savages stacked like building blocks on 5 mattresses, and immediately the concept strikes him. He clarifies that he has arrived to encounter Einar, and fortunately, they encounter her soon thereafter. He requests her assistance with his training, as he still perceives himself as too frail to confront the other warriors. She leads him to the battleground and informs him that she will combat him when he requests it, prompting the conflict to commence at that precise instant as onlookers assemble to witness the clash. He lunges at Einar wielding his shield. However, she effortlessly dulled her blade on one occasion, and Bjorn collapses like a load of boulders. The throng erupts with excitement, applauding her as the greatest champion, while Bjorn, somewhat delighted with his decision, leads him to stand up for the subsequent round, only to be vanquished each occasion. As the day ultimately concludes, they take a moment to relax, and Bjorn confesses that Einar possesses considerable strength and is evidently far more astute than the majority of the other warriors. He inquires whether she intends to navigate the labyrinth solo on her next visit. Then he proposes to collaborate. Our ruthless treasure accumulator asserts that he desires 80% of the plunder but claims he will pay the charge from the gathering, and Einar hushes him instantly before grasping his hand, prior to him having the opportunity to comprehend it, expressing that he will have faith in him. The following day, the duo proceeds to the savage refuge, where the elder warmly welcomes him and inquires why Bjorn has arrived. He informs her that he has come to acquire the eternal being's spiritual emblem. He emphasizes that every species possesses its its distinct characteristic, similar to how the elves establish agreements with entities to harness their abilities. Gnomes. They obtain protective enhancements that amplify the impacts of equipment. Creature beings acquire the capability to connect with primordial beasts. Transcendental and solely savages possess the transcendental emblem. At that instant, the elderly gentleman disrupts his contemplation and inquires how an individual so youthful could possess such confidential knowledge. And Bjorn dons his most formidable poker visage as he asserts he merely encountered it in a publication, and he learned that he had a significant part in the conflict against the fairies. Upon receiving this news, the elderly gentleman offers them a hearty slap on the back and expresses his pride that they took the initiative to make the effort. In the context of reading, while he also nonchalantly reveals the shocking information that the spiritual seal is priced at 800,000 stones, utterly oblivious to the fact that our lad has been overtly pilfering and plotting, Bjorn doesn't flinch at all and assertively declares he'll settle the payment in advance, leaving Einar utterly astonished. Yet now he's prepared to disperse the cash, as he understands that the greater his rank, the more uncommon the components required for the seal, the more distinctive they will appear. He retrieves his bag and demonstrates to the elderly gentleman that he has the means to purchase it. The elderly gentleman appears utterly astonished and inquires about the source of such considerable wealth, while Bjorn, already ready, it narrates a tale of discovering an injured sprite within the maze, to render her subservient, and subsequently provide her with a substance, enabling him to later obtain funds from her sibling as compensation. The elder becomes irate and chuckle boisterously as the other savages commence to escape as well. Satisfied with him, the elderly gentleman grants him 200,000 gems immediately, expressing that he recognizes immense promise in him, and concurrently, he chuckles at extracting additional wealth from those large-eared elves. Subsequently, Bjorn visits the shaman and remembers that warriors obtain tattoos right after birth to ensure their soul's journeys remain unobstructed, even when, as they mature. The shaman cautions him that once the daughter acquires the eternal mark, she will be unable to obtain any further spiritual insignia thereafter. Yet the champion remains resolute as the mark suits her perfectly since. Cistern vehicle, thus the physician initiates the procedure. He understands that the seal enhances efficiency. However, that does not prevent him from behaving like an utter coward due to the anguish. His statistics promptly start to increase, and he expresses his gratitude to the physician, who erupts in laughter as it seems the savages are unappreciative of individuals coming to the realization that they may have unearthed. His disguise is compromised. Bjorn dashes away and makes a beeline for the retail area to obtain new apparatus. From his latest instruction, he understands that fencing merely it's not suited for him, so he opts for a single-handed blunt instrument and, following considerable wavering, ultimately selects a somewhat hefty object. He acquires a personalized helmet and some robust half-armor, which unintentionally gives him the appearance of a background NPC with merely 50,000 pebbles remaining in his pocket. He starts to ponder how his everyday activities somehow simply aligns perfectly. How to enjoy a morning meal with heroin, then proceed to the library, to engage in study until the afternoon, dine at various spontaneous locations to discover regional legends, practice alongside fellow warriors, and even emerge victorious in several contests and ultimately conclude the evening by sharing a meal with the heroine once more. She departs. On her final evening, she extends her best wishes to him, and he replies in kind, contemplating how astonishingly swiftly time passes. The following day, he visits the Adventurers Guild and requests the activation of the Unity magic so he can join forces with Einar, and ultimately disburses 15,000 stones for the procedure, what appears costly for the enchantment of one-time use, yet enables teammates to reappear in close proximity, each other inside the maze. The front desk attendant clarifies that the cost rises with the participant's level and that the enchantment endures precisely a full day. Once that's resolved, treat Einar to a delightful feast and spend 800 stones on something lavish to elevate their mood, which has a remarkable effect on Einar as he begins to devour his food like a savage. They reach the threshold of the maze where they observe the fresh contingent of youthful warriors making their entrance following the age of arrival ceremony, which it unmistakably evokes recollections for Einar. An announcement will be forthcoming, the commencement of the gateway, yet Bjorn informs her that he is anticipating the perfect moment, and she consents, albeit she becomes utterly terrified when the timer dwindles to merely a minute. Bjorn serenely informs him that he will remain until the sentinel provides the ultimate indication that the gateway is shutting, concluding, subsequent to which they both dash ahead and leap. They turn their gaze inward, and as the turmoil diminishes, they unveil their eyes in utter obscurity, leading our protagonist to grin with contentment as his hypothesis is validated. He retrieves a flashlight, and they navigate through the realm realm of complete obscurity until they discover the gateway to the upper level, elated that his ingenious little ruse genuinely succeeded. Upon stepping through the portal, Bjorn's experience points and rank elevate instantaneously. In the meantime, Einar, evidently perplexed, contemplates how he arrived at the second level so promptly, as the elderly gentleman mentioned that it would require 3 days. He nonchalantly clarifies that he discovered the solution in a volume. Our protagonist surveys the landscape and ambience of the location and realizes that they have reached the realm of the deceased. As they progress, he inquires whether Einar also experiences the vitality coursing through his veins, and she commends him, stating that signifies his rank has merely advanced to the next stage. This is the moment when you recall that progressing enhances the quantity of essence an individual can gather. Einar inquires how he was able to advance in levels without engaging a single creature and clarifies that stepping through the portal for the initial time is regarded as a significant accomplishment. Keep in mind that eliminating a specific category of creature only awards a single accomplishment, but being the first to enter provides one at a moment, which renders nurturing X exceedingly straightforward. He informs Einar she retains this secret for herself as they require. They elude detection by fellow explorers to minimize suspicion, thus progressing quietly. Bjorn, he affixes the flashlight to the forefront of his helmet resembling a headlamp, a lesson he acquired from fellow adventurers, although employing it makes him feel utterly foolish. Einar appears astonished that it doesn't incinerate him, but for Bjorn, it's evident since the torch qualifies as an enchanted artifact. He recollects that, although the realm of the deceased harbors creatures more formidable than the Goblin Woods, the absence of snares simplifies oversight for the awkward savages. They swiftly come across 3 fiends, and Bjorn recognizes that there ought to have been greater developments had they reached the 3rd day. Einar seizes the opportunity and dispatches them with a few swift maneuvers, feeling pleased as the terrain proves to be more manageable than he anticipated. He lingered until a far-off, chilling shriek fractured his confidence. Bjorn composedly articulates that he is a distressed spirit and that, unless instigated, he will refrain from aggression. However, if they strike first, the distressed spirit becomes impervious and hexes them until they depart. Abruptly, Einar becomes frightened once more, nearly suffocating Bjorn in his turmoil. Prior to acknowledging they are merely frames of bones. Subsequently, he dashes away to confront them by himself. Our protagonist endeavors to identify the vulnerable spot of the corpses, yet Einar shatters them before he can speak a syllable. The phrases continue conversing. They journey northward and confront a variety of unfamiliar creatures during their travels, including ghouls, aged, emaciated fighters, and even bony marksmen, even though none of them create significant issues, considering it is merely the initial day. The weight and armor suited Bjorn impeccably, enabling him to strike with greater force and defend with increased assurance. Although his headgear demonstrates sufficient efficacy in halting the projectiles, he effortlessly dismantles feeble bows. Observe Einar, who vanquishes an entire horde of skeletons with a solitary strike while exclaiming, "Valhalla!" He begins to exclaim the name simply for amusement, and ultimately develops an affection for the vitality of belonging to the group of foolish, blockhead warriors. Einar abruptly gestures towards his wounded arm. However, he elevates it to demonstrate that he is recuperating rapidly due to the eternal seal. And keep in mind, it aids in sealing small injuries in an instant and also replenishes energy, rendering all the discomfort you experience to attain it meaningful. He sympathizes with her. He lowers himself to touch the moisture of the earth and observes that the landscape has transformed. He subsequently cautions Einar that 8th-tier creatures are likely in the vicinity. At that instant, they perceive a bone-chilling growl, and Bjorn swiftly instructs him to get ready, as a death specter has just emerged. He had only encountered whispers claiming that it sustains itself on illumination. However, witnessing his abrupt emergence and observing his menacing presence in reality disconcerts him. Small, he instructs Einar to proceed for the head, and both spring into motion. Einar launches the initial assault, yet the demon effortlessly halts him with an appendage resembling a blade, and as Bjorn whirls around and strikes him from the rear, he is amazed to find it entirely unscathed. He promptly realizes that this will be a substantial confrontation, yet Einar, he lunges once more and nearly grazes his head, striking him in the shoulder instead. To his dismay, it merely results in a gash. Shallow, and she ventures out, soaring with a solitary strike. He rises and acknowledges that he is constructed like a powerhouse. As Bjorn acknowledges, even his blade made merely a slight impression that mended within a mere 3 seconds. Due to its latent ability, it is referred to as bodily conservation. In the absence of, with a preceding alert, the fiend emits a bellow, unleashing its power to summon the departed. And abruptly, they find themselves encircled by a surge of fiends. Bjorn shouts at Einar Einar to confront the fiends while he hastens off to confront the demon solo. From demise, yet all he succeeds in doing is deflect or scarcely evade its unyielding strikes. Continue evading and halting until that Einar ultimately comes back after concluding the celts and surge behind the creature to aid him in achieving a precise strike above him, yet the fiend shifts aside just in the nick of time. It was at that moment that Bjorn observed an aperture and impacts its bulk vigorously against the surface of his cranium, wishing the struggle had concluded, merely to enable the being to serenely inform him that that isn't true, and then the subsequent week he strikes him with a solitary blow. The unexpected strike, he endures it with his defenses wane, and he starts to contemplate that perhaps it's time to concede, as the injury is mending more swiftly than his resolve to combat. However, Einar suddenly materializes from thin air and he seizes her leg as though he is on the brink of commencing a competitive wrestling bout. This ignited a notion in Bjorn's thoughts, and hurries to hit the demon's joints, utilizing his grappling device to assist him in destabilizing himself. Their joint endeavor ultimately propels the creature to the earth. The monstrous being strikes the ground with a resounding impact before it can fully comprehend the unfolding events. And the final sight she beholds are two fierce savages hovering above her as though she were in debt to them. The pair promptly commence to pummel his head with all their strength, and Bjorn begins to ponder that this experience feels oddly reminiscent of the occasion he crushed rice cakes in his youth, and they both conclude they are enjoying it far too much. When the creature is ultimately vanquished, they receive 2 experience points, and an enormous enchanted gem that Bjorn appraises to be worth merely a trifling 100 stones, which results in Einar. He appeared bewildered, yet nonchalantly remarked that for fiends that conjure ghouls, the cost typically rises to 300 stones. Einar casually inquires about the price of the cream cake they had consumed earlier, and when he responds that there were 300, and her entire countenance illuminates at the idea of earning a cake for being mischievous. Bjorn believes that he possesses a highly sophisticated culinary economy in his mind, and she's overly delighted to comprehend that she's meant to divide herself into 80 and 20. She continues to value the excitement, as it is significantly preferable to the demeanor. Erwin is drowsy, and with that they commence their serious pursuit of demons, subduing them and extracting their essences one at a time, ultimately gathering approximately 70 in merely a single day. Bjorn reflects softly that the majority of players mold their framework according to the initial essence they consume, yet he has already focused his attention on the essence of the death demon for his passive regeneration, all while Einar snores like a chainsaw beside him. The following day, the fiend starts to manifest in couples. However, the duo persists with their dependable strategy of toppling them and striking them on the head until they cease quivering. Nonetheless, the threat of being assaulted by malevolent entities becomes tangible, and as dusk settles, circumstances transform as the fiends start to materialize in frightening clusters of 3, far exceeding what the pair can manage. Thus, they prudently decide to bring their abode of lethal entities to a close following the second day. They successfully locate a suitable spot to repose, but just as they start to get comfortable, a band of human explorers emerges, and Bjorn strides ahead to face them, only to be interrupted by Einar, who icily advises them to depart if they cherish their existence, frightening them immediately. Subsequently, she informs Bjorn that they must move, as others are now aware his whereabouts, and he starts to have doubts that she might have experienced something distressing with people in his initial quest, even though he chooses not to persist regarding the matter temporarily, as they seek an alternative location to repose. Equally well, their quest is disrupted by an abrupt plea for assistance in the vicinity. Both swiftly discern the urgent pitch of a person yelling, and without hesitation, they dash toward the noise, merely to uncover 4 newly deceased bodies sprawled out, with no creature in view. Positioned before them, they observe to a solitary female who exudes the dubious aura of a plunderer. Our protagonist expels a portion of his gaming expertise, clarifying that looters are experts who pursue players rather than creatures, exclusively to usurp their possessions of their plunder. Clearly, it's unlawful with the ultimate punishment, yet it seemed as if no one was concerned. He did not endure those previous 6. Everything is permissible as long as one remains undetected. The lady, he inquires whether it is the inaugural occasion he has come across a plunderer. Bjorn, he starts to comprehend that they have landed themselves in a predicament because, even amidst the pillagers, this one appears elevated. He observes its distinctive traits that ought to have rendered it quite simple to recognize. However, that simply indicates she's exceptionally skilled at remaining inconspicuous and ensures no one survives to recount the story. In the meantime, Einar starts to feel apprehensive as he observes that the woman appears excessively subjugated, and Bjorn scrutinizes the corpses and observes that they were similarly of elevated status, and those who were unharmed unharmed seem to have been afflicted by poisoning. He interrogates the perpetrator if she was linked to them and does not refute it, instead commencing to pilfer their gear as though the other two were not even worth investigating. Considering how she stowed that massive sword into her bag, she likely possesses one of those lavish, infinite bags. She commences her discourse with them while Bjorn is already grappling internally to determine how they will escape unscathed. Einar inquires about their strategy and whether they are truly engaging in combat yet. Our guy effortlessly pivots and employs Joster's timeless method, shouting at him to plunge, as the thief observes in dismay. While they sprint, Bjorn comes to the realization that they have merely secured a fleeting advantage before she begins pursuing them. He surveys his environment and notices the symbols he etched previously on the trees, prompting him to pursue them towards the gateway. Subsequently, circumstances take a sudden shift, when abruptly they halt in their progress and encounter another assembly head-on of adventurers who likewise appear amazed. Upon encountering them, Bjorn harbors reservations about their trustworthiness, yet opts to take a risk and shares information regarding the marauder. The hairless chief merely lifts an eyebrow and inquires whether there exists any evidence that Bjorn is not a plunderer. Yet our lad vows on his knightly integrity that he is not. Restrictive. That appears to align with the chief, while Bjorn. He commends the hack, and Baldy states that if they succeed in defeating the raider, the spoils, it belongs to them. Subsequently, the leader summons them and triggers their gnome capability, and asserts that no one will be able to detect them at this moment. Bjorn switches back to his geeky persona and states that this enables the individual and those in proximity to stay concealed to evade conflict, although the individual themselves cannot. Shift, believing they are. Aside from the present moment, he lowers his defenses solely for the bald individual, who begins to behave incompletely and abruptly reveals that the two savages have just become ensnared in their snare. That crispy egg activates restraint in each of them, which immobilizes them so they are rendered speechless while he begins to brag, leaving our protagonist with no choice but to mentally jumble these individuals. She comprehends that the sole nature a collective such as this might feasibly possess is the oppression of the gnomes, and she quietly becomes anxious as they plead to sustain just a single point of harm. The ragtag group begins sifting through his belongings, and one individual places his disgraceful hands on Einar, lamenting that the initial woman they were able to grasp was a savage. Another refers to him as a triumph, as savage spirits seem to be quite fashionable at the moment, while hurling glares at the plump rodent that seized his gems, yet the man merely ridicules him, proclaiming that glaring won't alter a thing. Subsequently, the leader commands the overly self-assured Yahello to eliminate them with a solitary strike, and the imp grins and claims he has never stumbled. He becomes inwardly terrified and begins to contemplate that perhaps this is truly the conclusion when the rodent lunges to pierce him, yet our protagonist refuses to yield and narrowly succeeds. Lean your head backward and steer clear of a puncture injury. Deadly sufficiently profound. He swiftly strikes his mass forcefully in the visage, from the arrogant fool dispatching him straight to the resurrection metropolis. The remainder of the unruly crew starts to become anxious and yells to apprehend the savage, but Bjorn brandishes the blade, and the lance directed at Einar, piercing her in the shoulder to shatter the suppression. He starts to hemorrhage like a spring and abandons the remainder in his grasp as it tumbles to the earth like a bag of spuds. To the earth. Einar shows no reluctance. Not a moment passes before he erupts in anger, transforming to the adventurers in the previous tense. Even when he begs for compassion, she dispatches them to the netherworld without flinching as the craven hairless individual escapes in complete withdrawal. She screams at the craven, yet her focus shifts to Bjorn, who is losing blood profusely, striking fear within her. Bjorn attempts to communicate with her, but she is already certain he is done for. Nevertheless, he successfully engages in dialogue with her and persuades her to provide him with a elixir. Einar. He brushes his neck and softly remarks that this will undoubtedly leave a trace, while Bjorn merely expresses gratitude to the divine for having acquired the eternal insignia when he did. The chance. The strength sovereign chuckles and remarks it's wonderful since he will now be the sole warrior with a mark on his neck, which slightly scrambles his thoughts. However, he also comprehends that few savages endure injuries to the throat, prompting him to instruct him to seal the wounds as they pursue the hairless rodent. After a while, they overtake him when Einar hoists the coward by his throat, and he immediately starts pleading for mercy. Bjorn advises him to release him, reminding him that they still require his skill to conceal themselves in order to bypass the marauder. Yet, at that instant, a missile soars through the air and strikes the scout directly. The throat and entire body stiffen when they comprehend it's a toxic projectile. The marauder departs with regal grace and commends them on their earlier battle. Yet, Bjorn swiftly shifts into combat or flee mode and shouts at Einar to hit B, as there are no alternative choices. The pair operates in harmony as a collective, smoothly functioning conditioning, yet the thief is overly overpowering as he effortlessly parries her strikes. This causes Bjorn to ponder how many substances he must have consumed to attain this stage. Understanding that sheer strength is insufficient, that suffices, he discards his armament to one flank and attempts to battle her while shouting at Einar to fire. However, at that instant, a surge of frailty. He crashes to the ground, dazed to discover that she succeeded in piercing his armor and hitting his spine. He begins to feel anxious because if she truly possesses the ability to manipulate auras, then they are entirely outclassed, and the moment the concept strikes him, Einar lunges with his blade only to be swiftly severed as a segment of cheese sliced into strips and commence spitting blood. Bjorn clenches his jaw as he observes his ally collapse while the marauder twirls her blade and nonchalantly states that the basilisk's poison is already disseminating their physiques. His gaze perceives the ways in which she excels in every aspect, and he starts to contemplate whether this is the conclusion of it all. Nonetheless, the invader appears to have completed the slaughter and presents them with an arrangement. If they remain silent about the entire incident, she will allow them to escape. The auburn-haired woman clarifies that she is indebted to the savages, and Bjorn comes to understand that this might be the reason he stepped in earlier, as the others would have eliminated them regardless. Einar clears his throat and cautions Bjorn against purchasing it. Thus, she inquires about the consequences of their refusal. He nonchalantly declares that he intends to eliminate them both, and as he insists to obtain additional details, he merely cuts him off. Perceiving no alternative escape, Bjorn vows by the prestige of his fighter, and the marauder observes that he unequivocally did not. It's akin to everyone else when he observes that the injury on his neck is beginning to mend. He subsequently directs his attention to Einar and inquires for a response. Einar categorically declines. Thus, the pillager shrugs and prepares himself to conclude her fate. Bjorn is opposed to this outcome and yells at Einar that I concur as well. She gazes at him as though he's bewildered and begins to vent about how hallowed the vow is, yet Bjorn merely quiets her and implores her to have faith in him, all the while inwardly condemning the savage mindset. Einar pauses for a moment, but concedes and vows to keep quiet. As the thief gathers his team, Bjorn has one final request and would like to ascertain which level it is. He momentarily halts for an instant later. He responds at 8, then strolls off, departing Bjorn on the verge of losing his composure when she comprehends that their survival hinged solely on that commitment. However, she pledges it will be different in the future. Subsequently, the pair descends back to the ground level, where Einar crashes face first onto the earth. Bjorn, she verifies whether she is fine, yet she reclines there, lamenting that every part of her aches. However, she reminds herself that she lacks the entitlement to voice her grievances, and Bjorn discerns that her pride is exceedingly inflated. Bjorn concludes that only the most resilient endure, and that they currently possess an enhanced opportunity for victory, despite the fact that she still appears somewhat skeptical about the concept, yet she is starting to grasp it. He resolves that bearing this humiliation and suppressing the impulse to take his own life could serve as the motivation required to return more resilient. Bjorn, he becomes aware that he experiences none of those emotions and perhaps he isn't a genuine savage after all, yet what he is certain of is that they will obtain their retribution. Subsequently, Einar loses consciousness while Bjorn perceives that they have been alert for nearly 20 hours and is fatigued. Even though he isn't as shattered as she is, he still experiences the same level of despair as when the blonde rescued him. During that period, the group felt compassion for him, and he embraced it like a homeless canine delighted to have the chance to inhale. However, she recognized that she couldn't allow that to happen and promised herself she would never find herself in that situation again. He endeavored to maximize his experience and contemplates whether there truly existed another like it. His thoughts drift back to the moment he first regained consciousness in this place and witnessed a man abruptly lose his sanity, alongside several other events. Cursed, thus she had no alternative but to opt for survival. In that instant, he isolates himself and comprehends that he cannot persist in this manner. Einar awakens and inquires if she desires to grow more powerful, despite the significant peril involved. She responds without any reluctance that she's on board since all perish due to one another. Methods, and Bjorn concurs that in this uncertain existence, it's advisable to strike first. He then starts to formulate his strategy to embrace the separation, as what does not defeat them will elevate them. After a while, they start to acquire proficiency in confronting various types of creatures in view, which is astonishing. Einar, having no knowledge that such a location was present on the ground level. Bjorn informs him that it is among the most neglected regions because of the 4 varieties of creatures lurking there, in addition to the complete darkness, causing individuals to venture there only in dire circumstances, which makes it ideal for concealing items. Einar inquires about a nearby stone column. He mentions that it serves as a tribute to the initial initial adventurer of the maze and vocalizes the engraving, and acknowledges it as the identical game series, and recognizes that the concealed circumstance might also correspond. She informs Einar that she is on the verge of ending their relationship, and, from that point forward, everything must be kept confidential. She vows on her integrity, yet then inquires uncomfortably, what constitutes a breach? Bjorn clarifies that it is essentially a labyrinth within a labyrinth, and in the game it was referred to as an instance dungeon, which was exclusively completed by chosen participants. The requirement for the initial level is to incorporate 4 distinct types of monster cores within the monument, in addition to an 8th-tier crystal obtained from the 2nd floor, which he positions, and consequently the chasm reveals itself. He instructs Einar to proceed inside and deduces that the Death Demon's crystals permit a maximum of 5 individuals to enter, leaving only one query: who else will accompany them? A fracture functions as a dimension that sporadically appears on each level, yet it possesses a rehabilitation period of 3 months, which is remarkably ineffective. Consequently, individuals began searching for mistakes. There are 4 identified infringements on the ground level, and the one they accessed is referred to as Crimson Horizons, resembling a swashbuckler's gateway plucked straight from solo leveling. Einar gazes in wonder while Bjorn quietly watches, already aware they would arrive at the fortress, marred with blood due to the Death Demon crystal, yet witnessing it firsthand. In actuality, it remains distinct. The encouraging aspect is that, regardless of how accursed the location appears, the ground level is consistently manageable. Presently, the genuine worry is whether the team members will arrive to assist them in breaching the site. Near the end of the queue, Einar. It signals that an individual is approaching when a foot departs from the threshold, and the pair lingers, intrigued by their forthcoming associates. Of the group, in another area on the ground level, Erwin is facing reprimand once more for depending excessively on the group. Of his essence, he attempts to contend that the blade is challenging to wield, yet he turns to the saw and asserts that he must protect himself independently. Erwin whispers that the individual consistently advised him to leverage his assets and have faith in his colleagues, to which Teresa concurs, yet she cautions him that reality isn't quite so accommodating. He places a hand on her shoulder and states matter-of-factly that colleagues are merely colleagues. Group, therefore exercise caution in placing your trust in others. Erwin agrees with a nod, yet still believes Bjorn is quite commendable. In an effort to uplift the atmosphere, Erwin inquires whether they are permitted to ascend to the 2nd floor and humorously suggests that Bjorn must be accumulating coins at an astonishing rate. Teresia. She grins and remarks that ascending the ladder isn't merely about exerting more effort, but rather about being more astute, advising them to set their sights on A. Erwin appears perplexed, as she believed that initiating a separation necessitated sheer fortune. Teresia confesses that only a handful succeeded in gaining entry, but it has been 8 months since the last opportunity arose, suggesting that the upcoming cycle should be imminent. Erwin was taken aback that Bjorn had never brought this up. However, Teresia believes that is to be anticipated as he remains a novice. She grins and asserts that she will enhance Erwin's strength beyond that of the savage. At that instant, a recognizable noise breaks their concentration. Teresia's expression dims as the rift appears, and she urges her sister to plunge in swiftly. They sprint toward the doorway. However, it vanishes just prior to their arrival. Returning to the fortress, Bjorn and Ina bide their time until the initial member of the assembly makes an appearance, who is a whiskered gnome who hails them with enthusiasm. Next in line is an aspiring Barbie sorceress, who appears unfazed by the dissolution she instigated. Thus far, Bjorn is astonished that there remain sorcerers on the ground level, and he believes the group appears encouraging. However, Ina remains skeptical and points out that the librarian is also an illusionist. Bjorn clarifies that she held the position of a 9th-tier sorceress, and that sorcerers command significant reverence within the metropolis. Access is granted exclusively to individuals possessing credentials, indicating that this sorceress is indeed authentic, to which the sorcerer chuckles and remarks that he possesses sufficient intellect to be a savage. She presents herself as Raven, a 6th-tier sorceress, and Bjorn observes that she evidently possesses an air of superiority, although it seems that all sorcerers tend to exhibit the same trait. He motions toward the lad beside him and presents him as Tarjin, his assistant. The diminutive figure presents himself as Hikorod, having been an adventurer for 3 years, which accounts for the high-end gear. The savage pair also showcases their talents, yet Bjorn. He swiftly adopts a grave demeanor and inquires why they are situated on the ground level when it is evidently unnecessary. They evade the inquiry, merely stating they learned that the chasm would unveil, yet Bjorn immediately perceives it as a maneuver to hinder the newcomers. They ascend. Raven assumes leadership and declares that the spoils will be distributed among all, with the exception of Tarjin, a decision the dwarf readily acknowledges with approval. Bjorn tacitly consents, as he holds mages in high regard. Yet prior Prior to my ability to articulate, Ina exclaims her dissent and asserts that Bjorn ought to take the helm, as he is an exceptional intellectual fighter. Bjorn wishes to vanish instantly while she persistently supports him. The recent additions observed as she interrupted each effort Raven made to communicate. All were rendered voiceless, astonished as Bjorn confronts. He appeared embarrassed, his hands resting on his head. Hikaruta lifts the ambience by playfully expressing his envy towards Bjorn for having such a devoted spouse, causing Ina to flush and refute all claims. The pair squabble like youngsters until Raven ultimately manages to redirect their attention to the attack on the fortress. Bjorn appreciates that Raven is remaining attentive while he clarifies his need for a meticulous investigation, and he remains quiet as she persists in disregarding him. Hikaruta, he attempts to revisit the introductions, but she interjects, stating that all the creatures within the castle are of 7th rank or below, therefore she and Tarjin are capable of managing them. The solitary one, he attempts to object, but is overpowered when she announces with a self-satisfied grin that she, too, will seize the protector's spoils for examination. That ultimately incites Hikaruta's wrath, who complains passionately about the significance of the treasure and inquires whether he considers it a type of organism. Bjorn refers to himself as a fool, while he reminisces that nearly every battle in the game consistently revolved around treasure. He also recollects that the Guardian's bounty is the Shattering Blossom, which is crucial for both sorcerer's studies and adventurer's earnings. Hikaruta charges her with abandoning him remnants. She appears taken aback by the dismissal. They ultimately arrive at a consensus in which she receives the essence and he acquires the numbered item, yet they will choose to shatter the stone. Bjorn senses isolation and ultimately steps in, asserting that he is indifferent to the item or the substance and that solely desires the gem. Of a separation, they both cast him the most distasteful glare for being excessively avaricious. He retreats and requests merely 2 extracts. Upon reflection, they consent. Nonetheless, Bjorn experiences a sense of despondency. That's all he's receiving, something he likely doesn't desire in any case, as the other two rekindle their friendship once more. They proceed toward the fortress like enduring companions as Bjorn trails behind him, becoming aware once more of how urgently he requires. He will grow more powerful. He murmurs that regardless of how many hordes of debris obstruct his route, he will reach his destination. To the pinnacle, the squadron nears a duo of colossal entrances directly before 2 unmistakably conspicuous sculptures that holler, "Keep your distance." These realistic stone sentinels reveal themselves as 8th-tier beasts, gargoyles that typically remain at rest unless they detect trespassers, for that prompts a defensive assault against them. The vision, one of them abruptly lunges existence and starts to oscillate while unleashing his immobilization power straight at Bjorn as though, from a personal standpoint, the usual strategy for dismantling one of these entails an individual serving as decoy while the remainder gathers. However, that strategy is abandoned the instant a particular sorcerer stops Ina from preparing, and he conjures an enchantment that Bjorn immediately recognizes as a hex-dispelling sorcery. In the absence of its distinctive motion, the grotesque figure transitions from being lethal to ornamental, and the savages swiftly obliterate it with a coordinated assault. In the meantime, in the second instance, Hikaruta propels himself forward with a theatrical battle shout and fractures his leg. As though he had a debt to her, yet it doesn't end there. She springs into the air and descends with a crash, with all its power that compels the entire situation to reevaluate its being. The stony creatures disintegrate into powder, yielding to. The group pauses for a respite, and the dwarf praises the warriors, remarking that they aren't so terrible. Bjorn quietly acknowledges with a nod and reflects that Hikaruta battles like a genuine warrior rather than a costume enthusiast. An enchanted levitating gem commences to hover in the atmosphere like a specter with unresolved matters. This results in Einar experiencing a slight cardiac episode. Raven coolly clarifies that she is merely gathering them through her enchantment and assures him that she will divide the spoils afterward, granting the dwarf some credit. With the space emptied, the collective pushes open the massive gates and steps inside. To truly embark on the journey, Hikaruta remarks, against the complete obscurity in front as Raven unleashes another incantation, brightening the way. As though it were of little importance, and as if it were the ideal time, they observe several portable waste receptacles approaching them. These entities are lifeless individuals, resembling robust, zombie-like creatures, devoid of classifications, treasures, or even experience points, and they infrequently release an essence. Raven promptly proclaims that they aren't deserving of expending mana on, to which Hikaruta readily concurs as the plump, corpulent creatures commence to move more swiftly. Without faltering, the cadence, the heavy hitters, they infiltrate and utterly devastate them, slicing them apart and transforming them into fragmented remorse. Bjorn becomes alert when he observes that one of the deceased individuals has dropped something unusual, which ultimately reveals itself to be, to serve as an amplifier. Einar is already infatuated with him, as if he were a novel plaything, and Hikarat merely informs her that she will soon discover the truth. He does. As they progress, they encounter a robust metal door, and Hikarat straightforwardly states that his hammer is inadequate for this entrance. Raven nonchalantly advances and instructs her to relinquish it to her. She conjures another incantation, and before anyone can even blink, an enormous fireball incinerates a substantial aperture through the metal. Bjorn. He lingers there, somewhat appalled, while Raven. She tilts her head softly and inquires whether they may proceed. They advance, heading toward what initiates the opening chapter of the assault as they reach a drawbridge. Raven is already in tune with the narrative and mentions that the ramp is elevated as anticipated, and requests Einar to blow the horn she discovered earlier. Einar takes a deep breath and emits a puzzling tune via the trumpet which operates when the drawbridge begins to decline. Simultaneously, they start to feel alarm as he gestures towards the crimson water gradually ascending beneath. Peering more intently, he observes something stirring within it and becomes frantic. Yet, Raven nonchalantly dismisses it and remarks, "Those are merely additional corpses, nothing of consequence." Bjorn shifts into a contemplative state and elucidates the aim of the chapter, which is merely to endure until the drawbridge descends entirely. Typically, that would pose a significant obstacle for an ordinary team, but with a sorcerer like Raven, everything becomes remarkably straightforward. She beams as though she has already triumphed and invites everyone to draw nearer. Shortly thereafter, from that point, it starts to summon an incantation that emanates a sense of urgency, transmitting tremors throughout the vicinity and immediately extinguishing the existence of all the revenants within its grasp. Hikarat whispers that the incantation was outrageous, yet Raven merely disregards him, just as she typically does prior to her morning meal. Bjorn grits his teeth in annoyance as he hadn't anticipated such an absurd disparity in strength. She merely declares that at this moment, they must await the completion of the bridge's descent while Bjorn remains motionless, struggling to comprehend that they completed their task so swiftly. Following several excruciatingly extended moments, the group traverses the bridge in unison, formally completing the inaugural chapter of the crimson-soaked fortress, while Bjorn appears somewhat disillusioned due to its abrupt conclusion. They traverse the drawbridge without mishap and gain entry to the outer fortress. This is typically the area where the throngs gather, yet the enchantress effortlessly casts her incantation once more, vanishing the butter spheres as though they were ensnared in a mystical gas rupture. Bjorn emphasizes that while he cannot eliminate them all, the incantation still obliterates more than 90% of adversaries in a single strike. Nonetheless, the specter of mortality endures as it likely has rejuvenated from. In some manner, Raven declares that he has completed his task and entrusts the remainder to them, prompting the trio of heavyweights to advance and conclude the job. The savage pair assaults the grim fiend as though it were a grappling contest, relentlessly battering him before tumbling forward as if they were being overwhelmed. Seasonings as Sikarad merely watches with utter terror. Raven continues unrelentingly as she weaves another incantation that swiftly exacerbates the predicament. The being's injuries, considering that its sole benefit was its ability to heal, and now that's no longer an option. The tableau is merely a chunk of flesh that the threesome slices with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, Raven seizes the gems with a grin, as Einar concedes that he has begun to understand the allure of sorcerers. The little person consents, stating that sorcerers are exceptionally beneficial, and although Raven endeavors to appear humble and pretends it's simply a gift, through diligent effort, Bjorn comes to understand that he is absorbing the accolades. She kindly inquires if they would assist her in collecting additional information for her study, and Bjorn consents to remain in her favor. Following a short exploration period, Raven expresses gratitude and informs them that it's time to proceed. Einar starts to daydream about spasms as a prize, yet Bjorn experiences a slight sense of guilt since, despite his plundering, Raven neglected to disturb the statue, and he contemplates if she merely lacks awareness of her actions, despite the fact that it is relatively simple to resolve. Certain participants are compelled to engage with every interaction notification when something appears questionable, and Bjorn, he is precisely the type of individual who assisted him in discovering numerous concealed gems. Nevertheless, Bjorn understands that highlighting something she missed would merely make her feel embarrassed, so he opts to let it be. He trails after her further into the fortress. They arrive at a dilapidated chamber, and Raven designates it as the inner fortress, mentioning he has encountered tales of this location previously. However, now that they have arrived, it appears somewhat lackluster, prompting them to explore further within. Bjorn discovers a concealed trapdoor, prompting Raven to immediately become alert as Hikarat assumes command upon their arrival on the initial level of the subterranean penitentiary. Elena nonchalantly inquires of Raven about the types of creatures that inhabit inhabit this place, and she enumerates them as if she were a living lexicon. Hikarat claims he has battled every one of them, barring the undead golem, and appears quite enthusiastic about confronting it. Raven cautions him to maintain his distance, as the tissue detonations are rather distasteful. When the pair start quivering, Bjorn nearly becomes exasperated and ponders when they cease their disputes and began uniting. Einar gestures toward a rodent cranium and inquires of Bjorn whether it qualifies as a beast. However, Raven interrupts, asserting that they are mere worthless nuisances that can easily be eliminated. Yet, Einar grumbles that she was not addressing him, and Raven sulks at the frigid reply. However, an abrupt shriek slices through the atmosphere. Einar loses his composure and grips Bjorn tightly like a small child, shouting about the wailing spirits. Raven chuckles and cautions him that exercise caution, or you might encounter an exceedingly distressing ordeal that will amplify your fears even further. Bjorn merely watches and ponders why the sorceress is behaving as if she's 5 years old. Einar insists on additional details, yet Raven asserts that she has no recollection. Bjorn interrupts, stating that he has heard mages possess a method for managing such situations. With the apparitions, this astonishes Raven, as she was not expecting that. She would be aware, but promptly shifts the topic and assures that she will take care of it, then starts to gather energy for a spell. The banshees rush forward without hesitation, but he assails them with a fireball before they approach. Heading, she beams at the group and encourages them to persist while the lads are so astonished that they cannot utter a word as they trail behind them to the upper level. The true horror commences as they reach the subterranean jail, which appears plucked from a deranged inventor's delirious imagination. Ikurat commends Raven on her talents and inquires whether she feels any fear. She nonchalantly dismisses it and remarks that observing deceased individuals is a common event, all the while searching for something along the wall. At last, he discovers the concealed entrance he had learned about and cautions them that they will encounter the goal lifeless sooner than anticipated. They abandon their luggage and prepare themselves. Bjorn dons his flame-shaped headgear as Raven proclaims that he will take the lead. As the excerpt begins, they are engulfed by a surge of decay so dense it nearly overwhelms them. A corridor of putrefying corpses extends ahead, as the odor sears their nostrils and churns their stomachs. Nevertheless, they persist as Bjorn believes the odor is not influencing him due to his barbarian nature. Yet the lad, he promptly begins to regurgitate from the baggage, and Raven is positioned directly behind him when she begins to retch audibly. Bjorn speculates that she is likely unaccustomed to odors of this nature, while Ikurat commends the savages for withstanding it and compels them to persevere. As they progress, they encounter a colossal mound of cadavers that attempts to initiate a dialogue. He whispers a remark regarding rescuing them, and the three major players instantly tighten as Bjorn understands that he must assume the role of the commander of the cadaver construct. The heap of corpses starts to stir as countless mouths cry out for assistance in unison, triggering widespread hysteria among the crowd. They become paralyzed with terror. Bjorn isolates himself and calls out to the team to reconvene, while Ikurat remains immobilized. Haza discreetly disapproves of the alleged experts for stepping down so hastily, and he acknowledges that he must assume the responsibility in this situation. While the savage pair confronts the dungeon chief, you observe, despite the fact that the game has consistently been a specialized title, one of its crucial attributes that enables it to appeal to a broader audience is its unsettlingly intricate visuals, which somehow elevate pixel art to the appearance of 4K. The graphics are so extraordinary that they've spawned memes, and those spectacular screenshots become viral sensations. As Bjorn observes that identical detail in real life, it frightens him more than he anticipated. It appears utterly bizarre that even the arrogant enchantress who he refrains from speaking about his analytical abilities, and the Murad youngster is oozing substances everywhere. Remarkably, the carrier performs remarkably resiliently and might indeed be Jingwu in concealment, yet the genuine. The paradox lies in how the savages they previously derided are the sole ones who remain cohesive in the presence of terror. Einar calls out to the squad to assume their places, and as the creature lunges, she personally rears the grown illegitimate child. That's counterintuitive. As his corrosive blood splatters into the boy's eyes, Einar gazes on in terror, as she had merely rescued him, only to inadvertently render him sightless. In the meantime, the freight operator, he attempts to soothe her while she retches as if she had just witnessed a ditty celebration. Bjorn resolves to halt the assault and instructs Einar to safeguard the two calamities while he assaults the behemoth with a strategy that is already underway. After all, the duration he dedicated to contending in this conflict, he has committed to memory his assault routine. He hurls remains at anyone who remains stationary, excessively distant, and attempts to seize the spirit of anyone naive enough enough to approach. Bjorn understands that he must not hasten the process, as doing so would lead him to overlook Raven and focus entirely within it, thus functioning with discernment and sustaining its focus adequately for the retching illusionist recuperates. Once he ultimately regains his strength, he conjures a sophisticated flame incantation that incinerates the colossal from crown to soul, rendering the savage pair utterly amazed by its strength. He is astonished that the complete initial stage, which typically requires a significant amount of torches, is obliterated with a solitary incantation. Amidst the scorched remains of bodies, the framework of the second stage emerges, and Bjorn promptly instructs Einar to target the skeleton's torso and strikes it with. Typically, this entity is classified as a level 7 creature. Yet clad in his roasted meat attire, he is feeble enough for 2 Ungabunga savages to rip him apart. As Hulk slams that villain directly on the sternum, an upgrade interface materializes to lift their spirits. As he observes a luminous glimmer emanating from the creature's essence, Einar inquires if it genuinely is what she perceives it to be, and Bjorn verifies that it is the very essence of the golem's remains. It is elucidated that the breaches are essentially more akin to chasms featuring a treasure chest at the conclusion, and the hordes of formidable creatures within render them exceptional experience points reservoirs for adventurers. However, the true reward lies in the significantly accelerated pace of deterioration. Creature essences. Witness the essence of a formidable creature in reality on tour. Bjorn stays entranced until Einar extracts him and inquires about their course of action regarding him. He responds that it will evidently be for him, given their agreement, and even if no such pact existed, he was the one who. It occupied the supervisor's attention and provided the rest with an opportunity to endure. Ultimately, he desires the shipment to encompass a minimum of 1 additional essence, as he is particularly interested in the Death Demon essence. Fundamentally, it's a potion from Minecraft's Region 2, whereas the Chimera Wolf essence enhances strength akin to a cheat code. Nevertheless, you find contentment in the quintessence of the cadaver construct, as it is an infrequent yield that is typically discovered solely a single time within the entire blood-spattered fortress. The attribute enhancement strongly favors defensive construction. Although their perceptions will be influenced, the advancement in their skeletal structure, now nearly as resilient as steel, appears to it's valuable. Moreover, alleviating pain and building resistance to toxins will prove advantageous against sly individuals such as that thieving woman. The sole genuine drawback is the meat eruption capability, which is utterly worthless. It not only inflicts absurd harm upon itself, but it also depletes its vitality at an alarming rate. The latent capability that imparts corrosive characteristics to his blood poses yet another dilemma, as he jeopardizes the integrity of his own armor. Consequently, despite the diminished stat enhancements, utilizing the essence will inevitably result in a lasting surge in potion expenditures and armor restoration expenses. He resolves to defer the conclusive choice until Marat recuperates. The diminutive elderly gentleman expresses remorse for his inadequate display, and our protagonist seizes the opportunity to mock him, suggesting he ought to cease referring to himself as a man after such a display. The stout dwarf merely smirks and concedes that perhaps he hasn't encountered the most fearsome creatures during his extensive single existence. However, Bjorn is inwardly anguished, realizing he nearly succumbed to defeat in life due to the inept, underperforming individual he likely shares his intimate moments with as well. He manages to regain his composure. He promptly confronts the arrogant enchantress. He commends her for her efforts as a collective and refers to the allocation of the spoils, yet the self-absorbed youngster. He merely shrugs and expresses his relief that the fire incantation was executed promptly. Bjorn discards his amicable facade, displaying his brawn, and straightforwardly asserts that preserving their existence should hold considerably greater significance than their agreement, which even she must concede that it is accurate. He clarifies his intention and informs her that he desires the shattering stone, which causes her to gaze at him as though he had just struck her. The little person attests to his loyalty as a genuine companion and claims that his spouse preserved his existence. Thus Bjorn is worthy of it, which compels even Raven to clench her jaw and endure. Alright, even though she advises him not to become overly arrogant as they haven't yet discovered a single gem. A separation nonetheless. It was at that moment that he revealed his last card and nonchalantly referenced the core of the cadaverous construct. It also collapsed, rendering the 3 of them utterly astonished. Raven virtually cries out for such an extraordinary treasure, one whose repercussions she remains unaware of, and the ambiguity of something genuinely engulfs her. She commences to worry about which option to select while Bjorn reclines and revels in the turmoil he has instigated. Subsequently, he proposes a reasonably just arrangement whereby he will permit him to acquire the essence if he secures the primary claim to the Guardian's essence, which utterly utterly perplexes her and restores control to Dad. Raven inquires whether he is truly prepared to embrace the gamble despite the uncertain drop rate, and he responds with an unwavering nod. That immediately elevates her spirits, and she confesses that she was truly more captivated by how she Golem remains from the beginning. Bjorn is experiencing a successful streak. Joseph Joestar, as the oblivious sorcerer, endeavors to clarify to the dim-witted gnome that the substance contained within the vial holds far greater significance for investigation than merely consuming it. However, our protagonist becomes unhinged upon noticing that she possesses a test tube, as it is an uncommon, elite object in this context. Universe. Subsequently, she strides ahead with a grin and instructs everyone to leave. Instantly, as they explore further into the shadows, the young girl, the diminutive figure, starts to speculate whether those grotesque statues might to exist. However, Raven swiftly asserts that they possess no enchantment and lightly grazes one of the sculpted visages, which unexpectedly transforms into a stack of volumes. Descend from above and seize them. The atmosphere, astonishing the little person due to his anticipation of it, while Bjorn is fully aware that this perceptive young woman discovered it on the encyclopedia. Our lad laments his fortune, for the sly trickster was already aware of necromancy, which is offered at an absurdly low cost, as he intended to pilfer it discreetly upon his departure. The arrogant child performs theatrically, lamenting that they can no longer cast their vote on the matter. She claims she was the one who discovered him and emits a pompous chuckle, merely as a precaution. Nonetheless, Bjorn is astonished to discover this artifact, despite their lack of knowledge regarding what lies concealed within the fountain. As they progress, a few of the gargoyles reveal themselves to be genuine sculptures, and aside from the chimera wolves, the third creature they encounter are a minor antagonist referred to as the Bone Knight. Raven becomes thrilled when they discovered yet another uncommon creature, and Bjorn concurs that they are fortunate as the Bone Knights manifest in 3 variations. Initially, the location is despondency, which generates a haze that causes participants to journey with delusions. Next, we have the infuriated variant, which presents a greater challenge, not due to its outbursts reminiscent of a small child, but because its power to drain levels is truly dreadful. Lastly, they encounter the lascivious incarnation, a mini-boss whose sole ability is to regenerate, which would have been bothersome if Raven hadn't extracted his malfunctioning antidote. With that reduction in power in effect, Bjorn Einar bursts in and vanquishes that emaciated miscreant, and through sheer fortune, the skeletal warrior additionally relinquishes an essence. Bjorn beams with a sense of pride following the dual triumph and senses that his fortune is finally shifting. The miniature figure provides him with adornments. However, Bjorn bestows them upon Einar as it serves her interests more than his own. Lifesteal is most effective with blades, and he will refrain from using blades again in the near future. And truthfully, following all this duration alongside her, she understands that she is a protector who would be exceedingly appreciative. Einar dashes in and seizes the essence while his entire form radiates with a brilliant glow. Upon the conclusion of the metamorphosis, she believes that nothing has altered until, abruptly, she perceives that Bjorn appears colossal, and not solely him, they all appear to be. The young lad ultimately revealed what he had been concealing for so long, causing her to recoil slightly, leaving her astonished. Nevertheless, Raven is unperturbed and clarifies that the core of the Bone Knight condenses the user's bones in return for enhancing their density sufficiently to diminish damage taken by 50%, while the active skill bestows lifesteal. She attempts to soothe Einar and reassures him that it's not a significant issue, yet his ears almost burst with frustration. When Einar begins yelling about how hopeless her situation is now, that all the foolish savages will label her as a little girl, Raven responds that she has grown more attractive, which doesn't provide much assistance. Bjorn also adds his 2 cents, mentioning that she exudes regal energy, despite currently appearing as an ordinary young woman adorned with an excess of tattoos. Noticing her deep sorrow, Bjorn assures her that her despair will diminish once she realizes the extent to which she can devastate unknown individuals, akin to the death specter that looms before her. Her expression conveys that someone has just deceived her grandmother, yet he urges her to toughen up. Einar ultimately recalls that she cannot forsake her responsibilities as a fighter simply because she has become somewhat endearing. Prepare yourself and eliminate the beast, in 2 as though slicing a cooked potato. The young lad promptly steps in to commend her, declaring she is a formidable, robust warrior, which proves effective. Oddly, when she hesitantly inquires if he genuinely appears robust, Bjorn informs the charming intellectual or brawny individual that she is not merely a fighter. She is an imposing, formidable warrior, while the others continue as if nothing occurred and proceed onward. At last, they arrive at the manager's chamber, and both Raven and Murad suddenly start to experience a sense of nostalgia. Reflecting on their fleeting, adventurous yet wholesome moments spent together, while Bjorn concentrates entirely on the internal protector and offers his prayers with all his strength to unleash a spirit, for if we are pragmatic, even though it has been pouring beautifully today, existence has not been particularly generous to him, as his well-being is in disarray. His sole unromantic affection was taken by a wealthy individual far less attractive than himself, and now he finds himself ensnared in a lethal contest akin to that of a savage. Keen to conclude this, Murad approaches the door to open it, but Bjorn observes the peculiar scarlet luminescence, and he abruptly acknowledges his mistake. The foolish little person inquires, "What occurs?" as he unseals it, and a breeze strikes them accompanied by an intense force. Raven's gaze expands in alarm as he comprehends that what lies within isn't the undead warrior he had anticipated. The contorted creature within unleashes a guffaw and proclaims it has been quite a while since he noticed an individual, and a system notification emerged indicating that the protector has transformed. Raven becomes motionless upon spotting the vampire positioned there. There exists one that manifests solely above the 6th level, and even then, it is infrequently encountered. Or it's merely a commonplace creature. It's a designated variant, Temu's unsightly replica of Alucard, Duke Cambermere. It is clarified that even rudimentary creatures such as goblins can possess fundamental variations that engage in combat with swords or bows. Next, there are the sophisticated individuals who possess significantly greater strength than the typical group, and uncommon creatures such as the cadaveric golem manifest solely in exceptional locations like fissures. However, at the pinnacle of the food hierarchy are legendary creatures whose titles invariably possess their own distinct characters and abilities. Bjorn shouts at the team to vacate the area swiftly and dismisses Murad's foolish inquiries, as the Vampire Duke is a 5th-tier antagonist with diminished physical prowess and perilous dark sorcery. The individual, Carrie, swiftly hoists Raven as if she were immobilized while expressing her discontent that this situation should not even be a reality. Bjorn is equally astounded, as despite years of playing, he has never encountered the Vampire Duke, who has only been observed during burglaries on the 3rd floor or lower. Even at that moment, he merely observed it during a live broadcast for sheer best of luck. As his attendant revels in her royal demeanor, the bothersome child inquires about how Bjorn is aware of all this. However, he instructs it to cease its barking and continues to sprint. Recall that she observed the slight alteration in hue on the grips from the portals as he devoted endless hours imitating every action of that broadcaster who came near, even though he never succeeded in overtaking the Duke, and he now deeply laments realizing the distinction after it was too late. Murad exclaims that they ought to battle rather than retreat when there is no place to escape. They depart, yet Bjorn instructs him to be silent and envisions a place bathed in sunlight as the vampire soars by them in the guise of ethereal. He shouts at Raven to take action, and she instructs everyone to shut their eyes just prior to unveiling the vampire. To everyone's astonishment, it succeeds, and the vampire disintegrates into a dense, shadowy fog, departing to stare with astonished eyes. Bjorn elucidates that vampires have the ability to assume an ethereal state to focus in while their physical form stays stationary. However, when they utilize this enhancement, their whole being is relocated, a process that Raven interrupted with his brilliance. His unfortunate attendant Tarjin begins to exclaim that he appears terrible, and she begins to violently expel blood from her mouth. Bjorn becomes anxious, considering that it might be the vampires. However, he is uncertain, as the sole live streamer who encountered the Duke perished before managing to defeat him or capturing his essence. He envisions reconstructing it subsequently, but escaping from that place takes precedence. Murad commences. They aren't in a state of alarm due to their predicament, as Raven essentially functioned as their navigation system and is currently non-operational. Therefore, Bjorn, he informs the jester that he is not as foolish as him and indeed commits the entire thing to memory. With that, he leads them away from the place with assurance, having navigated this stage more than 100 times, and even Murad concedes that perhaps the savage is not as intellectually deficient as he previously believed, since it genuinely guided them to the departure. At that instant, our protagonist perceives the approaching presence of the vampiric essence nearing the group, and he shouts at them to remove the hero Jenkins from that location. Somehow, they all succeeded in arriving at a courtyard-like space just in the nick of time, and the apparition, the Duke, vanishes into the darkness, as he is feeble in the illumination, and fortunately, the sun remains shining. Upon witnessing Bjorn successfully commit the route to memory on his initial attempt, the dwarf contemplates whether this individual has truly matured some time ago. Yet waifu number 2 interjects to assert that she's merely biding her time because Bjorn is an authentic tough guy. Nonetheless, the sun is already descending an hour. The lad emphasizes that they must not decelerate until they arrive at the castle's outer fortifications, where they will be more secure and less vulnerable. Tarjan attempts attempts to contend that Raven is fatigued from being transported for an extended period and requires a break. However, Bjorn advises the imbecile to maintain his pace unless he intends to receive compensation from a lifeless infant. He additionally cautions her to safeguard him with his own damned existence, as she represents his sole remaining chance. Amidst, he makes his way to the fountain to retrieve the item he spotted previously. Subsequent to decapitating the sentinel, crafted from stone, our champion acquires a distinctive restorative artifact that is particularly effective against sinister magical assaults. She then pivots towards Raven and inquires if she's feeling improved, all the while resembling an expectant mother who has just been struck in the face. The abdomen. He inquires what type of substance could cause her such anguish, and she elucidates that it's the consequence of experiencing the Duke's anguish. She mentions it will require him approximately 20 minutes to completely recuperate, but even then, he will only be capable of casting a maximum of 5 incantations, which is insufficient. Our lad inquires of Raven straightforwardly whether he is permitted to employ solar sorcery, which immediately insults her since, in her opinion, a gentleman should never inquire about a woman's age or the enchantments she is capable of performing. Bjorn merely digs into his nostrils as though he is indifferent to everything, considering he's an ignorant savage regardless. Irritated, Raven ultimately confesses that she is capable of utilizing the solar orb, which is essentially an incantation of flames to which a touch of solar energy is infused. Upon receiving that information, Bjorn instructs her to activate it, to which she replies that it will require 10 minutes. Yet he confidently declares that he will halt the vampire for 30 in some manner and instructs him to merely concentrate on powering up the enchantment. She willingly embraces the initially, prior to understanding that he is, in fact, receiving directives from a repugnant savage. He inquires about who designated him as the leader of the group. However, Einar supports him, and even Murad expresses his trust in him due to Bjorn's substance as a companion. Subsequently, as the night unfolds, the silhouettes start to shift, and Duke Cambermere emerges with a grin, awkwardly prompting them to speculate on why he is unable to resist the flavor of his delectable human ketchup. Bjorn and his team get ready, engaged in the most challenging half-hour of their existence to provide Raven with sufficient time to harness the soul incantation that could genuinely rescue them. The vampire emits a chilling wail to confirm his realm and commences. As they near, Bjorn commands Tarjan to seize Raven and evacuate the area. He is convinced that this resembles the scenario where the creature's intelligence is only displayed during interludes, implying that attempting to negotiate with the Duke is futile. In that instant, the vampire pounces on Hikerod with all his strength. Despite the strike landing with force, the dwarf demonstrates he is a true behemoth, managing to stand his ground. He remains resolute and endures strike after strike like a victor. Bjorn, the diminutive figure's 7th-tier essence technique for equilibrium adjustment, is currently being utilized, which enables him to disregard the backward motion as long as his feet stay grounded. Promptly thereafter, he contacts Einar to launch an assault with. She brandishes her colossal blade in the direction of Duke Cambermere, which compels him to step down, merely to be ambushed from the rear by a savage unexpectedly. Subsequently, our protagonist exerts every ounce of his physical prowess to assault the vampire, and the impact almost shattered his wrist. Experiencing significantly greater discomfort than normal, the young lad ponders whether it stems from the repercussions of sharing the agony of the Duke, although the fundamental issue is that the custodian has not experienced any significant detriment thus far. At this moment, the Duke abruptly metamorphoses into a flock of ravens and inundates the gathering like a tempest. Coming to the conclusion that there was no alternative means to rescue them, the student unveils his second hidden talent, urgent revitalization, to avert its shield from disintegrating beneath the relentless onslaught. As he and Einar navigate through the swarm of troublesome crows, Bjorn observes that his blood is splattered across everyone's forms, which he realizes will lead to significant complications. Shortly thereafter, both Einar and Hikerot start to respond to the blood. Bjorn clenches his jaw as a ceremonial seal materializes on his torch headgear. Curse it, and a system alert informs her that the Duke's influence amplifies with every soaked offering of blood. It is described that vampires possess a capability known as eternal life that enhances healing as the blood quantity diminishes. Their health points and sanguine consumption enable them to acquire skills. Adversaries. Bjorn becomes exasperated contemplating the extent of the Duke's abilities, ranging from transforming into shadows or ravens to evade assaults, to conjuring creatures and wielding sinister sorcery. As he contemplates all of this, Duke Cambermere ultimately removes the little person from his role. Just prior to Hikerot bidding farewell to existence, Bjorn springs into action to protect his diminutive rear end while pondering how much longer it will be until that girl arrives. Enchantment. Observing the dwarf in a state of unconsciousness, this. Raven exclaims that she requires an additional 5 minutes, while Bjorn harbors serious doubts about his ability to endure, as Einar appears equally fatigued as he is. Thus, he devises an utterly outrageous scheme and instructs Einar to seize the unconscious dwarf and flee while he handles the tank on his own. She does not falter for an instant before executing precisely what he requests, abandoning our son to face the protector armed only with his shield. As perspiration cascades from the frenzy of his impending actions, Bjorn yells at Bajila regarding that one Duke's justification, allowing the pallid fiend to thrust his fist into his abdomen as though it were a greeting. Our eccentric protagonist appears utterly unfazed as he consumes the elixir on the spot, maintaining his health points elevated regardless of how violently his insides twist. Raven watches from the expanse how this indomitable warrior remains steadfast against the most despicable beast I have ever encountered, and he can scarcely comprehend what he is witnessing. She contemplates whether he genuinely intends to withstand each strike like a human absorbent, consuming elixirs as if they were energy drinks. She observes this crimson-splattered lunatic howl while a deluge of blood pours from his body, somehow persevering through the excruciating torment of being disfigured and restored at the same time, which ought to be entirely inconceivable. The anguish from the elixirs only intensifies with the graver wounds, and upon observing the accumulation of vacant containers surrounding him, she observes that this individual radiates an atmosphere indicating he possesses an unusual stamina. She believes it's merely a question of time before he collapses from the overwhelming agony. However, Bjorn dismisses that notion by deflecting one of the Duke's strikes despite his damaged condition. He cannot fathom how the man is able to draw breath while his form is being shredded to pieces like a fruit salad by the unyielding onslaught. Yet somehow he succeeds in evading each strike directed at his crucial aspects. It was at that moment he recalled having come across a notion regarding savages, asserting that the genuine strength of savages resides not in their robust physiques, but in their pliable intellects. Gazing upon this barrier of tangible suffering before her, he comprehends the significance of that. Abruptly, Tarjin. He advises his partner that they ought to escape while the simpleton or ordinary fool endures the strikes. However, she responds that there is truly no place to escape, and that the sole means of enduring the separation is to conquer her protector. Right here, overwhelmed by despair, Raven contemplates what on earth. She is accomplishing this by encountering a youthful warrior who has recently reached adulthood, far excelling her in proficiency. Forceful in authority, yet also in intellectual guidance, which is meant to be its expertise. As an illusionist, she declines to remain passively inactive like a mere observer and merely observe. Consequently, he instructs his servant to proceed and oversee the Hikaroth too, that Einar is able to proceed and assist Bjorn. She asserts that a sorcerer is not merely an embellished turret languishing at the back, but rather a mind that conducts a thorough evaluation of the circumstances, akin to how Psychowalski dissected the scenario and altered the trajectory with his 5 tactics. Primary ones. Hence, he undertakes necessary actions and reveals his most treasured nature. Engage all the targeting techniques at your disposal, as your marksmanship skills are subpar, and hurls the test tube straight at Bjorn, who appears utterly bewildered when it collides with his metallic muscles. Abruptly, the spirit of the cadaverous golem surges forth and aggressively amalgamates with him, immediately enhancing all of his tank's attributes. With the golem's energy coursing through him, Bjorn ascends and remains unperturbed by the Duke's unyielding assaults. Vampire. Retreating for a brief moment, Bjorn senses his thoughts morph into a bewildering tangle, yet he continues to stand firm. He is stretching his mind to its utmost capacity, attempting to determine which limbs he can sacrifice merely to survive. At that instant, his sight suddenly diminishes as a substance is violently infused into his physique. Currently, our child immediately perceives the distinction. The Duke's talons scarcely inflict a mark now, as his bones solidify like iron owing to the recent enhancement in resilience. He comprehends that Raven has merely employed the core of the cadaverous golem on him, utterly sabotaging the advanced structure he had envisioned. However, the advantage is that their likelihood of survival rises significantly within a mile. Moments ago, they were merely a bag of flesh masquerading as a barrier. However, he can now retaliate. He evades numerous assaults. However, despite this recently acquired strength, he understands that his physique is perilously close to succumbing to the relentless torment of a protector of the breach. At that instant, a vial of elixir strikes him in the rear, and is astonished to observe that the emaciated enchantress has just employed a more potent restorative elixir on the villager, ensuring her survival. This signifies she's confined and prepared to proceed. To endure, our offspring reestablishes his self-assurance due to the formidable impacts. Rejuvenators and subsequently the bear collide collides with the grotesque vampire that I caused them to question. He engages what he refers to as his kamikaze mode, a gabunga, in which the vampire persistently slices his flesh into fragments. Yet due to the acidity of his blood, it will inflict ongoing damage on the Duke as time progresses. The vampire, he becomes irate at her imprudent high IQ tactic, and Raven makes him even more eager to launch another elixir at Bjorn, restoring his health. He immediately attended to his wounds as though they were inconsequential. Time will tell. He was consumed by fury, as though the hefty warrior had absconded with his spouse. The Duke of Cambermere initiates a savage assault to divert his attention. Before he is able to proceed with the onslaught, Einar strides in and compels the vampire to withdraw. Just as the Duke is on the verge of expressing his grievances, our associate arrives with a vicious strike that nearly lands Cambermere. He retaliates by thrusting into his chest, which does. Bjorn expels blood during his assault, as he and Einar exert one final attempt to fend off the protector. Following the separation, Bjorn contemplates whether Raven's 5 minutes will endure as extensively as the battle between Goku and Frieza, with both of the vampire's talons engaged. His physique, our protagonist perceives Raven shriek that the enchantment is alright. He possesses a spark of optimism and understands that it's a do-or-die situation. Silence ensues, prompting him to seize the Duke and exert all his strength to transport the scoundrel to Hikarad. Poised for retribution, the Duke is hit by a bolt of lightning and left in. Our champion advances towards the manager, grasping a container in his grasp. As she believes it is finally the moment to utilize the singular item she has been reserving for that ideal occasion, the deity sheds tears. Without approval present, the stout glass cylinder within the vampire's neck, and he follows it with a punishing strike to the jaw, shattering it within the Duke's oral cavity. This promptly triggers the artifact's boon, which momentarily disables all of the arrogant vampire's inherent skills and diminished resistance attributes. The system notifies her that the Duke is currently shifting from a state of unconsciousness to one of complete astonishment. Subsequently, Raven shouts at him to move aside and readies to unleash her solar sorcery, which cascades upon her like an infernal blazing spirit bomb. Hardly upright in its entirely devastated condition, Raven manages to whisper that she must escape from there swiftly as the incantation ignites. He collides with the vampire. Bjorn remains. He restrained the creature as though he were attempting to triumph in what appeared to be a grappling contest. It was then that he recognized he had erred. The blaze detonates and envelopes them both immediately. The system courteously notifies him that the sunspot orb has left him insensible after he has already collapsed. The consequence of experiencing the Duke's suffering likewise leads the others to lose consciousness from overwhelming torment. Shortly afterward, our child eventually stirs, hacking up blood and questions whether he emerged victorious. Becoming aware of the unsettling silence, he summons all his determination to rise and verify whether the cursed vampire is truly lifeless. But her eyes nearly bulged out of their orbits in astonishment as he observes the scoundrel scarcely holding onto existence with merely a skeletal frame left. Bjorn obtains a communication that conveys to him that the capability eternal not only mitigates wounds, but which additionally reinforces it as they deteriorate further. Moreover, the Duke's dormant ability ensures his survival unless his heart is obliterated. Observing the physique mend in the present moment, Bjorn comprehends that all his toil will be futile if he permits this beast to recuperate. Noticing that those around him have already succumbed to unconsciousness, he resolves that it is ultimately valuable to embrace the challenge, and he advances toward the Duke's remains with an intention to conclude matters appropriately. He topples the figure and situates himself atop it in a rather dubious manner. He observes how the torso miraculously stayed unharmed since the Duke protected it with his own arm at the final moment, and that minor epiphany infuriates him to the point of striking his fist directly into his chest, Hulk-like, and subsequently activates the corpse golem's essence skill known as Flesh Blast. She cries out due to the immense pain, yet rather than withdrawing, it continues to unleash the ability repeatedly, as though it were a bit unhinged. Even though his whole being unmistakably yearns to confirm it, he soon understands that if he somehow persists in penetrating the vampire's abhorrent core, he will inevitably falter. That entity's hit points will plummet to nothing before he does. Bjorn can nearly sense demise looming closely with merely one hit point left, yet he remains completely unfazed when the system presents a notification indicating he has merely 46 mental points remaining before the game concludes. His psychological condition regresses to that of a 16-year-old, and he is confined to gazing at the spot where his arms once were. Similar to any ordinary individual in this intricate predicament, he leaps onto the vampire's form and continues to unleash bodily detonations as if driven by a personal grudge. As his mental condition diminishes with with every detonation until it hits its nadir, merely 10 points. However, precisely when circumstances they appear more prepared, the system unexpectedly grants him a substantial number of experience points, enabling him to advance in levels. Standard. Regrettably, Dungeons and Stones is not one of those games where health points automatically replenish simply due to leveling up, leaving it precariously hanging on. Yet throughout this entire period, our young lad has been quietly beseeching the RNG deities for the newly unlocked essence slot to be infused with the essence of the vampire, whose drop rate is merely 1 in 3 and occurs only on rare occasions. Out of compassion, the writer chooses to endow the individual with essential narrative protection. Due to his newfound latent capability, vampiric essence, his vitality rebounds to 1% as his heart inexplicably stays unscathed. Moreover, his utterly reckless suicide mission provides him with an additional 10-point enhancement to his mental acuity. Even so, it also captures the interest of the administrator himself, Bjorn. He arises in a state of alarm only to comprehend that she is presently utilizing Einar's exceptionally robust thighs as cherished cushions. She glances downward and nonchalantly inquires whether he has finally risen, but he promptly questions what occurred with the others. She informs him that they departed approximately 3 days ago, but her primary concern is for his well-being. Nevertheless, the aircraft is primarily focused on having successfully slumbered for an entire 3 days. Without any forewarning, the siren jolts him awake, grappling with the realization that he's been absent for an extended period, and ultimately comprehends that today marks the 7th day. As he shifts, he finds that his body is largely unharmed, with no apparent wounds, but then his eyes widen in shock and he stands still. Clumsy inquires of Einar regarding the fate of his trousers, as he is now entirely uncovered. Einar displays no response and cheerfully confesses that his garments were destroyed, prompting her to be shattered. Bjorn is clearly agitated, yet she comforts him not to fret, as she has already witnessed the remarkable fighter he is, although he would rather just curl up in a burrow and vanish. She redirects her attention and inquires about what transpired following her collapse. She clarifies that the little person seized the numbered item while the sorcerer gathered the shattered fragments. Bjorn connects the dots and comprehends that the sole reason he continues to draw breath is due to the absorption of the essence. It stands to reason that the Guardian relinquished the 3 elements. This ignites a cascade of reflections, but Einar brings him back to the wager involving the dice on the stones. Evidently, the sorcerer declined to adhere to fair play and maintained that he could only compensate for his deficits by seizing the gems and the little person. He merely shrugged and stated that he was indifferent. Then the sorcerer uttered something peculiar. Bjorn had already acquired the finest treasures available, so there was little reason to dispute that. It immediately dawns on him that she must have been aware of the nature of the vampire since moreover, she had previously bestowed upon him the quintessence of the golem's remains. Essentially, she continuously relinquished possessions merely to aid his triumph, which offers him some solace. Conversely, Einar persists in lamenting that the avaricious sorcerer amassed everything else without pausing for Bjorn to regain consciousness. Observing no simple escape, Bjorn ingeniously. He supports her position and refers to Einar as the reliable one, a notion she accepts. Absolutely. Returning to the inquiry, ought they to depart now as well? However, Bjorn halts her and informs her that there remains a task to accomplish in this place. He assumes that even if the sorcerer pillaged all the other belongings, that particular object ought to remain in the chamber and will assuredly accompany him. Nonetheless, priorities must be addressed. He inquires of Einar whether he possesses anything suitable for him to don. After a short while the quest ultimately directs them back to the gem cavern. The maze seals shut and the mechanism transports them back to the metropolis. Bjorn surveys his surroundings, wishing that all that anguish will result in a substantial reward. Regrettably, the guild's matron promptly shatters that aspiration and informs him that he only accumulated approximately 230,000 stones. He felt quite disheartened, yet he endeavored to uplift his spirits by recalling that he had also acquired 2 extracts. As he drew near to retrieve the payment, she grasps the pouch. He reclined and narrowed his eyes as he remarked that it was somewhat dubious that he had triumphed so greatly and insisted on uncovering what was contained within the backpack. Bjorn is perplexed since nobody inquired about that during the game. However, prior to him being able to respond, a contingent of knights abruptly manifests and they command him to take his place and accompany him straight to the interrogation chamber. In the meantime, Erwin successfully makes his way back to the city unscathed. He brushes the perspiration from his brow and whispers that he hadn't anticipated the 3rd level to be so harsh. She anticipated the 7th tier creatures to be formidable, yet even with her sibling managing 6th tier beasts in the vicinity, it seemed like a genuine escapade. She is already excited to share every detail with Bjorn. She surveys the surroundings but fails to spot him in any location reputation, which diminishes her a bit. 5. She desired to display her fresh identity. Someone who is confident they would prefer to leave immediately but still desires to encounter the major nuisance. The guild personnel tally her gems and observe that it's a spacious chamber for an individual of her rank. She clarifies that she was recording a video with her sibling, which appeased the receptionist sufficiently to permit her departure. Subsequently, she retreats to her chamber to indulge in a soothing soak, and she adorns herself in a fresh gown while contemplating whether her beloved has arrived yet. She joyfully envisions treating him to a meal with the earnings she has made and pictures his delight in hearing all her tales and recounting them together. Her personal reflections are firm, yet she is confronted by the truth when the hotel manager notifies her that Bjorn has yet to come back. The anxiety, she begins to emerge, perhaps due to an error, yet she continues to cling to the hope that he will come back shortly. An entire week passes, and Bjorn remains absent. Erwin ultimately astonishes the hotel attendant by tidying up Bjorn's accommodation, and insists on understanding what in the world he is up to. The young man exhales deeply and remarks that he has been patient long enough out of respect, but now it is time for her to confront the reality that he will not be returning. She attempts to contest, yet he interjects and candidly states that Bjorn likely perished there. Subsequently, Erwin is discovered curled up in the relentless downpour, weeping, as though her universe had concluded. Her sibling advances and informs her that she has learned of the developments but courteously inquires how much longer she intends to remain. Erwin lifts his gaze, his eyes aflame with a deeper intensity, and informs Teresia that he will grow more powerful regardless of the circumstances, in order to safeguard those dear to him. In the interim, a week has elapsed since Bjorn was incarcerated on allegations of theft, and the entire situation is beginning to irritate him. In the initial round of interrogation, the investigator insists on discovering the source of the crossbow. Bjorn clarifies that it was obtained from the individual who unequivocally attempted to take his life. Unless the legislation is entirely overturned, he is quite certain that protecting himself from other pillagers isn't illegal. The detective is arrogant and claims they will determine who initiated the confrontation first, which instantly irritates Bjorn, leading him to sense that something is amiss. Recall that there was once an implicit guideline that adventurers could not be interrogated regarding treasures unless there was substantial proof. However, recently the guild has been altering the regulations solely to diminish plundering, which evidently paves the way for exploitation. Bjorn contends that existence is wretched regardless of one's location. However, he is now persuaded that this ambiguous arrangement has probably ensnared many more blameless individuals than merely himself. The detective re-enters and urges him to speak honestly, but Bjorn maintains his narrative, describe the manner in which Baldi and his crew assailed him, even though it omits the section regarding the woman. Nonetheless, the detective struggles to accept that he sustained a knife wound to the neck and managed to endure, insisting on viewing the scar that Bjorn attempts to reveal, but that's when it strikes him. The scar must have mended due to the vampire's essence, and now it appears he is being dishonest. He then brings up the separation, hoping that will aid his case. However, the detective now believes he is merely amassing fables. The notion of a vampire manifesting at such a trivial tier seems entirely fantastical, and the lad even chuckles at him. Bjorn has reached his limit and shouts at him to summon an illusionist capable of deciphering memories to verify whether he is deceitful, or perhaps not. The investigator mocks him for proposing such a notion, as only adventurers rated 7th or above are permitted to request such verifications. Bjorn asserts that he will cover the cost, but the man shrugs and states they would accept the funds regardless, so why squander it? He ultimately suggests he might contemplate it if the sorcerer is connected to the guild. 2 days later, a sorcerer finally shows up but asserts that Bjorn's mental barrier is overly challenging to penetrate. He indicates they would require assistance from the magic tower, and all Bjorn can do is curse his predicament. Best of fortune. Give it another attempt and include the title of the illusionist along with the little person, yet the examiner merely grins and reiterates the same worn-out phrase, urging him to admit the truth at last. On the 7th day, the examiner storms into the chamber as if he has struck gold. He thumps a communication device onto the surface and triumphantly declares that he has at last acquired genuine evidence. Bjorn. He immediately identifies it as the communication artifact of the Crystal Alliance conflict. A researcher discloses that this was not the initial instance in which Bjorn had been apprehended for theft, and the Crystal Syndicate members even submitted reports against him. He grins and announces that Bjorn will face execution in 3 hours. Nonetheless, the savage remains silent. Returning to his confinement, he comes to understand that conversing will be futile, yet fleeing would merely result in an enduring criminal record. Thus, he possesses but a single alternative to demonstrate his lack of guilt: clutch the rails firmly and initiate a meat eruption by shatter the prison bars. As he emerges, the sentinel retreats in alarm. The individual begins to yell, pleading fervently, "Assistance!" but Bjorn swiftly quells him with a forceful strike to the visage, which places it into hibernation mode. With the sentinel incapacitated, he doesn't squander a moment and seizes the keys from the ground, and just as he's on the verge of departing, the detainees start to yell and insist that he set them free as well. He is convinced that some of these individuals are offenders, yet he is an unwitting savage who has been unjustly incarcerated, so naturally, that does not trouble him in the least. He liberates them all, and pandemonium ensues as they start to invoke the name of their newfound champion, the Warrior of Liberation. Upon returning to the Explorers Guild, a sentry detects an unusual sound close to the entrance. Yet, he soars through the chamber as the incarceration syndicate crashes through the entrance with deadly intent. In their gaze, the receptionist exclaims that any scout who assists in apprehending the fugitives will be granted a substantial reward. That's all the assembly requires to listen to, and the scouts spring into motion to block the getaway. Bjorn dashes up the staircase, believing the captives won't travel far as they are defenseless, and he merely needs 5 minutes. While he sprints, he reminds himself that he isn't fleeing merely for the sake of fleeing, and that he possesses an entirely distinct strategy. A sentry stationed above yells that the inmates have arrived at the uppermost level and, like a fool, announces that the branch manager is present as well. Bjorn gazes at him while gesturing behind him with one hand from him and detonates a burst of tissue once more. Crimson droplets cascade upon the captives below, causing them to wail like frightened young ones as the deluge descends. Acid. He then unleashes his vampiric power, enhancing his attributes as he experiences a wave of vitality. He grins, proclaiming that his concoction is perfected. He lunges at the sentinels with his unprotected fists, causing them to quiver at the spectacle. One unfortunate individual is hurled to the earth like a fresh tile while another gentle blade. However, Bjorn deflects it with his arm, leaving the sentinels astonished as he observes the injury mend. In a split second, Bjorn delivers a blow that sends the man's teeth flying. He becomes exhilarated by a surge of authority as the other officers start to feel anxious, proclaiming that the savage ought to be merely in the 9th grade. Bjorn merely grins, stating that the branch manager only secured the subordinate positions, hence they never anticipated such a magnitude. Strength, following the annihilation of each and every one of them. At last, he halts before a doorway and reaches the office of the branch manager on the 3rd level. Our lad gradually pushes the door ajar, attempting to behave like a refined individual, yet someone is already waiting behind it. From a refuge, he comes to the realization far too late that it's a trap when the man leaps out. And Seversit, the branch supervisor, appears arrogant, believing he is in front, but his triumphant expression swiftly diminishes as Bjorn's Shua drenches them and starts to sear his flesh. Suddenly, Bjorn perceives a shift in the periphery as a young woman becomes agitated and summons the manager. Yet the instant her gaze meets Bjorn's, her entire form starts to tremble. Caution. The branch supervisor shouts at Bjorn to retreat since the young woman is the offspring of the district manager. Yet for the 5-star savage, she represents his escape route from. He is incarcerated. He disregards the caution and renders the manager unconscious with a precise right punch. He is convinced he never intended to escalate matters to this extent, but her presence alters everything. The scenario. The young woman attempts to uphold a daring front, declaring that he will not emerge from this unscathed now and blaming him for orchestrating everything by himself. To contact her, Bjorn merely closes his lips and instructs her to give him space. Utilizing her as a bargaining chip, he pivots towards the guards discreetly nearing him and insists on an audience with the inspector, the guild chief, and a tower sorcerer. If they fail to deliver them, he will eliminate the girl on the spot, prompting the guards to proceed. As you emerge onto the terrace, inhale deeply, and he begins yelling at the audience. He presents himself as Bjorn and declares that the guild attempted to incriminate and eliminate him. He exclaims once more that the Society of Adventurers is orchestrating a scheme against him, vowing to uphold his purity. Beneath the surface, he is aware that this communal catastrophe has now become far too significant for the Union to merely conceal. In the Enchanted Spire, the elder sorcerer informs Raven that the branch supervisor summoned her to handle a madman. She appears perplexed. However, he clarifies that a madman liberated a contingent of inmates and is currently keeping the district administrator's daughter captive. Raven comprehends that the individual must be a total fool, yet chooses to proceed regardless while donning her Barbie attire, as she also possesses her own enterprise there. After a while, Bjorn gazes at her in astonishment and inquires if they truly dispatched her. Raven appears just as bewildered and demands to understand what on earth she was considering. She begins berating him like a grandmother, as she never anticipated him to act in such a manner, but Bjorn interjects and urges her to cease squandering squandering time and employ memory enchantment without delay. She attempts to dispute, but he maintains that they cannot afford to squander time. She concedes, but only on the condition that he owes her a favor in the future, to which Bjorn consents whenever feasible. Her expression brightens upon discovering that he concurred, and starts to invoke the incantation but abruptly halts in astonishment. The incantation fails to function despite Bjorn asserting that he isn't donning any anti-magic gear. At that instant, the detective rushes in and makes a beeline for the unresponsive branch manager. As he assisted him to stand and inquired about the incident, he reveals that they've managed to handle the majority of the captives, but then he notices Bjorn. His eyes expand in astonishment, and he immediately begins to yell that this individual is the architect of the turmoil, a fact that the branch manager is already aware of. The supervisor inquires whether Bjorn's assertion of being set up is accurate. He then shifts his attention to the investigator and adopts a grave demeanor. "Are you interested in discovering what proof they possessed that Bjorn was a plunderer?" The portly gentleman trembles at the inquiry. However, he swiftly enumerates the justifications for why Bjorn carried an excessive number of crystals. He appeared dubious, and he possessed a satchel brimming with apparatus that appeared pilfered. They subsequently tracked the message stone to an individual within the Glass Syndicate who charged Bjorn with homicide and theft. Bjorn responds that none of those accounts were inexplicably authenticated. The branch supervisor gazes at the investigator and inquires why they were excluded. That action. The individual attempts to pivot and asserts that Bjorn has been deceptive all along regarding the stabbing incident and introduce the fracture. The reference to the sanguine essence also permits the branch supervisor and the examiner capitalize on this and inquire how any of it could potentially be logical. He maintains that Bjorn deceived them since he was aware the enchantment would fail, so why squander resources attempting to validate anything? He appears excessively confident. However, Raven suddenly enters and nonchalantly reveals the shocking news that Bjorn had, in fact, ingested a vampiric essence during the breach. The two gentlemen gaze at her, bewildered and seeking explanations. Raven icily responds that she was present, but regrettably, enchantment cannot be employed on her to validate it. Father approaches and begins to exert pressure on her, inquiring her. The reason she backs him and cautions him against deceit is that she understands his character. Raven elevates, lift an eyebrow and respond if he genuinely thinks that she would fabricate. She promptly commences. He concedes and begins to beseech with the finesse of a seasoned expert. A sorcerer's sway is comparable to that of a noble, and they understand the art of safeguarding it. For an ordinary guild member to challenge a sorcerer's declaration is akin to sealing their own fate. The branch supervisor ultimately interjects and urges them to cease, as none of this is grounded in reliable proof. However, Raven does not overlook that either. Even though she concedes that vampires have never manifested on the ground level previously, she also asserts that is not the sort of matter the branch manager ought to be announcing. He appears perplexed. She continues by stating that even after extensive investigation, numerous aspects of the maze remain unanswered. The unforeseen can always occur, so no one should behave as though they possess all the solutions. Bjorn observes as she effortlessly dismisses the branch manager with the poise of a genuinely haughty sorceress. Subsequently, the atmosphere changes once more as another individual steps into the chamber and starts to speak. Bjorn. He blinks in bewilderment until the girl succumbs. He begins to weep and summons his father. It is at that moment that Bjorn ultimately comprehends that the individual presenting himself as Nils Urban is the regional director. The association, the Adventurers Association, oversees all matters pertaining to explorers. To enhance productivity, it is subdivided into numerous factions under 13 regional supervisors and the guild leader at the pinnacle. Suddenly, they hurl a man to the floor who inquires why he has been brought here. The regional supervisor merely responds that he was informed Bjorn had been searching for this individual. The investigator immediately begins to perspire. Upon spotting the individual, Bjorn gazes at him icily and recognizes him as a member of Crystal Union. Her tone intensifies as she charges the man with issuing an untrue declaration regarding the message stone. The man attempts to refute it, but Raven. She advances a pace and effortlessly engages her truth sorcery, and discloses that he is concealing it. He is compelling himself. Bjorn secretly rejoices at having the support of a tower sorcerer, and this individual is undoubtedly done for. The deceiver almost swoons when the regional supervisor exhales deeply, inquires about Bjorn's name, and formally proclaims his innocence. Bjorn releases the girl and questions what will become of the boy. Currently, the regional supervisor indicates that they will conduct a more thorough inquiry, and Bjorn proposes that they should also scrutinize his group. The supervisor concurs that the Crystal Consortium has been suspicious recently, thus probing further may not be advisable. Poor decision. He then faces the the investigator and unemotionally declares that he is terminated. The overweight individual becomes frantic and asserts that he adhered to the regulations. However, the supervisor suddenly interjects. He refuses to permit an individual of that sort to further damage the guild's reputation. All of his former cases will be revisited, and should anything go awry, he will face consequences. The sentinels escort the inquirer away as he perspires intensely. Subsequently, the regional supervisor discusses Bjorn's remuneration and he proposes to elevate him to the 7th tier and substitute his whole squad. The gaze. Bjorn's physique constricts, and he derides the notion that this is essentially a fraud, as he could only attain the 7th position due to the vampiric essence. The supervisor contends. Bjorn has only been present for 2 months, yet he boldly dares him to conjure a 7th tier scout at this very moment to disprove him. Bjorn bellows and commands them to commence, prompting the district manager to recoil as he attempts to soothe him. Raven. It further states that no individual has emerged from the separation possessing the essence of a 5th tier creature and categorizes the remuneration provided was deplorable, confined by his. In keeping with his own reasoning, the supervisor inquires about their perception of fairness, to which he grins extensively and states 5 million rocks ought to suffice. The branch supervisor nearly falters once more, yet the district chief acquiesces without a moment's hesitation. Bjorn is astonished by the rapidity of the events, yet Raven reminds him that his payment is distinct. The manager concurs and instructs him to express gratitude to the master. In the interim, at the Enchanted Spire, Raven escorts Bjorn to her secluded research facility. He witnesses the turmoil as she begins to observe certain elements that appear questionable. In the rear, she presents him with a flask of azure fluid and instructs him to consume it. Bjorn peers at it and inquires if it's water, to which Raven grins and affirms yes, but adds that she could provide him with basilisk extract instead. Bjorn initially agrees, but then sets it aside, wary that she may have included components from a creature. Raven chuckles and reminds him of the obligation he has to her. Bjorn declines this, stating he only consented if it was practicable. Nevertheless, he thinks that possessing a mage ally is a favorable recompense. She guarantees him that her sole desire is to examine the substance she ingested and further states that he might acquire some fresh knowledge as well. Bjorn. She observes that she has transformed into a laboratory enthusiast with the exceptional extracts and ponders whether all the recent graduates at the tower behave in this manner. Before she begins to vocalize once more, Bjorn interjects and inquires about the stipulations of the agreement he compelled him to endorse. At that moment, she consented to refrain from discussing the events that had transpired. However, he included a personal stipulation indicating that they were not to disclose that he had acquired the essence of the vampire. Back then, Bjorn believed she was being benevolent, but now he is less certain. She instructs him to come to her laboratory once a week for a duration of 6 months, which Bjorn promptly attempts to minimize to 3. Nonetheless, she confronts him and asserts that she genuinely rescued his life and enriched him. He concedes, but emphasizes that this does not grant her the right to dictate every aspect according to her preferences. He inclines forward and inquires why she fails to compensate him. Raven blinks in bewilderment and he proceeds, stating that she was the one who acquainted him with the nature of the undead construct. She dismisses it with a shrug and remarks that it was complimentary. However, Bjorn coolly responds that he was compelled to take that action, which certainly creates an issue. She contends that he rescued her existence, yet he informs her that he did not desire it and that she ought to compensate him with 10 million gemstones to remove it. That infuriates him, and he begins to shout and hurl insults at her. He stays unperturbed and informs her that it wasn't a fragrance he requested, thus she has, in essence, caused him pain. She contorts the discussion once more, asserting that it's so uncommon she ought to be compensated. He chooses to remain quiet. He informs her that sorcerers are unable to utilize essences, leaving her perplexed. He advises her to consult another adventurer. Believing she is being deceitful, Raven abruptly leaves and powers up her communication orb. Ultimately, after some time, she establishes a connection and salutes the individual on the opposite end of the call. She inquires about a dilemma. If an essence were imposed upon her against her will, what emotions would she experience? The adventurer. He halts at the unexpected inquiry while Bjorn lingers in the backdrop with a self-satisfied grin adorning his visage. The adventurer responds that he would be irate, prompting Bjorn to feel. He displays a self-satisfied grin, yet Raven attempts to contend that it was an unusual substance. The adventurer remains resolute and declares that it is irrelevant, for if he did not desire it, he would merely tarnish it. It concludes with a remark that sorcerers would fail to comprehend such a notion. Raven persists, overwhelmed immediately when the adventurer clarifies that you cannot access the upper levels with essences that are incompatible. When she inquires about how to recompense an individual, he responds promptly that he might request monetary payment, perhaps 15 million pebbles, which utterly devastates her self-esteem. She inquires, what if finances were not a consideration? He icily asserts that if the individual were physically present before him, he would likely snap their neck. At that moment, Raven experiences a surge of anxiety while Bjorn observes, believing that these individuals genuinely lack originality. He anticipated that she would inquire of a senior explorer who comprehended the equilibrium of essences. Nonetheless, a subordinate one would have requested the elusive essence. Bjorn internally signals for victory and contemplates whether he will acknowledge the overcome, yet a spontaneous chuckle is disrupted when an elderly gentleman steps in. He considers it entertaining that a savage has succeeded in articulating more eloquently than a sorcerer and presents himself as Raven's instructor, who coincidentally mocks both Raven and Bjorn. He is promptly regarded as the principal of the Altemian Academy and is likely one of the most influential individuals, surpassing even the administrators. From the neighborhood, the elderly gentleman states he appreciated the conversation. Raven is astonished, as she was convinced she had employed soundproofing enchantments, but he informs her that she ought to enhance her skills. He mentions that he was intrigued when his pupil introduced a living barbarian to the tower, which prompts Bjorn to reiterate the phrase "to exist" with an arched brow. The elderly gentleman grins and remarks that the majority of savages reach this place lifeless or, at times, with his emotions. Bjorn initially refrains from laughter and instead initiates his own, humorously suggesting that he might consider exposing his brain. The elderly gentleman instantly becomes rigid. However, Bjorn grins and remarks that he's merely teasing, urging her to unwind as well. Raven almost crumples from the tension when Bjorn gently taps the gentleman on the crown and reiterates that it was simply a jest. The elderly gentleman chuckles with effort and attempts to conceal his fury, yet concedes that Bjorn is the genuine. Bjorn engages with that and the cultivator's wit while the child appears on the verge of bursting. In an effort to assert authority, the elderly man shifts the topic and presents Bjorn with an item in return for the 10 million stones. Remove a numbered band and Bjorn's gaze ignites as he observes that the catalogued objects are uncommon and formidable, each possessing a distinctive skill. He pretends to be oblivious and inquires about its nature, to which the elderly gentleman clarifies that it harbors essences and that it might assist in handling that bothersome corpse golem essence. Bjorn stays quiet upon realizing that even this elite sorcerer is unaware of the mystery behind the ice ring, yet he consents to accept the ring. As he departs, Raven urges him to come by 2 times a week, to which he assents, and he departs. Raven exhales deeply and contemplates whether she will recall him. He expresses his regrets to his mentor for his error. The elder merely shrugs and remarks that the ring was of no value regardless, could not even be traded, and might have been worth 1.5 million. He envisions the savage will erupt upon discovering the truth. In the meantime, to such an extent, Bjorn articulates that in a realm where sorcerers are regarded as the most astute, not even they are aware of the deity's weeping. At this juncture, he is persuaded that in relation to his gaming expertise, sorcerers are merely an extensive collective of beginners. Upon returning to the hotel, the manager becomes frantic upon spotting Bjorn, exclaiming that he believed him to be deceased. He confesses to tidying up the room, but when Bjorn inquires about his belongings, the man states that he disposed of them. Bjorn nearly loses his temper upon recalling that he had compensated for an additional week, whereas the man becomes frantic and assures him that he will reimburse him the funds. Bjorn is exercising restraint to avoid striking anyone to this kind and abruptly becomes aware that when he descended into brutality once more, even when he committed decapitation or took a life for the first time, it came to him with remarkable ease, and he merely paused when fleeing from the prison cell. He considers it peculiar that she showed no reluctance whatsoever to engage in an act of violence. And keep in mind that the confrontation with the elder is an action you would never engage in within reality. Indeed, initially, he believed that these alterations were a result of the surroundings. However, recently he has come to understand that these transformations are akin to natural responses that activate in combat. His character must have evolved as well, and he contemplates whether he is gradually turning into more of a savage, yet he determines it's ultimately beneficial if he desires to endure. Bjorn insists on a restitution of 30,000 stones, which the supervisor deems insanity, yet he inadvertently reveals that he pilfered objects, and Bjorn observes as he narrows his eyes. His gaze surged with fury. After several discussions, he discovers himself unwinding in a opulent chamber featuring panes and exclusive restroom. As he unwinds, he contemplates Einar and resolves to connect with her the following day to distribute the gains. The following morning, he makes his way to the Furious Bull Tavern, and the instant Einar lays eyes on him, She erupts into theatrical sobs and embraces him fiercely, insisting on knowing his whereabouts. She inquires if he has heard the news, leaving him bewildered until the other warriors proclaim the title of the Liberation Barbarian. They assert that the entire city is abuzz with discussions about him. However, Bjorn feigns ignorance and inquires once more. His designation, yet they concede that no one is aware of it. He exhales with gratitude that the guild has honored its promise. Nonetheless, the savages take pride in his affiliation, elevating him and declaring him the supreme combatant of all eras. Bjorn was taken aback by how rapidly his notoriety surged, yet he remains hopeful that it won't have adverse consequences. Subsequently, he escorts Einar to Kamalvi, which is a suburban locale comprised of precincts too. He relinquishes his portion of the overall gains, which totaled approximately 800,000 stones. He presents her with 300,000, and despite her objections due to it being excessive, he continues, causing her to flush. You spot an individual vending spun sugar and immediately begin salivating. Before too long, she is joyfully dining, proclaiming it the novel currency and the pinnacle of human ingenuity. However, Bjorn advises her to consume genuine nutrition as well. She completes her meal and expresses her gratitude, mentioning that she values the way he continues to treat her as he did before. This takes him aback, but she clarifies that since her looks have altered, individuals no longer regard her as a fighter, and even mortals persist in their attempts to court her. With her presently, she starts to question her appearance and inquires if she appears so unattractive now, then forcefully strikes her fist on the surface in distress. Bjorn attempts. He responds, but she cuts him off and proclaims that she has resolved not to re-enter the labyrinth with him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Ejnar departs from the gathering not due to his looks, but because he realizes that one of the senior members of the sanctuary is an exceptionally deranged swordsman. Consequently, she aspires to acquire the skills to wield his blade. Bjorn inquires whether he can have a day off so they can visit the labyrinth together, to which Ejnar responds that he would be delighted, but that it is a unique training that will prevent him from departing the sanctuary for the following 6 months. Bjorn immediately comprehends her implication and believes it genuinely sounds quite appealing to him. He mentions that he won't request her to remain or permit her to return, but one aspect, what he can assert unwaveringly, is that he will exert himself sufficiently to ensure it never descends into mediocrity. Bjorn concludes that he cannot prevent her since during their second. Her journey concludes with her vowing by her, respects and yields to a marauder. The separation compels her to engage in actions that nobody ought to undertake, which likely it overwhelms her sufficiently to prompt this choice. At this point, he believes he must begin anew and seek out a new ally from the outset. Upon assimilating the quintessence of the objective within a cadaver and the spirit of a sentinel vampire, it transforms into something significantly greater. Powerful, with his enhanced attributes and remarkable recuperation, nothing on the second level can approach him. He understands he can effortlessly manage that aspect independently, but circumstances shift rapidly on the higher levels. The game compels participants to collaborate in groups, and regardless of how enhanced their statistics may be, it is unfeasible to conquer levels solo. Possessing a team is essential. The greater the elevation, the more challenging it becomes when an individual is lacking a component. Therefore, if you intend to endure and wed in that location, the prudent course of action is to assemble companions who correspond to your abilities. He is about to encounter Raven. He appears truly delighted to encounter him and inquires if he is prepared while gesturing, a seat that genuinely resembles an instrument of torment. Bjorn believes it is reasonable to consult Raven, considering she is a 6th-tier sorceress. If he endures her minor trial, she may assist him in advancing toward his objective. However, upon listening to his proposal, Raven promptly declines it. He contemplates what type of sorcerer would dare to associate with a group consisting solely of 2 foolish warriors. He responds that now merely one remains. Raven remarks that he will only contemplate it if all the participants are at least of 6th tier and the team comprises a cleric. Clearly, this signifies 3 years of effort. Bjorn is convinced that, beneath it all, he ought to have anticipated her refusal. She shifts the topic and instructs him to examine the evaluation of the vampire's essence. Subsequently, upon examining it, Bjorn believes it lacks substance. However, as he is already aware of the precise figures, it does not trouble him. A protective spirit is accompanied by an inherent passive ability and also provides supplementary passive enhancements. Bjorn senses readiness with his rejuvenation as he now possesses the eternal emblem alongside the quintessence of the protector. And this marks the inaugural occasion it has increased at this pace in this game. Is preparing to depart. However, Raven halts him and inquires about what he placed in the vampire's mouth, as she perceives a trace of celestial energy. Bjorn is fully aware of what he implies, but since he cannot disclose it, he assumes a foolish expression and informs her that he likely fabricated investigated it. Raven maintains she witnessed something, and Raven evades all situations by asserting that she is famished and swiftly departs. She becomes distressed and asserts that he is undoubtedly concealing something, vowing to uncover the truth. Remove a volume from the shelf titled Comprehensive Grasp of the Separation. 3. Composed by an anonymous writer encompasses all the specifics regarding the separations. Turn the leaf on the crimson-spattered fortress, and attempts to peruse information regarding the golden mask and the weeping of the deity, yet the passage is blemished. She senses that she has encountered information about them previously, prompting her to peruse another volume that asserts that the deity's droplets are an expendable artifact that disseminates a formidable boon. 3. A few of them were utilized by Cardinal Androni to rescue the Pope, and they have not been cited since. She peruses this and is astonished as she contemplates how a youthful savage who has merely attained adulthood. An individual may be aware of the whereabouts of the goddess's droplets or possess knowledge on how to utilize them. The golden visage materializes solely after specific criteria are fulfilled, alongside vanquishing the sentinel. It enables you to alter your appearance for a month and may be utilized a maximum of 5 times. Bjorn was never concerned with looks, thus he resells it in the game. However, now that this is tangible existence, he opts to retain it in the event he requires a means to flee the metropolis later on. In a tavern across town, patrons are discussing the disintegration of the crystal connection. For a family that appeared flawless, unraveling in just one evening is astonishing, yet the reality is, it was never as ideal as it appeared. Teresia hears this and experiences that the Glass Association was satisfactory initially, as they assisted residents in settling their taxes. However, as they matured, they started to marginalize and perpetrate offenses against newcomers consistently. The incident involving Erwin is merely one consequence of this. I reluctantly confess that if Bjorn hadn't been present, the situation could have turned out far more dire for Erwin. I had intended to take action, but now it has become unnecessary. An unfamiliar individual claims that all events are unfolding due to a savage. He flees, escaped from incarceration, and seizes the district administrator's offspring as a hostage merely to demonstrate that he possesses rationale, and now individuals refer to him as the Liberation Savage. Due to this turmoil, the recent regulations to monitor the thieves are not being implemented. Nonetheless, what astonishes everyone the most is that the savage has recently reached adulthood and is already a 9th-tier adventurer. Teresia believes that this cannot be a mere happenstance, and if it is indeed that identical one, savage, that clarifies why it vanishes during. Even after a week, she questions whether it's acceptable to disclose everything to Erwin. During the guild gathering, Bjorn mentions that he is seeking a quartet functioning on the 3rd level or above. The receptionist requests his information, and upon noticing the 5 stars, her expression becomes rigid. Bjorn observes the unusual response and inquires if anything is amiss, but the receptionist sidesteps the query and provides him with a list. Bjorn examines the roster and suspects that the gnome, it might be the identical Hikarat that he encountered her previously. When they reunite at the tavern, his companion is correct, and they are both delighted to see one another once more. Hikarat mentions that another individual will be accompanying them. Bjorn inquires whether he is acquainted with this person, to which Hikarat replies in the negative, but notes that since the newcomer is a sorcerer, they have already been selected. This takes Bjorn by surprise, and he is astonished that an individual of such a superior caliber is becoming part of his squad. At this moment, you might be curious about who it could be. A young man steps into the tavern, presents himself as Dwaki, and expresses his desire to accompany them. Hikarat. He salutes her and inquires if he is the sorcerer who will be accompanying them, and Dwaki quips that conjurers do not simply materialize at the appropriate moment and location without one explanation. The diminutive figure chuckles and presents himself as Hikarat, a 6th-tier tracker. Dwaki responds that the Raftonian court acknowledges him as an 8th-tier sorcerer. Hikarat. He appears bewildered once more, as Bjorn remarks that the individual resembles an embellished aristocrat who isn't even employed in a sorcery tower. Our protagonist interprets this as a distinct indication that he must be a moderately skilled mage, given that he has never undergone training in one, though he is astonished by the dwarf's ignorance of the world's past events. Dwaki appears quite taken with Bjorn's insightfulness and inquires about his name, although the young lad perceives the sorcerer as bothersome, yet conceals his feelings, introduces himself, and instructs the charming boy to take a seat. Our lad directly addresses the matter and inquires about his desire to pursue a life of adventure. As underprivileged sorcerers seldom venture into mazes, they garner little profit on the lower levels and are unable to ascend further due to their insufficient strength. With the ability to wield magic, they can effortlessly accumulate wealth in alternative pursuits. Dwaki expresses his desire to enhance the Martin family legacy by pursuing a career as an adventurer. Renowned. Upon hearing the term male, Hikarat becomes apprehensive and presumes Dwaki to be an aristocrat, but the sorcerer clarifies that he is merely a distant kin from his maternal lineage, and states that he does not regard anyone as though they are beneath him. Our individual attentively hears everything and understands that it must be an oblivious charlatan attempting to peddle a tale. With that radiant visage, golden locks, and respectable stature, the boy is also adept at manipulating sorcery, curses, and frost incantations, which only enhances his air of intrigue. Bjorn remains uncertain about him, yet he understands that with a sorcerer on the squad, more qualified individuals will begin to seek involvement. Thus, ultimately, he permits him to join. Subsequently, they were overwhelmed with submissions from seasoned individuals, prompting him and Hikarat to convene multiple times each week to evaluate the paperwork. Yet, to be frank, Bjorn manages the majority of it, and they ultimately settle on an individual, resulting in the team being fully assembled. Our son carries all the gear to the library, and she inquires, "What is this meant to be?" Similar to an expert, and states that it comprises a protective shield and armor crafted from Latin, along with a growing backpack. The librarian gazes at him icily and informs him that she must remove it due to some grievances, prompting him to acquiesce, yet he concludes that she merely lacks an appreciation for wit. While he strolls back home, he observes a savage concealed in a shadowy passage devoid of arms. That's all. It's remarkable. For a savage, a weapon signifies more than existence itself. With a grave expression, she informs the boy that there's no cause for fear and inquires about his presence there. The solitary warrior claims he relinquished his armament due to having exhausted all his funds. Upon hearing that, Bjorn concludes it must surely be another participant, as he communicates in a strangely formal manner. Our lad informs him that he is Jandel's offspring, Bjorn, while the youth presents himself as Leon's descendant, Terrakin. Bjorn extends an invitation for dinner, and when Terrakin finally consumes genuine sustenance after what feels like a lifetime, he becomes sentimental and expresses that he will always remember Bjorn's kindness. Completed, Bjorn remembers that Terrakin noted his maturation ceremony occurred a month prior than hers. She also mentioned that she became disoriented and was unable to enter into the maze, yet Bjorn is convinced that the reality is more straightforward and fled. Like a craven, and as no one employs warriors, he found himself without a destination. If all the participants have indeed accessed the boss chamber, then someone possessing their expertise ought to have been aware of the harsh treatment the non-player characters inflict on barbarians. Bjorn inquires about what he did following that month, to which Terrakin responds that he never went back to the maze. Our protagonist hears this and exclaims, questioning if he's foolish. Terrakin becomes flustered and clarifies that he lacked both arms and funds, and that he had been evicted for failing to pay his dues. Bjorn is convinced that the individual must be a novice, as he has never contemplated the future, rendering the narrative rather predictable. Terrakin perseveres, stating he battled against the chill, starvation, and illness. He also attempted to connect with other outsiders at a tavern, but they rejected him. Bjorn, however, did not. Can you fathom that he endured 3 months in such a manner, and he believes he would occupy the same position had he fled on the initial day. Terrakin inquires whether his narrative evokes any negative feelings, and if it inspires a desire to assist him. He further claims to possess an extensive familiarity with the labyrinth, asserting that he can aid Bjorn to depart. In a frigid tone, Bjorn informs him that he will not accompany him into the maze, yet that will assist him in a different manner. He hands him 150,000 gems and instructs him to procure a weapon before venturing into the maze. Terrakin is thrilled and expresses gratitude, assuring that he will undoubtedly repay the funds. However, Bjorn requests that he depart. With a threatening glare, Bjorn warns him never to appear again. It is irrelevant whether he squanders the funds or manages to retrieve them. Once he departs, he must not attempt to seek him out again. He ought to depart if he comprehends. Following the entire episode, Bjorn finds himself in solitude, contemplating how ruthless his actions were. A rational individual might assert that he is behaving foolishly, whereas an emotional person might react with anger because it was no longer beneficial. They were both correct, yet this was the sole action I could take to preserve his life. To Terrakin, when the day of admission ultimately comes and he ascends to the first level, Dualki surveys the surroundings, brimming with enthusiasm, and inquires, what's the next course of action? As a seasoned adventurer with 8 years of experience, Rod Miller advises him to hold on, as he must survey the vicinity for a brief period. Upon inspection, he asserts that it is secure to proceed along the pathway they selected previously. Hikarat remarks that it has been quite a while since he last ventured with suitable gear. Subsequently, Misha Karlstein arrives. She is a human reconnaissance creature, also a 7th-tier scout with 5 years of expertise. She remarks that she has concluded her wait and is eager to sever some creature heads. Nevertheless, Misha is distinguished by her peculiar tendency to append girl to nearly every statement she makes. As she she chuckles, Hikarat teases that he struggles to comply with the princess's commands. Misha flushes and asks him to refrain from addressing her in that manner, which prompts Bjorn to recall her previous remark about being the 13th princess of a clan she can no longer recollect. Rod Miller urges everyone to remain united and encourages them to persevere. Hence commences the investigation of the initial squad. They reach to the second-story entrance in under 10 hours with the assistance of Rod Miller, even though he appears irritated due to someone arriving prior to them. Bjorn acknowledges his discontent, yet still considers it a commendable album. Regardless, he had low expectations as Rod Miller is far from being a reliable mentor, and, on this occasion, he did not acquire any knowledge while activating the portal. He envisions that he might have developed significantly if Einar had accompanied him utilizing the portal malfunction, and chooses to reserve that tactic for a moment when he can genuinely rely on his comrades. Within the gateway, they step into the creature's den. Rod Miller claims he never acclimatizes to the odor, regardless of how frequently he comes. Bjorn surmises this is logical, as this level is reachable via the portal and is perpetually teeming with beastly creatures. That likely accounts for the air reeking like a wastewater mishap. Hikarat inquires of Dwelka if it's permissible. Dwelka advises her to remain silent as she's on the verge of retching, which truly frightens Misha, while Hikarat, he simply chuckles. Bjorn pivots towards Rod Miller and inquires if he is well, noting his potent odor and realizing that this environment must be quite harsh for him. Rod Miller dismisses the concern with a casual gesture, stating it's not his inaugural experience, so there's no cause for alarm. He advises everyone to remain nearby, due to the presence of pools of refuse throughout. Observing him guide the team, Bjorn concedes that the individual is unexpectedly dependable. The creature's den extends throughout a convoluted gorge, necessitating someone to uncover the path. This renders a scout vital. The beasts do not present a significant danger due to their power. The group, accompanied by Dwelka's enchantment of alertness, instituted 4-person nocturnal rotations to ensure that all members received sufficient repose. Dwelka inquires why they require turns when their sorcery manages that aspect. Hikarat asserts that it isn't a matter of trust. His alarm exclusively identifies creatures, yet the adventurers pose the genuine threat in this scenario. Dwelka appears to falter, even though Hikarat advises him to slumber, as recuperation holds greater significance in this. For a brief instance, Bjorn watches the interaction and contemplates the possibility that the sorcerer may not return. Following this plunge, on the subsequent day, Rod Miller indicates that they are close to the gateway that connects to the 3rd level, where they will pursue monsters of the 7th and 8th tiers. The 3rd level is vast. Regardless of the section of the 2nd level you access, everyone ultimately arrives at the same location on the 3rd. Bjorn, ideally, they will arrive at a favorable location, as that is contingent upon their entry point. Misha inquires whether she has ever visited the 3rd level. She replies that it required her an entire year to arrive there. Bjorn asserts that she certainly has and queries how much time it took her to ascend to the 4th. The feline girl responds that it has been approximately 2 years, and Hikarat concurs with the same duration. Upon hearing this, Misha scoffs, as Hikarat possesses less experience than she does, yet still maintains a superior position. Rod Miller informs them. He instructs them both to silence themselves, and Bjorn finds it quite irritating, likely, since he is the sole individual who genuinely contributes meaningfully while the rest merely engage in conversation. They traverse the gateway to the 3rd level, where the creatures assault them almost instantaneously, prompting Bjorn to respond swiftly and shove Rod Miller aside while elevating his shield to defend. The influence. He ponders why the creatures are lingering just beyond. From the gateway, he reflects that had he not possessed his shield, he would have been toppled just as Hikarat nearly was. The diminutive figure cries out for them not to permit the creatures to force them retreat, to which Bjorn responds that he is already aware of that, albeit beneath the surface, he experiences a slight envy since Hikarat's dynamic capability provides him with immunity to knockback, which turned out to be immensely beneficial during their battle with the Guardian. Hikarat employs his power to halt the creature, as Dualki invokes his malediction incantation to diminish her, and the dwarf proceeds with a precise strike, which concludes it. Misha spots another one, prompting him to yell that another remains and leaps into the air, freeing himself from the backpack of. Bjorn subsequently delivers a blow to the Iantra with his energy and topples it with one decisive strike. Bjorn considers it odd that Iantaros has manifested in this location and inquires of Rod Miller if anyone is in the vicinity. Rod Miller measures his body temperature yet senses nothing, despite the persistent scent indicating that others have recently traversed the area and are likely a mere 2 minutes ahead of them. Our protagonist suspects they may have spotted the ensemble, and they persisted onward, and when Hikarat inquired whether anyone was attempting to eliminate them, Rod Miller, he declines and clarifies that enticing creatures to the gateway is a deceptive effective strategy employed by marauders to surprise their victims. Misha becomes enthusiastic and suggests they pursue those individuals and eliminate them, as it would be lucrative. However, Rod Miller informs him that locating them is challenging and lacking evidence. If anything goes awry, they will be held accountable. Misha merely shrugs and remarks that it is inconsequential since the deceased cannot speak. The dwarf proposes that they should issue a cautionary note and depart while Dualki. He appears utterly astonished by everything that has transpired. Misha informs Rod Miller that he was unaware such strategies were in existence and expresses that he finds him remarkable, although he concedes that this is their initial genuine interaction and that he had merely heard of them. Discuss it previously. She mentions that it's uncommon to come across plunderers, and when Bjorn inquires how many times she has witnessed them, she responds with 8. 5 years. Bjorn is astonished as he has already encountered 5 within merely 3 months. Misha and Heikrod chuckle, claiming that he could be the cause of their team's disintegration today. Rod Miller urges them to be quiet and reassures Bjorn that he too connects with them every few months. Nevertheless, Bjorn continues to believe that this does not diminish the severity of his misfortune. Eventually, they pause at a location where Rod Miller suggests they establish camp and proceed to the next area in the morning, as they are now at the boundary of the zone where fewer creatures are encountered and take some time to recuperate. It's more secure. Heikrod observes Dualki and perceives that he hasn't spoken much, so he inquires if he is okay, and Bjorn contemplates the same concern because Dualki typically barks incessantly, but lately he has remained silent for some time. The mage ultimately articulates that his dream of becoming an adventurer has merely to be ripped asunder, to listen to the collective nonchalantly expressed sentiments akin to those of adventurers at times. They wed one another, or eliminating robbers for financial gain is merely another aspect of the occupation. He considers it frightening. He confesses that he is apprehensive that if he persists on this course, eventually he could become the one to take a life, an individual, and that is the reason he has dedicated the day to mentally equip himself. Now he senses he is prepared, although he continues to question whether he will truly be capable of accomplishing it when the moment arrives. Bjorn watches him and reflects that his resolve lacks substance. Consequently, he is overwhelmed with dread and uncertainty. However, that candor elevates him above the timid who feign courage until peril overwhelms them. Rod Miller concurs, stating that hubris is what ultimately leads to their demise. Individuals perceive a greater sense of reliability when someone acknowledges their shortcomings rather than when another merely deceives and claims they can manage anything. He asserts he wishes to reveal something significant to all if they grant him a brief moment. Subsequently, Rod Miller escorts them to a location with a stunning panorama, and he informs them that it's the sole moment of the day he appears in that manner. No one is aware. What is the reason it actually occurs on the 3rd level? Truthfully, it appears inconsequential upon closer examination. He then directs his attention to Dwaki and inquires whether he still possesses the courage to continue venturing forth after witnessing such a sight. As the maze descends into solitude's obscurity, Bjorn remains alert while the others slumber. Nonetheless, after all, the Dwaki's respiration has become more relaxed. If your calculations are accurate, you will have acquired approximately 50 experience points, and you require 152 to advance to the subsequent stage. Currently, it is capable of assimilating 13 essences and has already integrated 2, leaving space for an additional 1. It is not rushed. He aspires to progress, yet he still desires the next opportunity to genuinely be worthwhile. Ultimately, they reach the dwelling of the orcs, an area brimming with creatures where solely individuals of level 8 or above manifest. It's the prime location to reside unless someone is targeting the 4th tier. Heikrod. He indicates that they will now strategize each action and stay synchronized. Suddenly, a band of orcs charges directly at them, gearing up for combat. The diminutive warrior and Bjorn engage the forefront as if they were armored vehicles. As Rod Miller and Dwaki remain positioned and initiate distant assaults, Misha manages the hand-to-hand engagements. Everything proceeds smoothly until the physician. The orc sorcerer unleashes a frenzy, and instantly the orcs multiply, potent, enabling one of them to traverse their barriers. In these circumstances, the primary focus is to safeguard Dwaki, as he is the more defenseless. Rod Miller shields him from the approaching assault. Misha delivers a devastating strike to vanquish the orc. Bjorn focuses on the shaman and swiftly eliminates him, and they promptly eradicate the entire group. Our individual continues to perceive his damage production as insufficient since it requires them a complete 8 minutes to handle the orcs. No, the swift yet secure, and in truth, he appreciates this team for that very reason. They draw near the core of the environment where the population of orcs starts to rise. During their journey, they confront a formidable orc combatant, a creature of the 7th tier, yet they overcome him effortlessly. Yet even when circumstances circumstances seem overwhelmingly favorable, challenges frequently emerge. Abruptly, an elderly gentleman conjures an enchantment and he releases a stone from the heavens directly in their path, instructing them to depart as the territory is owned by the Jarvi clan. Despite dungeon and stone being a solitary player experience, regions can still be confined. Initially, it appears that movement is merely hindered, but if an individual establishes a clan, they can assert ownership over specific zones. This seems illogical unless it pertains to an uncommon locale, as it demands considerable exertion. Bjorn ponders why a group such as Jarvi is obstructing a section on the 3rd level. Hikuro mentions that the Jarvi clan typically functions on the 6th level, so he inquires straightforwardly, "What brings you here?" The senior gentleman asserts that he is not obligated to provide a response to no one. Hikuro notes that although certain major clans are formally permitted to stake their claim on sections of the labyrinth, he has never encountered any mention of Jarvi possessing this location, and they cannot even ascertain if these individuals truly belong to the clan. The elderly gentleman finds the remark entertaining and states that he has encountered it numerous times. Bjorn observes that the dwarf is growing somewhat belligerent. In the meantime, Misha appears to have encountered a specter and anxiously conceals herself behind Bjorn, leaving him to ponder whether she is evading someone. Abruptly, an individual addresses her as halfling, causing her to become immobile, her skin tingling as she immediately identifies the voice. When Misha refers to him as elder brother, Talon is evidently annoyed and reminds her that he previously instructed her not to express that in public, prompting her to promptly apologize. He continues by stating that she truly understands how to express her halfling nature, which amplifies the discomfort. The elderly observer of the interaction nonchalantly inquires if she is indeed his sister, to which Talon affirms that she is. The old man then remarks that he is indebted to Talon in a significant way, so if Misha and her sibling permit them to depart, Talon informs her that such actions are unnecessary since, owing to intricate familial matters, even her father no longer regards her as a member of the family. The elderly gentleman at least divulges the motive for his arrival and clarifies that they are in pursuit of the spirit of the formidable orc fighter, anticipating that if circumstances unfold favorably, they might tie the knot once more. Bjorn considers it peculiar that a faction from the 6th level faces all these challenges merely for a fundamental essence, indicating that something about this situation distinctly seems off. Subsequently, the elderly gentleman straightforwardly informs them that they ought to depart, as there will be no creatures remaining to pursue with their company present. Bjorn is convinced that they ought to proceed, as in the maze, power governs all, and remaining solitary would render them impediments. While she fully comprehends what Hikuro must be experiencing at this moment, she recognizes that survival frequently entails discerning when to intervene. Returning, at that instant, Dualki abruptly. He advances and volunteers to attempt to resolve the situation amicably. Dualki courteously expresses his pleasure in encountering a distinguished mage, noting that he is also quite renowned. Similar to a level 8 sorcerer, yet the elderly gentleman hushes him with. He asserts that he isn't an illusionist, merely a jester who has acquired a few rudimentary incantations and now strides about believing himself to be significant. She mentions that merely observing it causes her stomach to twist with vicarious humiliation. Absolutely heartbroken, Dualki stays quiet and Hikuro is already exclaiming that the elderly gentleman is being excessively severe. The elderly gentleman merely shrugs and states that he is simply discussing realities. Furious, Elinano readies himself for battle. In the meantime, Bjorn contemplates whether they are truly on the verge of confronting a faction from the 6th level. Hikuro attempts to strike them with a bolt of lightning illuminates the sky, yet Bjorn dashes forward and strikes him on the head, while shouting at him to improve. With a menacing glare, the elderly man icily informs Hikuro that he ought to feel thankful for having companions like them. In the meantime, Bjorn quietly contemplates how they narrowly evaded death. Upon departing from that location, Elinano, he expressed regret to all, acknowledging that he had lost his composure. Rod Miller reprimanded him, and states that his impulsive actions nearly resulted in the demise of the entire group. Bjorn believes Rod Miller ought to be more resolute, but the individual unexpectedly moderates his demeanor and remarks that it's acceptable since they were able to escape living. He emphasizes that, despite the risks, safeguarding your fellow soldiers remains an action deserving of admiration. Bjorn is astonished by the warmth Rod Miller displays towards the individual in authority. Michelle subsequently expresses her regret and comments that the situation might have unfolded more favorably if she hadn't been present. Dualki attempts to console her by suggesting that being ejected wasn't the most unfavorable result that could have occurred. The entire circumstance renders Bjorn uneasy, and she senses that her unexpected emotional state is starting to become uncomfortable. Michelle reveals that she typically steers clear of discussing her family, as they are the sole individuals individuals who failed to secure a pact with a spirit creature. Creature individuals possess the uncommon talent to forge connections with primordial creatures referred to as spirit beasts, which bestow upon them extraordinary abilities. Only a limited group succeed in endorsing this. Varieties of agreements, yet Michelle is part of the Karlstein lineage, and her shortcomings tarnish the family name. She clarifies that she previously shared a strong bond with her siblings. However, following an unsuccessful candidacy, even in maturity, they commenced to steer clear of her. Individuals began hurling harsh epithets at her, such as illegitimate offspring, and in her middle years, after her mother passed away during her childhood, she lacked the means to protect herself. At last, she could no longer endure it, so she departed from home, acquired combat skills, and transformed into an adventurer. Evidently affected, Elena refrains from soothing her by suggesting she must have endured a great deal and that he is genuinely appreciative of her choice to share her feelings. Michelle responds that it's not a significant matter, as she perceives them as allies and consistently stands up for them without a moment's doubt. Hikerod expresses his satisfaction at its successful sales. Meanwhile, Bjorn remains subtly irritated by the heightened emotional nature of the situation. Hikerod then interjects to recount his tale and discloses that he once aspired to be a blacksmith, yet fell short in skill. Moreover, monetary difficulties compelled him to cease his training, prompting him to flee and embark on adventures upon reaching the age of 30. Upon learning everything, in this, Dualki confesses that he perceives himself as even more insignificant than water. He elucidates that, despite his family's societal standing, he was captivated by enchantment, possessed no genuine talent, and was incapable of attaining the sorcery spire. He suggests that possibly the elderly would have held him in higher regard had he been gifted with some talent. Hikerod attempts to comfort him by asserting that he is a talented sorcerer and that the elderly man is foolish. Nada, Rod Miller declares he has participated in numerous teams, yet he has never encountered anything quite like this. Upon hearing this, Bjorn feels relieved that someone is at last poised to conclude this ridiculous spectacle, but the adventurer is also filled with anticipation. He states that he ought to express remorse for evaluating demihumans without possessing any knowledge of their past. In the shadows, he confesses that he previously believed they were merely grumbling without cause, despite the fact that originating from a non-human race offered distinct benefits. Both concur that being a human adventurer offers benefits, as humans have the capability to acquire aura abilities, evolve into sorcerers, or even attain the status of saints. Hikerod chuckles and suggests they ought to continue supporting one another since they'll be present regardless. They are all of average stature, and they all incline their heads, prepared to offer their utmost. At this juncture, our protagonist senses it is his moment to enter the realm of revelations, and the others start to regard him with that poignant stare that renders evasion unattainable. Bjorn contemplates what he should express, as heartfelt discussions are not his forte. Thus, without overthinking, she inadvertently reveals that she has never known a mother, as she passed away during childbirth, that his progenitor vanished within the maze while he was still an infant. At this moment, he is unable to behold either of them once more, even if he desires to. A brief pause ensues as my son believes he has skillfully shared his sorrowful tale, Einar remarked. Everyone trusts her entirely and commends her for being resilient while concealing so much anguish behind her vibrant spirit. Observing him alongside the other individuals who are so preoccupied, Bjorn senses that he has transformed into the most despondent person in the ensemble. Nonetheless, he truly did not. He is concerned because even though he is merely a motherless savage, he succeeded in attaining 7th position in merely 3 months. Despite acknowledging that he experiences vivid recollections of jeopardizing his existence, they consistently strike him profoundly, resulting in sporadic bouts of overwhelming despondency. Rod Miller inquires as to which option he ought to choose, their subsequent action, and Hikerod recommends venturing into the witch's woodland. Misha suggests exploring the marshes. From Greentail, however, Rod Miller terminates it, asserting that it will require a minimum of 6 days to arrive. Dualki, he nonchalantly proposes a challenge on the 4th level, yet Hikerod vehemently disagrees, asserting that it's premature and he has witnessed numerous foolhardy adventurers perish in their attempts to advance. He feels they require more time to strengthen their bond before they are prepared. Our lad believes that the sorceress's woodland may not be an ideal location to nurture creatures, but Hikerod, he is evidently concerned about the perils of the 4th level. Similar to the 3rd, it is teeming with creatures from the 7th and 8th location, although at times individuals from the 6th may also emerge. Bjorn has perished in this flat on multiple occasions merely due to a lack of readiness. Thus he comprehends the need for vigilance of the diminutive figure, yet still explicitly indicates that he feels it is time for them to progress to the subsequent level. With him and Hikerod serving as bulwarks, solids can establish a means of egress if required, particularly as it is infused with vampiric energy. He observes that although the harm is restricted, the contest remains quite even. Advancement will be gradual yet consistent, and they ought to be capable of ascending to the second level. Nevertheless, the rest start to dispute the validity of placing their confidence in his assessment. Bjorn begins to feel infuriated as he distinctly perceives the whispering, and the dwarf proposes resolving the matter through a ballot. The majority prevails. They proceed to the fourth level and step into the woodland. Subsequently, following a period of walking, Rothmüller proposes taking a break and remarks that this location is an excellent option. Heikerod volunteers to proceed a bit farther. However, the manual indicates that the nearest satisfactory rest stop is several miles ahead, making it advisable that establish himself here. Bjorn glances at the clock. It's precisely 9 p.m. once more, identical to the previous two occasions, instances when they ceased, and he presumes that Rothmüller must have orchestrated all that transpired. He earns a measure of esteem. Bjorn inquires about the agenda for the following day, to which he responds that they will reach the witch's woodland come tomorrow. Bjorn notices how Rothmüller doesn't pause to contemplate before responding and realizes that the individual is a genuine expert. While others are resting, one individual remains on duty for several hours. Subsequently, Rothmüller rouses him from slumber, and Bjorn inquires whether it is his opportunity yet, but the adventurer dismisses the notion and responds that it pertains to a different matter. Bjorn swiftly grows anxious and inquires if it is a creature, but Rothmüller nonchalantly responds that they are both, which Bjorn rapidly comprehends pertains to adventurers. Abruptly, a frantic plea for assistance resonates in the vicinity, and Bjorn questions whether they are being chased by creatures. Rothmüller, he acknowledges that it feels odd, then inquires if Bjorn recollects that wild boar creature from before. He remembers sensing that the entire situation appeared contrived, and Rothmüller, he inclines his head and remarks, "This fragrance is precisely reminiscent of how it was back then." Meanwhile, they remain utterly unaware of who is pursuing them or the reasons behind being singled out. The team suspects it is yet another effort to penetrate their organization. Michel shouts at them to cease their roaming, as the assembly has already arrived. Bjorn calmly secures himself inside and resolves to flee using a clever ruse, and he informs them all that if they are unable to perform, they should remain silent and allow him to express himself. As the assembly of unfamiliar individuals. As he draws nearer, Bjorn elevates his tone and instructs them to cease where they stand, which halts them in their positions. He cautions that should they advance another step, they will encounter a significant strike reminiscent of traditional methods. One of the unfamiliar individuals exclaims that they are being pursued and offers a reward if assistance is provided. Bjorn instructs them bluntly to relinquish all their arms, yet they promptly begin to quarrel. Bjorn gazes at the woodland and comprehends that the orcs, who were reportedly pursuing them, are lingering in the distance, remaining relatively inactive. This simplifies matters when he offers them the iciest glare and informs them that it's quite straightforward. They can relinquish their arms or face their fate. With no alternative choices, the newcomers, they cast aside their gear and implore for safety. Bjorn Lu, he instructs Rothmüller to assemble items while the orcs, they grunt in exasperation and stroll away quietly, leaving Bjorn contemplating that they might have possessed at least one operational brain cell. The priestess draws him away from his musings with a gentle expression of gratitude and presents herself as Elisa. He stays quiet. However, Heikerod promptly concentrates on his revealed sanctity and endeavors to elevate it, garnering mental encouragement from Bjorn. The two lads present themselves, and one of them refers to himself as Hans. Bjorn instantly perceives unusual sensations and recalls the initial Hans he encountered, yet the lad chuckles, asserting that it's a frequent appellation, and endeavors to initiate a dialogue. Nevertheless, Bjorn remains anxious. Elisa expresses with great intensity that she is completely unaware of what they might have done if. Rothmüller swiftly observes and inquires if she is a religious officiant, which she verifies and starts to erupt as though it were a satire. Thoroughly practiced, Bjorn perceives that something is off and is certain they are pretending, biding their time to betray him. It appears to be the perfect occasion, yet the priestess abruptly mends one of the injured with an authentic miracle, leaving Bjorn utterly perplexed. Heikerod is equally astonished, and Misha softly inquires of Rothmüller whether he remains confident in his instincts. Rothmüller appears disoriented at present, yet maintains that he genuinely was, and Bjorn believes this is plausible given that, in this realm, the majority of individuals are fervent devotees, making it easy to be misled by a performance. As a clergywoman, then Elisa chuckles awkwardly and inquires whether that wonder was sufficient evidence, and courteously suggests that they retrieve the armaments. Bjorn replies with a resolute negative, which promptly saps the hue from his complexion. He informs her that her status as a priestess holds no significance for him, as savages worship diverse deities governed by distinct principles and devoid of compassion. He insists on receiving a recompense for rescuing them, considering it quite reasonable for a savage. Elisa, she blinks in bewilderment, but then concedes that she has encountered that tradition previously and inquires how much he desires. Bjorn serenely reduces the cost from 2 million, stating that it appears reasonable considering the worth of their lives. She attempts to dispute by claiming they do not possess that sum of money with them. Bjorn does not even acknowledge the rationale and insists on compensation, which they can settle in cash if they lack it. He asserts that his armor will effectively serve to attempt to mislead him. The elderly gentleman exhales deeply and relinquishes it, conceding that existence holds greater value than exquisite protection. Bjorn gazes upon the squad and feels he has now deprived them of all they had. The collective inquires if they can at last find reprieve, but instead, in reply, Bjorn compresses his mixture and interjects, Elisa positioned within the sentence. It oscillates unexpectedly, with all his strength, and strikes her squarely in the visage, propelling her backward like a collision vehicle. All present exclaim in sheer terror at the brutal exhibition. Bjorn merely grins like a madman, cleans the blood from his visage, and states that he believed they were pillagers. The two lads become alarmed and immobilized, gazing at an object on the floor. Bjorn, he experiences a moment of bewilderment, yet before he has the chance to inquire, the boy with lengthy tresses abruptly begins to expel blood from his mouth, and she collapses to the earth. Hikerod swiftly pivots towards Dualki and inquires if she was responsible, to which Dualki refutes. Suddenly, the priestess, she begins to rise as though she were part of a film. Dreadful, alarming all. She gazes at them with her eyes widened. She inquires how they uncovered her as an adversary. He begins chuckling as though it were already past the point for them to. Regardless, as Bjorn silently laments his unfortunate misfortune, the remainder of the group is paralyzed by the unfolding events, until Bjorn instructs them to regroup and allow him to manage the situation. Without delay, he bashes the priestess's cranium once more with his flail, as though he were engaging in a game of whacking a gopher while. Hikerod gazes at him in astonishment. I shout at Bjorn that he is desecrating a cadaver and insists on understanding what he believes he is doing, but Bjorn indifferently replies that he experienced a moment of panic and, moreover, the most effective strategy is a strong attack. Simultaneously, he understood that if this woman continued to rise, she was likely a Karui cleric. It's an uncommon concealed category that becomes accessible beyond the 5th level and is fundamentally a chaotic blend of maledictions and skills. Confrontation. This class enables you to wield celestial and shadowy sorcery, yet it comes with severe disadvantages. As Karui is connected to a malevolent force, anyone who embarks on this journey is destined to experience an abrupt loss phenomenon. From the outset, in this course, the individual is required to routinely forfeit souls, which significantly clarifies her reputation as a plundering maniac. As though she were, at that exact instant, the elderly gentleman grasps his neck and collapses like a bundle of potatoes, as Elisa attempts to hold Bjorn accountable for their fatalities. Bjorn responds that maybe her guardians ought to have been more effective in nurturing her and points out that they both perished as a result of her actions. Thus, it is only fitting that she pursues them. She appears utterly astonished, yet Bjorn persists in proclaiming, who will seek retribution for his 2 deceased siblings despite having appropriated all their gear, while the remainder of the team gazes at him with disapproval for that. Subsequently, from the nothing, the 2 deceased individuals abruptly resurrect what Hikerod, make a record initially and alert others. Bjorn immediately identifies it as the ominous power known as Death Call, which revives deceased fighters as the undead. Elisa instructs her marionettes to advance through the crowd, yet the tanker vehicles suddenly emerge. To intercede with them, Misha hurls Bjorn as a trampoline and slices one of the undead creatures with his venomous blade while Dualki conjures icy javelins to restrain the opponent. Bjorn observes their synchronization and experiences a slight sense of pride. However, he exhales a breath of frustration upon recalling that the revenants are impervious to both toxins and the frozen surface. He shouts to Rod Miller, who responds that he is nearly done. Moments later, the adventurer cautions all to distance themselves and hurls a Molotov cocktail straight into their faces, igniting the remains, which, it's a wise decision as flames are particularly effective against the undead. However, certainly, Elisa reveals yet another card from her sleeve as she releases dark flames and consumes everything, the fire encircling him. Bjorn clenches his jaw as his most potent strike is neutralized, and, to exacerbate the situation, celestial might is not a possibility either. He promptly instructs the remainder of the team to advance on Elisa head-on, while the defenders fend off the undead from behind. His reasoning is that in the absence of protection, the conjured goons are feeble and readily subdued. The others agree and dash towards Elisa, yet she merely grins and advises them to recover cover before initiating the Shadow Protector. A dark plume ascends from below the earth, coalescing into a colossal entity, which she commands to retrieve the heads of her adversaries. Misha strikes with his blade while the others persist with their individual assaults, yet Elisa, he derides their weak attempts. Subsequently, Misha's gaze expands as she senses a malediction quietly drawing near. The phantom creature springs ahead, yet prior to her attack, Hikarat surges forward like a noble warrior from a fable and intercepts it, exclaiming that Bjorn dispatched him. Misha seizes the chance to discover an alternate shade, yet starts to fret that Bjorn might be abandoned. Elisa offers them no moment of respite and yells at her ineffective subordinates to defend her. Lacking. Nevertheless, Bjorn chuckles and remarks that they are somewhat occupied at present while he engages in a game of tornado with them that ultimately drives Elisa's mechanisms too. He advances resolutely while proclaiming that he will not overlook this indignity and ascends to the divine through spiritual elevation. Bjorn's jaw tightens as he obviously did not anticipate her to reveal a card of aviation. Elisa vows that none of them will date with. Existence ebbs and flows, fading into the darkness. Bjorn laments his misfortune once more, disheartened by not having sustained a more significant blow, and now she has the opportunity to strike at them at any instant. In that instant, a cascade of curses bursts forth from his being, likely a farewell present from her. He expresses his grievances, yet he nonchalantly acknowledges that Dwelka is capable of managing it. He faces the sorcerer and requests the lifting of the enchantments. However, Dwelka merely observes as Bjorn recalls his assertion that he could manage sorcery. Of the imprecations, Dwelka rubs his scalp and remarks that he merely intended to convey his awareness, yet he actually does not. He understands how to strip it from him. Bjorn merely gazes at his pitiable rationale, and she starts to condemn him in her thoughts. Bjorn is silently uttering every expletive he can recall as he sprints frantically through the forest. The curator inquires about his well-being, but Bjorn merely replies that he'll cope. He's fairly certain he's on the verge of demise. He has been enduring an immense number of hexes for more than 5 hours, and had it not been for the vampiric essence that provides him with a degree of fortitude, he would have succumbed long ago. The remainder of the team is also afflicted, but they possess merely a few. Every individual, in contrast to him, to whom he bestowed over 15 of those frenzied priestesses who pledged she would eternally remain living. Most regrettably, he was afflicted with the soul malediction that diminishes endurance and hinders restoration. In the game, should the resistance dip beneath 10%, the action essentially ceases, and based on his own estimations, he likely has approximately 30% remaining. Rothmuller decelerates and advises him to hang on for just a bit longer, particularly as Bjorn's physique remains in automatic motion. Subsequently, the backdrop shifts, and they ultimately reach the sorceress's woodland. 5 hours prior, they remained, examining how the abilities of the Caribbee priest are comparable to the creatures of the 5th level. And indeed, if they had confronted her in a head-to-head battle, half of the assembly would be done for. Bjorn emphasizes to all that had he not seized the adversary's arms, they would have endured significant casualties, which garnered him unanticipated commendation from Misha, who acknowledges that initially he had reservations about Rothmuller, but is pleased that he ultimately succeeded in striking Liz in the face in some manner. Bjorn subsequently inquires if there is any means to find the priestesses, yet the guide merely shakes his head. Our protagonist highlights that permitting her to survive is perilous, and Dualki attempts to jest that Bjorn could easily overpower her. Once more, the comedy fails to resonate, and Bjorn icily inquires what their plan will be if she surprises them the next time, which leaves him speechless. Sorcerer. Subsequently, he proposes that they venture straight into the witch's woodland, to which all concur. The woodland envelopes the gateway to the 4th level and is predominantly populated by minor ethereal creatures, which isn't optimal for fighters, yet it remains their most promising option. Upon crossing the threshold, the woodland's latent capability triggers, and all the hexes, they vanish. Misha instantly observes that she feels unburdened, and Rothmuller affirms that the hex has lifted. She faces Bjorn and confesses that she hadn't anticipated the woodland to act as a malediction remover, inquiring if this was genuinely his inaugural trip. Bjorn feigns having studied this in the library, yet in truth, he's merely adapting to the situation as he observes that Rothmuller is increasingly. He's more perceptive than anticipated. The others erupted in laughter at the notion of a savage perusing a book, which irritates him, yet he dismisses it as they are finally secure. But at that instant, an unusual condition befalls them, and the trees commence to vocally torment them incessantly. Bjorn's fortitude does not impact him, yet the others are evidently having a hard time. Misha is the grievance that it's unjust that Bjorn merely raises his shoulders, whereas the others cope effectively. He, miserable Dualki, finds himself retching uncontrollably. Bjorn surveys his surroundings as he attempts to determine whether they are experiencing an illusion. Nevertheless, everything is warped, making it challenging. He inquires of the sorcerer whether he can still engage in combat in such a manner, to which Dualki asserts that he can project effectively. Bjorn cannot shake the notion that sorcerers are truly just frail branches. Hikarat recommends they take a break before proceeding, since they did not slumber the previous night. He proposes to remain vigilant while the others recuperate, and Bjorn promptly falls over from fatigue. Elinano squats down too. He shifts to his flank and brings up Elisa once more, but Bjorn rectifies him, stating that her name is now Trash. Hikarat does not press the issue, and nevertheless, he clarifies that throughout the hiring process, a woman approached them and posed numerous inquiries, and now he is beginning to suspect that it was she. Bjorn is taken aback for a moment, but the dwarf presses on, stating that she obtained some numbered belongings following the confrontation with the vampire, and that she could have announced them aloud, which she indeed could have. Understood. Bjorn remembers that the gloves Ikura discovered were valued at 3,000 and possessed some impressive special attributes. In the meantime, he's experiencing a mental collapse because an individual who contributed virtually nothing secured such a substantial windfall. Costly. Nevertheless, he stays composed and inquires why Hikarat failed to identify her. Previously, Elinano clarifies that he appeared entirely dissimilar. In the metropolis, Bjorn swiftly discerns that the dwarf was gazing at her as though, if it were a confectionery, and the manner in which they conversed in the tavern, it is not an overstatement to believe that she sensed something. Elena begins to act out, but Bjorn swiftly hushes her, urging her to accept accountability rather than resorting to justifications. Hikarat clumsily advises him to take a break and shuffles off before Bjorn can pivot around once more. In the meantime, our protagonist starts to contemplate whether this contingent can endure at this rate. Several hours later, someone calls out to Bjorn to rouse him from slumber. Rod Miller is positioned next to him and expresses his astonishment that he was able to rest so deeply in that place. He rises gradually and inquires about the current location of the creature. The adventurer quietly indicates forward, and Bjorn's gaze alights upon a multitude of flittering beings that are sprites. These are 9th-tier creatures, which aren't specifically intended for combat, but are recognized for emitting toxic dust. Observing it merely verifies what Bjorn had already anticipated. He understands that there likely exists additional quantities in the vicinity, and the dwarf cautions him against becoming overconfident. When Dwarki ultimately feels improved, Hikarat advances and wields his Tor hammer to conjure a bolt of lightning that incinerates spirals in the atmosphere. Subsequently, the danger gradually materializes from the mist. It is a semi-troll recognized for prowling with appendages resembling wings. Advance straight towards them, and Hikarat intercepts the strike just in the nick of time, grunting in agony. Bjorn. It demonstrates that the dwarf's ability to endure discomfort isn't precisely remarkable. This is precisely the reason fighters despise this location, is that an unpleasant passive ability present here amplifies the suffering endured, and the majority of the creatures in this area are inherently resistant to corporeal harm. Hikarat seeks mystical assistance and Dwarki. At last, he hurls his frosty lance, which penetrates. He topples the troll. Regrettably, it retains its core nature, which is unfortunate given the difficulty it faced. Rod Miller. He advises them to continue onward, as the vicinity is still hazardous. Bjorn is once more on heightened vigilance as a fresh contingent of adventurers appears from the foliage, and a recognizable visage welcomes them. Eliza. He adopts his most convincing innocent persona and sarcastically fabricates a falsehood, asserting that Bjorn's faction slaughtered his companions, the amiable ones. They advance and instruct Eliza to remain at a distance, while Bjorn silently laments his fate for leading them into further turmoil. He realizes that this situation is likely to deteriorate swiftly and shouts at Hikarat to retrieve his item immediately. The dwarf. He gazes intently at his glove for a brief instant before, from striking it against the earth, activating. Its influence provides his squad with momentary protection against harm. Bjorn. He promptly instructs everyone to flee while they still have the opportunity. Misha sprints forward, insisting to understand why the woman trailed him despite this region being deemed secure. Bjorn starts to connect the dots and deduces that after they ventured into the witch's woodland, Eliza probably forfeited her ability to track. Consequently, she must have persuaded certain random adventurers that they were perilous plunderers and incited them to assist her. Their strategy would likely entail engaging in combat to prey upon the remaining individuals. He shouts at Misha to cease his tirade and continues sprinting, as the impact of the glove endures for merely 5 minutes and time is nearly exhausted. As if, at the opportune instant, the spell's influence resurfaces and diminishes them marginally. To all, a lookout perceives the motion initially, foe and direct the team along the most unobstructed path, and they have confidence in Rod Miller to navigate the labyrinth effectively. The routes to the 3rd level are acquainted, yet the witch's woodland is an entirely distinct entity, where an adventurer's genuine abilities truly illuminate. Rod's primary armament. Miller depends on his olfactory perception, which he employs to maneuver through the chaotic arrangement of swaying trees. Despite the ever-evolving terrain, he skillfully directs them further into the woods with remarkable precision. As his instincts heighten, he discerns subtle hints of mana and utilizes them to select the most secure route. Certainly. Nevertheless, he cautions them that the adversary is advancing swiftly and precisely, prompting him to accelerate, as it has now become a perilous competition to determine who will arrive first. Gateway. Misha starts to breathe heavily with. He applies pressure and subsequently stumbles over a stone that twists his ankle as he descends to the earth. Bjorn hurries to her side and inquires if she is all right. Nevertheless, she maintains that it's merely a spasm, yet he instantly realizes it's a tear. Silently, he lifts her and supports her as she struggles to avoid succumbing to her humiliation. He instructs her to remain motionless and avoid exacerbating the situation, causing her to flush. However, at that instant, Bjorn halts abruptly in his path and understands that the remainder of the party has vanished into the forest. Misha begins to feel anxious as they realize they are disoriented, and she inquires why he trailed behind the others as she strikes him on the back. He advises her to relax and asserts that the wisest course of action at this moment is to remain where they are and await the others' return. He understands that without a mentor in the sorceress's woodland, their likelihood of escaping unaided is virtually non-existent. Bjorn. She is on the verge of collapsing from fatigue when an anxious Misha inquires how much longer they must endure the wait. Abruptly, a shriek reverberates among the foliage, immobilizing them both. Bjorn quickly identifies the voice and Misha implores him to assist. However, he clarifies that dashing toward the noise could result in them becoming ensnared or, even worse, and their companions won't have the opportunity to locate them if they wander off. Thus, they must proceed. At this moment, in a total calamity, the paramount factor, even surpassing resources, is psychological resilience. Bjorn flees from the noise, pulling Misha with him as she starts to weep, expressing her fear of dying. He advises her to relax, contemplating that this is one of those instances where one must simply embrace the truth and confront it. Misha. She persists in weeping, expressing that if she had not been struck by the vehicle, none of this would have transpired. However, Bjorn shouts at him to focus and follow his instructions precisely. He instructs her to retrieve the restorative elixir from his satchel and mend his fractured ankle, which she accomplishes with tear-filled eyes. Shortly thereafter, they pause in an open space to rejuvenate. The inhalation. Misha exhales in a frenzy and remarks that she believed she was on the brink of demise at that moment. Bjorn inquires whether her leg is sufficiently healed to engage in combat, and she responds, "Indeed, consider this. They have successfully endured 4 days in this place, and the upcoming phase will be more challenging. Moreover, they are close-quarters combatants ensnared in a region where the creatures present are resistant to conventional assaults, necessitating a damage characteristic to have any hope of success." Bjorn reaches a conclusion and unexpectedly inquires of Misha whether she is wed, which clearly perplexes her, to which she responds that she is not. He then inquires whether her culture has any peculiar regulations regarding the exposure of skin to unfamiliar individuals, to which she once more answers negatively. Bjorn beams with a grin and exclaims that it's ideal, then starts to remove his helmet. Misha becomes frantic as he retreats and inquires about her intentions. She asserts that she is unprepared for any peculiarities he may be concocting, yet rather than something dubious, he retrieves the ice ring he had been preserving and presents it to her. He grasps her hand like a gallant, suave orator, and he implores her to vow that she will remain alongside him throughout this ordeal, which leads to her thoughts becoming overwhelmed. Bjorn pledges on his integrity that he will perpetually defend and uphold her, and entreats her to reciprocate with the same commitment. Misha blushes more intensely than a ripe tomato, and inquires whether she is sincere, acknowledging that she doesn't entirely loathe the focus. She expresses her regrets, explaining that she never perceived him in that manner, but swiftly clarifies that it isn't due to any lack of attractiveness or anything similar. Bjorn nearly malfunctioned while attempting to comprehend what she was expressing. However, she inadvertently reveals that she has a preference for lean men. Bjorn begins to panic and insists on understanding what that implies, to which she scoffs and declares that she is merely uninterested in a headstrong savage. Bjorn elevates his hands in capitulation and clarifies that he didn't fully grasp the situation. He desired them to remain merely allies. Misha halts in humiliation and commences. He waved his hand in front of his face as he confessed he nearly apprehended her for an instant. Then Bjorn nonchalantly clarified that the pact could be terminated at any moment, either by presenting her with a corresponding ring or by remitting 15 million stones. She gazes at him as though he were bewildered and inquires, "How can it be that a ring holds holds such immense value. However, Bjorn grasped her hand once more and remarked that it's a deal for anyone pursuing the aspiration of his existence. He believes that had he not dedicated 12 years honing this skill, he wouldn't have arrived at this conclusion. Misha remains perplexed and doesn't entirely grasp his implication, yet Bjorn reassures him that he intends to rouse Misha regardless. The icy band that Bjorn acquired from the enchanted spire may appear exceedingly ordinary upon initial observation, yet it ultimately reveals an extraordinary impact. When it is obliterated, initially it appears utterly futile until who, through numerous endeavors, uncovered that if a monstrous individual employs it that has yet to establish a connection with a mystical creature activates. An extraordinary occurrence transpires once that criterion is fulfilled. Acadia, an enchanting ice creature, comes to life due to his established renown and presents Misha with an agreement which he promptly agrees to, not a moment, and concedes as she caresses her muzzle, while a radiant expanse of shimmering energy surrounds her and elevates her into the sky where the agreement successfully concludes. She glides softly back to the ground and, still recuperating from the extraordinary experience, expresses that she never anticipated it would be so effortless to establish an agreement by inquiring Bjorn about the type of ring it is. Although Bjorn's spirits wane a bit as he contemplates why his father never shared anything about such a thing if it genuinely existed. She responds that her father likely remained unaware, which astonishes her entirely. He clarifies that it's a revelation he has only uncovered recently after thorough investigation, yet when she inquires about his knowledge of the ring, he tactfully sidesteps the question, suggesting they should converse about it after she has put on her attire. She appears bewildered until she looks down and promptly starts to panic upon seeing his bare form, while Bjorn nonchalantly notes that he had given her the garments while she was in a state of unconsciousness. While she garments herself once more, she becomes aware. She observes that Bjorn is also donned in fresh attire, but immediately addresses the matter and inquires as to why she was bare in the initial place. He serenely elucidates that he discarded the garments due to the fact that throughout the agreement, the user's apparatus tends to degrade, although she promptly exhales sharply and insists on understanding why he raised the subject of matrimony. In that instant, he assuredly responds that if she possessed a partner, that individual would undoubtedly be infuriated by the current circumstances, as she persists in discussing how she ought to have clarified it to him. All was orchestrated in advance, yet he disregards it, claiming there wasn't sufficient time, and swiftly shifts the topic, inquiring if she has any response to offer him, which causes her to pause momentarily before softly expressing her gratitude to him for all that he has done. Bjorn continues to urge her to express any additional thoughts, but she shifts into a state of irritation, prompting him to promptly address it, insisting that she articulate her feelings clearly. Subsequent to, following a moment of silence, he ultimately starts to share his experience of attempting to take his own life. However, her father discovered her at the perfect moment and he prompted her to retreat merely to inquire if she genuinely wished to do so. He ought to perish in a prison cell rather than continue disgracefully tarnishing his family's honor. Bjorn momentarily halts his thoughts to completely grasp the absurdity of his family dynamics as he proceeds, stating that was precisely the motive for his arrival at the maze. She did not wish to perish. She yearned to break free from all of that and similar circumstances. She endeavored to establish her worth by becoming an exceptional adventurer, as she secretly wished that maybe her father would ultimately acknowledge her. However, following her surge in strength, she is now uncertain of its significance and concedes that it might actually be preferable this way. With a gracious nod, he expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Bjorn and he asserts that he will always remember this gesture of goodwill until the day he passes away. This causes Bjorn to grin and request him to pledge by the protective spirits, and without a moment's pause, she beams widely and affirms it with immense delight. Creatures such as her can acquire 3 varieties of powers through agreements: conjuring, enhancement, or capabilities. However, in Misha's situation, she ultimately becomes irreversibly bonded with Scandia, bestowing upon her a strength-oriented benefit. Shortly thereafter, she vaults into the sky and sends a specter plummeting into nothingness with a solitary strike, and he gazes at his recently acquired frigid abilities like a child experiencing a sugar high, while Bjorn silently expresses gratitude to the divine for finally having attribute-oriented damage to tackle the bothersome spectral creatures. He observes that these entities are typically less formidable, which renders them simpler to manage, though Misha begins to express that she feels odd whenever he hits, much like Bjorn's savage essence seals, his ethereal ally also. She has the potential to advance, but as she remains confined to the initial stage, she is unable to wield weapons alongside her abilities. However, this is not a concern for the moment, given her classification as a combat-oriented character. Nevertheless, the apparitions continue to arrive. Thus, Bjorn advises him to draw him him along while they still possess their drive, for this is where the genuine challenge commences. Existence. Roughly 11 hours have elapsed since they commenced sprinting, during which they encountered hordes of creatures while acquiring knowledge and enchanted gemstones. Bjorn does not permit them to pause as he instructs Misha to swiftly collect the crystals, believing it fortunate that she evaded an encounter with a 7th-tier creature. Nevertheless, and fortunately, the disagreeable gremlin, Elisa, has not revealed herself either. Nonetheless, there is some unfortunate news, as engaging the Ring of Frost seemingly activated the inherent ability of his golem carcass, which led to the corrosive fluid wearing away sections of their elite squad, and to exacerbate the situation, they have failed to acquire a single essence, ascribable thus far during Misha's defiance. It persists in depleting incessantly. Should circumstances remain this way, Bjorn assesses his chances of survival. It's approximately 30%. With the completion of 12 hours, the field disadvantage activates the standard statistical effect. Subsequently, Bjorn retrieves a cord and instructs Misha to secure it around his midsection, ensuring they won't become disoriented regardless of the circumstances. He inquires whether she is acquainted with the unusual impact, and she senses it as she fastens the cord firmly. And just as the drawback starts to manifest, Bjorn persists, urging her to keep going, for even the slightest interruption could lead to their demise in this accursed woodland. Behold, the sorceress's gaze serves as a limitation with a straightforward consequence. Should it linger in a single location for an extended period, it invokes the rank 7 creature, Cannavaro. On the 3rd day within the sorceress's woodland, Bjorn and Misha have been apart from the rest for over 60 hours and remain disoriented. They haven't ceased since the sorceress's gaze was initiated. At level 5, Cannavaro appears in just 10 minutes. They are assaulted the instant they cease battling, as eliminating even a creature requires a minimum of 15 minutes. And the sole alteration is that they are now bound by a cord, ensuring that even if one is abandoned, they can effortlessly reunite. Misha. She informs Bjorn that she's decelerating as she is utterly fatigued. He consents, aware that his own state has deteriorated since the morning. She is merely fatigued from extensive walking, yet she persists, being pulled along even after he decelerates, and he contemplates whether he is unable to even equal the NPC escort's compliance rate he possesses. She has been grappling with her internal struggles incessantly, so it's no wonder she feels drained. Our offspring instructs her to mount his back, reasoning that a brief respite would benefit her, and she settles in a bit more comfortably. Shyly, without anticipating an explicit affirmation, he graciously raises her and positions her upon his shoulder. Her deficiency in endurance reveals everything about just how fatigued she genuinely is. Following 17 hours and the sorceress's gaze attaining level 6, Bjorn likewise starts to approach his threshold. He has been exerting himself continuously, and they must still discover that extraordinary location before it's no longer possible. Eventually, Bjorn perceives a voice inquiring why he is undertaking such actions and steadfastly declines to obliterate it, despite having made a decision. The most significant dilemma of his existence, he acknowledges the voice as it belongs to the apparition of his passionate former girlfriend manifesting. In an absurdly high definition, she inquires whether he fears experiencing betrayal once more, and attempts to allure him by exploiting his darkest thoughts and recollections. Bruno is incredulous that his former partner is emotionally nurturing him as she passes away, and he nearly succumbs to the delusion until he perceives to shout at Misha to rouse him and strike the individual who is taking joy. She commences her assault on the deception while Bjorn lingers, contemplating whether this remains a fragment of the mirage. Once Misha concludes striking him and restores his awareness, she instructs him to assist her in vanquishing the Dryad, which is an uncommon 8th-tier creature that employs the allure skill to entice its quarry. Following the triumph over the plant-based behemoth, he expresses gratitude to Misha for her assistance, recognizing that he would have found himself in significant difficulty without her. Unexpectedly, they spot a group of adventurers and comprehend that it's the first occasion they have encountered other individuals since their separation. The witch's woodland is vast. It's uncommon to come across other groups, particularly now that it is their 8th day on this level, whereas the majority of teams likely they have already departed. Observing just the pair, the adventurers appear taken aback and inquire whether they have become detached from their group. Bjorn replies that it's indeed, he believes that placing faith in them could be erroneous. Misha inquires about their safety, yet he advises her to remain still. An aged lady within the group remarks that they needn't be so apprehensive, asserting that they do not wish to inflict any damage and that the pair evokes images of their offspring, thus they ought to just approach and relax. However, Bjorn declines the proposal. He believes it would be more detrimental if they were to have offspring, as this implies they are increasingly driven to generate income through any available methods. Misha expresses that perhaps they will assist her, but he advises her to remain silent. Bjorn has consistently contemplated how he would respond in circumstances such as these. He concluded that the most prudent course of action was to seek assistance while simultaneously presenting a reward that would render the arrangement advantageous, equitable for both parties. If he wishes to engage in discussions, he must initially ascertain the true nature of the individuals involved, so he begins by presenting himself as Bjorn, the offspring of Yandel. One of the gentlemen chuckles, as he is being overly prudent for his own benefit, and presents himself as Hans Stove, the trailblazer of his group. Bjorn immediately feels vexed at the mention of the name Hans and ponders why there are so many individuals named Hans in this realm, promptly diminishing its rating by 1 substantial point. Following an examination of the structure, from his contingent, 2 fighters, 2 marksmen, and a trailblazer swiftly, he concludes that this is evolving into a profoundly perilous predicament. Bjorn. He informs the adventurers that they need to depart, yet the auburn-haired individual inquires whether they require his assistance. She believes it's accurate that they might benefit from some assistance, yet she cannot dispel the profound sensation in her stomach that these individuals pose a threat. He informs them they do not desire assistance, that they can handle things independently, and subsequently advises Misha that they ought to leave this place. Abruptly, an individual looses an arrow at them as they attempt to depart. Bjorn deflects the strike with his shield and instantly recognizes that his intuition was accurate. These are not your typical scouts. One of the marksmen appears bewildered and inquires of the elderly woman the reason for her actions, to which she replies by questioning whether he has ever examined his gear. With avarice etched across his creased visage, he proclaims that he is of Latino heritage and would barter himself for heaps of wealth. The marksman attempts to assert that they are merely compatriots in exploration, yet the auburn-haired individual instructs him to be silent if he has nothing to add. At that moment, the man with the beard interjects and remarks that the satchel the marauders possess is so valuable that they wouldn't be able to purchase it even if they labored tirelessly for an entire year. The marksman responds. He is not able to accomplish it at this moment, and the elderly lady instructs him to depart to the inferno. The vehicle concurs, tolerating all circumstances by claiming that he lacks sufficient wealth to be kind to unfamiliar individuals. Misha softly inquires of Bjorn whether they ought to attempt to leave, and he reflects that it's 5-2 and they are already fatigued. With it, there's no possibility for the opposing team to eliminate the scout, so there's merely one viable choice. He informs her that they must gain some additional time and contacts the scouts, requesting them to pause so negotiations could take place. He pleads for their mercy, offering his backpack and shield as a trade for their lives. Yet the foolish catgirl becomes frantic and exclaims that they ought to simply eliminate the barbarian. She asserts that if they allow her to survive, she will bestow upon them a magnificent reward, as she is a princess of beasts. Bjorn is unsure whether he is being earnest or fabricating the truth out of apprehension. The elderly lady inquires of the red-haired individual about their next course of action, to which he replies that they will eliminate both of them, as leaving a survivor could lead to exposure. The 2 tanks come to understand that if she is indeed a royal, then she possesses something exceedingly precious. As avarice engulfs them, all launch their assaults. Bjorn sprints toward them, believing he has secured sufficient time, and just at the 6th-tier mini-boss, Cannavaro, manifests at the conclusion. As Cannavaro focuses his attention on his target, Bjorn seizes Misha and dashes toward the sentinels with the purpose of utilizing them as decoys to facilitate their escape. He crushes the cranium of the timid and effortlessly subdued redhead with his shield to capture Cannavaro's focus. The leader employs monomines to ensnare the adventurers, providing Bjorn and Misha an opportunity to flee. The adventurers proclaim that they will handle Cannavaro initially and subsequently track them down, as they likely haven't progressed very far. However, Bjorn is unable to evade the magical explosives in his present condition, so he resolves to sprint directly through them, resulting in a catastrophic detonation beneath his feet. Cannavaro calls upon canines to pursue the adventurers. With the mines dispersed throughout, escaping becomes unfeasible. One of the canines approaches Bjorn and sinks its teeth into him, the limb, and he reacts by unleashing a flesh explosion to create. The canine detonated, and its own paw burst apart. Bjorn now experiences numbness below his ankle as his foot has been utterly obliterated. Thus, he chooses to entrust the remainder to Misha, employing Misha as an elite Pokemon. She blushed as she faced Cannavaro and exclaimed that he had selected her. He descends, blade in grasp, and swiftly dispatches the creature. Misha swiftly surveyed the nearby vicinity to ascertain if any of the adventurers had endured, and observed the elderly lady beseeching in agony for assistance or a restorative elixir. However, without a moment's pause, Misha concludes with her before pivoting to focus on Bjorn's leg. She administers a concoction onto his injury injury and informs him that it is futile since it lacks efficacy against such grave wounds. He reassures her not to be concerned because he understands that an injury of this nature will mend swiftly due to his eternal power. Shortly thereafter, his foot starts to restore itself in real time, and Misha observes in astonishment as a new infant foot appears without him having employed any advanced elixir. Bjorn is aware that his restorative attribute exceeds 100, which is more than sufficient to regenerate an entire limb. This is the strength of the vampire's essence fused with the regenerative emblem of eternal life. Observing all of this, Misha appears noticeably baffled and inquires of Bjorn what precisely it is, as he didn't even waver when the elixir made contact with the injury. He nonchalantly comments that it's merely the psychological fortitude of a genuine savage. She remains astonished and inquires once more if he is indeed human, as there's no possibility that an ordinary individual would respond in such a manner, to which he responds, "Savages merely possess an alternate composition. Keep in mind that Einar was unaffected by elixirs as well." Bjorn rises and informs Misha that they must advance before additional cannibars materialize. Still bewildered, Misha inquires how he discerned that those scouts were perilous from the outset. He claims one of them was called Hans, and he utterly loathed that name. Misha, he perceives this yet still fails to comprehend. He states that it's acceptable regardless, as they succeeded in escaping with their lives, but Misha appears despondent. She confesses that she didn't anticipate the gentle elderly lady to possess such a nature. She genuinely believed that she could have been a virtuous individual. The lad asserts that it could have been accurate had they not appeared feeble and lacked precious gear, or if they had discovered her beyond the labyrinth. Yet within this lethal snare, that aged woman was merely an avaricious creature masquerading as a human, and she initiated the confrontation. Misha still appears to be confused, prompting Bjorn to inquire about her reasons for entering the maze. He informs her that he requires funds. He inclines his head and remarks that those adventurers are similar to her. In this realm where you face capital punishment for failing to remit your taxes, the sole factor that safeguards individuals is wealth, and he is discovering that truth through difficult experiences in this journey. At the 199th hour of being utterly disoriented, they ultimately discover the sole location where they can pause for a bit, the sorceress's abode. Bjorn quietly hopes that no misfortune will befall them this time. After following over 100 hours of relentless exploration and endurance, they ultimately arrive at the sole refuge in this accursed territory. It's the witch's dwelling, and this time, the Korean Christ prays that all proceeds smoothly. He clarifies that a witch's hut is merely a randomly created edifice within the woods that stays stationary for 8 hours. As soon as an individual steps inside, the perils of the woodland dissipate, and due to the absence of beasts within, it stands as the sole genuinely secure zone in the vicinity. Though challenging to locate, it remains the exclusive spot where an adventurer can genuinely recuperate in the witch's forest. Bjorn and Misha spent an eternity searching for the initial cabin, but due to Misha's keen vision, they succeeded in discovering the subsequent one quicker. Merely 53 hours remain until the labyrinth shuts down. Within the lodge, Misha remarks that she has encountered this location thrice before, yet she still craves more of it. Bjorn instructs her to be silent and remain patient as he detects the presence of individuals in the vicinity. Misha inquires about his knowledge, and he clarifies that only 5 individuals are permitted to enter the cabin simultaneously, and that the portal seals itself automatically once that threshold is attained. He inquires if anyone is present at the moment, and Bjorn suggests they should scan the area. They observe a man reclined in a flower bed, and Bjorn instantly identifies him as the individual who was accompanying Elisa. He contemplates what occurred with the man, because frankly, he resembles a vagrant. Misha observes that there are additional individuals within the structure and inquires if they are the same as previously encountered. She opts to attend to the one in the garden bed initially and forcefully strikes his visage with her dough without a moment's pause. The feline girl. She was astonished because she believed he was merely going to incapacitate her. Then, following the conquest of all 3, he is astonished to discover that one of them remains alive, albeit likely not for an extended period. Bjorn douses the individual in the violet mantle with a elixir. He cries out in torment as he regains awareness. Bjorn inquires if he is alert, and the youth identifies him at once. The individual exclaims that Elisa was utilizing them as well, and it's merely an enormous misconception. Upon reuniting with their associates, they assaulted the Pathfinder, yet it was nothing substantial, merely a graze. Then, unexpectedly, a sudden flash of illumination overwhelmed them, and when they regained consciousness, their leader had already succumbed, an icy spear embedded in his cranium. Bjorn is convinced that Hikuro's faction must have fled, and that the cry he heard previously belonged to Rodmiller. The individual continues to express that, without their trailblazer. They were trapped meandering aimlessly and unable to chase after their group. However, the genuine issue emerged on the following day when they recognized through their own gaze that revealed Elisa was an ardent devotee. To Karui, he vows that all transpired due to. She asserts they had no intention of robbing anyone. Bjorn advises her to be quiet, yet the lad exclaims his remorse, and his eyes brim with tears. He pleads for compassion, insisting they were deceived and that they will rectify their wrongs. Misha, she gazes at Bjorn and informs him that she will adhere to any resolution he chooses. Bjorn, in the meantime, starts to contemplate deeply. From the moment he entered this realm, he has taken the lives of numerous individuals, yet they were all insignificant beings unworthy of preservation, and it was undoubtedly always in self-defense. He endured hardship due to these individuals, but ultimately no one perished, making this instance distinct. He contemplates whether eliminating them is truly the appropriate course of action. It appears as if she is situated in a legal chamber, trapped between her virtuous and malevolent spirits. The malevolent one, he asserts that he ought to eliminate them forthwith to prevent potential complications later on. Nonetheless, the nascent employee inside him contends that all individuals err, and such fallibility does not warrant demise. Yet Bjorn concludes that this line of reasoning is relevant solely to the reality he once inhabited, not to the current one. He gazes at Misha and inquires about her perspective. She replies that she cannot place her trust in them. Regardless of whether it was an error, they attempted to take her life once, and that is not something he can absolve. Upon hearing that, Bjorn experiences an immense burden released from his shoulders. He recognizes the necessity of adhering to the regulations of this realm, or he risks finding himself on the unfavorable side of the throng next time. The man continues to protest that it wasn't his aim, but Bjorn has already solidified his decision. It might have been an error, but he will not permit them to commit another. From the instant he awoke in the physique of this savage, he understood that endurance required adopting the route of the savage. It was the sole means of progressing ahead. Misha observes that his hand is quaking and inquires whether he is all right. He claims it is insignificant. Bjorn gathers the corpses and tosses them into the flames. Misha, he inquires about his current activity, to which he placidly responds that there is no alternative. Bjorn reflects that it resembles the game. The duration in the cabin can be prolonged by an additional 8 hours by offering a sacrifice. With 2 additional individuals, they have successfully secured a complete 24 hours of repose. He inquires of Misha whether she intends to take a break, but she remains silent. Therefore, he chooses to proceed initially. She reclines on the mattress and discovers how cozy it feels. Our offspring starts to experience a greater sense of humanity as he adopts the primal manner. As he slumbers, he experiences recollections of his former existence. Upon awakening, he embraces the harsh and unforgiving truth that he now inhabits the physique of a savage and battles creatures to survive and witness another dawn. Bjorn ponders whether he genuinely slumbered for a complete 7 hours, and when Misha enters, he instructs him to rouse from his sleep, but similar to a headstrong youngster, she grumbles that she requires an additional 5 minutes. That irritates. Its mechanisms are activated. Thus, the ancient savage tradition rouses her with a raw power that causes her cries to reverberate across the lodge. Merely 24 hours are left until the labyrinth shuts down. Additionally, there is just 1 hour remaining before the lodge vanishes. Bjorn is convinced that the moment has arrived, and if they can endure 1 more day, they'll be back in the metropolis. Misha expresses her dissatisfaction, stating that this venture has been unbearable, and the first thing she intends to do upon their return is indulge in a lengthy soak. She inquires about Bjorn's plans, to which he replies that, in all honesty, he has no idea. He is aware. As soon as the cabin shuts, they are conveyed back. Upon entering the woodland, you instantly observe that the surroundings radiate a rich scarlet tint. It appears that the unique circumstance has been triggered. The property owner emerges, and Bjorn immediately comprehends the implications of that. The floor sovereign is essentially a terrain creature recognized in the game as the floor overseer, and every level possesses its unique version. Misha begins to feel alarmed and urges Bjorn to cease his teasing, as she has heard that the 3rd level lacks a floor lord altogether. However, Bjorn clarifies that invoking one is a hidden feature, which means the majority. Numerous individuals believe that the 3rd level merely lacks one. This is due to the fact that if an eccentric individual truly succeeds in invoking it, total chaos ensues. This entity is referred to as the Sovereign of Disorder, Ryakis, and the instant he manifests, every other creature on the terrain conceals itself. It not only impacts the vicinity, it annihilates everything in its trajectory until it perishes or is vanquished. Escaping isn't even a possibility since teleportation and dimensional traversal are obstructed once it is conjured. If you find yourself ensnared on the 3rd level, it would be wise to brace yourself for the possibility of demise. Misha insists insists on understanding the reason for this occurrence at this moment, and Bjorn concedes that it is likely their responsibility. Incinerating remains within the sorceress's dwelling is among the concealed invocation prerequisites. They had presumed it would be inconsequential since it had been a decade since they last invoked the Ryakis, and incinerating merely 3 should not have initiated any repercussions. However, it seemed that someone had previously ignited 4 corpses prior to their actions, and their involvement had merely satisfied the criteria. The feline girl becomes frightened and weeps, shouting at Bjorn for dooming them both. She cries out that they will perish due to a mindless savage. Bjorn, irritated, instructs her to reduce her volume before individuals begin piecing things together and discover that they were the ones who called forth the leader. Misha crumples and yells that she's going to perish at the hands of a strolling meat skewer, and Bjorn cannot ignore how circumstances have shifted, as previously she regarded him as a gallant hero in radiant armor. He urges her to regain her strength as they must depart swiftly and make their way to the orcs' territory. As per the Jarvi dwarf faction functioning on the 6th level, they are exceedingly powerful and highly structured. If anyone can withstand an assault by a property owner, it's likely them. Remaining allied with the Jarvi clan may offer them their greatest opportunity for survival. Upon reaching the orc domain, they discover it teeming with organized groups. Bjorn speculates that the Jarvi clan likely has a minimum of 10 units deployed on this level to maintain order. Misha anxiously comments that the crowd is excessively large. On a makeshift stage, an individual named Iraz calls out to the assembly, attempting to soothe their anxiety and urging them to adhere to the directives. An adventurer exclaims that he is prepared to offer any amount to utilize a teleportation incantation and extricate them. Another blames the faction for being the ones who originally called forth the floor sovereign. Iraz maintains a composed demeanor and reassures them that this location is secure. His clergyman has initiated a safeguarding barrier, and his seekers are monitoring the perimeter. He alerts all that the maze will shut after just 1 more day. In accordance with their agreement with the monarchy, the Jarvi clan will take every measure to guarantee that most of the adventurers come back unscathed. However, anyone who defies the regulations or creates disturbances will be dismissed without exception, as this is not a democratic environment. Bjorn acknowledges that the individual is skilled at oratory, as the anxious assembly is already settling and with the obstruction in place. The cleric elevated them so they could ultimately find some respite. The incantation proclamation is among a priest's essential powers that enables humans to traverse freely while entirely obstructing monsters as though it were the boundary with Mexico. Nonetheless, Bjorn remains vigilant. He understands better than anyone that expulsion is not an option, yet he can already perceive unrest simmering. He advises Misha to remain attentive and overhear surrounding discussions, as her auditory senses surpass his own. Bjorn clandestinely listens to a man murmuring that it has been 10 years since the floor overseer made an appearance, and that they are fortunate the Jarvi clan is present at this moment. Our protagonist considers it a risk, but perhaps they can escape this situation unscathed. As he grips Bjorn's arm, Misha is nestled and slumbering serenely. He shifts her arm, resulting in her tumbling down more dramatically than the Twin Towers. She inquires about his concern, prompting Bjorn to clarify that difficulties are imminent. With a minimum of 500 individuals still present, there are merely around 50 members of the Jarvi clan that remain. She inquires about the current strategy, and he responds that they will observe how the group intends to manage this considerable assembly. "You will depart abruptly," he exclaims once more, declaring that this is the sole genuinely secure zone on the level, entirely due to the cleric's enchantment, and that it's time to demonstrate his reverence to Jesus himself with the most hallowed item of all, money. Every adventurer is required to promptly remit 1 million gems or items of equivalent worth. Bjorn recognizes that this is an ingenious method to neutralize everyone. No adventurer is toting around 1 million stones in currency, thus he will be compelled to relinquish gear and treasures. Iraz clarifies that the remuneration serves as a demonstration of trust as well as a safeguard charge. In exchange, the Jarvi family vows to safeguard with their lives everyone encompassed by the barrier. Bjorn, he acknowledges that the cleric's incantation is indeed formidable, yet it pales in comparison to the turmoil Ryakis can unleash. Even in this arrangement, the floor supervisor could eliminate them entirely. Nevertheless, he instructs Misha to begin retrieving items they can afford to relinquish. A contingent of individuals departs, reluctant to forfeit their gear. Bjorn, he is grateful that his gear is satisfactory enough that he doesn't need to relinquish anything vital. Clan Jarvi must have amassed a substantial 300 million stones from all the transactions, and with fewer individuals to oversee, it's a favorable outcome for everyone involved. Nonetheless, should Ryakis emerge, it is conceivable that even they may not prevail. Considering the 3rd level is vast, the majority of individuals strive to uphold an optimistic mindset, believing they won't be the unfortunate ones to encounter the supervisor. However, Bjorn is bracing himself for the worst. Merely 5 hours are left before the maze shuts its gates, and then the inevitable transpires. The direst situation materializes. The heavens turn ominous, and the deluge of desolation, a dormant, expansive power of the floor sovereign, commences its descent. All within the confines endure the ramifications of the turmoil, and Misha feels it acutely. She grips her head, besieged by warped thoughts and agony. Then, the sovereign of disorder materializes, Ryakis, and all stand paralyzed in dread. It remained intact. He remained resolute and declared despondently that the journey had become significantly pricier. He exclaimed that the floor supervisor has reached the scene and instructs everyone to retrieve the emergency provisions they've been accumulating. Unexpectedly, every member of Clan Jarvi starts to gather enhancement manuscripts, enchantments, and artifacts, restricted application, and all resources available to them. Their physiques radiate with immense strength as they ready themselves for combat. Iris exclaims that they shall endure this and that there are ample provisions for all. She implores everyone to utilize what they possess, as it is precisely what it was designed for. Observing the tribe gear up for a full-scale battle, Bjorn experiences a flicker of authentic optimism. These individuals, they had encountered mortality countless times and were evidently ready to confront it once more. The fortified frontline commander calls out to all to assume their places. The moment has come to face the tumultuous sovereign Ryakis and thwart him or perish in the endeavor. With a threatening presence, the Ryakis claims its supremacy over the rural sentinels. They believe it to be merely a fantasy, and they are so frightened that, in a desperate attempt to preserve their existence, they begin to flee only to be drenched in cheese. Inquisitiveness. Bjorn's reflections on the forthcoming events become instantly evident as close combat warriors and defenders grapple to evade powerful strikes while parrying lighter blows. Conversely, following recovery, the combatants merely resume battling. As time progresses, a young man is abruptly overwhelmed, as the exhalation of Ryakis terminates the existences of 3 distant assault specialists in one moment. Witnessing this, the spectators become frightened and utter a variety of absurdities. They might desire to, yet they remain unaware that the tribe is genuinely exerting its utmost effort. This is feasible, as the fighters uphold their stances at the forefront while the sorcerers inflict relentless harm from the rear. Ryakis endeavors to harness his abilities. However, Iris commands everyone to cease their assault due to his sense of peril, and instead instructs them to take aim. To the globe, Bjorn is utterly convinced that they are also aware of the subsequent stage of Ryakis, as they are obstructing its occurrence, meticulously regulating the assaults. Given this tempo, they might endure since they evidently possess the knowledge to conquer the level chief. Only an hour remains before the labyrinth shuts, and our protagonist believes that with merely 11 individuals having perished thus far, it won't significantly impact the conflict. But the issue lies with the adventurers, who have already started to feel alarmed. As an increasing number of adventurers who settled the safeguard charge perish, Ryakis continues to seethe with fury. Michelle inquires of Bjorn whether they ought to engage in an activity, noting that he appears unwell, but he responds by requesting some time to contemplate. In the meantime, the adventurers assert that they need to take action, yet the Jarvis family has seized it all. His squad, and now all gaze upon the group with envious admiration and frantic. Bjorn urges Michelle that they must depart without delay. The adventurers ultimately lose their composure and commence assaulting the sentinels, declaring they will depart on their own conditions. They sprint towards the sentinels and commence striking them. In the meantime, Bjorn advises Michelle to remain behind him, believing that this was all unavoidable, since an ordinary adventurer has no means to conquer Ryakis. They both arise from turmoil, and Michelle declares that the essence of turmoil lies directly ahead. Bjorn instructs her to veer abruptly to the right and sprint, believing they lack the time to confront the creatures since they must distance themselves from this place as much as possible. They dash towards an area of the woods where they can move further from the heart of the chaos. Yet, without warning, shadows envelop him, prompting Bjorn to question whether this is Ryakis' supreme power known as the Malevolent Rift, and if the formidable malevolent creature has already consumed all the orbs. Michelle is frightened and inquires about what will occur with them and Bjorn. He is correct. Indeed, this is Ryakis' supreme power, the Abyss of Malevolence, that is triggered upon the absorption of the 10 orbs of disorder. You possess a restricted time frame to flee the impacted zone, yet the challenge lies in the fact that you will be drawn toward the core because of a unique phenomenon. All individuals are transported to the nucleus in an instant. Bjorn approximates that nearly 200 adventurers remain, of which merely 20 originate from the Jarvi lineage. Initially, there were 50 participants when this chaos commenced, but numerous individuals perished within mere moments. The adventurers and tribal members start to quarrel vociferously and accuse one another. Each other. A member of the clan advises them to appreciate that they did not. They are facing execution and ought not to anticipate any further support from the clan. Abruptly, a non-playable character interjects, asserting his awareness of the situation, clarifying that if they fail to escape in time, everyone is doomed. They can attain freedom by journeying a mere 5 kilometers in any direction, but they must collaborate as the creatures will undoubtedly assault them. To Bjorn's astonishment, the individual is indeed correct. However, the true dilemma lies in the fact that Ryachi's duplicates and chaotic entities will unceasingly assault them. The scouts proclaim that they will make an attempt, as inaction guarantees inevitable demise. Misha inquires of Bjorn regarding their strategy, and he resolves not to risk such a feeble option. Instead, they will pursue a path with significantly higher odds of triumph, prompting him to take Misha along and make their way to his sibling, Tylon. As he ascends the staircase, Tylon urges him to halt or else. However, he halts upon noticing Misha positioned beside him. Our acquaintance greets him nonchalantly, as though they were long-time drinking companions. However, Tylon appears vexed due to their lack of intimacy. Suddenly, he inquires whether Tylon possesses the spirit of an orc champion, which causes the feline youth to become frantic. Tylon insists on understanding how she is aware of that, and observing the response, he smirks like a scoundrel, believing his wager is yet another triumph. Additionally, a mere 23 individuals from the Jarvi lineage persist. Upon receiving the account, Iraz comprehends that numerous of his fighters perished during the rebellion. The aged sorcerer next to him remarks that time is running short and inquires about his intentions. Iraz is convinced that they will be unable to forge a path with merely 2 traffickers in proximity, a swordsman and a lancer, due to the absence of an appropriate vessel capable of enduring the shocks. At the forefront, if only they had an individual capable of enduring the impact, then they could effortlessly forge a route. And abruptly, he perceives the aircraft proclaiming from beneath that it will make way for all. Iraz promptly inquires about the identity of the individual. A sentinel advises him to disregard the nonsensical savage accompanying Kalstein's unsuccessful sibling, but Iraz asserts he will determine that for himself. Subsequently, the sentinel elaborates that the savage asserts he will create a passage if they provide him with the essence of the orc champion. Iraz swiftly engages his survival instinct capability. It accentuates the individual who most enhances their likelihood of enduring. And at that moment, Vian is bathed in the most radiant glow conceivable. He stands as the sole individual capable of aiding them in their survival. At this moment, without delay, Iraz advances toward Vian and inquires about his name. Aware that he has just secured his 2nd consecutive wager, Vian grins and responds with complete assurance that they may refer to him as Big Dad. The deputy leader, representing the Jarvi lineage, he identifies himself as Iraz and inquires how Vian became aware that they were pursuing the orc champion. Vian commences to perspire slightly, yet claims it was merely an assumption, as there is no other explanation for why a significant faction such as his would intrude, seize the habitat of an orc, and would arrive with an abundance of provisions unless they harbored an alternative aim. The 5th-tier orc champion resembles a concealed adversary. You merely invoke him and present approximately 707 orc warrior crystals at the shrine. Those provisions were stored as a precaution against the emergence of an orc chieftain, and given that they remain undamaged, Vian is convinced that they have yet to confront the orc lord. Iraz appears somewhat captivated by Vian's reconstruction and inquires as to why they ought to have confidence in him. Vian coolly responds that he is a savage who carries the eternal emblem as well, infused with the spirit of a vampire and the discomfort threshold of a corpse construct. The deputy captain interjects and highlights that he is merely a combatant who utilizes every resource available, to which Vian concedes, affirming that it's simply that. Iraz chuckles and claims he has already surpassed the other 2 combatants he shared accommodations with, adding that Vian is exceptional, and he also consents to allocate his assets towards it. Misha's sibling attempts to articulate, but is hushed when Iraz commands him to fetch the essence at once. He clarifies that it's beneficial to invest in Vian if it results in greater savings. He shouts at Karlstein once more to expedite while Vian rejoices. Cognitively, they have surmounted the initial hurdle. There exist 3 varieties of champions among orcs, and each one is formidable in its own manner. Even as 5th-tier creatures, they necessitate an entire strike force to manage. Referred to as the Orc Brethren, each one possesses a distinct hue of essence. Dinesh hurls a crimson, one that elicits a shout of fervor. Felta hurls azure while wielding a spirited banner of combat, and Targus hurls emerald, which is what Vian depends on. She contemplates what it could be and nearly erupts with delight when it reveals itself to be green. He swiftly unfastens the test tube and extracts the essence of the orc champion, enhancing nearly all of his physical attributes. His hand quivers as unadulterated unadulterated strength courses through his physique, and he is currently grappling with self-restraint. Iras recommends that he detach the apparatus before he spirals out of control. Vian successfully perceives, and he transfers all his gear to Misha. Subsequently, Iras bountifully hurls a heap of scrolls and elixirs towards him, reminiscent of a benefactor flinging treasures to a content creator. Vian begins unrolling scrolls and consuming potions as though he were reveling at a fair. Sorcerers encircle him, weaving an array of protective enchantments, amplifying his strength to its fullest potential. Iras instructs Talon to provide him with some blood, claiming that his latent skill will be the most advantageous for replication. Talon inflicts a minor wound upon himself. The figurine and Vian start to take it in as though it were his beverage preferred. With this, he temporarily acquires Karlstein's tainted power, and his eyes shine crimson. Iras immediately identifies him by the hue of his eyes and observes that he amplifies active capabilities by 1.5 times. Subsequently, the deputy captain inquires whether Vian is prepared, to which the savage affirms, and it commences with unleashing the power she has long anticipated. Her gaze radiates with brilliance, scarlet as his physique expands and his garments rip apart. Ultimately, he towers as a formidable behemoth devoid of any attire. Misha seizes the chance and glances around, as the other men in his vicinity abruptly sense. Somewhat diminutive, an immediate hush descends as Iras re-enters the present moment and instructs them to assemble all the layers. Vian ultimately succeeds in crafting some makeshift undergarments, and Iras inquires whether he can complete it in less than 30 minutes. Vian grins assuredly as he inhales deeply and emits a savage battle scream in each guideline prior to advancing as an unyielding behemoth. The deputy commander calls out to the rest to pursue the semi-clad colossus, and they all rushed in after him. Vian acknowledges the lives entrusted to him and unleashes the potential of the seal of sacrifice to advance even further. A grin spreads across his face as he senses the unrefined energy coursing through him, and he resolves to cease any restraint. Without a moment's pause, he plunges forward toward Ryaki's as though he had borrowed money for a meal. A surge of diminutive duplicates emerges in his way, yet at scarcely 2 meters in height, they stand little chance against him. He obliterates them. Individually, nevertheless, their maledictions. They inflict upon him tremendous anguish despite the pain threshold of the cadaveric golem essence. However, as long as he safeguards his heart, nothing else is significant, owing to his vampiric nature. Iras. He calls out for him not to go too far, yet due to his stature, Vian is unable to restrain him. His capability, the intensified ridicule, renders it an attraction for roaming beasts, which functions effectively as it ensures the adventurers remain secure. Karlstein attempts to combat one of the duplicates, but instantly senses the curse reemerge and shouts at them, the clergy members who will heal them. Vian labels him a fool and instructs him to cease his charade. In danger if you wish to survive, the clergyman instructs. His concentration is directed towards Talon, while Vian persists in his approach, obliterating clone after clone, believing it's preferable for him to remain the sole combatant on the front line, as his vitality diminishes below. At the midpoint of the Orc champion's latent hero journey, it triggers and enhances all of his protective measures. To utilize it completely, he must remain directly in front, thus instructing everyone to keep their distance while he hoists the substantial weight. Talon retreats and finds himself beside Iras, who nonchalantly initiates a dialogue. Iras deems it prudent to take a step back, since one cannot predict what else may emerge. Talon hesitantly consents, yet inwardly he understands that he could hardly withstand the anguish, despite the fact that he was merely present, because it doesn't take her long to recognize that he is distinct. She begins to contemplate the true nature of Bjorn. Until this point, she had merely presumed that he was just an ordinary guy trailing her sister. He was an archetypal savage fighter who remained silent upon their encounter. Notwithstanding his elevated pain threshold and formidable resilience, Bjorn shows no reluctance whatsoever, not even in this circumstance. A form of disorder. Talon acknowledges that no one else possesses such bravery and is confident that Bjorn would be an excellent asset to his squad. In the meantime, others are conversing as well, inquiring about the identity of the warrior and expressing their gratitude for his rescue. They attempt to inquire from Misha, but she feigns ignorance, embodying the obedient little feline she is. Iras grins and remarks that if Vulcan were to make a comeback, he would likely resemble Bjorn. Talon murmurs quietly to himself, "Indeed, it's unnecessary to inquire about the young man's name," yet that the tranquility swiftly dissipates as the clamor surrounding them intensifies and the gateway emerges into sight. As the crowd begins to sprint, Talon discreetly concedes that soon enough, everyone will become aware of Bjorn's identity. Every individual. They begin to amplify one another's claims, insisting that the conclusion is imminent, whereas Bjorn is convinced it's merely a short distance ahead and plunges right in the direction of the entrance. The instant he traverses, the limit of his enlargement power expires, and he reverts to his standard dimensions as all are liberated from the enchantment of the region. A surge of jubilation exists, yet it is brief, as the cries pierce the atmosphere and halt all activity, leading Bjorn to immediately comprehend that certain individuals did not survive. The environment, the orc's protective gear disintegrates in an instant, and Bjorn realizes they have pushed him perilously near. He acknowledges that it's a wonder they were able to escape. Iras resonates with the sentiment but urges everyone to remain vigilant as there is still has come to an end. Bjorn consents since this was merely the initial stage, and now one of the remaining individuals is on the verge of being marked as victim. She envisions that anyone might be selected arbitrarily and silently wishes it won't be her. Of them, yet Misha drives him insane whenever he begins shaking. She quietly experiences anxiety due to her inability to. He shifts more frequently, and Bjorn comes to the realization, while lamenting his fate, that she was selected as the target. He ponders why, out of everyone, it had to be her. She inquires what it is unfolding, yet he becomes aware of the frigid glances from those surrounding him, including his own siblings, and he comes to this realization. The individual selected as the quarry is immobilized and designated as Rajakas's exclusive objective until demise. Iras advances, clearly astonished to discover that it is Misha, and extends a safeguard should Bjorn consent to affiliate with his tribe. Bjorn asserts strongly that he has no intention of collaborating with anyone at this moment. Iras expresses that it is regrettable, but notes that had they opted for Bjorn, he would have had no alternative. As Bjorn raises Misha into his embrace, Iras proclaims that their agreement concludes at this point and wishes to encounter him again in the city, to which Bjorn responds that there is a genuine chance he may not return unscathed. Iras appears unconcerned and expresses confidence that Bjorn will come back. As a farewell token, it prompts the spellcasters to conjure a few last protective incantations and conveys to them best wishes for success. Bjorn appreciatively receives the enchantments and gifts, fully aware that they themselves have probably been diminished to the refuse. He expresses his gratitude to the group one final time, and Horus cautions him that he must endure or Rajakas will pursue them. Bjorn grins as he has overlooked that and mentions he will dawn. It has commenced. Just 15 minutes remain until the labyrinth shuts its doors. However, Rajakas is already alert, ravenous for blood, and certainly has no intention of simplifying matters. Bjorn sprints at maximum velocity while Misha senses the warmth emanating from him, and he perceives from the escalating din that the creature is closing in on him. Terror seizes him when she addresses him by his formal title and pleads with him to cease immediately, having realized that Rajakas orchestrates everything. From her, recall the gazes of revulsion and even his relatives. He averted his gaze from her as though his very being. It was perilous. Bjorn inquires about her meaning, yet she disregards him and pleads with him to capitulate. She mentions that they aren't particularly intimate, and even if she passes away, it won't make a difference, as she has already realized her desire regardless. Bjorn considers her remark absurd and explicitly expresses that he certainly does not wish to perish, questioning her motives for making such statements. She asserts that she is sincere, yet he contacts her and informs her that she fears being forsaken, a notion that impacts her profoundly. She responds that she no longer wishes to be a hindrance, yet Bjorn patiently inquires if that sentiment holds more significance than her existence and urges her to be truthful about her desire to survive. Simply seek assistance, and at the very least they will have an opportunity. Misha. He labels his expressions as precisely what a savage might utter, yet he comprehends their significance, and ultimately, she understands that Bjorn has demonstrated to her the essentials for enduring. Slightly mortified, she confesses that she came across as a pitiful infant, yet all at once, she becomes thrilled and exclaims that if Bjorn rescues her, she will accompany him wherever he goes. Bjorn points out that she has already made that promise, but she merely chuckles, and he vows to provide her with every penny he acquires during this journey, which ultimately proves to be greater to their preference. At that instant, all the advantages of the clan. They disappear and become aware that it has begun to pour, signifying that the wretched beast is now directly behind them. Furthermore, additional chaos spirits are starting to chase after them. Bjorn clenches his jaw in irritation at the necessity of deploying his ace in the hole so abruptly. Promptly and dynamic enlargement once more. His physique expands significantly once more, and while his statistics soar, what is paramount now are the most substantial steps he can make. Drawing on the strength of his spirit, he assesses that he can sustain this shape for approximately 3 additional minutes and inquires of Misha how much longer it will be. He glances at the timepiece draped around his neck and remarks that they possess fewer than 200 seconds remaining, and Bjorn. He informs her that he is still tallying. Misha initiates the countdown while Bjorn progresses, readying himself to confront the specters. He glides through them effortlessly, akin to balloons in his way, as Misha proclaims that their count has dwindled to approximately 65. Time is dwindling, yet as they near the gateway, a burst of energies flares up behind them. Bjorn observes. He stepped back and nearly stumbled. His spirit plummets upon realizing that the monstrous brute has successfully approached him. Thankfully, the colossal breath assault eradicates a segment of the chaotic phantoms, removing obstacles and facilitating smoother operation. However, it also signifies that Ryaki's is now within reach as a formidable paw. It hovers ominously above him. It hits with devastating power, yet Bjorn successfully evades it just in time as Misha persists in yelling the countdown. Bjorn grits his teeth as the formidable beast of turmoil bellows and gazes at them. He departs once more, but Misha starts to regress into her state of anxiety, asserting that it's futile to attempt to rescue her. He shouts at her to be quiet and emphasizes that abandoning her is not an option, despite her ongoing attempts to dispute. He interjects, reminding her that he bestowed upon her a vow. She considers it insane that he would jeopardize his life for a vow, but he counters that no one mentioned anything regarding demise. He exclaims that he intends to emerge unscathed, but at that moment, the creature hurls another one. A flash of lightning severs his arm. Without a hint of acknowledgement to the agony, he inquires about the hour. Misha falters, on the verge of crumbling once more, yet he shouts, and she ultimately weeps as only 60 seconds remain. Bjorn clenches his jaw, understanding that he merely needs to endure for another minute, and now that he has lost his arm, fleeing is not viable. Without a moment's pause, he leaps. Elevated in the atmosphere, Misha exclaims that he is rushing toward the creature. He reacts swiftly to grant her another moment, and she yells at the 50-second mark as he realizes that directing a breath assault from beneath her own limbs proves more challenging for the creature. It's perilous, as Ryaki's had the ability to obliterate them effortlessly, yet Bjorn, he rushes nonetheless and begins weaving to the left and right. Recall the conflict of Clan Jarvi and how it assisted him in deciphering Ryaku's assault strategies. At the 30-second mark, they remain in the struggle, yet just as it appears he could. To accomplish this, let your defenses down, and the colossal appendage descends from the sky, which propels him into the air. He plummets to the earth and remains there in astonishment. Paralyzed as the talon descends once more, he envisions this as his conclusion. However, in that instant, the strength of his spirit is depleted, and the enlargement ceases, reducing him back to his usual stature and averting his destruction. Until demise. Bjorn rises in astonishment as merely a moment later it could have been lethal. With 10 seconds remaining, he scrambles up the beast's talon like a lunatic. It embeds its fangs firmly into Ryaki's and holds onto him tightly, as it trembles uncontrollably to jolt it. With 3 seconds left, the creature recalls it possesses an additional claw. He clutches them both firmly as he unveils his repulsive, salivating maw to consume them, yet Bjorn merely grins, and creates a shade over the excessively large stray canine. That moment is nearly finished. At that instant, the labyrinth seals shut and transports them back to the metropolis. The setting transitions to the town plaza, where individuals stand in anxious quietude, anticipating the arrival of their cherished ones. The gateway starts to shimmer and ejects wounded adventurers onto the earth. Chaos ensues. When an individual cries out to summon the guild, bystanders hurriedly move to assist the injured. Subsequently, they observe Bjorn's battered form and murmur that he appears to be on the verge of death. Misha awakens disoriented, astonished that he continues to draw breath, yet promptly begins to summon. Bjorn, the audience stands still, gazing at his shattered form, pondering what sort of beast could inflict such devastation upon a warrior. Misha, overwhelmed by dread, forces his way through and crumples beside her, overcome by dread, as someone urgently calls for assistance to summon the temple. Pressing, leaning his ear against her torso, he attunes to a subtle pulse, and she murmurs through her sobs that he frightened her to such an extent that she abandoned them. Motivated, they start to discuss the events that transpired on the 3rd level, and rumors are circulating that merely 30 individuals succeeded in fleeing, whereas the fatality count probably ascended into the hundreds. An individual who lived through the ordeal recalls being rescued by a man whom others presumed to be Ira's. However, the man clarifies that he was merely a chance adventurer from the 3rd level. When he inquires as to who it was, and the response reveals that it was Jandel's offspring. Bjorn. The chronicles begin to reveal that the savage has yet to accomplish anything worthy of being deemed a hero, but if he persists in this manner, the designation is merely a question of time. Individuals start referring to him as Little Vulcan to pay tribute to the mythical champion renowned for his extraordinary valor. His renown starts to escalate swiftly, yet notoriety invariably demands a cost, as it heightens the chances of a significant occurrence transpiring for the player. In another location, a government government representative scrutinizes Bjorn's dossier and deems it exceedingly dubious, since few adventurers amass such a record in such a short time frame. Since acquiring this role, I had never encountered an individual with such a diverse array of unusual fragrances, and they all carry a somewhat peculiar aroma. Nevertheless, the narrative. He refers to individuals who were born with unusual fates and were selected to rescue the world, being designated as heroes. The individual reclines, gazes at the dossier, and contemplates the true nature of Bjorn, pondering if he is a fated champion or a malevolent entity. Bjorn discovers himself re-experiencing every event that transpired in the subterranean chamber from the instant in which Rackus stirred until Misha fell victim to his savage getaway, and the last instance in which he deceived that enormous wandering canine. Moaning as the sunlight strikes, his visage reveals that he remains alive, whereas Misha has lost consciousness, upon her leg and offers her a gentle tap. In the mind, 2 days later, the rumors concerning the supervisor on the 3rd floor and the alleged savage champion who rescued everyone are still rampant. Bjorn's notoriety metrics are soaring as several neighboring adventurers dispute over who activated the floor guardian, asserting that the true instigator remains unaccounted for. The remainder of the group eventually arrives, feeling a sense of relief too. Noticing the pair unharmed, Rod Miller attempts to express remorse for his injuries, but Bjorn cuts him off and insists that nourishment takes precedence. As they enjoy a beverage, he inquires of Ikerod about what transpired following their parting. The dwarf elaborates that when the scouts sustained an injury, they once again utilized the wrist guard's abilities to gain additional time. Misha is astonished that it functions so frequently, while Bjorn believes he employed a combination. Ikerod clarifies that he employed the emergency restoration to reset the utilization tally of the item. In the meantime, Misha attempts to compel Bjorn to provide nourishment. Accompanied by Broccoli, Ikerod recounts how they scoured the area in an effort to assist Rod Miller and locate the others, yet pinpointing their whereabouts proved futile. On the 3rd day, they encountered that eccentric woman once more, which causes Misha to feel anxious, yet Ikerod claims they fled to the 4th level. Rod Miller further comments that they were the only ones who reached that point, along with Bjorn. He understands that they utilized the portal's hue-shifting feature, which they accessed right before a shift in color, and dispatched their chasers to an alternate location. Ikerod expresses that enduring a 10-day wait on the ground level was excruciating, which nearly drove Bjorn to rage after all he had suffered. The diminutive figure remarks with self-satisfaction that he seized an essence during the initial challenge, driving Bjorn to his breaking point. It becomes evident that they acquired the essence of the mimic, prompting Bjorn to begin cursing the game's systems. The mimic is an uncommon 7th-tier creature, and while its capability is not intended for battle, it provides entry to an individual pocket dimension. The positive aspect is that upon your initial entry into the treasure chamber, it produces unpredictable rewards. Attempting to stay composed, Bjorn inquires about what he received, and Rothmiller. He nonchalantly counts 2 million stones alongside 3 premium potions and 2 labeled objects, prompting Bjorn to curse and get furious. Ikerod instructs him to refrain from swearing, and Bjorn expresses regret, asserting he was merely taken aback. Rothmiller. He claims he has no use for the enumerated items and intends to sell them in order to divide the proceeds, which ultimately results in a substantial sum. Bjorn hesitantly praises him as Misha inquires about the reason for his destruction of the utensils. He clumsily asserts that this is his newfound persona he's embodying, which she evidently doubts. Bjorn remarks that he hasn't witnessed everything thus far, and Misha merely flushes at the recollection of that magnificent spectacle. Ikerod inquires about the events that transpired between them, and as Misha starts to clarify, Bjorn hastily cuts in because he wishes to maintain certain aspects confidential. He proposes a rough overview, excluding certain enticing details, and the team is immediately captivated. Rothmiller commends Misha on her ethereal companion, noting that it must have posed a challenge, yet inquires about Bjorn's involvement in the matter. Instead, she evades the inquiry, and Ikerod becomes infuriated by the exorbitant security charges imposed by the Jarvi clan, promptly proposing to contribute half of their spoils. Dualki is exhilarated upon receiving the news, whereas Ikerod notes that no one challenges the designation any longer. Tiny Vulcan. That moniker has captivated Bjorn with fervor. With his defenses lowered, the dwarf discloses that this is the name by which people refer to him. Bjorn narrows his eyes as it's too premature to be assigning epithets. Renown aids in the competition, but in reality, it merely generates complications. Nevertheless, everyone continues to applaud him, and he uncomfortably receives the accolades. Misha Lu. He gives a sly glance and mentions that there's an additional matter to resolve, suggesting a financial aspect. The adventurer notes that they received 3 million solely for notifying Karui, and their overall sum amounts to approximately 7,600 pebbles. Bjorn derides Misha for her previous previous vow, and she laments that he is capable of embracing anything. A couple of days later, Misha awaits Bjorn in the metropolis, lamenting that reality is just as excruciating as the labyrinth. Bjorn proclaims that he has completed his tasks, and Misha's expression brightens when she refers to him as a good lad. He gazes at her, pondering why she has been so affectionate recently, and speculates it could be due to the substantial amount of cash she has provided him. The reward may not be significant over time, yet he is aware he must allocate resources towards Misha and enhance his performance metrics, as he has now become the key member of his team. He informs her of his intention to come back and inquires about her arrangements, to which she anxiously responds that she is going to see her relatives, and expresses that he may be away for a few days, which confounds him. Bjorn chooses not to intervene and extends his best wishes. She continues to gaze downward, prompting him to deliver a jovial tap and reiterate his action, causing her to yelp in mortification. She reprimands him for not eating appropriately and further insists that he should not neglect his vegetables as well. And Bjorn internally exhales, for rather than regarding him as her rescuer, she is behaving like a concerned parent. As the carriage sets off, he resolves that enhancing Misha's abilities is his foremost priority. Most likely, he could become part of a superior team now that his qualifications have enhanced, but that would entail parting ways with Misha. Thus, he is remaining for the time being and is resolute in assisting her in becoming a professional. While strolling through the metropolis, he observes the profound silence that has enveloped it. At that instant, a voice pierces the atmosphere, commanding an execution. Bjorn observes as the throng assembles, visibly enthusiastic to contribute. A small amount of blood, yet at that instant he recognizes a known visage. Bjorn stiffens upon recognizing the warrior to whom he had entrusted funds. He comprehends that the individual has likely jeopardized everything, and in that instant, the gamer spots Bjorn and begins to yell. Bjorn becomes frantic, dreading the possibility of being apprehended, yet it's too late for the unfortunate individual. When the blade descends and cleaves his head from his torso, quietly, she resolves that she has ceased assisting others out of compassion. However, a different voice calls out to him, yet Bjorn merely instructs them to go away. The dubious individual attempts to appear amicable and claims he shares a similar predicament with Bjorn, and he mentions the names of several nations and inquires about her origin. The entire scenario feels unsettling, and Bjorn's intuition reveals to him what the issue is. The individual continues to howl as though he's striving for a global achievement. A bothersome, insignificant dialogue, which compels Bjorn to ultimately unveil his hidden tactic, the technique. With the fierce determination of a savage, he gazes at the man and urges him to simply express his thoughts. This causes the young man to perspire and anxiously remark that Bjorn's performance has significantly enhanced, even though he has only been present for 3 months. Bjorn perseveres and candidly urges him to get to the point and pose his inquiry, yet the individual continues to ramble. At one juncture, he even misarticulates the play on words, which triggers warning signals in Bjorn's mind. The individual persists in commending Bjorn for his swift ascent and subsequently starts to meander about his own existence, which increasingly irritates Bjorn. Continually, occasionally, an unfamiliar individual contacts Bjorn and inquires if he is interested in becoming a member of the alleged Gu-Aim organization. However, before he can complete his thought, Bjorn perceives as he gazes into his eyes and inquires if he is a malevolent entity. The individual appears bewildered, yet presumes it is a component of a performance and goes along with it, asserting that in reality. Indeed, that was the final straw when Bjorn yelled in, audibly, recalling his assistant's counsel to expel any malevolent entities, locate him, and then deliver a blow so swift that it astonishes the irritating individual. After a while, Bjorn discovers himself in the headquarters of a protection firm. A captain is thrilled to encounter him ever since Bjorn rescued his sibling in the labyrinth, who was among the select few who rendered the security payment. Our son expresses that he's famished and wishes to depart, and he continues to feel remorse for not having vanquished that supposed malevolent entity. At the place of the execution, the throng attempted to hinder Bjorn, who proclaimed that the fair-haired woman was a malevolent spirit. The commander states that the issue is being examined, yet before he can proceed, a man rushes in and declares that the perpetrator possessed a paranormal investigator's dossier. Malevolent. All individuals proceed to the alleged perpetrator's chamber, where an authority proclaims that ultimately the individual is not a malevolent entity. Bjorn feigns a convulsion and asserts that the individual admitted to guilt. The authority figure serenely clarifies that he administers these evaluations to anyone who amasses an alarming quantity of accomplishments in a brief time frame. As Bjorn, he continues to feign ignorance, urging him to articulate himself in simpler terms. The captain exhales deeply and confesses that they genuinely suspected Bjorn could be the malevolent apparition. This drives him to the edge as he insists on firing at those fools while the captain restrains him with all his strength. The official endeavors to persist in elucidating, while our lad sustains his award-worthy act and keeps launching into fits of rage. Upon his later return, Bjorn reflects that he hadn't anticipated the agency's extensive knowledge regarding the participants. Recall the enumeration of nations the individual referred to particularly, that peculiar manner in which he articulated game. That blunder enabled him to understand the true situation, and it now clarifies why they were apprehended. To Tarakenton swiftly, Bjorn comes to understand that this realm is far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated, but he takes solace in the fact that circumstances are progressing favorably. They will not detonate this time. Upon entering his chamber, Bjorn discovers an envelope on the ground that encompasses a tablet within, and a message cautioning him to never disclose his player persona. Her gaze expands as she discovers there exists a concealed society where her identity will remain secure, and all she needs to do is swallow the capsule. However, if she prefers not to join, she must obliterate the pill. Additionally, there's a small annotation in the margin referring to the monarch of Raptonia as a grandmother smoocher. In a concealed setting, an enigmatic figure inquires as to why his operative was assaulted when he merely directed him to adhere to the guidelines. The representative clarifies that the foolish Rubio became overly self-assured and attempted to apprehend him, while the enigmatic figure proceeds and inquires about the examination outcomes. The authority advises him to observe for himself and activate the enchanted orb. Upon viewing the replay, he assumes a Sherlock Holmes stance before deducing that a genuine malevolent entity would have retreated instead of engaging in a public handshake. He issues the determination that Bjorn is not a malevolent entity, which the official is compelled to acknowledge. In the meantime, the enigmatic youth grins and expresses that the metropolis could perpetually benefit from additional champions, pondering whether Bjorn might indeed be one of them. The following day, Bjorn makes his way to the enchanted tower, as he suspects the letter could be authentic and wishes to delve deeper into the matter. Within the research facility, Riven welcomes him with a sarcastic remark regarding his newfound popularity, catching him off guard. She clarifies that anyone who attains sufficient notoriety receives that correspondence, although she feels disheartened that she couldn't view the original, since it vanished. Bjorn offers a perplexing remark, leading her to clarify that it's a communication from malevolent entities. She indicates that there ought to be a tablet accompanying it, but Bjorn feigns ignorance. Riven clarifies that the tablet is fashioned by a formidable sorcerer who excels in dimensional and cognitive sorcery, enabling an individual to access a particular ethereal plane. Bjorn attempts to comprehend it. However, she expresses to him that she perceives it as an alternate realm where the spirit journeys while the physical form stays put. It is thought that malevolent entities convey information in that space. However, every endeavor to penetrate concluded in demise, prompting our young man to reflect quietly or depend on his instincts to evade detonation. That object, she cautions him against engaging with it despite his intrigue, and Bjorn naively inquires if it is toxic, to which she responds that, if not, then inquire about the reasons behind people's demise. The prevailing theory suggests that malevolent entities possess the ability to sense trespassers and immediately sever their souls, which reassures Bjorn even further about his decision to abstain from that gathering. Raven additionally highlights another peculiar aspect of the tea. The individual embodying her essence in that dimension cannot be tracked back here, complicating the process of identifying who has arrived or departed. Bjorn is astonished once more and inquires why they are unable to track down who consumed the tablet. However, she concedes that no one has accomplished it thus far. Returning to the subject at hand, she states it's time to extract some blood. But Bjorn, he becomes immersed in contemplation as he ponders whether that community could genuinely serve as a sanctuary where he could obtain crucial insights and possibly discover a route back to genuine existence. However, Raven yanks him back, gesturing towards the menacing examination seat and instructing him to rush. Bjorn settles in as her experimental subject while she cackles like a deranged scientist in the backdrop, yet her thoughts remain consumed with the dilemma of whether to ingest the capsule. Ultimately, he concludes that it is likely not a perilous tablet. If it were, the whole population would have already been eradicated. Consequently, he declines to embrace it right away, believing that it might notify the sender if they are the latest individual they reached out to. Consequently, they opt to postpone their participation for 6 months. 15 seconds elapsed, and deep within a obscure and enigmatic sorcery workshop, a voice announces, a silhouette clad in a garment traversing a radiant sphere that the arrival has yet to manifest. The individual in the gown understands that the savage is not a wagerer after all, and instructs the person on the opposite side to dispatch the remaining correspondence. He appears disheartened as he had privately wished that the iconic athlete would take on the role of Bjorn. The moment transitioned to Bjorn at the guild, where he receives the news of his advancement to the 6th tier. In the subsequent weeks, practice diligently each each day and invest cash as if it held no significance. Initially, purchase a colossal bulk adapted to its dimensions and corrosion-resistant shell to neutralize the golem's essence. Cadaver and slacks with safeguard spheres that adjust dimensions when he morphs into a colossal being and reverts, much to Misha's dismay. Furthermore, she purchases Misha the paired lich blades, which are more compact than she was accustomed to. However, she adjusts swiftly after rehearsing with mannequins of preparation. Ultimately, the shaman in his community enhances his eternal emblem. The procedure is as excruciating as the initial day he ventured into the maze. The level 2 eternal emblem amplifies intellect, physical power, magical resilience, and endurance. Astounded that he was able to remain aware throughout the enhancement, the shaman proposes to reveal his destiny using a popsicle stick inscribed with his birth number prior to chuckle at the notion that no senseless savage recalls such matters. Nevertheless, the aged lunatic discloses that Bjorn is fated to encounter numerous extraordinary occurrences. In existence, be it prosperity or calamity, that is the course of a champion. Our protagonist dismisses the notion of fate, resolutely convinced that he governs his own future regardless of the challenges life presents. He remembers the shaman being astonished at having acquired his third seal so rapidly and subsequently presents him with a selection of 3 spirits. Without reluctance, Bjorn selects. The essence of the natural world elevates the user's danger level and activates a skill known as brutal detonation. This skill enables the user to draw in beasts merely through their respiration, and since it amplifies their physical assaults, they can obliterate all those unfortunate beings and effectively transform into an impenetrable force. Employing gigantification further intensifies the impact, and he cannot help but feel pleased with the progress he has made in merely 3 months. Subsequently, the healer abruptly reveals that he neglected to disclose an important detail regarding Bjorn's destiny. He cautions you to exercise caution with those who despise you, for otherwise address that animosity promptly or you will ultimately endure the consequences. Heed this caution. Bearing that in consideration, he departs the cabin contemplating it. The final item on her list when Einar unexpectedly emerges from the greenery. With genuine branches in her grasp, she resembles a. The cheerleader celebrates his achievement of securing such an esteemed title in such a short span of time and inquires about how it transpired. She attentively hears his account with keen fascination, akin to a young girl absorbing her father's evening tale, and ultimately, she is truly astonished to discover that he has joined forces with Hikarat once more. Subsequently, from the narrative, he gazes at her and inquires whether the foolish elderly man has been consuming all his provisions, as he appears to be undernourished. However, Einar asserts that his muscles are merely compacted. Then she confesses she is completely unaware of what that truly signifies. At that instant, the elderly lady begins calling out her name from afar. Upon perceiving that, she promptly expresses her regrets for the short stay, and Bjorn replies that he has tasks to attend to regardless. As she dashes away, Einar offers her a farewell compliment, remarking that although she appeared fantastic while in survival mode, akin to the Bear Grylls, the newly tranquil and composed Bjorn remains unchanged. Remarkable. Our child is astonished as she vanishes into the foliage, and he questions whether this can genuinely be deemed a leisurely and unhurried existence. Upon returning to the library, Langna begins to converse even before he takes a seat, commending him on attaining celebrity status while invoking the reading enchantment. This catches him off guard. He ponders whether she genuinely implies something. Consequently, she contends that it is illogical to engage with a formidable sorcerer of her own stature. Moreover, the reality that he is languishing in an archaic library likely indicates that he has his own issues, much like Dualki. Descending into a spiral of melancholic reflections, Bjorn recognizes that he is merely justifying his actions as a means of self-preservation. He reassures himself that there is insufficient time to be kind to everyone and that his priority is to ensure his own survival. Consequently, assess individuals dispassionately. He forges partnerships when it serves his interests and eliminates individuals who might pose future dangers. As his mind races on, he abruptly regains composure upon recalling the moment he compromised his values and declined to abandon Misha. Convinced that he has grown overly settled in his new existence as a barbarian, Bjorn resolves to continue as a barbarian, a warrior. She strides directly towards the attractive librarian, slams her hand on the countertop, and instructs her to express whatever she wishes to convey. Slightly anxious, Langna inquires how he was aware, to which he softly responds that her eyes are more exquisite than the pearls that beckon to him. The following day, Bjorn enters a cafe teeming with women and scarcely succeeds. Step through the entrance, instantly lamenting her choice despite the overtly feminine title being a glaring signal. In this rosy confectionery snare for unattached women, a lady welcomes welcomes him with excessive enthusiasm upon realizing that he is the patron she has been anticipating. She presents herself as Syaphane, a cerulean-haired woman and companion of Langna who seemingly led Bjorn off course. Subsequently, having hauled a genuine savage to a culinary utopia, Shaven audaciously inquires what he desires to consume, prompting the Barbarian to bluntly request beer and steak, laced with all his irony. He then poses the fundamental inquiry to her, seeking to understand what she desires from him, only to witness her authentic astonishment. Langna had not disclosed anything to her prior. He bypasses the pleasantries and states that he requires an individual to monitor the drainage system as the tax-leeching parasites persist in lurking down there. The issue is that none of the earlier patrol vehicles succeeded in coming back. This is where Bjorn steps into the picture. Langna is convinced he is the most suitable contender for the underground nightmare. He attempts to contend that there are significantly more adept adventurers, while inwardly doubting whether this task exceeds his capabilities, especially if he possesses the aura of a malevolent spirit seeker. However, Shaven, who embodies the geeky otaku persona, asserts that it's unmistakably due to his status as the popular fantasy protagonist on Twitter, and merely gazing at him in that manner clinches the agreement. Subsequently, she confronts him with an audacious plea and implores him to permit her to feign that she is purchasing the cookies she is on the verge of receiving, merely to demonstrate to her friends that he bestowed them upon her. He consents without a moment's hesitation. Ultimately, he notes that the remuneration is $200, which seems quite acceptable, but he continues and elaborates that collaborating with their establishment enriches your CV as they are quite discerning in their hiring process, thereby assisting you in building credibility and securing additional employment opportunities in the future. However, swiftly, he rejects that notion since, regardless of how stellar his standing may be, no one genuinely desires to employ a savage. Nevertheless, he still agrees. I gladly embrace the position. Subsequently, as he departs, Shobun contemplates that he is indeed an extraordinary individual, just as she had perceived him to be, and she is delightfully astonished to discover an exceptional man who soothes her with each conversation they share, and the reality that she remains largely unaware of Langna despite their numerous exchanges adds to the simplicity of the situation, and she quietly endorses her partner transitioning into her companion. Subsequently, in the subterranean depths, the protagonist reconnects with his team outside the access point, where everyone is already voicing their grievances about the foul odor, despite being aware of what they had consented to. Dismissing their protests, Bjorn swings open the door and strides in ominously, his aura seeping from his helmet or his inner beak-like energy, resembling a comical yo-yo antagonist. He instructs everyone to take care not to harm their helmets as they are equipped with GoPro cameras for documentation purposes. The previous day, he assembles the group, commencing with Hikerod, who is more than willing to join him at no cost. Dualki is also participating, as virtually any activity seems more appealing than reading continuously. Rod Miller leaps to his feet, eager to experiment with his recently acquired skill, while Misha stands by, eager to dismantle some wrongdoers with her new pair of leech daggers. Bjorn, he perceives himself as a recruitment deity, acquiring complimentary assistance, and holds Rod Miller in high regard as the true star of the show, owing to his exceptional navigational abilities in a location that resembles an infinite labyrinth of filth. Dualki conjures a luminescent enchantment to illuminate the shadows, yet Hikerod remains tightly gripping his essence, apprehensive that a creature may surface from the drains. Misha inquires of the dairy deliverer regarding details about creatures, and he informs his sorcerers that he occasionally disposes of his enchanted refuse in the lavatory, suggesting they could possibly create a synthetic monstrosity. That cursed notion almost brought Misha to the brink of demise right then and there. However, Bjorn dismisses her, asserting that there have been no accounts of creatures in the past 2 years. At that instant, Rod Miller halts. It's not the odor that disturbs him, as everything reeks, but his intuition senses an additional entity in the vicinity, instilling confidence. In his imitative nature, Bjorn promptly readies to extend his hand. Misha abruptly gestures towards the individual concealed within the wall like a budget-friendly assassin. Bjorn is seized and hit with such force that his invisibility dissipates. The man begins to curse and, in a frenzy, unsheathes his sword, but Bjorn intercepts him. He seizes the limb and shatters it as if it were a slender branch. He halts at that point, perceiving the individual's fervent desire to survive. He inquires of the man, who is curled up and weeping on the earth, and tenderly, he threatens to snap her neck if that fails to make her speak. The individual, he becomes increasingly powerful and admits that he is merely a destitute tax delinquent attempting to survive. Rod Miller observes the ink on his forehead and remarks that it signifies a significant transgression, mentioning that he has encountered that mark previously during his dealings with dubious individuals in his smithing era. Bjorn contemplates the possibility of apprehending the man alive, given the substantial bounty of 5,000 stones associated with it. But eliminating him is equally effective, provided it is fully documented on film. After all, anyone who navigates the underground tunnels to avoid taxation likely warrants the most severe consequences. The substance abuser begins pleading for an arrangement in return for valuable insights. Yet, this irritates Bjorn even further, and then abruptly, the lad observes that an individual captivates his interest. Evidently, there's a deranged woman with a substantial price on her head, and she's encircled by remains, suggesting it's likely some malevolent absurdity linked to sinister sorcery. That's when Bjorn's intuition begins to howl. Who might the priestess Caribe be? Eliza. Her response conveys everything, and Misha inquires about her strategy. Our protagonist asserts that they cannot simply allow a savage lunatic with a vendetta against them to wander freely without restraint. He instructs them to merely verify her identity, yet the entire crew is prepared to assist if it indeed is her, their fresh leader. It guides them through the underground passages for approximately 30 minutes before halting at a concealed path that does not appear on any chart. Bjorn is somewhat astonished that the man didn't seek permanent shelter here. It appears he was in transit because the eccentric woman had seized control of his previous sanctuary, which is when they encountered one another. Alongside him, as they reach the alleged refuge, Bjorn observes that there is merely a single point of entry and a solitary point of departure. This brings a smile to his face, as the sociopath is now cornered with no escape. Remaining highly wary, he allows the individual to enter first. Just beyond the primary chamber, the assembly starts. He starts to feel panic upon witnessing heaps of motionless corpses, yet Bjorn propels his quaking guide onward, and the unfortunate individual activates a snare. Abruptly, a tempest of invectives descends upon the two of them. Bjorn shouts to the others to swiftly retreat as the substance abuser is tormented by the hex of a revenant that depletes his total vitality with each strike, and he senses his spirit being ripped asunder. Drawn in. Conversely, Elisa immediately realizes that her affliction has just been triggered and ponders whether the assailants are of the shrine. His pulse quickens as he has yet to locate the doorway to the subterranean metropolis. Consequently, he perceives the whispers in his mind regarding his forthcoming offering. In the meantime, a message informs Bjorn that he has been besieged by more than 100 returned, yet due to his formidable fortitude, he only suffers a reduction of 1/3 of his total health, employing the substance abuser as his private safeguard. In person, Bjorn informs Misha that he is, in fact, still alive, despite her evident disbelief. Anxious, a single glance at the vacant remains of the individual with no maximum vitality reveals precisely how that malediction would have concluded for him, and he is sincerely appreciative that the disposable homeless individual without relatives received the hit. Hikarat spots a name label and realizes that this individual is yet another Hans. They enter Hans' chamber, which unexpectedly appears excessively tidy and well-appointed for an individual who asserts to create chaos associated with homelessness. Nonetheless, there is no indication of Elisa's presence until Dulka senses a mystical energy emanating from a spot on the earth. Bjorn sinks to his knees, perplexing the group, and informs them that he is about to unseal the enchanted trapdoor with his sturdy metal rod. Doki inquires whether sheer strength is effective even against mystical obstructions. However, Bjorn is invigorated by enlargement and recognizes the insight that if something cannot be shattered through sheer strength, then mere force is inadequate. Onlookers gaze in astonishment as he shatters the magical trapdoor as though it were mere parchment, and hurls a modest pastry at Duoki for questioning him. Rod Miller is monitoring Ellis and observes that she seems to be by herself, making it presumably secure to investigate her. Trusting his heightened intuition, Bjorn informs them that it's time to depart. Deep beneath, in the subterranean metropolis of Nork, the courier dashes to the deputy leader and notifies him that the antiquated secret entrance has recently been obliterated and, oddly enough, this time it isn't the monarchy. The deputy captain notes that no one has traversed that path since the Caribe cult affair and instructs the courier to verify if it is the temple's clergy once more. Rely on Amelia, the auburn-haired one, to manage the circumstance. In the meantime, Bjorn's group ventures into an area of the maze that resembles nothing of the drainage system. Misha inquires whether Duoki or Haikarad can identify what this location might be, yet they are both utterly perplexed. Rod Miller interjects, noting that Ellis's aroma is intensifying swiftly, suggesting that he is likely approaching a perilous situation in their direction. In the meantime, Ellis accelerates her speed, filled with dread, as the cackle of the malevolent lord had merely reverberated in his mind. The previous time he encountered that, the outcome was unfavorable, and he is unwilling to risk a repetition of that scenario. Believing his adversaries are representatives of the sanctuary, she sprints to evade capture before they apprehend her. When her fragrance abruptly dissipates, Rod Miller proposes they pursue her before she vanishes. Once more, at that instant, Alisa perceives Misha's voice from afar and understands that it's not mere chance. It's Bjorn's celebration, and she resolves that it's time to conclude everything once and for all. The priestesses of Karui unlock the portals of the abyss and release phantoms. However, Misha slices through them effortlessly due to his formidable elemental assault benefits. Not to be surpassed, our lad. He triggers his eruptions during the descent to encapsulate the strain of the assaults and distorts them, as though it were utilized tissue paper. Rod Miller and Hikerod offer assistance from the rear, departing Alisa exasperated and utterly bewildered by how the disreputable faction managed to gain sufficient power to thoroughly overpower her. She unleashes numerous hexes in a bid to strike our protagonist. The most excruciating demise conceivable, yet Dualki appears and unleashes his luminous sorcery, striving to reverse all sinister sorcery. Without allowing her a moment to recover, our protagonist almost strikes the priestess on the crown and then instructs Dualki to proceed with that. The wizard appears perplexed, yet Bjorn. He urges her to utilize it swiftly as he sprints toward the area with Alisa nearing. Believing herself astute, Alisa executes her quintuple maneuver to metamorphose into a specter at the final moment, evading the corporeal assault. However, Dualki's manifestation incantation emerges precisely at the moment to return the Sada to the ground in her exasperating manner. Human physique. Our lad seizes him by the throat and administers a clearly agonizing strike with his shield directly onto her attractive visage and persists in striking her with such ferocity that the others question if they even intend to spare her life for the 3 million. Following the brutal assault that left her face indistinguishable, he restrains her and nonchalantly informs the group that it's time to depart. However, when he pivots to commend the team for their impressive effort, he discovers that they are all sprawled on the ground, insensible. Abruptly, a system alert emerges, notifying him that he has been afflicted with basilisk venom. Fortunately, his immunity to the toxin allows him to remain alert and mobile. When a recognizable auburn-haired individual emerges in the vicinity, Bjorn experiences a recollection triggered by post-traumatic stress disorder as he reflects on the notion that events were spiraling out of control. Excellent. Emilia appears astonished that she is still able to move following the poisoning and comments on her warrior. The front runner has significantly intensified. Observing her entire team on the ground, she inquires if he is unwilling to escape by himself. By them, yet Bjorn perceives himself as immobilized by her increasingly unsettling conduct and presumes she is now focusing on him since he has matured into adulthood and he has learned that he has been maneuvering through the drainage systems. She labels him a deceiver as she pledged to release him sooner and insists on understanding why he is present. Yet that the inquiry hits a sensitive spot. She responds that he was the one who initiated the call and inquires how he discovered the concealed entryway. Bjorn strikes her with complete primal intensity and inquires what she actually means, perplexing her to the extent that she questions how she inadvertently unlocked the door. My partner informs her that he crushed the enchanted portal with a mallet like a prehistoric man, causing it to splinter, leaving her astonished before she even inquires about his reasoning. That's all. He candidly confesses to her that he merely desired to create a Dotaiza. Emilia swiftly. She assembles the fragments, but when he suggests departing amicably like a compliant lad, she emphasizes that she cannot permit his departure now that she is aware of the access point. He naively presents to her once more the pinky vow, yet she informs him that this occasion it's distinct. Perceiving the suggestion, Bjorn discards his protective gear and starts to elucidate the two most effective methods to provoke anger. To an individual, the initial step is to cease. Amidst a statement, as she calmly anticipates the subsequent rationale, he interrupts her and hurls his cash at her visage. As anticipated, the thief effortlessly evades the projectile. However, she accompanies it with the prohibited Captain America toss. Donned her complete suit of armor, he evades it once more, precisely as he anticipated. However, he then leaps forward and attempts to crush the adaptable, remarkable young woman. However, she manages to evade capture effortlessly due to the predictability of the motion. Next follows his genuine maneuver, the enlargement of our lad, who stretches his substantial primal limbs further than anticipated, catching her entirely off guard. With his hand elevated like a demolition ball poised to obliterate, Hulk exclaims that the match has concluded and strikes him in the face with an absolute commitment to gender equality that Kazuma would endorse. Just as he delivers another, out of the blue, the woman astonishes him by brandishing her knife. He immediately presumes she intends to sever her limb to elude his hold. Responding reflexively, he employs a burst of tissue directly in his visage, dousing him with a startling deluge of corrosive blood, resulting in Emilia is left without words as he strikes her with Bjorn's complete special move. Incredibly, the unpredictable girl continues to retaliate despite enduring such a thrashing, prompting Bjorn to conclude conclude that it's time to demonstrate his superiority. He delivers a savage strike with his powerful, trunk-like legs, making contact with her ribs. Witnessing her materialize and vanish while expelling blood, he starts to believe his fortunes are enhancing. Yet, that aspiration vanishes abruptly the instant he perceives her voice beckoning from behind. The system nonchalantly notifies him that she has recently employed autoplay to replicate herself, rendering him utterly devoid of. Suddenly, the replica appears soaring through the air with a manual that Asura had propelled. He pivots away and derisively asserts that he will be alright if he truly possesses the vampiric nature, as the gossip suggests. His strike connects with such intensity that he cannot even curse appropriately before his head is propelled away. The sole reason he isn't a lifeless body at this moment is due to the fact that his heart remains somehow functional. Yet even with the extensive harm, the restoration of his vampiric essence is hastening. Emilia appears truly astonished by the rapidity with which his physique recuperated after utilizing merely a single elixir. Bjorn fires. Appearing perplexed and somewhat irritated, she contemplated why she hadn't brought him to a conclusion when the opportunity arose. She exhales deeply, remarking that he remains as naive as always and ambushed her unexpectedly, exposing her tactics for survival when she was evidently prepared to converse. He is skeptical and contends that he had no alternative as she utterly relinquished her efforts. It's time to calm your energies. That merely irritates her further, stating that she truly permitted him to escape previously. When he reiterates that she mentioned before she couldn't release him, she exasperatedly rolls her eyes and clarifies that she intended to say she would need to question him first, not harm him. He inquires what she desires from him, yet Emilia composedly advises him to relax as she perceives his hand discreetly inching toward the dough. He feigns ignorance of his presence. He's ready to revert to his primal instincts with her once more, yet she unmistakably realizes he's merely being prudent in case she experiences an emotional upheaval. That's the moment he delivers the timeless phrase that the most effective protection is a strong strategy/defense. Assault. She chuckles and retrieves a tiny item, clarifying that it is a charm that wipes the user's recollection of the past hour. Unsurprisingly, Bjorn inquires why she hadn't utilized it during their initial encounter. However, she claims it's costly. He arches an eyebrow and nonchalantly inquires why she would squander such a costly possession on him when she could effortlessly detach from her oblivious entourage and profit from selling her spoils. This touches a sensitive spot, and Emilia appears truly hurt as he perceives her to be some sort of fiend. Silently, she seizes his hand and forces the substance straight down his gullet, assuring him that it ought to be secure and entirely devoid of adverse reactions. The woman instructs him to rest if he cherishes his existence, but immediately prior to losing consciousness. Upon his eventual awakening, the system notifies him that the blessing's influence was ineffective due to its incompatibility with his soul, likely owing to his status as a gambler. The following day, within the management office, Chavin, he verifies the nameplate inscribed with Hans's name, the assassin, which Bjorn presented as proof, and gives him a substantial sack of coins as compensation. He was taken aback that she wasn't presenting him with an invoice for reparations, but she clarified that the higher-ups had excluded them from this due to his involvement in a particularly exceptional case where he nearly sacrificed his life. He recalls that, upon awakening, his personal gear was in excellent condition. However, the illumination unit and the camera were obliterated. As Emilia mentioned, the others possessed no recollection whatsoever of the events that transpired following their arrival at Hans's refuge. This piques his curiosity to understand why his own recollections remained intact while Misha and Duel were experiencing a decline in theirs. The leader, upon discovering Eliza, enchantingly perishing. Ultimately, Rod Miller experiences a moment of profound insight and concludes that it appears they were engaged in a confrontation, and Bjorn's weight is likely what left his feeble attempt marred on his visage, possibly employing a spell to obliterate his recollections. Duel considers that theory plausible, and the dwarf is elated because they obtain the prize money, and she is the one who has perished rather than they. As they emerge, they spot Chauvin and Lagna, who mention that they were deliberating about entering because it was taking too long, but Bro hesitates. That the curator of Sundarai and Lady Nurth would have proven to be a significant assistance regardless. Nevertheless, he observes that Lagna appears to be generating revenue due to his prestigious-looking squad. Siobhan mocks her for being excessively concerned about him and evidently relishes the experience. Subsequently, he meets a paladin who verifies that the sorceress was, in fact, Elisa, and assures him that his assistance will not be overlooked by his kin. In that instant, he guarantees his recompense. The announcement enhances his standing, and now the women at the agency can't cease remarking that Bjorn has the potential to become exceptionally formidable both in confrontations on the streets and in intimate encounters. Listening to them murmur impertinently in his presence annoys him somewhat as he perceives himself as a gorilla in the zoo. Siobhan pounds her fist fist on the surface and admonishes the parched women to vanish before she notifies them for harassment. Once that's resolved, he informs her that he must reconnect with the group. Siobhan nonchalantly suggests he visit the library occasionally, as Lagna was reportedly reserving something unique for him. He consents, planning to explore it later. He steps into the tavern and discovers Hikarad cackling like a lunatic. Amisha is nearly suffocating with laughter while Dualki collapses as if he had consumed an entire cask of spirits. Upon glimpsing Bjorn, Hikarad extends him a theatrical greeting. As their avaricious dwarf gazes are glued to the fortune Bjorn carried along, it becomes evident that the bounty for Elisa amounted to the nefarious total of 10 million stones. Consequently, even when partitioned among 5 individuals, each still receives an astounding 10 million of 2 million pebbles. Despite Bjorn, they essentially detonated his hand and caused it to burst. The leader to acquire that wealth, the others are present believing they've struck gold without any understanding what truly transpired. Abruptly, Misha draws Bjorn nearer as if sharing an immensely significant secret and murmurs that his father requested he take him back. But their precious moment is disrupted by a fair-haired misfit with Down syndrome named Hans, just as anticipated. Thus, he instructs the bothersome individual to take a hike. At that instant, 2 gentlemen stroll into the pub, and everyone. They speculate on the pursuits of the Muslims in that location, akin to the FBI, but exclusively serving the elite. The gentlemen proceed directly to Bjorn's table, leading him to truly believe he is on the verge of being apprehended for some trivial matter. However, one of them ascends above Dual K entirely unaware. Misha and Bjorn remain perplexed as they observe the knight nonchalantly seize the wizard by the throat as though he were a feline. 3 hours later, the whole assembly finds themselves positioned outside the city entrance, awaiting the interrogation of their sorcerer, Hikarad. He appears to have witnessed demise and ponders whether they are tormenting the unfortunate individual. However, Dual K ultimately surfaces as a mindless undead creature. Returning to the tavern, the slender, fair-haired lad reveals the startling news that he must depart from the gathering, as the individual known as Martin is, in fact, his elder sibling. Bjorn gazes at him, perplexed, as the individual never exuded any aristocratic aura. Dual K then, he acknowledges that, in a technical sense, he is of blended heritage since his father was male. However, he is the unauthorized offspring of a household worker. From the moment he entered the world, he was viewed as a blemish on the family's reputation, prompting the man's spouse to ensure that one of her brothers took him in shortly after his departure. Nevertheless, he asserts that his time with his mother was joyful. Nevertheless, Hikarad inquires, what is the relevance of that to my departure? At this moment, Dual K clarifies that his father has recently passed away, and the younger son has received the title. Furthermore, when Rod Miller observes that it is rather peculiar the elder son did not inherit, Dual K asserts that this is precisely the issue. The merciless new male successor disposed of his own sibling, and all dangers within the familial lineage were eradicated in a mafia-like manner. Thus, this unexpected arrival from Moslin is likely a subtle admonition to maintain Dual K at bay. Away from the limelight, frustrated, Dual K expresses that for a change he was beginning to relish life, but due to someone gaining notoriety, he now has to withdraw from everything. Bjorn inquires if he is genuinely going to give up merely because his elder sibling suggested it, and the offspring concedes it. Rather than facing a complete charge of sacrilege, Moslin prohibited him from accessing the labyrinth. This is a significant setback for Bjorn, as he is now left with merely 9 days to locate a new sorcerer. That evening, everyone bids farewell. When Misha discovers that she is heading to the library, she requests his company as she finds herself feeling unengaged, yet he advises him to go practice rather than squander time. Subsequently, within the library, Bjorn officially presents himself to Lagna. When she inquires why he has arrived to read so near to the end of business hours, he courteously requests that she resign from her position and become a member of his team of Masmoras. She promptly disables it. Observing her display such arrogance regarding it, he flips the narrative and expresses regret that he's too feeble to provide genuine assistance. Our young lad begins to taunt the librarian, assuring him that there is no reason to feel embarrassed about being feeble. Agna responds that she never asserted that, and he presumes she possesses some sort of skill. Instead, she diverts the topic and inquires if he has been intrigued by this all along, but Bjorn merely. He feigns ignorance and claims he is unable to alter her perspective regardless. He notes that Chavin informed him he possessed something for him, but Legna blinks in bewilderment, pondering if that's truly how he expressed it. She clarifies that Chavin intended to express gratitude for her assistance, yet instead, she repaid her kindness by behaving like a surly monarch. When Bjorn inquires what he is presenting to him, she utters volumes, which transports him to his blissful sanctuary. The enchantment provides him entry to confined, high-security texts, typically set aside for the aristocracy. aristocracy. He inquires whether that is indeed permissible, and she claims it's acceptable as long as he remains silent. Evidently, no one is concerned about this location regardless, despite Bjorn starting to contemplate what his issue might be. Subsequently, Bjorn enters a scholarly phase, delving into confidential manuscripts and discovering them brimming with valuable insights, yet he will be unable to peruse them entirely due to the arrival of time. To finish up, Lane reprimands him for lingering, yet he permits you to proceed. Examine Raftonia's organizational diagram regarding public institutions, which uncovers intriguing information about the agencies. Another tome addresses how certain clandestine law enforcement agents narrowly endured an odyssey into the realm of malevolent specters and became back somewhat lifeless. The volume addresses merely 4 instances owing to constraints of space. The text resembles a wiki manual, flawless, merging all he acquired throughout his 9 years in the sport. Yet what truly astonishes him is that the writer, Oriel Gabus, is the creator of Dungeoning Stone. That raises concerns because either a participant composed this or the creator did. If it is the alternative choice, then this entire scenario is deliberate and significantly more intricate. Bjorn starts to contemplate that the creator could be a type of celestial being and considers it fortunate to have discovered this hint. It's a reminder that he remains largely uninformed, and he contemplates whether the portal to the void might be the pathway to his abode. Perhaps uncovering the author's identity could aid him in finding his way back eventually, and he grapples with the thought of inquiring. For the moment, he peruses the text again in case he overlooked anything, all while perspiring more than a seasoned footballer. Just before he becomes aware, dawn breaks and he understands that Lagna is. She collapsed in her seat. He roused her and inquires why she stayed quiet throughout the night. She claims she didn't do it for him and merely remained because she was weary of arranging books, which led him to suspect she might be somewhat unhinged. She asserts. In contrast, he merely inclines his head and gazes at her, leading her to inquire why he hasn't departed yet, which leads Bjorn to contemplate that perhaps she isn't so terrible after all. A couple of hours afterward, he taps on Raven's entrance. She swings it open, partly drowsy, and inquires what he is doing there. He makes another attempt to enlist her and she promptly bangs the door shut. Bjorn exclaims that he has assignments, and she hesitantly opens the door upon noticing him enter with a fragment of paper ripped from a book, requesting that he identify its origin. She permits him entry and informs him that it will not be complimentary, but first they interrogate her about the artifact she employed with the vampire and its origins. He claims he obliterated a sculpture, which arouses her skepticism. She insists on discovering how he learned about it, but he claims he ripped it apart out of tedium and that he never perused it. She probes him more deeply and inquires how he discovered its usage, to which he asserts it was merely intuition. She requests him to utter curse words, but ultimately exhales in frustration, believing that she may have finally acquired the separation manuscript, while Bjorn momentarily contemplates informing her that it's located at the library. She shifts the topic and consents to assist, but only on the condition that he aids his elders with their inquiries. She assures him she will share the findings the following week and reprimands him for not arriving unexpectedly again, to which Bjorn complies. Subsequently, in a team gathering, Misha emotionally dissolves into tears while expressing that Bjorn failed to. He was at his residence. He informs her that he was at the library perusing texts, which arouses her skepticism. She squints her eyes and inquires if he is certain, causing him to perspire slightly. Somewhat, he attempts to divert the conversation and inquires about her comments from the previous day, which triggers her anxiety. Prior to my ability to, before she has the opportunity to reply, the remainder of the group arrives, liberating her from the awkward predicament, while Bjorn observes her peculiar conduct. Hikarat commences the gathering and initiates the discussion with Bjorn, who, without the diversions, indicate that they seek a different conjurer. The diminutive figure becomes furious, yet Duel intervenes and consents. Hikarat commences. He begins to ramble about contemplating matters thoroughly, but Bjorn urges him to cut to the chase. She clarifies that they ought to converse with the gentleman, who regularly patronizes a local tea establishment and is expected to arrive shortly. The diminutive figure becomes theatrical and proclaims that they would need to postpone for a month if they let this chance slip by, glancing at the puppy, prompting Bjorn to grumble but ultimately concede. Eventually, the man steps into the tea house and identifies his younger brother, prompting Misha to encourage him to approach and converse with him. Bifurcated methods and anxiously solicits an audience. The hairless major reveals to the individual that he is the offspring of Lady Caroline. The individual inquires about his responsibilities, and the pair of cakes shifted to such an extent that Bjorn was compelled to step in and express his regrets for the calamity. The gentleman is fascinated that a savage is speaking to him and remarks that it has been quite a while since he last encountered one. Bjorn elaborates on his predicament and requests that that they raise the dual band, but the man indifferently inquires about the nature of his issue. Bjorn observes the bewilderment on his countenance as the major dome clarifies that he is an unacknowledged offspring, to which the man responds that it is futile to squander time. The two-tone hue that Bjorn brings back. They attempt to exert pressure, yet the man remains resolute until the captain murmurs, "Anything." The man stiffens upon recognizing the diminutive Vulcan. His demeanor shifts, and he shoots a fierce glare at the steward for acknowledging him. Bjorn, flaunting his golden rings, consents to revoke the prohibition. However, he requests a favor from Bjorn in return for his desire for Bjorn to participate in a banquet in 2 months. Subsequently, in a playful manner, he inquires Bjorn to perform stunts of spectacle, which irritates him, yet he presents him with 1,000,000 pebbles as compensation. Bjorn, he stays quiet for a brief period. He then grins and proclaims that he will willingly undertake the task for the benefit of his group, and certainly not for the 1,000,000 stones. The following day, the crew hurriedly makes their way to visit Dwaki, who still appears utterly fatigued. He articulates that while he is permitted to revisit the maze, the procedure appeared overly simplistic to him. Bjorn is convinced that it all stems from the absurd standing of men and privately aspires to attain that status one day. Hikerod. Subsequently, he allocates the anticipated reward, yet ultimately, no one accepts it due to embarrassment. He expresses his gratitude to Bjorn for setting aside his martial arrogance, although Bjorn merely considers it utterly foolish to hurl 1,000,000 stones. In that manner, the little person becomes sentimental and vows he will always remember it, proclaiming that eventually he will. He will cover the cost, yet Bjorn disregards him. Dwaki also steps in with his most earnest assurance, causing Bjorn to feel anxious while Misha chuckles and ridicules him. On the day the maze unveils, Bjorn guides a band of inexperienced warriors to the entrance, invoking their names as if he were a celestial being. He delivers a discourse and assures them that they will evolve into formidable fighters, and they heed his counsel. All express their gratitude for his assistance, after which he bids them farewell. The savages persist in rallying him as Hikerod humorously claims that he is a decent person, even though Bjorn merely dismisses it with a shrug and remarks that this is preferable to acquiring knowledge via the cited encounter, partially shut. His gaze brings to mind what Carrick mentioned regarding the demise of the majority of his initial team and how only a handful still exist. Bjorn cannot shake the thought that, with proper instruction, the outcome might have been altered. In the meantime, Misha inquires of Rod Miller as to why he is not armed, to which he clarifies that he has stowed it within his pocket dimension. With that, the group ultimately departs. Bjorn contemplates the misery of his previous professions, and now that this marks his fourth, he is bracing himself for whatever madness lies ahead. Due to an advantageous initial position, they swiftly navigate through the first and second levels. They pursue all that they perceive within their vision and advance to the subsequent gateway in. For days. On the 8th day, they traverse the woodland of sorceresses, reach the celestial spires on the 4th level. The vicinity is bustling with creatures, featuring 6-tier beasts and a few unique varieties. Bjorn strikes without reluctance, perceiving it as a landscape of acquire initial experience and swiftly vanquish foes. Following a successful hit, they produce nearly 4,000,000 crystals, which isn't terrible, yet still insufficient to astound the group. Hikura quips that perhaps Bjorn's hex has at last been broken. Our protagonist gazes at his portion, recognizes it's inferior to what he received initially, and starts to comprehend the rationale behind the existence of marauders. Over the following 30 days, he dedicates his time to perusing literature and engaging in Raven's trials. He additionally uncovers that the Book of the Break was penned 150 years prior, coinciding with the commencement of the game's timeline and the demise of the founding king, signifying that virtually everything began to escalate simultaneously. Bjorn is eager to uncover what transpired during that time, yet he possesses no explanations. He resolves that his sole choice is to dive once more into the maze. After a while, the labyrinth is reopened, yet its earnings are approximately equivalent to the previous occasion, resulting in the entire group feeling disheartened. Once in his chamber, Bjorn reassures himself not to fret, that everything is satisfactory, yet instantly, he spins around and contemplates the origin of that nebulous notion. Whenever circumstances appear tranquil, something dreadful occurs, and he understands that routine all too clearly. He strikes himself, the brow, and vows to grow more resilient, and if an individual, if you were to encounter him at this moment, you would likely assume he has lost his grip, yet even if he appears irrational, at the very least, he will endure. The following morning, Misha presents him with a meal and inquires if something is troubling him, remarking that he possesses that fierce glint in his eyes once more. Bjorn acknowledges that he has been distant with her and, while his inactivity troubles him, he ought not to project that frustration onto others. In that instant, Misha bends down and inquires if he wishes to caress his eyes, which nearly causes him to gag on his meal. She claims that it helped soothe her siblings during their childhood. Bjorn's Bjorn's mind falters as he contemplates the type of household he was raised in. Yet he recognizes that he's merely attempting to be kind and cannot comprehend why that appears unusual. He advises her against making such statements, as others may misconstrue her intentions, leaving her taken aback. He believes that had he not realized Misha was attracted to slender men, he could have interpreted it far too earnestly. Solemn, Misha claims he is unlike the majority, yet he still appears somewhat melancholic. However, he swiftly alters the topic and extends further offerings. Protein. Bjorn subsequently makes his way to the library and engages in conversation with Lana. He is on the verge of speaking, but observes her demeanor, and she encourages her to inquire about anything she desires. She pauses for a moment, yet cautions him that something grave might transpire shortly. She asserts that she is capable. A spatial implosion occurs within the maze, presenting a peril far more daunting than any floor sovereign, and our protagonist activates that. Maybe that's the reason everything has been so tranquil recently. Bjorn still appears doubtful, prompting Lane to mention that the caution originated from a sorcerer at the Tarapani Academy, known for probing into these breakdowns. Bjorn expresses his gratitude and begins to depart, leaving her taken aback. She inquires about his sudden exit, but he merely gestures farewell and strides away, now equipped with a fresh undertaking. Initially, he questions the authenticity of the sorcerer, but soon whispers start to circulate widely, and even Misha refers to the downfall. All the townsfolk begin to murmur about it, which leads Bjorn to believe that someone could be intentionally disseminating this. He's exasperated and seeks access to superior knowledge, but that proves challenging when one is a savage. At last, he discovers himself grasping the tablet he initially intended to utilize. Eventually, but he believes a couple of months ought to suffice, and consumes it. As the clock strikes 12, the system acknowledges your existence, and your essence commences its journey to an alternate dimension. He arises in a strange location. Nonetheless, he has reverted to his true form. Simultaneously, in reality, the authorities are deliberating on the vanishing of our young Hansu, concentrating on leads related to his firm and his relatives. Although his mother appears to be completely unconcerned, the lead officer inquires about the reason for being assigned the case, along with his colleague. He clarifies that the surveillance footage depicted him entering, yet never exiting with all the windows shut. The elderly gentleman gazes. He examines the case file and whispers that something is undoubtedly amiss, observing that there are no indications of any disruption or even the utilization of his card throughout the month. Even the garments she donned were discovered, seemingly as though the body vanished while still encased in them, prompting him to suspect it might be a homicide. He is a repeat offender. He inquires whether the area was left untouched and instructs his associate to reach out to the National Forensic Agency. But initially, the man desires to reveal something to him. He removes the display from Bjorn's chamber, which remains operational even though it is not connected to a power source. That in itself triggers warning signals for both of them. Unsettling. Bjorn's accomplishments in the game are showcased on the display, and the audience gazes in astonishment, pondering what in the world is transpiring, while the companion remarks that there have been analogous instances overseas. Returning to his own realm, Bjorn is engulfed in contemplation, as it has been 5 months since his arrival, and he has committed some utterly unimaginable acts merely to survive. He ponders whether any vestige of his humanity lingers. Then he comes to the realization. His antiquated computer in the ether, and noticing that it required a password, he entered the sole phrase that sprang to his thoughts. Inscribed on the message was that the monarch of Ravdonia bestows kisses upon grandmothers. The instant the passphrase was relayed, the whole chamber. It alters. As tranquility descends, Bjorn's gaze widens in astonishment as he reverts to his previous identity. Chamber, without delaying a moment, sprints to the mini refrigerator and, undoubtedly, it is brimming with Coca-Cola. He swiftly seizes a can and she begins consuming it, only to discover that it lacks any taste and contains no carbonation whatsoever. A door chime disrupts the atmosphere, and a voice inquiries if they may enter. A lady steps inside and informs them that this chamber is a manifestation of their musings. Nevertheless, due to her elevated psychological barriers, she can perceive it merely as vapor. She mentions that the password she input was fictitious and that she needed to verify it personally. Herself, she portrays herself as the sovereign of soul, a mentor for the participants of this domain. Bjorn's mind drifts to the attire he dons, and he comes to the realization that it once belonged to his former partner, but the woman interjects once more, asserting that he is now a bona fide member. He surmises that she likely possesses alternative methods of confirmation, and she affirms that she can no longer distinguish spirits from physical forms. Thus he remains still. No danger. Then he demonstrates how to utilize the forums and instructs him to establish one. He endeavors to locate her username, but encounters an error notification indicating it's already taken. Utilizing his clever intellect, he merely alters the spelling ever so slightly, and unexpectedly repeatedly. The Soul Queen inquires if he is an ardent admirer of that individual, which astonishes him entirely. She provides no additional clarification and departs, advising him to file a support request should he require assistance. Venturing into the community is quite simple, so participate in a spontaneous chat room to familiarize yourself with it, and is immediately conveyed to a campfire where the other participants welcome him heartily. The head of the gathering presents himself and inquires about Bjorn's origin, to which he responds that he hails from Korea. The individual expresses regret regarding the aircraft's layout and clarifies that there were insufficient spaces available for embellishment. He subsequently instructs Bjorn to disclose his moniker, causing him to blink in bewilderment until he elaborates on it. Bjorn ultimately grasps the concept and unveils his username, Fairy Nuna. The entire space becomes still, then explodes into tumult as individuals begin boasting. They are astonished that the elf Nuna is indeed present. One individual claims they have always believed that elf was Korean, while another inquires if it is genuinely him. Kanzu. He is, in fact, a perspiring expert gamer who shared a statistical analysis 3 years post-release of the game and has now come to the realization that the post unexpectedly gained widespread attention without his involvement. He became aware of it, and the earlier remark from the spirit monarch unexpectedly congealed into clarity. With a trace of anxiety, he asserts that he is merely an admirer and gestures towards the additional lyrics in the designation. The rest wither in disillusionment, and Kanzu senses the impact of his falsehood immediately. Subsequently, the participants disregard him because it's finished, but then an unfamiliar individual approaches him and inquires about how much time has passed. He has been involved for some time. Concluding that candor is perilous, he claims it has been a year. The individual observes that he must have obtained the correspondence rather delayed, as the majority of participants obtain theirs promptly, and he claims Bjorn must have been a. He is a talented performer and emphasizes that merely around 70 days have elapsed in reality. That segment perplexes Kanzu, prompting the boy to clarify that time progresses at a proportion of 1 to 5. This indicates that merely around a month has truly elapsed during. He has spent 3 months in this place. Kanzu inquires about the way to return, yet even the boy with the pink hair is uncertain. He then poses a question regarding the identity of the initial participant, to which the boy responds that an individual has remained here for more than 2 decades, marking the inception of the community. Kanzu is perplexed as he believes finishing the game in 5 years is absurd, and even he must acknowledge that that's all there is to it. However, comprehending that these individuals approached the edge of catastrophe well ahead of him shatters his gamer pride. Before he can elaborate further, the youth inquires about the difficulty level Kanzu engaged with. He is utterly astonished, and the boy with pink hair continues to prod, questioning which version's difficulty he conquered. Kanzu remains oblivious to the conversation, but the young lad subsequently clarifies that Koreans may recognize him as Trap Mode, a video that was posted 5 years prior. The boy, Rosado, takes pride in announcing that he completed the game on a difficulty 50 times less challenging, which caused Kanzu's mind to shatter. That iteration featured modifications to the levels, drop frequencies, and even essences. He inquires once more about the challenge level Kanzu employed and can scarcely respond with 50. The lad, Rosado, chuckles and remarks that it was still challenging, yet the top player defeated him 15 times, whereas the mean score hovered around 60. Returning to the tangible world, the superior inquires of his assistant whether they have safeguarded the computer. She verifies that not only was it removed, but all evidence of it has been obliterated from his recollection. Subsequently, the superior inquires about the individual. She states that he is mediocre in every aspect with the exception of gaming. The supervisor considers it remarkable that an individual of that caliber has succeeded in eclipsing Oriel Gabus's heritage. He remarks that the universe creation in the game was extraordinary, yet the servers were deactivated 5 years prior due to the inability to maintain it. The elderly gentleman asserts that it wasn't a defeat since our son triumphed over it, yet he is now intrigued to discover the extent of what someone like him can achieve. Kanzu acknowledges that his discussion with the boy with pink hair proved to be considerably more beneficial, greater than anticipated. Recall that the lad inquired what cuisine he longed for the most, to which Kanzu responded promptly that it was warm broth accompanied by rice. It's the most effective dish I've ever prepared, and reflecting on it, the rosy figure truly aided to alleviate some of the tension. Now, gazing at the monitor, she contemplates whether this area will shut automatically when the time elapses, but she recalls that the boy with pink hair stated that the interval had been shortened from 12 to 7 hours. Keeping that in consideration, he resolves to investigate anything pertaining to the dimensional collapse and accesses the trading market. Instantly, he observes numerous players proposing information in return for currency. Without delay, promptly sift through the most lucrative applications, and he is convinced this is likely the most effective method to amass wealth. With years of intense gaming experience behind him, he begins generating wealth like a human ATM, as he possesses a deeper understanding of the game than the majority and capitalizes on it fully. The moment he launches his own app, a seller sharing his name emerges. The Picasso lookalike inquires if he is seeking details regarding the sorcerer and the academy. Kanzu had deliberately worded it this way, believing that numerous individuals would be deceptive about the downfall if he posed the question straightforwardly. Have a seat and affirm your desire to discover what the illusionist is truly performing. Picasso. He promptly comprehends that Kanzu seeks details regarding the downfall, and when he inquired whether the speculations hold any truth, to which he refutes them. Kanzu requests the origin, but the individual claims it's from his higher-ups. Thus, Kanzu provides an increased sum, functioning effectively like a charm. The young lad elucidates that Terratane Academy focuses on dimensional sorcery, and the principal intends to carry out an experiment within the maze. While it poses no peril, it necessitates a reduced number of individuals in the labyrinth, prompting the institution to disseminate misleading rumors to deter adventurers. Kanzu inquires whether it's truly acceptable for him to share all of this, but the individual diminishes its significance and asserts that he is merely present for the financial gain. He mentions that the monarchy will shortly dispel the speculation because at the very least, adventurers signify reduced enchanted gems. Content. Kanzu proposes to complete the transaction, but the gentleman declines the extra fees, stating that he was excessively severe towards another enthusiast. This prompts Kanzu to understand that this individual is so established that he no longer possesses any concern for wealth, making it unsurprising that he is aware of all these minor specifics. Our protagonist comprehends the notion that it is irrelevant how challenging the opponent was when they triumphed. This existence is no longer merely a game, it is the truth. It is dictated by harsh regulations where solely the most capable endure, and at this moment, he is merely a novice. He beams despite the considerable distance ahead, as he senses the thrill enveloping him. Recall the information releases he marketed to all those participants and the years it required for them to arrive at that point. Their current location. It's uplifting that the notion of lagging has not even entered their thoughts. In the meantime, in reality, the supervisor gazes at Kanzu's accomplishments in astonishment and remarks that the young individual is utterly unhinged. He is among the few who advance to the second level in his inaugural profession, despite being assigned utterly worthless tasks. Data may seem incomprehensible to an individual who has been engaged in the activity for merely 3 months. The secretary proposes that she may have just been fortunate. However, the elderly gentleman contends, as if it were merely chance, there must be additional instances of this nature. He maintains that this is an extraordinary case, one that transcends the usual framework and represents one of those exceptional occasions when the unimaginable turns into fact. Recall the occasion when Kanzu traversed over 15 kilometers and vanquished a vampire without any health? It further substantiates the claim. He observes the backdrop and realizes that Bjorn's development pace is so astonishing that even the moderator has taken notice. It brings to mind the time when everyone deemed the game a flop. However, the programmer remained resolute and articulated something peculiar. Even if merely a single individual endorsed it correctly and it was presented, that would suffice to alter the equilibrium. In the alternate realm, Bjorn gradually awakens, his eyes fluttering open. Merely 13 seconds have elapsed in actual time, yet he comprehends that within that brief span, he is utterly defenseless. But he holds the opinion that the paranormal investigators surpassed anticipations and demonstrated themselves to be a reliable source of knowledge. Utterly destroyed, he resolves to rest and confront the individual the next day. The subsequent afternoon, he strides through the metropolis clad in all his savage attire, contemplating whether this truly isn't a spatial disintegration. What precisely is about to unfold? He chooses to sprint at maximum velocity. Presently, she is unable to shake the thought that the procession appears absurd. In that instant, Baldi intervenes and instructs him to perform his role accurately before the audience, which he complies with. Bjorn whispers that perhaps they ought not to have employed a savage from the outset. He ultimately strolls over 6 kilometers in the sweltering summer heat while hearing the hairless dogs yapping relentlessly. Nevertheless, the individual appears more content than ever and claims he has never experienced this level of attention previously, vowing a substantial reward. He advises Bjorn to savor the feast and departs to rendezvous with the Earl. In the meantime, the visitors cast sidelong looks at the savage and murmur concerns about the safety of leaving him unsupervised. Our lad begins to perspire slightly, until a clad individual steps forward and commends him for his efforts while advising him to relax until the individual comes back. Our young lad inquires why the gentleman refrains from associating with the aristocrats, to which he answers that he was once an adventurer, rendering him unwelcome in their circle. The boy then requests his name, and the man identifies himself as Carl's, with with whom Bjorn begins to resonate due to his lack of pretentiousness. That the overseer might acquire some insights from him, but regarding the fiend, the hairless tuber resurfaces and promptly starts admonishing them to take a seat. Carl hushes him and reveals that he instructed Bjorn to take a break. However, the bald nuisance refuses to overlook it and instructs our protagonist to rise, concerned about the impression it will leave on the others. Bjorn attempts to lighten the mood with humor, but the man continues to shout, leading him to question whether the reward justifies this annoyance. He ultimately resolves to comply with the bald man's demands, as it's only for today. As he dons the helmet, he proclaims himself a fierce warrior and embarks, a deafening battle shout that astonishes everyone in his vicinity. The bald individual shouts at him, demanding to know what on earth he is doing, and our companion nonchalantly responds that he simply had the urge to shout. Upon spotting the meal, he pounces and starts to consume her like a genuine brute, rendering the majordomo immobilized in his position. The visitors regard him with curiosity, and the steward's demeanor begins to shift as an increasing number of individuals assemble. He even starts to grin. However, our young lad abruptly seizes him by the shoulder and states with great gravity that he desires to shatter his skull. The man begins to perspire heavily and chuckles awkwardly, inquiring if it's a form of jest. However, Bjorn gazes directly into his eyes and asserts that he was not joking in the slightest. The bear tuber starts to feel anxious as it reminisces about the tale of Bjorn, and he promptly fabricates a feeble pretext and departs hastily. In the meantime, Carl observes the steward scurry away brazenly, chuckling heartily. Bjorn perceives this and considers that maybe this feast is finally becoming amusing. After indulging his appetite a bit further, several aristocrats. They start to draw near, and a few peculiar aristocratic young women inquire if they may caress his arm. He accommodates by performing a push-up, and they all shriek with delight as they glide their hands along his sinewy limbs. The other aristocrats come together to urge him to yell as he did previously, and Bjorn certainly lives up to expectations when he transitions into his operatic phase, unleashing a bellow that brings tears to the eyes of several elderly aristocrats. The demands continue to pour in, and Bjorn begins to sense that he resembles a living, breathing pet. The guards in the vicinity start to voice their dissatisfaction, expressing envy and making disparaging remarks. Our young lad discovers their remarks and begins to feel enraged. Yet in that instant, the gentleman emerges and leads him for a stroll. The individual showcases him like a cherished accolade, flaunts him with great pride amidst the assembly, and even presents him to the Viscount, who is already familiar with the young Vulcan and contemplates his presence there. Bjorn responds that he is compensating the gentleman for a private boon, which fascinates the Viscount. The individual exploits the situation. The whole scenario urges him to recite the penned phrases with a beaming grin. The Viscount regards Bjorn's commitment with admiration while quietly lamenting the reality that he faces 3 additional taxing meetings and salutations before him. Nevertheless, the result isn't unfavorable, as his renown surges due to the abundant visibility. Once completed, as the introductions commence, he takes on the persona of an entertainer and starts to manipulate metal rods while the audience becomes entranced. At that instant, a recognizable paladin emerges and salutes the gentleman, astonished to discover Bjorn amidst the throng. The individual finds it intriguing that our protagonist is acquainted with the captain. However, Kravitz modestly claims he is undeserving of such a designation, although the neighboring aristocrats dissent, while Bjorn starts to contemplate why a paladin commander was engaging in such actions. Remains. The commander informs him that it could occur at any instant and extends his assistance, reminiscing about the remarkable deed Bjorn once performed for them. This catches the man off guard, prompting him to regard our young lad with an exuberant demeanor. Approximately 30 minutes afterwards, the Earl ultimately makes his entrance, prompting the Baron to urge Bjorn along, informing him that the Earl is eager to meet him, despite this stirring and odd sensation within him. The nobleman welcomes him with great enthusiasm, clasping his hand with a wide grin, while Bjorn considers it peculiar that a noble would be so amicable toward a savage. The nobleman quips that it might be appropriate to begin referring to him as Great Vulcan. Suddenly, he reveals an excellent concept. He intends to organize a sparring competition among the trainees. The evening descends and inquires if she is interested in joining. Those nearby start to murmur, evidently enthusiastic, to observe the savage battle as Bjorn recalls the prize for triumphing, his 2 million. It is composed of rocks and a labeled item known as a Garpa necklace. This object has the ability to generate random materials using a crystal. Similarly to the frost ring, it too conceals a unique occurrence within. Even though he has perceived that something detrimental is approaching, he suppresses it. That apprehension, as if striving to break free from it all. The sole conclusion to the anticipation is unfavorable. He acknowledges that he feels anxious, hopeless. Yet he understands that he must confront his apprehensions and progress forward. The individual inquires about his strength and warns him not to falter, to which Bjorn merely responds that a mere 10 seconds is sufficient for him to shatter some craniums. The prominent dome nearly. He collapses at that, while the man chuckles and vows to double the prize if he triumphs. With a renewed determination igniting within him, Bjorn rises and declares that he will give it his all. Subsequently, one of the nocturnal trainees advances and they commence a discussion regarding his conceited demeanor, lasting about 10 seconds, during which our protagonist identifies the scoundrel as the same individual who ridiculed his young Bjorn. The other man attempts to instill fear with hollow threats, and Bjorn promptly recollects him as the one who belittled his honor. The auburn-haired gentleman begins interjecting his own absurdities, but Bjorn interjects and inquires whether everyone is suffering from cognitive impairment. He then brands them as cowards for plotting against an individual, asserting that even minor combatants would exhibit greater courage. The knights attempt to preserve their dignity with some bluster, but Bjorn counters that they lack integrity. He elevates his voice to the assembly and exclaims that a contingent of knights is harassing a fellow competitor prior to the contests. The swelling audience starts to whisper as the knights lose control and shout at him that remain silent. All around, people are murmuring about how terrible it is for gentlemen to behave in such a manner when they appear to desire it. They vanish. Ultimately, they turn and leave in embarrassment, while Bjorn remains resolute and proclaims that he will engage with them at a later time. After a while, the tournaments commence and a knight's limb is severed. He is delightfully astonished that the ambitious gentlemen, they have bitten the lure, and he starts to grin like a youngster who discovers ice cream upon spotting his beloved punching bag, the very one who derided his diminutive warrior. The Tangerine commander endeavors to behave with dignity, pledging to contend with integrity. However, Bjorn interjects with a fierce battle shout that excites the whole audience. The commentator initiates the duel, and the knight promptly showcases remarkable prowess with multiple blades, which temporarily perplexes Bjorn. He continues to effortlessly thwart all assaults, grinning because he has genuinely transformed into a formidable savage, yet she recognizes that she should not undervalue him. The knight, he lunges for his neck, but Bjorn tilts his head backward like an expert. The deceiver is caught off guard when Bjorn unleashes his theft skill, Untamed, which amplifies its danger status, with their vow to conclude the match in under 10 seconds intact. In his thoughts, he cries out to the knight who is advancing towards him properly, as there remains ample time, which terrifies him greatly. Although Bjorn's Savage Blast skill elevates his menace rating, it does not have a direct impact on humans. Nonetheless, if an individual is sufficiently frightened, he will tremble, and if he exhibits courage, he will be invigorated with even greater determination to combat. Our lad is eager to observe the direction this takes regarding Sylvania, and it appears to be the. Secondly, Bjorn quietly longs for a shield at this moment as Sylvania strides in, attempting to slice his arm with a blade. However, the assault hardly penetrates the surface. The auburn-haired individual gazes in astonishment, and Bjorn articulates the evident truth. It's excessive, feeble, as he nonchalantly unsheathed his blade. Her limb, a couple of droplets of blood spatter onto Sylvania's visage. The auburn-haired individual attempts to preserve their reputation by labeling it an underhanded tactic, whereas Bjorn contemplates what it truly entails. He has committed a mistake. There must be something profoundly amiss with that individual's mind. Bjorn reminds him of his previous vow that, during their next encounter, he will ultimately rectify any cognitive impairment he possesses. Subsequently, he effortlessly seizes him by the throat and hoists him off the ground with a single hand. Due to a malfunction in his reasoning, he comprehends that the primal resolution is evident and strikes him directly in the face. Subsequently, at the pharmacy, Bjorn, he inquires of the priestess whether Sylvania has passed away. She responds negatively but comments that perhaps he might have exercised a bit more self-control. Bjorn asserts that he solely utilized his hand and not even his axe. He did not anticipate that a single strike would render the defeated opponent insensible. The priestess is evidently distressed and states that it was not fair. A stunning blow. He struck him with such force that some cerebrospinal fluid practically oozed out. Bjorn quietly relishes, providing him a glimpse of savage foolishness. Abruptly, Sylvania awakens and inquires about her location, insisting she was en route to the contests. The priestess serenely elucidates that she likely experienced memory loss owing to her injury and that her recollection will return shortly, as she has already facilitated her healing. Bodily, as the auburn-haired woman expresses her gratitude, Bjorn nonchalantly. He advances toward her and inquires whether she genuinely has no recollection whatsoever. Sylvania anxiously replies in the negative and urges him to keep his distance, as she finds this experience quite unpleasant. Bjorn acknowledges that he isn't being deceitful and states he will depart. However, he first requests the boy to perform a task. He requests Sylvania Sylvania to reiterate the identical phrases she previously employed to ridicule him. As soon as those phrases escape her lips, everything aligns perfectly. Her recollection reemerges immediately. However, Bjorn goes beyond that. He looms above him with complete menacing presence, and Sylvania swiftly retreats and starts pleading for compassion. Bjorn regards it as a significant triumph. In his view, it merely rectified cognitive impairment that even the priestess was unable to heal. Subsequently, the individual. He inquires about her whereabouts, claiming he has searched high and low. Bjorn. He nonchalantly lifts his shoulders and states that he merely went to inquire about the gentleman. The individual appears taken aback, given that it was Sylvania who initially assaulted him. Bjorn nonchalantly states that if he found himself within the maze, he would have employed a hatchet. Truthfully, he never imagined that knights could be so kind-hearted. To his astonishment, the man concurs and admits that it's indeed his own shortcoming for being negligent. While practicing, our young lad inquires whether it's truly acceptable to act wildly when the adversaries belong to different families. Aristocrats, yet the individual guarantees him that there is no issue. In truth, he states that this is precisely the essence of such gatherings and that no one is concerned even if someone perishes. Moreover, if it ever escalates into a dilemma, he can effortlessly conceal it. All Bjorn must concentrate on is triumphing, and the more deranged he behaves, the greater the amusement for the audience. Upon receiving this information, our lad vows to shatter the skulls of all opponents without restraint. Subsequently, the commentator proclaims the impending bout between Bjorn Jandel of the Martin Baron lineage and Sir Corton of the Surfia Baron lineage. Bjorn senses that fortune favors him today, as he has yet another member of that foolish trio prepared. The commentator gestures for the contest to commence. Corton starts to meander about the humiliation and how he won't easily succumb after what Bjorn inflicted upon Sylvania. Yet prior to his completion of the valiant soliloquy, Bjorn strikes with precision and shatters his cranium, culminating in the altercation in under 3 seconds. It emits a bellow that trembles the sand, and the spectators adore it. They begin to chant he refers to himself as Night Slayer, as though he were a mythical warrior. Observing the pleasure others derive from watching skulls being shattered, Bjorn quietly contemplates who the true barbarian really is. In the semifinals, he presents the audience with an innovative maneuver, a spine fold, propelling his adversary into the atmosphere and striking his back with his knee. Regardless, he feels somewhat disheartened. The final fool of the group wasn't his opponent, leading him to forfeit the opportunity for Bjorn's exclusive physiotherapy. Amusingly, every individual who succumbs to Bjorn now implores the priestess to initiate them into his belief system. The man, ecstatic beyond expression, inquires where he acquired that final maneuver. Bjorn replies that he merely wishes to recuperate before the subsequent round, prompting the elderly gentleman to leave him undisturbed. With merely a single adversary left, our protagonist deduces it must be the squire of the night from Count. Truly, the commentator declares the concluding battle, Sir Albatross aligned with the Count versus Bjorn of the Warriors. As they confront each other, they offer succinct salutations. Bjorn had previously assessed him in their last encounter. He embodies the spirit of a formidable orc fighter, a colossal golem, and a cyclops, a rather typical amalgamation of raw power. He imparts to Bjorn all the essential information regarding the nature of the Count. The Albatross inquires about the whereabouts of Bjorn's squad, and Bjorn nonchalantly clarifies that he experienced discomfort, prompting his departure. That reply truly reassures Albatross. Perhaps this confrontation isn't as lopsided as it initially seemed. The commentator instructs them to begin, and Albatross challenges him to strike. However, Bjorn is fully aware of his intentions. Engage. Magnification and tumultuous eruption simultaneously, and at this instant. Upon spotting him, Albatross becomes motionless. Subsequently, he steps inside, freaks out, and departs, sprinting like a young child darting out of the meadow. The commentator proclaims him ineligible. However, Albatross requests to revise it, asserting that it was an error. The Count interjects with a look of revulsion and inquires how much longer he plans to shame his family. Simultaneously, Bjorn contemplates whether employing the gigantification might have been excessive. In the meantime, at the residence, Erwin, she becomes fixated on the notion that attaining greater strength is the sole path to acquiring all her desires. Teresia walks into his chamber and inquires if he is all right, to which Erwin replies, "What makes you presume that?" Teresia claims it's due to her conversing with herself. Yet Erwin interjects, mentioning that she is occupied conversing with her apparitions and that they can dialogue at a later time. Upon exiting Erwin's chamber, Teresia is convinced that she is the sole individual in the town unaware of the diminutive Vulcan. Thus, it would be beneficial to inform him. However, this fixation has rendered her considerably more resilient. In a brief period, Erwin summoned 4 entities and roused 3. She has likewise enhanced her archery, combat techniques, and knife proficiency. Now she is capable of independently hunting 7th-tier creatures. Teresia concludes that she ought not to express any thoughts as Erwin is advancing swiftly. She then speculates whether this development might be attributed to his essences. She observes the aggregation of fundamental essences and realizes that her assessment is accurate as the trio heightens their fixation metric, elucidating their conduct. She believes it's not worthwhile to discard a scent merely to eliminate its adverse effects and intends to bide her time for a superior option. Having identified the reason, she is confident she can maintain control. However, as she attempts to slumber, she is anxious about the consequences of Erwin discovering Bjorn before they can restore his essence. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Bjorn ultimately makes his way back to the metropolis. He believes it is consistently valuable to undertake the noble's tasks as they compensated him handsomely for merely a single day's effort. The gentleman was captivated and informed her that she could seek assistance whenever she wished. Condé, nevertheless, appeared disheartened and remarked that he would reach out once he was more adequately equipped, requesting him to dismiss the submissions of other aristocrats until that time. The Count appeared eager to do whatever it took to alter the situation to his liking, thus Bjorn consented. She remains astonished that she acquired the necklace so effortlessly, given that she was never able to obtain it in the game. Bjorn senses that fortune has favored him excessively of late, prompting him to now inhale with care. The following morning, our young man is inundated with a multitude of solicitations from various aristocrats, yet he is compelled to dismiss them all due to the Count. He remained unable to comprehend what that individual was pondering, yet the expression in his gaze undeniably unsettled him. Nevertheless, what truly concerns him is the uncertainty regarding why an aristocrat would desire something from a savage. Bjorn resolves to explore this further at the upcoming community gathering, particularly as this is the final month he is assisting Raven with her study. When he inquires who he will assist today, she appears apprehensive. As the elderly gentleman unexpectedly materializes, Bjorn is taken aback and expresses his irritation to Raven, stating that when she mentioned older, he didn't anticipate encountering a genuine senior citizen. The young lady, the fair-haired woman, expresses regret, mentioning that the elderly gentleman was overly obstinate to dismiss, while the illusionist nonchalantly remarks that there's no cause for concern. Bjorn continues to hold the conviction that he forged his own path, and truly, the elderly gentleman discloses that his sole intention was to ascertain whether his enchanted instrument could identify a malevolent spiritual essence or not. Confronted with this situation, our young man comprehends that he must compose himself and brace for the inevitable. To dispel any doubt, he feigns astonishment at the enchanted aspect of the apparatus instead of the malevolent spirit component. Subsequently, he contemplates whether the instrument is genuinely secure, given the numerous unsuccessful trials Raven has previously subjected him to. The elderly gentleman is irritated and inquires whether Bjorn lacks faith in him, while also emphasizing that he poses a significant issue at the Altemian Academy. She then reassures him that there is no peril, as Raven will personally illustrate that it is effective. Upon listening to that, Raven appears troubled, yet the elderly man brushes it off as inconsequential. She responds by stating that she merely believes it is essential to verify the equations. Bjorn observes their dispute and concludes that the apprentice will undoubtedly align with his mentor, thus he cannot place his faith in either party. However, the elderly man's expression indicates that even he harbors some uncertainty, reinforcing the idea that he likely it is ineffective. Persuaded that no such device is available, our protagonist deduces that if an individual had indeed created one, the elderly gentleman likely deceived him into being the initial user, experimental participant, and should he attempt to withdraw at this moment, he would tumble directly into the elder's snare. Thus he concedes defeat and resolves to make an effort. The elderly gentleman inquires of our young lad about his intentions, and he states that it is not hazardous and will merely require 5 minutes. Embrace an attempt. However, unexpectedly, the elderly man appears anxious and inquires if he is truly certain. Already wary, he questions the implication behind that, and the old man withdraws, stating he was merely concerned it could pose a risk, but now he believes it is acceptable. Our protagonist reminds him that he only consented because Raven would investigate and expresses the need to expedite things, as he wishes to rest after this. As soon as Bjorn departs, Raven faces the elderly gentleman and inquires about his intentions. The elderly gentleman shrugs and remarks that it may have appeared peculiar, yet it was merely an aged seat. Raven gazes at him and inquires whether he truly intends to refrain from clarifying, particularly after she participated willingly. When she ultimately, Raven replies, inquiring whether he genuinely thought Bjorn was a malevolent entity, and if that was the reason for his question. Amazed recently, the elderly gentleman instructs her to relax, yet she prompts him once more, seeking to understand if he has eliminated any uncertainty. He concedes that he made a mistake. Raven expresses that she comprehends the reasons behind his uncertainties. He may be quite foolish, yet she nonetheless. He insists on understanding why the examination was conducted in that manner rather than alerting the authorities. The elderly gentleman asserts that had he taken action, Bjorn might have perished. He then departs, stating that he feels fatigued. Raven is astonished. She consistently believed he required a vibrant, malevolent entity for his research, yet now she is completely perplexed regarding the deranged scientist's intentions. In the meantime, Bjorn enters his chamber and collapses onto the mattress, pondering that it was an exceedingly peculiar instance. She ponders why the elderly man appeared so rattled, yet concludes it's not worth fretting over. Suddenly, without warning, Misha steps into his chamber and inquires whether he is slumbering. Initially, he is taken aback until he recalls that he had provided him with a key. Being a genuine connoisseur, he grasps her hand, draws her nearer, and confides that he requires her company for the evening. Misha feels apprehensive, but before her mind spirals into overwhelming intensity, he requests her assistance in composing a few letters, as he needs to respond to the aristocrats. She inquires whether it is permissible to dispatch correspondence to aristocrats of this nature, as it might lead to complications. He claims he's all right, while stating that he's exceedingly occupied and that they ought to seek another warrior. The feline maiden composes a message, requesting our young man to share details about the previous day. During the team's routine gathering, Hikarat inquires about Bjorn's silence, but he advises him to hold on as he is still contemplating. There are merely 10 days remaining until the labyrinth is unveiled. The dwarf declares that he will abstain from participation this time, as, should a dimensional rupture genuinely take place, everyone will ultimately perish regardless. Dualki and Rod Miller hold a similar perspective. Misha subsequently inquires about our acquaintances' intentions. Bjorn is confident he could persuade them with his knowledge, yet it seems illogical since this approach is more advantageous for him. You can utilize the pause to enhance your skills, and as you are still unable to articulate everything, you will simply bring Misha along. Our associate claims everything is settled. This occasion will solely involve the two of them. Misha is taken aback, yet Bjorn queries her if she genuinely believed he would venture solo. She falters, prompting him to attempt emotional manipulation by suggesting he will proceed alone if she is anxious. However, Misha replies, suggesting that perhaps he ought to have consulted her initially or communicated in a more gentle manner. Subsequently, Bjorn suitably requests him to. He accompanies her, asserting that there's no chance she would permit him to venture out by himself. He feels somewhat astonished at how effortlessly it unfolded. Bjorn declares that everything is arranged, and this time it's solely him and Misha. The following day, news circulates that the royal family has refuted the allegations of a separation, attributing the situation to the Enchanted Academy of Disseminating Falsehoods. Hikarat bursts into Bjorn's chamber and announces that they are now able to venture into the labyrinth. Because it is secure, yet Bjorn dismisses them, proclaiming she has accepted a proposal, and forcefully shuts the door in their faces. Hikarat, Misha inquires, when did you agree to a proposal? He nonchalantly confesses that he was merely fabricating a reason. Subsequently, he reveals the reality. This time, he intends to fully commit to the separation. She questions, how will that unfold? And did you uncover anything at the library? He responds that it's something akin to this. He inquires why he is concealing it and suggests it would be more advantageous if they all proceeded together. Bjorn, he inquires whether she has informed anyone regarding the ice ring or her agreement with the spirit creature. She responds negatively, as he instructed her to hold it in. Confidential. She then inquires what might occur if Hikarat were informed of the same information. She suggests he would likely reveal the truth as soon as he became intoxicated. Inquire about Dwok or Rothmiller. She mentions uncertainty regarding Rothmiller, but is confident about Dwok. I would undoubtedly allow it to escape inadvertently. The lad is convinced he genuinely holds the identical view that Rothmiller might maintain confidentiality, yet he would certainly be curious about how Bjorn discovered it, which would lead to issues. Misha comprehends his intent and inquires about the reason for his disclosure. Bjorn is convinced there are several explanations for why she struggles to divulge secrets, and her ineptitude at deceit is so pronounced that if she were to do so, he would recognize it instantly. Instead of elucidating all of that to her, he merely conveys that he is an individual she can rely on. Her complexion flushes when she encounters that, and he feigns to display arrogance. Bjorn is aware that he will be exceptionally occupied getting ready with merely 8 days remaining until the labyrinth commences. The following day, the pair venture out to purchase charms and additional costly materials. All expenses were covered from their joint account. On the 7th day, Bjorn engages his 4th-tier seal, enhancing his attributes and enabling him to maintain his colossal shape for an extended duration. Misha inquires whether she may visit the library, and he retorts retorts with sarcasm, questioning if she possesses the ability to read. Upon arriving at the library, Langna invokes a fundamental incantation on the pair. When Bjorn inquires why she has opted for that particular one rather than the customary choice, she mentions that the alternative incantation is something she performs specifically for him, ensuring that he cannot utilize it in her presence. Of the rest, our individual claims he ought to have informed her in private, and Langna shifts her attention to Misha, instructing her to disregard everything she overheard. They both gaze at her, visibly astonished. On the 5th day, Bjorn pays a final visit to Reiben. She implores him not to perish there, and as she inquires if he wishes to reclaim his tower pass. She advises him to retain it and come to see her should he ever require assistance. At last, on the momentous occasion, Bjorn imparts some guidance to the inexperienced warriors, who express their gratitude to him for it. He humorously asserts that they are fortunate to have a guide such as himself. However, Bjorn asserts that he merely guided them in the proper direction. He cautions the dwarf to remain vigilant of excessively amiable individuals, to which the dwarf replies by questioning whether he genuinely appears that gullible. Rod Miller indicates that they are proceeding, and when they inquire whether the others will participate, Misha responds that they are merely anticipating their customer, and then the trio. They traverse the gateway. Following 30 minutes, the gateway diminishes in size, and Misha inquires whether they are not entering just yet, but Bjorn responds to him. He suggests to hold on a bit more, as the postponement will enhance your experience twofold. Then he becomes aware that veterans have a disdain for newcomers as they tend to disregard instructions. Abruptly, he gestures for him to proceed and they descend to the ground level directly in front of the entrance to the 2nd floor. Misha is taken aback and inquires how this is feasible, while Bjorn provides her with a concise clarification. Her mind goes blank. In the midst of contemplation, he confesses that he is unable to articulate it clearly as well, and that he merely understands how to utilize it. She expresses sympathy for Rod Miller, as discovering this shortcut would render all his diligent efforts in scouting seemingly futile, and Bjorn. He concurs that Rod Miller would become despondent due to his overly earnest approach to his responsibilities. They find themselves conveyed to a rocky wasteland on the 2nd level, and Bjorn laments his fortune. He understands that he must proceed eastward to locate the creature's den in pursuit of the enchanted gem, indicating that they will have to withdraw. They journey eastward for 2 days, vanquishing beasts upon the highway. Misha expresses dissatisfaction about having gathered all the enchanted gems, while Bjorn quietly contemplates that circumstances would be significantly simpler if Dualki were present too. Assistance. Shortly, Misha observes individuals nearing and inquires about what actions they ought to take. Bjorn is uncertain, yet he presumes it is a collective undertaking a brisk sprint. Noticing the swift arrival, a group rushes by. Misha observes their lavish apparatus. She contemplates whether such advanced tools are necessary for creating shortcuts, but Bjorn advises her against coveting their possessions and assures her that eventually they will attain that standard as well. She inquires whether he genuinely holds that belief, and he contemplates that it seems logical given her attire resembling that of an explorer, leaving him uncertain still. Misha subsequently remarks that he discusses remarkable accomplishments as though they are trivial and questions if it's due to his barbarian nature. He queries if she is ridiculing him. He complies, yet she prods him, and expresses that he truly appreciates that mindset of his. Bjorn becomes slightly anxious and contemplates that at times she is excessively straightforward. Then she muses softly to herself whether she is transforming into a savage or something akin to that. As they proceed, the adventurers start to remark on Bjorn's substantial, hefty physique and his enchanted rucksack. They had surprised him, unaware of how dubious it might seem for distinguished individuals like themselves to be lingering near the ground-level entryway. Observing him chuckle, Misha inquires about what is amusing, and he reflects on the moment when he was spared solely by the compassion of the distinguished adventurers. She also ponders how Erwin is faring, as he was her initial companion. Back then, he notices an unattractive man who casts him a contemptuous glare, which makes Bjorn feel as though his envy is nearly piercing him. The individual genuinely terrifies him. He instructs the crimson-haired individual to simply mold whatever he wishes to express, but the man promptly offers an apology as it's challenging to maintain a serious demeanor when a towering 6 feet 6 inches behemoth looms above. Misha seizes Bjorn's arm and inquires about what is causing his anxiety, rendering him akin to a mobster attempting to appear formidable in the presence of his spouse. Remaining skeptical, Bjorn requests the individual to state his name, and certainly the NPC claims it's Hans. Initially, Bjorn labels him a deceiver. However, the young lad clarifies that his name was Hans, and he altered it because it was too ordinary. That clarifies why Bjorn felt miserable in his presence, and counsels the novice to ensure he never turns into a contemptible Hans. Abruptly, the entire earth trembles, and Bjorn comprehends that the chasm has emerged, thus, who seizes Misha and dashes toward her at maximum velocity. She begins to feel anxious because this mechanism was not scheduled to be activated for an additional 3 days, indicating that someone must have triggered it manually, just as he had intended to accomplish it. Contemplating if a participant was responsible, pull Misha along and rush at Leroy Jenkins head-on. The gateway. Within the wintry expanse, a trio of adventurers welcomes him with broad grins, accompanied by a cantankerous elder. Bjorn presents himself as Misha, but subsequently alters his name to Michelle. She appears bewildered for a moment before comprehending and adopting the most terrible poker face imaginable. Bjorn informs them that he is a dependable tank, while the Yaniza girl asserts that she is a scout embodying the spirit of a goblin archer, and the unassuming fellow professes that he is merely an ordinary frontline soldier. Based on their looks, our protagonist suspects they are likely second or third-tier adventurers. He harbors some concern that they seem to be novices. However, it is logical, as no genuine expert would arrive at the breaking point until it organically reveals itself every 5 to 6 months. Subsequently, one of them pried it open, while the other two had fortunate outcomes. Setting that aside, Bjorn finds it difficult not to be wary of the unusually hirsute individual who nonchalantly refers to employing the absurdly oversized crossbow secured to his back. Subsequently, the individual accuses Bjorn of being impolite for failing to introduce himself initially and informs him that he is, in fact, a 5th tier. Bjorn attempts to inquire further, seeking to uncover who initiated the breach, but the individual. You see, he simply twists all the inquiries back. Their brief interaction leaves Bjorn pondering whether a goalkeeper of that caliber can truly thrive independently without a supporting squad. Yet, its presence is substantial enough to accomplish that. Persuasive, the perspiring underdog and the adventurous young woman, in contrast, are not concealing much, and it is evident what they represent. Remaining inquisitive about the individual responsible for the separation, our protagonist quietly pledges to uncover the deceiver as though they were standing directly amongst us. Once they finalize the distribution of the spoils and all our content, the assembly develops and persists forward. During their journey, they come across a jetty that instills fear in them. Janiza, yet Bjorn pivots to the anxious Girl Scout and clarifies that the correct course is invariably the of the creatures. Without delay, Bjorn instructs the physicians to remain. He retreats, but Berman shames him and instructs him to grip his beer as he retrieves that enormous crossbow and unleashes with absurd intensity. Nevertheless, the jetty successfully obstructs it and evades a strike. Subsequently, Berman nonchalantly instructs the others to conclude, astonishing Bjorn with the earnestness he exhibits in distributing the responsibilities. Our hero charges forward, confronting the jetty directly despite it being no feeble beast, leaving both novices already beseeching for their survival. As Bjorn maintains his concentration, he shouts at Misha, or more precisely at Michelle, which executes an impressive backflip to earn points. Manner preceding the formation of the jetty fiercely desire not to possess sight. When it concludes with the jetty, Bjorn compels the arrogant middle-aged individual to brag that his feline is an exceptional combatant. Thus, whomever the deceiver may be, they should brace themselves for revelation. As they probe further, they come across a group of ice wolves, and the majority of the substantial transportation burdens are shouldered by Bjorn and Misha. Berman continues to achieve remarkable successes, despite his unwieldy crossbow being capable of aiming at only a single foe at once. With no one firmly asserting a position of authority, Bjorn consistently opts for the correct path, having committed the layout to memory and ingrained it in his mind after years of intense gaming sessions. As he navigates through, the subterranean chamber leads him to contemplate that the deceiver might be a non-player character with elevated intelligence or a participant feigning ignorance for undisclosed motives. As they descend, he becomes aware that the imposter neglected to seize the concealed object hidden within the column. Envision him gliding it back nonchalantly as if it were merely ordinary object. Carlson and Yanessa are captivated by the cave's stunning appearance, and the girl inquires about the enormous gleaming column at its center. She grazes it and feigns astonishment at its luster as it. Berman presumes that this is likely an objective, and that a few creatures may emerge to reveal the subsequent route. That presumption raises Bjorn's suspicions, yet he refrains from contacting the Mafia regarding Berman, primarily because Berman is significantly mistaken about the monstrous duo. Abruptly, the entire level trembles as the superior is called forth, just prior to his entrance. He makes his appearance, a pack of ravenous, frigid wolves, as though they had been biding their time to ruin the celebration. Berman is immobilized, evidently ill-equipped to confront such a multitude of foes. Yanessa immediately becomes frantic, prompting Bjorn to propose establishing a refuge close to the staircase where movement is more manageable. They succeed in safeguarding themselves. They eliminate the initial wave of 20 wolves. However, in the subsequent round, ground, a pack of saber-toothed tigers nearly rends Misha apart. One of the tigers attempts to encircle Bjorn, but is even more astonished when an ice golem materializes, wielding a formidable cumulative debuff that incinerates players, and it goes unnoticed. Immediately, he transitions into complete Baljala mode and overwhelms him as if he had affronted him. To his forebears. Then the altered Yeti mini-chieftain Frost Lord Tumba emerges and unleashes a suppression skill. Bjorn instantly identifies him from his numerous battles against marauders such as Emilia, Yaniza, and Carlson halt in the midst of the battle. However, Misha restrains himself to diminish the impact while Bjorn persists. They're unscathed owing to its superior durability. With all his might, Salta advances, exclaiming, "Baljala!" straight at the youngster. Large, and Misha is already exasperated when he cautions her to refrain from being so audacious. She ultimately relinquishes the creatures, pursuing her simply to support him regardless. The mini-boss unleashes his vile, frigid breath that freezes Bjorn to the core, but he is no insignificant, delicate being. From the Belucho, he penetrates the chill and impacts the Yeti's cranium with his weight. The aberrant creature bellows and attempts to retaliate, yet Bjorn bellows more forcefully to establish his supremacy and subsequently administers a decisive, unyielding strike to his visage. He persists, striking him from one side to the other as though he were the playground tormentor and the Yeti had failed to provide him with funds for his midday meal. At that instant, a voice advises him to flee if he cherishes his existence. Berman. He arms his crossbow with a technique referred to as perilous substance, and the instant he releases, the electric discharge slices through the atmosphere with a sinister and foreboding presence. It hits squarely in the center because, naturally, it's invariably the center. When the leader collapses, Bjorn is quite astonished to observe that the capability also incinerates adjacent foes. His hypothesis that he was a solitary target explosive damage dealer goes awry when he discovers that the individual was concealing an A or E capability. It revolves incessantly. With Behrman's assistance, our pair eradicates 9 entire surges. Creatures and dual essences descend more rapidly than anticipated. Berman courteously informs the newcomers that they have the option to select. Initially, Bjorn steps in and informs them that they are at liberty to select the Ice Wolf after capturing the notice of the Yetis. Carlson feigns irritation for an instant, but that swiftly vanishes the moment Bjorn casts his gaze upon him. Furious like a prehistoric woman, Misa praises him for the blaze, but he rectifies her, stating that in reality belongs to her. She anxiously fidgets with her thumbs and inquires of all the unsuspecting onlookers how they anticipate she will settle the bill, as essences are far from inexpensive. Bjorn. He momentarily zones out, contemplating how malevolent she perceives him to be. This is due to the fact that the core of the Yeti is no laughing matter. It enhances attraction to the chill and provides several superior statistics. Moreover, they acquired the uncommon blue tier variation featuring a potent active skill that activates the user's ice affinity. Indeed, Bjorn thinks she may be too far beneath his caliber to fully express all her possibility. The feline girl seizes him and approaches, pleading with him to cease, to torment her and merely express his desires in exchange. He softly informs her that he exclusively charges transient members of the collective, and since he intends to remain with her for an extended period, she is not indebted to him in any way. Misa is astonished and entirely exhilarated after he adds that she ought to cease questioning whether he intends to remain by her side eternally. She instructs him to leave her alone and ultimately internalizes the essence, causing her to feel strange immediately. Subsequently, Bjorn inquires of the inexperienced pair regarding their selection. They merely offer unsettling faint grins and claim they are merely strolling through to both individuals, which arouses his skepticism regarding why 2 utter novices would squander such a valuable possession. The individual claims that the essence of the Ice Wolf would not be appropriate for him. Alright, but Bjorn responds and inquires about what he understands regarding the Ice Wolves. The cub states it's merely a 9th tier drop and is confident that something superior will emerge subsequently. This triggers a quiet signal in Bjorn's mind, yet he holds back from assigning blame at this time and, instead, he directs his focus towards Yensa. She likewise declines, stating that extracting the essences is exceedingly costly. Bjorn concurs, which would not suit a warrior like her in any case. Nonetheless, he considers the predicament irritating since he was ready to dismiss them as potential culprits. Yet, since neither of them has consented, he is unable to determine who the mafia participant is. He is even beginning to question whether they are all united, while Yensa inquires if it has finally concluded. In that instant, the roof gives way, and Misha shrieks while gesturing towards an object swiftly nearing. A colossal ice wolf plunges from the sky, and Bjorn. He promptly identifies him as Tarun Boss, the ultimate adversary, despite the confrontation being scheduled for a considerably later time. It's late, yet the supervisor seems to be growing restless and promptly releases a surge of frost towards them. Before they can respond, the earth starts to fracture, and Misha anxiously shouts to Bjorn, but it's already too late. The whole party tumbles through the ice and descends into the third chapter of the separation. Bjorn, he surfaces from the frigid waters with a muffled cry and starts to swear. The dreadful update that the creators implemented. In the game, you would effortlessly shift to the subsequent level with a slight reduction in vitality, whereas here they were assaulted and subsequently hurled over a waterfall. Bjorn winces as he comes to realize the reason behind his deteriorating health and laments that, ultimately, every inch of him aches. Of his physique, Misha contacts him in a frenzy, and he reassures her that he is alright prior to inquiring via her as the newcomers surface from the frigid water. The administrator gathers everyone around the blaze he kindled, and Misha is taken aback to observe him toting firewood consistently. He merely shrugs and remarks that it's expected for a solitary wanderer, a sentiment with which Bjorn silently concurs. Nevertheless, the beginners quiver like malfunctioning devices and express dissatisfaction that the blaze offers no assistance. The administrator is convinced it has to be a distinct area, and Misha observes that it brings to mind the witch's woodland. The robust individual concedes that although the chill is reasonable, their physiques ought not to be restricted in such a manner. Misha nonchalantly mentions that she doesn't experience the chill at all due to her endurance and inquires if Bjorn is feeling cold. He replies that he will cope, leaving her looking perplexed. He clarifies to her that while she is undoubtedly shaking, it truly isn't painful. She labels him a foolish savage and proposes to heat him up, utilizing her physique, accomplishing everything. Her complexion flushed a vivid crimson as Mr. Bear emitted a derisive whistle. Subsequently, they conclude that the region is sufficiently secure and believe it could serve as a camping site. Nonetheless, beneath the surface, Bjorn understands he cannot rely on anyone else sufficiently to genuinely rest. Mr. Bear verifies whether the other two will manage independently, and Misha responds that she has her own supply of firewood. She informs him, our protagonist desires to rest initially, but he halts her. She informs him that she has something to share. He inquires if any individual in the group appeared to be dubious. Misha pauses briefly to engage her two brain cells and mentions that there is something troubling her. She instigates the tea spill and uncovers highly valuable information, prompting a smile from him. He commends her keen perception as she stares into the flames and ultimately uncovers who is the genuine fraud. Roughly speaking, after a span of 6 hours, they continue their expedition, and thankfully, they merely have to adhere to the primary pathway to attain their objective. Our young hero vanquishes the 8th-tier creatures that spring forth from the icy barriers, and Misha also stands firm. Lobato deflects a strike and yells agency, cautioning him that blows are more painful in this environment due to the disadvantage of the region. In the meantime, Bjorn is troubled by their grievances, as they are not even on the front line and could easily vanish due to the extent of assistance they provide. Several hours later, they step into a chamber brimming with encased ice orcs. Each of them is a formidable 7th-tier creature. Scope. The organization anxiously inquires whether they will need to confront them, but Avman, he doesn't squander time. He traverses the gazes with the orcs, and consequently they depart their frigid confinement and commence to advance without allowing the collective a moment to exhale. Our protagonist cries out to all to gather their details and maintain composure as the orcs encroach. Avoid. Diminish your concentration. He acknowledges that although he is unaware of the mafia's intentions, they too are attempting to rectify the situation, yet he remains watchful, elevated nonetheless. Deflecting a formidable strike, he comprehends that this would be the ideal opportunity for treachery. Thus, he opts to conceal his genuine power just in case. The newcomers narrowly evade a strike, and Avman inquires of Misha why she isn't assisting her partner, to which she merely responds that she's merely observing from the periphery. Avman perceives that the newcomers are a burden and intercedes when her physique starts to radiate and effortlessly conjures a genuine bear, seizing even an aircraft with its defenses lowered. The bear then starts to dash through the orcs as if it were merely another ordinary Tuesday. By scrutinizing the creature, he uncovers how Avman has managed to endure in solitude throughout this entire period. However, it also indicates that the bear might eliminate all the creatures before the mafia has an opportunity to intervene. Subsequently, he transitions to strategy B and endures a direct impact that propels him through the air. Misha dashes toward him with a theatrical cry and waterworks in his eyes as the orc hurls him to the earth, and she cries out his name. However, our young lad executes a covert maneuver, precisely gauging the strike so that his helmet and healing capabilities shield his cranium. Thereafter, he entrusts the remainder to Misha. The novice yells to inquire if Bjorn is alright and informs him. He cries out to the orc to halt as he charges ahead, yet at that instant, a projectile projectile impales the being and surprises the individual unexpectedly. The Frost Ore Conjurer endeavors to invoke an incantation. However, Misha shouts at the newcomer to move aside while Avman. He tumbles about like a perspiring combat zone participant and takes aim once more. The conjurer calls forth a barrier of frost, yet the projectile penetrates it effortlessly and settles into its new resting place deep within the orc's cranium. Bjorn observes, contemplating that the bear-like creature could annihilate the entire area before the mob takes any action. He mutters a curse quietly, lamenting that his entire arrangement might have been squandered. However, a voice interrupts, stating that they are free to depart. Take action immediately. Bjorn tenses as Gensha grins while operating the lever. He adorns protective gear and subsequently initiates Beast Ride for optimal stealth, followed by his Vengeance skill, which enhances the efficacy of his assault and induces persistent bleeding. With a wry grin, pierces Avman straight in the abdomen and proclaims that the lost essence will yield him 30 million gems. In the meantime, our protagonist is delighted that the mob has at last taken action and has disclosed. The bear starts to vanish as the conjuration disintegrates. However, a bottle splatters the deceiver's visage as Michelle shouts at Bjorn to rise. Bjorn springs up and bellows with a primal shout that immobilizes Gensha. He releases his. She swings the blade toward her, but narrowly evades it and contemplates how cursed he was aware. He attempts to reactivate stealth, only to discover it obstructed due to that devious sorceress's lamp elixir from earlier. Bjorn. She casts derogatory remarks at him while contemplating that she ought to have remained silent if she wished to prevent him from uncovering her talents. There was numerous warning signs emerged when he posed remarkably evident inquiries that appeared excessively suggestive, as though he was already aware of how to secure the vicinity. Bjorn. He observed that she persistently feigned ignorance while he tactfully highlighted the essential steps for her. Several hours prior, Michelle had informed him that his odor had altered after they plunged into the water. He reeked a lair of creatures, which could solely imply that the soil on her footwear originated from that location, rendering her the chief suspect. Michelle does not waver and lunges at the betrayer, attempting to eliminate her. Gensha successfully evades once more but ultimately finds herself colliding with Bjorn, who maintained the cadence without interruption. He pounds her with his fist, forcing her to sputter blood. Nonetheless, she succeeds in remaining on her feet. He rises and bounds off, labeling him as worthless. Subsequently, he is, when our protagonist discovers that she is manipulative. Nonetheless, all of that is irrelevant as she has now become a menace. Michelle cautions Bjorn when a goblin. He advances from the rear, yet Bjorn disregards him as the outburst renders him virtually invulnerable for the time being. Nevertheless, they start to feel remorse as the object continues to strike him on the head, but because he prefers not to trigger the final adversary just yet, he merely endures it. In the meantime, Gensha attempts to flee while he is preoccupied, yet Bjorn remains unconcerned as she has no place to retreat. Evidently, she's a beginner if she remains unaware that when the ice orcs arise, the ceiling caves in and obstructs the sole escape from this location. She's somewhat hindered, his gaze locked onto the escaping rodent, yet the orc. She commences her serenade as she stealthily approaches our protagonist and resumes striking him on the head, while Michelle volunteers to distract her out of compassion. The duo confronts each other once more, and Gensha abruptly attempts to employ Taknajutsu, yet Bjorn discerns that she is merely biding her time until her vengeance skill resets. In other terms, she lacks a genuine means to penetrate his defenses, yet she makes an effort nonetheless driven by hopelessness. Bjorn swiftly deactivates it while wielding his strength vigorously and fracturing his arm, which wrenches the blade from his grasp. Now that she is incapacitated, he serenely inquires what her intentions were. He falters as he attempts to come up with an idea, but Bjorn does not pause. He strikes her in the visage with his batter and ponders how he found himself in that predicament. Examining his gear, he observes that it is unmistakably crafted for frontline confrontation, and contemplate providing Michelle with something. However, he is convinced he will initially engage in a meaningful dialogue with her. Prior to that, he impacts all her extremities and also compels her to transform, a method to additionally seize her second set of armor. She starts imploring for her survival once more, and Bjorn inquires why she pursued them initially. She explains that she couldn't afford to have her identity exposed and believed it was preferable. Certainly, initiate the assault first, yet Bjorn proceeds with a more incisive inquiry and probes him regarding what initiated the divide. Jen confesses that the Frost Heart is exclusively located in this region and presumed it would be straightforward since the creatures are merely of the 8th tier, yet something resonates and abruptly he inquires how he discerned that she was the one who had unsealed it. Bjorn becomes motionless when he acknowledges his misstep and attempts to feign ignorance. However, she starts to weep and implores him to release her. Laura, due due to her relentless efforts to endure that solely. She longed to return home and expressed her remorse multiple times. She stated that he would never have launched an assault if he had been aware that he was merely a participant, and implored him not to take the life of an actual individual. Bjorn exclaims to himself to vocalize his thoughts, yet unexpectedly he stays composed. He designates her as a malevolent entity as she pleads for her mother, though without uttering a word. With a final term, she concludes it as the system acknowledges her accomplishment. From having eliminated another participant, enhancing their psychological resilience, Bjorn makes his way back through the shadows, attempting to comprehend his recent actions and whether there was a hint of trepidation or sentiment within him. Ultimately, none of that holds significant importance, as it was merely something he needed to undertake for his survival, and he persistently finds himself going back to Misha. She inquires about his whereabouts and expresses her concern that something may have occurred. At that instant, the novice cries out for assistance as he scarcely deflects a fierce strike from the Lorco and is hurled towards back. Bjorn informs Misha that he is now capable of managing the ice Lorco and encourages him to practice his newfound ability while doing so. She elevates her blades with enhancements and equitable conduct. As the orc is poised to transform the man into sushi, she slices and detaches his hands. Our protagonist observes that the assault inflicted frostbite injuries, and although his connection to the cold impedes recovery, its most significant advantage lies in its ability to hinder adversaries. Due to the ice orc's resistance, the freezing effect was limited to its wrists, whereas an ordinary creature would have experienced a loss of mobility up to its elbows. He instructs her to aim for his throat this time, and she lunges ahead. He thrusts his blades into the orc's throat as though he were ascending a peak. She inquires if that was satisfactory, and Bjorn concurs as the strike was precise. To his mind, once everything is organized, he inquires if she is prepared, and upon her affirmation, it pulverizes the orc's skull like a mallet, concluding it with a precise strike and commencing the boss encounter. The barrier. Behind them, it starts to fracture and glimmer, and Chief Tarun leaps like a madman, entering a wrestling arena. Gratis. Bjorn remembers that this specimen is nearly double the dimensions of a typical lycanthrope and possesses metrics analogous. Transport an ice implement accompanied by impacts of hypothermia, yet Bjorn merely exclaims that he can still defeat him in under 10 seconds. The creature attempts to overwhelm him at once, but Bjorn effortlessly parries it, and then he intentionally discards his own armament. Even the lesser creatures rush in. However, our lad produces a thunderous herb and grins as he starts to unravel a lightning parchment, fully aware of its vulnerabilities. The electrical surge, a colossal flash of lightning, instantly immobilizes the enormous werewolf. Nevertheless, it stays vigilant as the creature possesses a secondary power that harnesses its might to overcome the paralysis. Nonetheless, that does not alter the situation as Misha intervenes and begins launching lightning grenades, compelling the creature to withdraw. To pivot, yet it's already beyond the point of no return since. He endures another blow and crumples like a bag of boulders. Bjorn gazes at the downed leader and comprehends that merely 3 moments afterward, it transitions to the subsequent stage as they both commence attacking him with electric armaments. United, they effortlessly overcome the floor chief while the novice stands frozen in astonishment as the substance descends. Misha inquires whether he would like her to handle this one as well, and he replies that they had already reached a conclusion about it at the outset. He urges her to hasten and take him in before he vanishes. As soon as he does, Bjorn appears prepared to advance, yet Admin begins to groan. Anguish. Misha is astonished that he has survived as he requests an elixir. They hurry to assist and contemplate utilizing one of the priciest options as he instructs them to present it immediately. Misha performs the action, yet observes no alteration and insists that he persists, and Bjorn swiftly deduces that the blade was likely infused with a substance that hinders restoration. Subsequently, the adolescent requests a remedy that Misha. He attempts it, but our protagonist is already aware that it will be ineffective as it is not toxic, but rather a debris that exacerbates the injuries, while the novice is in a frenzy, shouting that the injury is not mending. Misha. He swivels and instructs Bjorn to relinquish the advanced elixir, yet he squints at her plea. At last, he relinquishes it, and the injury starts to heal, as Bjorn observes that the issue must be severe if that elixir scarcely had an effect. He advises the newcomer to relax and comes to the conclusion that they haven't apportioned the spoils yet. He tosses a hefty sack to the individual, who seems reluctant to receive it, yet Bjorn asserts that he did not receive any substance regardless. She also believes the man is overly inquisitive and advises him to regard her as an asset to remain silent. As Misha beams at him, albeit not, he remains silent. Mr. Bear eventually rouses from his slumber and feels fortunate, yet Bjorn laments the situation, recognizing that they could have amassed a significant gain pain, and he wouldn't have endured. The man proposes to cover the cost of the elixir, and Bjorn instructs him to fork over 5 millions, catching him off guard as it usually amounts to 1 million. Our associate merely feigns ignorance and claims he must have been deceived previously, to which Avman simply grins and remarks that the worth of an object fluctuates based on the circumstances. Since he currently lacks the funds, it includes a designated artifact as a promise. This exceptional item essentially provides 3 opportunities to evade death. Bjorn falters at the prospect of choosing that over the stones, but Avnan interjects, revealing his true name, Seizing. Misha was taken by surprise. She insists on understanding how he is aware of that. Nonetheless, he merely proclaims that he shall always remember their actions on his behalf and departs. The gateway. Misha readies herself to traverse too, but Bjorn steers her in the contrary direction, explaining that there are tasks he needs to attend to, and they embark together into the frigid cavern. Subsequently, he presents her with a vivid crimson gem, and she inquires whether he discovered it within the frozen expanse. He claims it is beneficial for him and that it enhances their cold affinity metrics. Misha is perplexed as our child unfurls the covers, yet expresses that they did not obtain sufficient rest earlier and that nothing is more secure than a settled separation. Bjorn feigns slumber, yet stays fully alert as his thoughts. She strolls about and starts to contemplate how events might have unfolded had she been present. Solitary. For an instant, he imagined the girl could regain consciousness in the tangible realm once more and come back, yet in spite of that, he continued to behave avariciously and desired the bear man's treasure to enhance his transaction. Transcendental. At that instant, he contemplates whether he would have concluded Nafman's fate if Misha hadn't been observing. At that instant, the feline girl jolts him from his reverie as she reclines beside him and inquires about his musings. He effortlessly extends his arm and invites her to cuddle close due to the chill, and she readily consents. The proposal. The pair of romantics unreservedly embrace beneath the celestial canopy as a chilly breeze caresses their cheeks, and Bjorn quickly succumbs to unconsciousness. On the 3rd day, they make their way back to the crystalline cavern where Misha evaluates his new gear, effortlessly slicing through the creatures. Our protagonist understands, swiftly comprehends that it ought to be an enumerated element that swiftly seizes his focus, and he inquires whether it is exceedingly costly. Subsequently, without hesitation, he presents it to her. Bjorn becomes annoyed as he questions her perception of him and expresses that he has not yet determined if he wishes to part with it. Misha dispatches the creatures effortlessly and inquires if they are proceeding to the 2nd level, to which Bjorn consents, as he still requires additional practice. Subsequent to several hours spent at residence, Misha notes that she is becoming accustomed to her armaments, but when Bjorn inquires, he withdraws and mentions that he intends to refine his skills a bit further. She subsequently charges him with being excessively indolent to engage in combat, yet the glance he directs at her is sufficient to correct her stance instantly. Bjorn experiences a wave of pride observing the progress she has made, particularly since he hadn't anticipated her to comprehend another essence so swiftly. The chief spirit is nearly as advantageous as the Yetis for her, as Go is a warrior who requires that armor-piercing capability. It is a collection of abilities that increasingly gain significance as time progresses, particularly when paired with the Yeti's penchant for frost and the necessity for repeated strikes or to withstand crowd manipulation. He advises her to begin consolidating her powers into her fists, otherwise the creatures would swiftly perish from her armaments. Despite all that guidance, the creatures still succumb with a single blow. Thus, he informs him that they will evaluate him thoroughly on the 2nd level. He envisions that she believed he intended to pause and begins to utter something. However, she interjects and speaks beforehand, asserting that there is no straightforward path. She offers him a self-satisfied grin and remarks that they should depart, while Bjorn contemplates whether her delight stems from correctly anticipating his words. Nevertheless, he decides to let it slide and goes along with the moment. As they progress through while they stroll, the gemstones unexpectedly start to radiate a crimson hue, prompting Misha to halt in her tracks. However, Bjorn reassures her to calm down, explaining that it's merely the sovereign of the level stirring from slumber, and she needs to press on. She feels blissfully at peace until she ultimately comprehends the term, and subsequently he becomes frightened. However, Bjorn places a hand on his shoulder and advises him to relax. He enters narrative mode and elaborates that they can still stealthily exit and utilize the portal while he tends to them like a puppet to soothe their anxieties. Ultimately, he inquires who might have called him forth initially. Bjorn is convinced it was intentional and suspects there may be a faction attempting to undermine him, particularly due to his disclosure of details regarding the apartment proprietor to the ethereal domain. He perceives it as dubious that they relocated in such a brief span of merely 2 weeks of organization. Regardless, they ultimately reach the second level, and Bjorn experiences a slight sense of annoyance as the journey consumed an entire day, and he longs for the presence of Rod Miller. He observes that a significant amount of time has elapsed since their arrival and reminisces about his previous escapade with Einar, which imparts an unpleasant flavor to your palate when they occur. Recollections of the pillager. Her spirits unexpectedly sink, and Misha inquires whether she truly detests this location to such an extent. She acknowledges that she is not fond of it either, but Bjorn. Bear in mind that he selected this location due to the fact that the route to the third level merely requires heading north from this point, and given that he solely. There are two that facilitate the invocation of a death knight for a raid, which is ideal for assessing Misha's progress while simultaneously acquiring valuable experience points. Soon after, they come across a duo of death fiends, and our associate instructs him to launch an assault while he diverts their attention. The pair yells as they transport Bjorn, taking the initiative by utilizing his shield to obstruct the initial strike as Misha slices through the beings from the rear. 1. The specters of demise start to solidify from the middle upwards, ensnared between the intense chill and annihilation. Frigid. As Misha persists, amid the attack, the fiend howls and invokes the risen dead, prompting her to shriek at Bjorn. He ought to exercise caution, yet the undead that assault him savor his corrosive blood, and instantly flinch in distress as their lips sear. She rushes over and inquires if he is fine, but observes that his injuries mend immediately. She teases that he could be a creature, which causes him to flush as he responds that he is concentrating on the conflict while inwardly pondering what her opinion would be once he. Elevate your game. Shortly thereafter, they succeed in vanquishing the death demons, and Misha ultimately gains full control over his newfound abilities. Subsequently, they come across a chimera wolf possessing formidable crowd management skills, yet Misha solely employs his reinforcement capability to advance. Bjorn cautions her to exercise caution since it depletes a significant amount of mana, which she nonchalantly disregards. As expected, shortly thereafter she starts to falter, and Bjorn ultimately hoists her by the collar akin to a disgruntled feline and advises the slumbering kitten to relax and restore her energy. After a period of time, they establish a campsite close to ancient remnants, and Bjorn. He catches wind of some unforeseen adventurers conversing in proximity, utterly oblivious to the fact that a savage is lying there. He contemplates that it's advisable not to disturb them as it's nearly time to rouse Misha. Yet then, a voice halts him in his steps as they begin jesting about another savage dozing nearby and chuckling over having pilfered his heart. The ultimate tipping point. The drink is delivered just as one of them quips that illusionists prefer fresh components. This drives Bjorn to his limits, and he stands up in rage, shattering the stone he had grasped without a moment's pause. This was an issue he could not overlook, as a cherished barbarian infant was at stake. Bjorn experiences a recollection as he recalls that merely 1/3 of the warriors from his initial band succeeded in escaping unscathed. What frustrates him even further is that it wasn't solely the creatures that led to those setbacks. Setting that notion aside, he observes the melancholic adventurers settle down for the night and starts to contemplate his next course of action. Proceed. Thoughtfully contemplate removing them all immediately, as that would be the most expedient solution and secure, but rather she opts to rouse Misha and informs her that she. Observe. One of the adventurers is on watch while the others slumber. Yet at that precise instant, Bjorn inhales deeply and emits a thunderous cry to the heavens, sufficiently powerful to rouse to all. Misha appears noticeably irritated and inquires why he is abruptly raising his voice, to which Bjorn nonchalantly responds that he just wanted to. The two then leisurely stroll towards the campsite as if taken aback by the company of others. However, the individual wielding the hammer swiftly cautions them to stay back. He instructs an individual named Luis to rouse the savage. The drowsy savage glances about in bewilderment and inquires if they are creatures. Upon realizing they are merely fellow adventurers, Haim questions why they disturbed his slumber for this. The corpulent man reminds him that at times, adventurers can be just as perilous as creatures. Yet the savage nods his head and proclaims that the individual before them is unparalleled in his category, which astonishes them entirely. The bulky individual. Subsequently, the pair of savages enter into action. Complete passion unfolds, and they welcome him while showcasing their strength. Bjorn presents himself under a fictitious identity as Bjorn, offspring of Thor, and the remainder of the party gazes in astonishment, attempting to comprehend what they are observing. The savage Karen proclaims to all to drop their armaments while asserting that Bjorn is not a malevolent individual. The assembly, he cautiously refers to him as Bjorn. However, he promptly mocks them by suggesting they ought to utilize their complete names since they are not indeed intimate companions. One of the adventurers appears to be on the verge of. He falters in his resolve to surrender, yet compels a grin and proposes it would be more beneficial for all all if Bjorn and his companion departed, allowing them some respite. Bjorn is thrilled with the proposal and mentions that they are also in search of a location to unwind, extending an invitation to share their company for the evening, which perplexes everyone. The other two appear utterly bewildered, whereas Bjorn believes this is merely the initial serving of the feast. The man wielding the hammer suggests to Bjorn that he should have his mind examined, as individuals typically become irritated with nocturnal colleagues only up to the initial level. Bjorn then inclines his head and naively inquires if that implies they are dismissing the notion. The gentleman exhales in relief, believing the issue is at last resolved. Shut. Yet at that instant Bjorn exclaims that evidently something is amiss with their minds. He clarifies that as there are merely 4 individuals, adding 2 more would allow for everyone to rest more adequately with the appropriate rotations. Karen's intellect erupts with this celestial insight, and she promptly proclaims it an ingenious and ruthless remedy. In the meantime, the individual wielding the hammer appears to be on the verge of losing the command. The individual advances gradually and instructs Bjorn to disappear, yet his speech stumbles as his gaze lands on Misha. He scrutinizes her from top to bottom and perishes from terror. Preliminary inquiry prior to soliciting his opinion. Misha. She adds a whimsical spin and mentions her uncertainty, yet given that they have a brutish ally in the team, perhaps they aren't as objectionable as they seem. She exhales deeply and remarks that this uncouth fool has misplaced his armament, hence she cannot rely on him to keep watch. The individual wielding the hammer feigns astonishment, while Bjorn swiftly pivots to reveal a tale that a creature had stealthily taken, along with his equipment, which the adventurers acquire without delay. Bjorn urges them to make a prompt decision. Following a grave exchange of looks, they consent to allow the pair to stay with them overnight, although their tone suggests an underlying menace. Subsequently, the adventurers instruct Bjorn and Misha to rest, indicating that they will assume the final watch. The pair feigns slumber side by side as Misha murmurs with a flushed complexion, inquiring if they truly need to proceed with this, yet our individual assures her that he will fulfill a desire later if she complies. As the adventurers draw near, wearing disconcerting grins upon their faces. As Bjorn observes the visages, he starts to sense their motions and becomes anxious, while Karen remains in slumber, permitting him to evaluate the circumstances. He swiftly comprehends that their aim is to eradicate all 3 simultaneously, correct? Just as the initial assailant is poised to launch an attack, Bjorn unexpectedly extends his limbs and emits a feigned yawn. He unveils his gaze and salutes them while inquiring if they are famished as well, to which the adventurers promptly feign a grin and present him with desiccated flesh. In the meantime, the mallet wielder completes his task, for striking him forcefully while labeling our child as foolish and delivering a direct blow to him. In his mind, yet he receives the shock of his existence because he took no action, and Bjorn coolly inquires of him. His grip faltered. The individual begins to perspire. He asserts it was an error, but Bjorn does not pause for clarification and strikes him in the jaw. The second boy observes in utter dismay as Broca merely suggests that perhaps his own hand faltered as well due to his hunger. Karen eventually rouses and inquires about the situation as the adventurer. In a frenzy, she shouts at Luis to fire. Karen observes the arrow in the reflection from his hatchet and scarcely succeeds in parrying it with his. Extends an arm, then dashes toward the portly adventurer, and he seizes him by the throat. He yells and insists on understanding what on earth that was. The corpulent adventurer pleads for his existence. However, the enraged savage receives nothing. Transformation. In the interim, the final adversary collapses as Misha renders him unconscious with the dull edge of his blade. She confesses that initially she was not. She was confident in all of this, but now she recognizes that Bjorn was entirely correct when he claimed that all these individuals are merely opportunistic plunderers. Shortly thereafter, the plump rodent starts to leaf through his notepad, perusing previous dialogues regarding the eradication of barbarians as though it were a pastime. Just as he is on the verge of uttering something even more dreadful, he comes to a halt, yet Bjorn serenely inquires why he has paused. Bark. Without hesitation, our protagonist tightens its grip, prompting the rodent to shriek in terror until a bone shatters and the plump underdog falls to the ground, determining that existence holds more value than arrogance. With tears cascading down her cheeks, she compels herself to peruse the subsequent line, a quotation stating that savages are more dreadful than beasts and equally as senseless. Karen merely blinks in astonishment as she struggles to comprehend the situation and inquires, who uttered that remark, which ends up being Victor, yet Bjorn remains undeterred and instructs the rodent to continue. Before long, the dialogue shifts to physical appearance, and the name Misha is mentioned, characterized as foolish yet appealing. The message indicates that several of them were uncertain about engaging with an individual who was seemingly promiscuous. In the presence of a savage, causing Misha's expression transform into a tomato while seizing the notebook and continue perusing. Her gaze sparkles with malice upon realizing it was the hammer-wielding individual who uttered those words, and she asserts that this one belongs to you. The corpulent rodent is clearly quaking as he starts to peruse another segment outlining his strategy. Evidently, he was meant to eradicate Karen, which leaves the youthful savage utterly perplexed. He subsequently turns to Bjorn, uncertain about what precisely he is expected to do regarding the situation. Before anything else, as soon as the situation becomes apparent, Karen unexpectedly reveals herself, leading the goalkeeper to suffer from a bout of loss syndrome. Abrupt head inclination, as Misha transforms the leader's gems into broth and he completes it immediately. The final individual begins pleading as though his existence hinged on it, which is indeed the case, and Bjorn initiates a fabricated ethical examination regarding his potential to become a commendable plunderer. The individual embraces every utterance that escapes Bjorn's lips, yet our lad effortlessly seizes its head and twists it off as if it were a cap from a container while contemplating that the sole commendable plunderer is the deceased individual. Karen consumes a restorative elixir, and Bjorn realizes that he is deliberately being frugal in order to earn a scar, which serves as a genuine mark of distinction for any savage. He instructs the boy to select whatever he desires, yet Karen falters and expresses that she doubts he merits it. He ultimately settles on a war axe, and our protagonist quietly endorses the dual-wielding technique. They encourage him to acquire additional items, and he strives to stay modest once more before it dawns on him that he can sell the surplus and conclude his endeavors for the day. The moment, this brings a grin to Bjorn's face as he volunteers to escort the boy to the ground level personally. Subsequently, within the crystalline cavern, Karen begins to speak to him, but Bjorn interrupts and reintroduces himself, causing the youthful barbarian to nearly burst with exhilaration upon realizing he is conversing with the diminutive Vulcan. Karen promptly agrees to the aforementioned proposal and states that she will sell the spoils to acquire the appropriate gear. Bjorn imparts additional paternal guidance on how to gain strength, which ignites the boy's passion. Currently, savages are still regarded as the most feeble species, and as quarry despite possessing unexploited capability. An idea sneaks into Bjorn's mind. Maybe if more adept warriors began to emerge, the process might gradually transform, enabling them to gain sufficient strength to endure over the long haul. I believed it was likewise in his favor, as possessing more formidable kin resulted in diminished expendability and enhanced legitimacy for him. Ultimately, the sorcerers only acquired their renown due to the enchanted tower. Otherwise, the majority of them would merely be arrogant complainers. Our son fully embraces his fatherly role and imparts all the advice and techniques he possesses, ranging from gear to demeanor, yet abruptly the pair halts in their steps as they behold the creature they have fashioned. Karen possesses a frosty inflection in her voice as she declares that if her forthcoming human associates for the evening undertake any actions, it will shatter their skulls as though splitting a shell. He continues to express that should he encounter another inexperienced warrior, he will impart the same teachings, to which Bjorn silently acknowledges, understanding that anyone who encounters him once more will be swiftly obliterated. 48 hours later, the pair ventures back into the realm of the deceased, and Bjorn. He begins to contemplate whether the Death Knight will manifest on this occasion. Misha attempts to soothe his anxiety, explaining that the belief is a massive gravestone materializes on the 7th day of the summoning, though she is uncertain of its veracity. She notes that not all texts are reliable and encourages him to cease his studious demeanor and socialize with someone. She engages in it with greater frequency. Bjorn remains unfazed and inquires why it must be her, causing Misha to flush once more. At that instant, they both experience an unusual shiver coursing down their backs as a certain adverse energy envelopes them. In motion, Bjorn is perishing from, his lips separate, affirming that the mending is no longer functioning effectively, and a broad grin emerges on his visage as that can signify only one thing. The night of mortality has arrived. The triggered resentment skill verifies that the leader began launching strikes the moment it manifested. It's probable that another individual had been poised and intervened, suggesting that additional participants are already engaged in combat. Bjorn is convinced that, regardless of it being a contest, there are always strategies to navigate the rivalry. Misha becomes slightly apprehensive and inquires about his intentions as they both commence sprinting at top velocity. Upon their arrival, they witness a band battling the undead knight and, without a moment's pause, Bjorn barges in and delivers a blow, the deadly strike, while feigning to be a valiant rescuer. The remaining adventurers stared in bewilderment as the elf within his squad appears on the verge of erupting, and Bjorn starts to enlighten the troops, indicating that they required assistance. One of the lads unexpectedly identifies him and softly remarks that he is the young Vulcan. Bjorn recalls that it is the identical scout scout he previously rescued from the floor chief's trap. The team gradually eases their tension, believing it to be a mere miscommunication, as the diminutive Vulcan would never pilfer the creature from someone akin to an inexperienced forager. In the meantime, both Bjorn and Misha are perplexed by the pristine state of everything. As the two factions start to trade introductions, our protagonist halts abruptly during the clasp of hands. Hands when he learns that the other lad is named Hans. Our champion swiftly retracts his hand and shouts at Hans to cease. Instantly, which plunges the wicked creature into apparent bewilderment. Unexpectedly, he abruptly announces that he has a pressing issue. He grasps Misha's hand and departs, sprinting, departing. Everyone is exceedingly bewildered. Misha insists on understanding what in the world he is doing, while our protagonist attempts to soothe the situation and vows to clarify everything later. In the interim, Karen arrives back in the city and begins to chuckle, cackling like a madman, immediately perplexing all those nearby. The other savages observe him and insist on discovering the source of his ridiculous treasures. Snorting with self-satisfaction, he instructs them to gather, and then he illuminates them with the magnificent new doctrines he acquired from Bjorn Sensei, provoking the barbarians to burst forth in outrage, affirming they are not beasts to be traded. Karen is exceedingly resolute, proclaiming that Bjorn is the genuine genius who anticipated the marauder's trap and preserved her life, which promptly elevates our protagonist's renowned statistics. He proclaims that all this wealth has been bestowed upon him due to his adherence to the doctrines of the master, victoriously lifting the sacks of riches for everyone to behold. At that moment, he perceives an individual behind him whisper that the souls of savages are the sole valuable aspect. This enrages him as he pledges to transmit Sensei's harsh insights to the savage infants. He initiates the inaugural session of instruction while the barbarians assert their own significance as if it was a sacred conflict, as Karen proclaims that this occasion signifies the inaugural monumental leap towards genuine excellence. Savage variety. In the meantime, our pair ultimately arrives at the Way of the Pilgrims on the third level of the maze, after becoming thoroughly disoriented without a suitable guide and trailing another party. Upon listening to Hans's wild hypothesis regarding Bjorn, Misha demands that they exit the maze without delay. However, he halts her as that hypothesis has yet to be substantiated. Moreover, if Hans's malediction genuinely persists, they will both be in deep trouble, which sends a significant shiver down Misha's back. Our acquaintance unabashedly confesses that he feels significantly improved now that both of them are anxious rather than solely himself, which clearly infuriates her. He attempts to disguise it by claiming he is unable to control it due to her excessive trustworthiness, which does that her complexion becomes more crimson than a tomato. The verified menace then nonchalantly informs him that he was merely jesting, and darts off toward the dark marsh to Zavash. Thus, Misha chastises him by compelling the princess to bear her all the way. It isn't an exceedingly severe penalty. Upon discovering their trivial romantic quarrel, one explorer quips that he will soon develop feelings for him, while another shouts at the lad to hush, as someone is attempting to rest. They both immediately identify the voice as Hikarod's remnant, and soon after, the group ultimately comes together again. Hikarod swiftly inquires of Bjorn regarding the position he abandoned them for, and our protagonist nonchalantly replies that he reclaimed it on the ground level. Subsequently, Bjorn turns the inquiry around and inquires why Ikarod is absent from the second installment as they had intended, and the little person mentions that his task was also completed rather swiftly, so they are already progressing on the subsequent one. In unison, the group fulfills a request to gather frog monster eyes in a mere 3 days. Following a task successfully completed, Dualquico converses with Misha, referring to her as his fortunate talisman. Fortune, yet Hikarod promptly hushes him, asserting that Bjorn is the genuine source of their prosperity. Before the situation becomes odd, Bjorn proposes that they ascend to the subsequent level, as it is unproductive to remain on the third floor for the remainder of the time. Following an additional 3 days of excruciatingly extended trekking, the team ultimately reaches the Witch's Woodland with scarcely 3 hours remaining before the gateway shuts. Bjorn offers Rod Miller a brief commendation for arriving punctually and without misplacing anything. He sprints toward the gateway for an additional moment when, as he steps inside, he unexpectedly perceives a recognizable voice beckoning his name from behind him. Remaining on the 4th level, she cannot shake the voice that resembled Erwin's from her mind, yet the likelihood of her truly being present seems like 1 in a million, particularly since the 3rd floor is vast, much like her character. When a fresh surge of creatures assaults the adventurers the instant they arrive, our young lad arrives. Activity and subsequent effective collaboration, the squad eradicates them. The instant the swarm, he tumbles. A display notifies him that the examination has concluded, and for gateways of various hues materialize with within the chamber. Dulka emphasizes that he lacks sufficient time and that the treasure on the lower tier is disappointing, so they must decide swiftly. Following a brief conversation, he selects the entrance of the initial one. Sagacity. Under the leadership of Rod Miller, the squad embarks on the gateway. However, our protagonist quickly laments that choice as he encounters a savage behemoth. As Rod Miller, Hikarat, and Dulka seem as though their spirits have already departed from their forms. To observe precisely what led us to this point, let's rewind a few hours to when the group accessed the portal of knowledge situated on the lowest level of the tower on the 4th story. Subsequently, they proceeded to climb level after level until they ultimately arrived at the 12th, where they were unexpectedly ambushed by a troll, a vile 5th-tier creature that ought not to be present in that location at all. Misha becomes frantic upon encountering the creature, although our lad isn't overly. He was astonished because he had encountered 5th-tier beasts previously in the tower on several occasions, yet that only transpired on the 100th floor or above. Witnessing a boss-class creature emerge unexpectedly was akin to a startled truck-driving mother. Bjorn Mal remarks to the unsightly miscreant Hans, whose slippery hand he clasped. Without delay, he calls out to the group to come together, employing a fierce exclamation to capture the troll's focus and plunge directly into combat. The beast's initial strike is so powerful that it nearly rips away the shield of the appendage. Witnessing him combat, Hikuro attempts to intercept the forthcoming strike, yet despite its capability for recoil resistance, the little man swiftly forfeits all his assurance when his shield resembles a cookie. As he mends the shield with his expertise, Bjorn shouts at the dwarf for stockpiling wealth. This is precisely why he consistently urged him to invest in a decent shield. He delivers a fierce strike to the troll, yet this one, he withdraws as though he scarcely perceives anything. Simultaneously, Dualki energizes a glass infused with enchanted propulsion and he hurls it towards Piggy's visage, yet Piggy, he shatters his small icicle along with his self-assurance. Misha, he instructs him to heal, yet the mage, Rubio, erupts in a fit of rage, asserting that there's no possibility they can eliminate him. Steeling himself for another punishing strike, our protagonist urges Blondie to abandon the fixation and engage in combat, all the while frantically searching for an escape from the predicament. The previous occasion he was fortunate in his encounter with the 5th-tier vampire sovereign, as he possessed, accompanied by a profoundly damaged sorcerer capable of harnessing solar magic, which happened to be the vulnerability of the undead leader. Furthermore, he utilized the deity's tears in a solitary attempt. Even at that moment, the excruciating ache in his flank persisted. In the meantime, the grotesque fiend he was battling was the Sovereign of Eternity, attributed to his astonishing healing abilities and his impenetrable hide. Aware that he is the sole member of the team who scarcely fulfills the statistical criteria to confront that creature, he encourages everyone to persevere, as the battle is expected to be prolonged. After 15 hours, the team persists in adhering to Bjorn's tactics, ensuring that Duelki, he employed expletives while he and Hikaroth, they retain their tanks for as extended a duration as feasible to permit Misha to seize every chance. Nevertheless, it appears to be ineffective as the troll persistently focuses on Duelki, who is rescued by Rod Miller at the final moment. Absent, hardly able to cling on, our young lad inquires of the golden-haired sorcerer regarding the quantity of mana he has remaining, to which the wizard responds that it could possibly take 2 or 3 minutes. Bjorn informs him that he cease employing the expletive, yet still. Then Duelki asserts he can endure for a maximum of 7 minutes while Misha finds it challenging to inflict significant harm due to the troll's exceptionally dense bones rated at 3C. Coming to the conclusion that he has no alternative, our protagonist abruptly instructs Hikaroth to assume control of the tank as he transitions to Plan B. Concluding the troll, utilize your funds, the instrument of the most colossal mill ever constructed by humanity to inflict some harm, yet that propels the troll into a frenzy of combat, which does that the disagreeable supervisor is more resilient and impervious to suffering. Nonetheless, that does not intimidate our intrepid warrior, who persists in striking him. Similar to a piñata brimming with sweets until the limb, the right is impaired sufficiently to, thus, Misha can enter and remove it. Subsequent to his limb dropping to the earth, the troll coincidentally develops an additional one through hyper-regeneration, stunning our protagonist entirely, yet everything is unfolding as intended. Aware that he will be unable to employ his regenerative power for a complete 2 minutes, he becomes earnest and initiates the enlargement procedure immediately. His final opportunity to defeat him is to obliterate his brain or heart before the 2 minutes elapse. As he constricts the repugnant green scoundrel, Bjorn shouts at Misha to remove the scoundrel's eyes and splash some of his blood on them as well. With a fierce determination, she exerts every effort and shatters his eye sockets. Gaze as our lad struggles to maintain the troll within. Their location. Rod Miller and Dwaki appear appalled, as Misha ascends onto its visage and persistently slashes without pause until he can no longer continue, as the troll's cranium proves too resilient for his inexpensive blades. Even so, he instructs her to proceed until she arrives at the mind, yet unexpectedly, the troll shatters and bolts directly at Dwaki. The man is astounded and finds it hard to comprehend that she is rushing towards him while he is sightless, and Rod Miller narrowly evades the curve at the final moment while the protagonist inquires whether trolls possess the ability to experience emotions. The enchantment of an illusionist. Regardless, he persists in chasing Dwaki, prompting Hikarad to step in to halt him, yet inadvertently results in the rupture of several of his organs with a solitary strike. This prompts Bjorn to ponder whether the valiant individual truly accomplished that feat devoid of any protective skills, given that he has already exhausted his mana. Misha leaps upon Bjorn's back and inquires about the subsequent action. However, he urges her to simply conclude it. Thus, she thrusts and thrusts until the mechanism. He notifies her that the troll's enchantment has been Jechu. As he advances towards Dwaki, it launches frigid devastation straight into the orb as if a frenzied raccoon is thrashing violently within its cavity with all its might. Yet Bjorn's enlargement concludes, and they struck the earth forcefully. Nonetheless, that demonstrates adequate, and observe as the sightless troll ultimately collapses before him, leaving merely 5 experience points and 1 enchanted crystal in its wake. No essence or treasure justifies the suffering and anguish they have recently endured. With great difficulty in maintaining his footing, Misha sprints toward Rod Miller and Dwaki. It is at this instant that he comprehends the extent of the perverse reality before him and how deeply entangled his closest companion is. The choice made amidst the turmoil ultimately transforms Dwaki into a mere shell of himself for the remainder of his incapacitated existence. Misha endeavors rouse Rod Miller while the little person is already hunched over on the earth like a crushed creature. It appears the adventurer has merely collapsed due to the agony of his shattered arm, prompting him to instruct Misha to concentrate on Dwaki, who endured genuine harm. She gazes upon the wizard's motionless form. Reclined there, he sorrowfully inquires of Bjorn what. He executes it and instructs him to proceed. Bjorn won't confess it, but the elixir he possesses currently resembles a temporary fix for a limb removal, and Dwaki appears to epitomize the very essence of Blandura as a human sorcerer devoid of any muscle to his credit. Observing the man in such a state, his back contorted like a patio chair and likely shattered from within, Bjorn clenches his jaw, realizing he has squandered his finest elixir on the wretched glacial cavern. At that instant, the unparalleled champion Rod Miller beams and reveals a premium elixir he has discreetly safeguarded, instructing Bjorn to utilize it. In Dwaki, following the elixir, the enchanted lad appears significantly improved compared to previously, which causes Misha to shed tears of happiness because, in some way, they all succeeded in fleeing unscathed. Even consequently, our protagonist declines to experience joy entirely, as it gnaws at him internally to realize that their survival was not due to their expertise or a well-constructed strategy, and significantly less a wise choice. In the midst of the conflict, it was purely serendipity. Coming to understand just how extraordinarily fortunate he was, he perceives a savage tremor that indicates to him this hellish realm is no mere amusement, and that such coincidences are unlikely to occur again in the near future. Subsequently, Hikarad awakens and expresses gratitude to the heavens that all individuals are living, whereas Rod Miller quips that it might be the appropriate moment to proceed with that, the highly anticipated contribution to the sanctuary. Bjorn reiterates his apologies for failing to foresee the troll's sociopathic maneuvering, yet they swiftly shut it down and inform him that they are by no means enraged, as their lives are indebted to him and his guidance. When Dwaki groans, and Misha observes that he is conscious, promptly instructing him to remain still for the moment. Nevertheless, the first words he utters express his relief at seeing her unharmed and well. Then Bro expels an entire gallon and chuckles, as though he certainly didn't feel like he had just been crushed by a vehicle. Hikarad alleviates the strain and refers to it as a calamity they cannot even boast about, as no one would accept that they genuinely triumphed over a troll. Meanwhile, Rod Miller advises the tree stump to calm down and cease its avarice. Regarding avarice, Hikarad vows he will undoubtedly assist in compensating the altruistic adventurer for his premium elixir, and following that, Misha faces Bjorn and inquires about what the subsequent action ought to be. Utterly earnest, he emphasizes that he is not a ruthless commander and asserts that the wisest course of action is to remain stationary until the labyrinth seals off and ejects them all, although beneath the surface, he laments the significant toll that the imprudent troll ultimately inflicted upon them. Following an arduous week, confined within, the maze ultimately shuts, and they are conveyed back to Rebdonia. What Bjorn remains unaware of is that a rather unforeseen revelation lies in store for him the following day after his re-entrance into the external realm. Upon their return to the city, the team hastens to the temple with Dwaki to restore him the instant they exit. The enchanted youth. He ultimately releases a profound exhale of relief when Hikarat returns him, leaving Bjorn somewhat astonished that the clergyman at the sanctuary possessed celestial restoration that even premium elixirs costing a fortune cannot duplicate. Rod Miller. He inquires whether he feels odd in any way, but Dwaki quips that he feels sufficiently energetic to immerse himself in reading books for an entire day if he so desires. With that acknowledged, they all concur to reconvene in 2 days, and Misha heads back to the flat with Bjorn. He experiences a slight sense of disillusionment since, on this occasion, they did not acquire any enchanted gemstones. Thus, they will merely divide the bounty from the tasks they had accomplished. Recognizing the challenges this entire journey has presented, she inwardly launches every curse she can think of at the foolish troll, while Misha stays inquisitive, due to the thoughts he is currently experiencing. Suddenly, he causes her to redden more than a ripe tomato by nonchalantly proposing they reunite for another pleasant soak, after which he intends to gather his belongings, much to her chagrin. She swiftly brushes aside her tumultuous thoughts and informs him that she'll bathe at his residence since hers is too distant, to which he consents without reluctance. Within her chamber, the consistently robust warrior astonishes her with a brief 2-minute wash, and he promptly begins constructing his Gondam, stating that he can utilize as much time as he desires. My partner genuinely disconnects it and concentrates on arranging the items he can trade and what to safeguard, as though the sole thing I intended to obliterate was the match itself. At that instant, he perceives someone rapping at the entrance. As he swings it open, he urges the guild member to hasten and vocalize your desires, perspiring more profusely than an athlete from. In a fortnight competition, the individual notifies him that a warrior named Karen Tarzan requires Bjorn to serve as a witness to demonstrate that he is not a pillager merely due to his nonchalant slaughter of several human factions and the appropriation of their spoils. Upon discovering that his companion was likely in caution, she adorns herself and informs Misha from the threshold that she must depart for a significant matter. When she inquires about what is happening, Bro informs her that he lacks the time and suggests that she should return home when she has finished. Completed. In the meantime, in the metropolis, Erwin dashes through the avenues like a young woman. She is infatuated because a few days prior, within the maze, she was in the witch's woods with her sibling, who was instructing her on how to find her way utilizing mana signals from the portal in case the team lacked a guide. Erwin. He grasps it rather swiftly and successfully navigates his way to the entrance without any significant difficulty or issue. Abruptly, he perceives a recognizable voice commending Rod Miller's talents. Without uttering a single word to Teresia, she dashes away like Usain Bolt, entirely persuaded that the gruff, masculine voice unmistakably belongs to her. To him, his voice reverberates in her mind as she dashes through the Coven's woods until she finally spots a large figure stepping into the gateway to the next level, her heart racing like a jackhammer. Despite his armor appearing distinct and his visage being completely obscured, she instinctively recognizes that it must be him and calls out his name as he approaches. Erwin dashes directly toward the gateway pursuing him, but at the final moment, Teresia obstructs her way and restrains her to avert any unintentional confusion with a plunderer. The elf vows with every fiber of her being that it was Bjorn, yet Teresia urges her to cease her self-deception and settle down, overlooking the chance. Encountering him once more impacts Erwin profoundly, causing him to erupt into loud, chaotic sobs as he inquires of Teresia why she intervened in such a manner. Witnessing her sibling in such a condition profoundly pains Teresia. Subsequently, she inquires and ultimately learns that Bjorn has gained considerable notoriety recently, and the other adventurers even disclose his location, which is why she is now, as he traverses his path, he is completely lamenting having isolated himself and discovering the truth so excruciatingly late. Erwin speculates on the reasons Teresia withheld the information from him earlier, yet he still extends his sister the presumption of innocence, because now she has something far more significant to address. Outside of her chamber, the timid young woman reflects that he will surely be quite pleased to encounter her as well. Her heart races when she concludes that he likely didn't arrive for her initially because her location slipped his gentle mind. Ultimately, she equips herself with. He musters his bravery and raps on her door while his heart threatens to leap from his chest, but everything swiftly unravels when an unfamiliar woman answers. Nervously perspiring, he inquires of the feline girl about the room where Bjorn resides, yet Misha nonchalantly allows his jaw to plummet to the floor when he mentions he has just bathed, and he departed. Subsequently, he inquired whether she wished to remain indoors, or perhaps not. Listening to the feline girl's frenzied speech causes Erwin to malfunction. Afterward, Misha inquires whether he is eager to share it once he returns, which gives the impression that they cohabit. With With a subtle, cunning grin, the elf informs Misha that he would rather remain indoors, and Misha swiftly expresses regret as the space is cluttered with the group. However, Erwin attempts to establish her authority and asserts that she anticipated this, declaring that she also. He treated him in the same manner. Totally oblivious, Misha merely presumes he is yet another one of his daring companions until he becomes aware that he appears dubious. He is swift to emphasize that they are not pillagers and are not engaging in any illicit activities. Erwin assuredly responds that she is already aware he is not that sort of individual whatsoever, and with a mischievous smirk, he sardonically insinuates negativity towards the man who pilfers from the catgirl, remarking that it would be rather impolite to seize what is rightfully another's. In the interim, Bjorn occupies a seat in the Explorers Guild's waiting area, inquiring insistently about the reason the woman he previously detained now wishes to encounter him. The branch supervisor falters, yet Bjorn grins and asserts he lacks the time to squander on trivial gatherings, which is unsettling. Entirely to the manager, he rises to depart. However, the supervisor promptly informs him that he is unable to disclose the specifics. Bjorn hushes him nonetheless and departs, compelling the man to pursue him. Approximately 20 minutes prior, upon Bjorn's arrival, the branch manager promptly stated that Karen was free to go, but Bjorn was required to remain. This alone triggered warning signals in his mind when it became apparent that Karen was merely a decoy. The supervisor attempts to create the impression that he intended to inquire about Bjorn regardless, and notes that Miss Urban asked to meet with him. It takes Bjorn a brief moment to comprehend that she is the identical girl he exploited as a bargaining chip during the escape from incarceration. The mere reference to it instantly provokes his ire, yet he contemplates what relevance it holds for him. In the interim, within his workspace, District Manager Ubbins reflects on the complete event, and he suspects that his daughter could be scheming to usurp his position. He comes to the conclusion that the branch manager has likely aligned with her. The officer suggests that it was likely the young woman who orchestrated the encounter with the savage, yet Urban merely labels her imprudent for defying him. He thinks she remains ensnared in a defiant stage and finds it ludicrous that the branch supervisor is utilizing her to maintain his occupation. Adopting a more solemn demeanor, he resolves to eliminate both of them, contemplating that although, should he proceed, disposing of the bothersome savage wouldn't be a poor notion either. Bjorn. He discovers himself ensnared in an unexpected deluge and acknowledges that he may as well seize a bite to eat, as he is unable to venture anywhere. Before long, you find yourself positioned before a towering heap of delectable cuisine. However, the moment he takes a morsel, he comprehends that Misha excels far beyond in preparing meat, and she begins to contemplate whether she ought to request him to prepare a meal for her the following day. She gazes at the dish and recognizes that she has a longing for Japanese cuisine, even though he is skeptical that such a phenomenon is real. Here, he takes a sip of his beverage and confesses to himself that he no longer senses the urge to go back. He has become overly familiar with this location, from the mattress to the indoor soaking tub, and particularly to fauna with its collective. He isn't prepared to relinquish everything, even if certain aspects of this world are worthless, for he realizes he has become too emotionally invested, yet the notion arises within him that if he truly aspires to ascend to the higher levels, he will require a superior one. Group. It's a matter I had contemplated previously, but now he's convinced that ascending further won't be feasible with the same inadequate team. Creatures surpassing trolls represent an entirely distinct form of terror, and anticipating them to maintain pace is impractical. At that moment, a recognizable visage emerges, drawing him from his musings, and Mr. Vea acknowledges him, although Bjorn inevitably mispronounces his name. The administrator settles into a chair and remarks that he hadn't anticipated encountering Bjorn here, considering his spouse manages the establishment. This astonishes Bjorn, who inquires why he continues to probe into whether his spouse possesses a restaurant. The administrator clarifies that the enterprise has experienced a decline in activity and that he requires financial assistance, thus someone must take initiative. He asserts that their encounter is fate, leaving Bjorn perplexed. However, the administrator directly addresses the matter and inquires whether he can become a member of Bjorn's squad to surprise the Barbarian. The individual expresses his confidence in him, particularly in light of previous events, and Bjorn starts to contemplate the proposal, aware that Admin is a remarkable versatile player capable of tanking, summoning, and even operating a vehicle. Nevertheless, he refuses, stating there's been a miscommunication that his group is already at capacity. The administrator advises him to reach out if a vacancy arises and gives him a glance that conveys his intent unmistakably. They finalize the outstanding payment, and the administrator instructs him to reconvene at the same location in 10 days, before borrowing a raincoat and departing. At Bjorn's residence, Erwin is wandering restlessly and murmuring peculiar gibberish. Michelle surprises her and comments that the elf is more resilient brilliant than he appears. Erwin. He abruptly recalls the awkward remarks he made previously regarding Bjorn being hers. She recalls how she departed from him for her sibling and starts to contemplate precisely what emotions she experiences at this moment. Yet, regardless of what it may be, it transforms into a profound bitterness when observe Michelle as she presents herself and inquires about the elf's name. Erwin informs her, and Michelle promptly attempts to be amiable, remarking that his name is charming just like hers. However, the mood becomes tense as they both lapse into an uneasy silence. Erwin then inquired straightforwardly if Michelle was seeing anyone, which promptly flustered her, and she maintained that they were merely teammates. That reply instantly lifted Erwin's spirits, and she clarified that he was mistaken since Michelle was bathing there, which simply exacerbates the girl's anxiety. Erwin contemplates out loud how distant Michelle might reside if she were compelled to utilize Bjorn's restroom. Michelle chuckles uneasily since she doesn't. He is distant, and Erwin's demeanor shifts immediately when he focuses. Like a falcon. Michelle subsequently inquires how Erwin is acquainted with Bjorn, to which she responds that they were formerly allies and she still designates him as Sir, ensuring to mention that it's a confidential moniker solely shared between them. Michelle suppresses her annoyance as Erwin naively inquires whether there is an issue, to which she refutes. Erwin starts to be candid, expressing that she and Bjorn share a unique connection and that they have genuine affection for one another. Reciprocally, yet Michelle responds that it is likely entirely unilateral. Erwin's hand starts to quiver as he requests her to repeat that. Michelle. She remains unwavering and asserts that she has been with him for several months, claiming he has never brought up the elf. Erwin pounds his fist on the table and exclaims that he is being dishonest. Yet Michelle stays composed and informs him that she can overlook his demeanor, yet the bitterness within it is profoundly troubling her. Erwin starts. She begins to perspire as Michelle persists, declaring that there is one certainty she holds now. This seizes Erwin's complete focus, prompting her to inquire what it is, although beneath the surface, she is already aware that this girl has become the adversary. Suddenly, Erwin erupts and begins launching derogatory remarks, yet Michelle ultimately reveals a minor aspect of her abilities, which elucidates the elf's disposition. Erwin descends into despondency, sensing that she is on the verge of losing all those who matter to her once more. Her voice quivers as she starts to weep and implores Michelle not to remove her portion. Just as Erwin begins to entreat, Bjorn ascends the stairs and opens the door, his eyes widening in astonishment as he unexpectedly encounters Erwin, who swiftly dries his tears. Michelle acknowledges him, yet the elf appears on the verge of fainting, prompting Bjorn to ponder whether they have encountered each other previously. Erwin then dashes toward him at full tilt, tears streaming down his face. However, Bjorn evades it without a moment's pause, which this implies that he steered clear of her due to Michelle. The gesture. This unsettles Bjorn somewhat, but prior to him uttering a syllable, Michelle transforms into affectionate and needy, inquiring about his day, as though she were evaluating him for the role of husband of the year. She commends him for his excellent performance, which terrifies him. However, she continues and even states that they are essentially kin now, nearly driving Erwin to a complete collapse. Subsequently, Michelle offers him a towel, which he accepts clumsily, and Bjorn focuses his gaze on Erwin. He indicates that he was on the verge of searching for her, and her spirits immediately lift. She softly confesses that she feared she might have lost memory of him, but Bjorn reassures her that she could never overlook her inaugural partner. This alleviates her concerns. However, at this moment, it is Michelle who appears prepared to end the existence of someone. Erwin enters a rapid revelation phase, elucidating all that. It has occurred, and she confidently showcases her four elemental entities. She discloses that she has already attained enlightenment with 3 of them, which truly astonishes Bjorn. He believes she must possess exceptional skills, as it has been less than a year, and he contemplates the heights they could reach together and command the space. However, her spirits diminish upon recalling the presence of her sister. Bjorn expresses to him that he is pleased with his diligent efforts and contemplated that he might have already progressed. Just before Erwin can respond, Michelle interjects, stating that Erwin must concentrate on discovering his journey as an adventurer. In the meantime, Bjorn observes that the elf is evidently intimidated by Michelle. He inquires if anything transpired during his absence, but both the young women feign that nothing occurred. Nonetheless, Bjorn remains skeptical, yet decides to overlook it for the time being. Michelle offers him a. She gently taps Erwin and informs him that they're quite near, to which the elf readily concurs with all her statements, while Bjorn. He suspects that something is certainly amiss, yet he dismisses both of them because he desires to take a break. They are both moving toward the same destination, yet Erwin, he presents Michelle with the opportunity to advance initially because he evidently lacks confidence in her. Michelle reciprocates the proposal, expressing that the sentiment is shared. Following an an extended gaze-off, they conclude, courting regardless. Erwin. He is absorbed in his reflections that, had Bjorn not arrived, I likely would have found myself on my knees imploring. And now Michelle must believe she's an absolute weirdo. At a junction, their routes ultimately separated. Michelle looks at her and inquires if she intends to arrive the following day as well. Without a moment's pause, Erwin readily agrees. Michelle grips her temples like a frazzled grandmother, while Erwin seethes internally, his ideal evening shattered. Michelle bids farewell and pivots too. She attempts to depart, but Erwin summons her and expresses his gratitude for her silence. Bjorn. Michelle replies by requesting him to guarantee one condition, even though he evidently intends to keep visiting her. He must maintain it as a covert matter because he wishes for Bjorn to remain unaware. No need to be concerned. After a while, Erwin makes his comeback. He embraces his sister and announces that he has ultimately discovered his partner. His sibling exhales deeply, presuming that training will now become a secondary priority, but Erwin astonishes her by expressing his desire to grow even more powerful. Presently, there exists an individual he must unequivocally surpass. Consequently, she seeks assistance from her sibling. The following morning, Michelle begins pounding on Bjorn's door at 6:30, which rouses him in an irritable state. He swings the door ajar and, astonished, inquires what she is doing here at such an early hour. She tilts her head with an affected purity and claims she wishes to treat him to breakfast today. She then remarks that they must also visit Kummelby to divide their earnings, so he should make haste. Subsequently, after all tasks are completed, Michelle bids farewell, and Bjorn heads back to his residence. However, as he rounds the bend, her eyes expand in astonishment upon spotting Erwin poised directly beside her entrance. Her countenance brightens instantly upon catching sight of him. He inquires about the duration of her stay, but rather than responding, she questions whether they had both been outside for the entire day. Bjorn clarifies that he had matters to attend to in Kummelby, and then asks her what brings her there. Erwin appears somewhat anxious and mentions that he will commence specialized training with his sister beginning tomorrow. This implies that he will now only have the opportunity to see him once a week. He mentions that he would cherish the chance to visit more frequently, but it would require an eternity. This perplexes Bjorn, who inquires about the meaning behind his statement. However, Erwin simply darts away and mentions that he will catch up with him next week. Simultaneously, within the office of the administrator from the region, Ubbins has summoned Rothmuller, commencing by inquiring if the scout has been involved for 8 years, to which Rothmuller affirms while pondering the purpose of the conversation. The district supervisor praises him for refraining from irrelevant questions despite his evident bewilderment, yet Rothmuller straightforwardly urges him to be direct. The director. The area exudes an ominous atmosphere and suggests that Rothmuller is excessively wary as the proposal he is about to present will also advantage him. The following morning, everyone agrees to gather at the pub for a midday meal, where they distribute the spoils, which amount to approximately 550,000 stones per individual. The frogman milkmaid attire fetches a price significantly higher than anticipated, prompting Hikarat to chuckle, attributing it all to Rothmuller's exceptional skinning method. Rothmuller feels a twinge of anxiety and mentions he needs to contribute since he's not participating in the skirmish. In the meantime, Bjorn begins to tally up some figures mentally and discovers he has surpassed 1,000,000 stones in total reserves, exceeding what he accumulated over the past 2 months altogether. And with those wild essences Misha gathered, they generated an outrageous sum of profit. He believes that at this pace he'll soon unveil the 6th seal, and takes a sip of his beverage with that thought in mind. But Hikarat abruptly halts him and exclaims that they must partake in their initial round together. All individuals clink their cups together in jubilant festivity. Thus, the celebration truly commences with none of them pausing. Shortly thereafter, Misha expresses his regrets as he must go to rendezvous with his father, which it renders Dualki appear somewhat melancholic. Rothmuller also appears preoccupied and stands to depart, stating he has matters to attend to elsewhere. Bjorn laments not having departed sooner, knowing the dwarf will undoubtedly be displeased with his exit. Yet Hikarat is already engrossed in the crowd of other dwarves, having entirely overlooked the others. That provides Bjorn an opportunity to depart, yet Dualki discusses. He ventures into the abyss and inquires whether they are able to converse with him. Bjorn presumes the sorcerer wishes to discuss a matter of significance, yet Dualki. He scarcely maintains his posture as he lifts his glass with a quivering hand and offers a toast first. Bjorn inquires about his well-being, yet Dualki dismisses him and asserts that he is completely healed. Bjorn places his hand on his head and inquires about her well-being, indicating that this was her initial genuine encounter with mortality and questioning whether she believes she can endure returning to the maze. Dualki appears momentarily astonished, and then he concedes that the thought of going back still causes him to shudder. He genuinely believed he was on the brink of demise, yet he asserts it's a rite of passage that every adventurer ultimately experiences, and that he will move past it. During his subsequent plunge, Bjorn, instead, he inquires why he is so resolute in his desire to persist, to which Dualki responds that he genuinely enjoys embarking on new adventures. With his crew, he clarifies that he initially possessed an alternative motive, which Bjorn remembers was related to bestowing honor upon the individual's reputation. However, Dualki confesses that it was a falsehood. What he truly desired was his father's focus. Though his father passed away soon after, he now shows little concern for his brother, as he recalls how effortlessly the individual disregarded him. He started to falter in his speech, claiming that the sole explanation for his success in persevering was for something additional, and Bjorn is beginning to feel anxious as he attempts to speculate on the direction this could take. Dualki becomes quite emotional and expresses that it's due to Bjorn and the others consistently being present for him, which causes Bjorn to tremble. The conjurer attempts to provide additional information, but Bjorn interjects, stating that he comprehends now. Dualki promptly tosses additional beer as if he were someone else. Conceived by inebriates, he asserts that Bjorn is remarkably amiable despite resembling a serial murderer. He sets down his glass and gazes deeply into Bjorn's eyes while struggling to articulate his words. He inadvertently exclaims the inquiry regarding whether Bjorn is in a relationship with Misha. His complexion flushes, and Bjorn quickly comprehends that this must have been the motive behind his involvement in this situation. Dialogue: as Rod Miller strolls through the metropolis, he reflects on the discourse from the previous evening. The regional supervisor examined his records and pretended to express concern, remarking that it must be disheartening to progress at such a sluggish pace while the warrior surpasses him effortlessly. Rod Miller attempts to respond. However, the individual interjects, indicating that the others in Bjorn's entourage are not ordinary humans and speculating aloud on how long they might continue to accompany him, possibly for months, and they feel enough sympathy for him. He expresses confidence that Rod Miller will arrive at the correct conclusion, departing to the most bewildered adventurer of all time. Returning to the lodge, Dualquise entirely loses consciousness after consuming an excess of beer. However, at that instant, the district supervisor's offspring suddenly enters. She asserts that she arrived due to her earlier appeals being overlooked. However, Bjorn distinctly recalls informing the branch manager that he had no desire to encounter her again. He attempts to depart hastily, but she abruptly brings up Rod Miller's name and discloses that she had a conversation with his father. They take a seat to converse, and she expresses her certainty that her father attempted to influence him in some way, but Bjorn inquires if that's the entirety of the situation, that he understands for the time being and subsequently desires to discover what his goal. She expresses candidly that she desires to witness her father's downfall. Otherwise, she will be ensnared in a life resembling that of a marionette under his control. Bjorn interjects during her tirade and informs her. He instructs her to depart and then propels her toward the exit as she attempts to persuade him to rethink, but his decision is already firm. If he engages, he will create an adversary of the district supervisor, and that is a risk he cannot bear. He bangs the door shut as she has a brief outburst. She steps outdoors, yet swiftly regains her poise and invites him to visit her should he reconsider. With her departure, Bjorn ultimately unwinds, yet his voice continues to reverberate in his mind, and she begins to contemplate Rod Miller once more, leading her to conclude that it's wise to monitor him moving forward. The subsequent days are devoted to Misha, crafting a morning meal for him each day, and he dedicates his afternoons immersed in literature at the library. Once a week, Erwin pays them a visit, and they collectively partake in a meal, even though she and Misha consistently find themselves conflicting. They also conduct team gatherings, and Bjorn starts to believe that Rod Miller is undoubtedly concealing something. At a certain moment, he pays a visit to Afmin and retrieves his 5 million, although our protagonist is reluctant to hand back the bracelet. As time flows, the day of the upcoming spiritual gathering finally arrives, prompting Bjorn to alter his customary habits. Rather than examining the street market's activities within the discussion forums, he unexpectedly discovers no savage factions and only identifies a single group featuring 3 tank formations. However, something piques his interest, a Korean chat group. He instinctively clicks on it and is instantly astonished by how elaborately adorned the chamber is, as she had anticipated something more modest. However, all at once, a booming voice resonates. Bjorn gazes at the colossal silhouette of Sergeant Lee, who starts to rejoice with all his vigor. Our young lad observes the military apparatus and, astonished, inquires whether the man was formerly in the military, which was shortly after completing his compulsory service. Bjorn provides a fleeting expression of compassion as he quietly retreats, already feeling awkward about how unfortunate this man's fortune was. Following 5 minutes of sharing melancholic tales, they ultimately present themselves, and the sergeant appears appears genuinely astonished to discover that they possess the same surname. He presents himself as Lee Biko and mentions that he is 23 years of age, leaving Hansu Parpaid bewildered. However, the sergeant clarifies that it has been a decade since he arrived in this realm. Hansu. He begins to indicate that, in a technical sense, this would render him older now, but Biko promptly dismisses him and asserts that he'll return, so he should consider his actual age. He hands Hansu. He casts her a stern, menacing gaze and inquires if she will consent to that, to which Hansu apprehensively complies. Subsequently, Biko begins examining it thoroughly and states that he wishes to conduct a trial, prompting Hansu to blink and inquire about the nature of the test he references. The sergeant clarifies that while he desires to have faith in him, he is compelled to ensure it is a unique examination of Korean, as it seems Biko has gained popularity and individuals were attempting to impersonate his nationality merely to receive assistance from him. Biko requests him to express the initial thought that crosses his mind and signifies that the examination is about to commence, as Hansu starts to feel slightly anxious. Biko inquires, arbitrary, as if he were teasing Hansu, and, in some way, they ultimately both bellow the military pledge, yet Hansu. He swiftly elucidates that he merely functioned as a public service employee. The sergeant sinks into a chair and declares that this will be the ultimate examination, abruptly adopting a grave expression. He inquires of Hansu his opinion on Lee Wan-yong and, without hesitation, our acquaintance promptly begins hurling derogatory remarks, alleging that he has crossed the line. Biko gestures in agreement and proclaims him a genuine Korean, while Hansu contemplates the peculiar absurdity this individual is entangled in. Biko begins emitting peculiar sounds, evidently absorbed in his own contemplations, and Hansu cannot refrain from pondering whether this individual has already lost his sanity. The sergeant expresses his regrets and mentions that he was merely indulging in a brief daydream, as it had been quite a while since he had encountered another Korean. He becomes somewhat nostalgic and expresses that he is genuinely pleased to encounter Hansu, and our son comes to understand that this boy has likely spent an excessive amount of time in solitude and merely craves some human interaction, prompting our son to choose to take him in. Hansu inquires whether he would be open to divulging overarching details, yet Biko still appears somewhat reluctant. Our protagonist reassures him that they are of a similar ilk. The sergeant then probes into the level of challenge Hansu faced in securing victory in the game, and without hesitation, Hansu effortlessly reflects this and proclaims, "Mode tenfold simpler." This instantly elevates Biko's mood as she begins to shout that Koreans are distinct, and Hansu quietly deduces that he is a true patriot at heart. He proposes to distribute some elusive points, but Hansu graciously refuses as he does not genuinely utilize them. It is apparent that, despite the boy's seemingly easygoing demeanor, he is quite cautious regarding what he discloses and is certainly not inclined to unveil his complete identity. Biko subsequently weeps theatrically and proclaims Hansu, her estranged sibling, to be inquiring about anything. Hansu agrees and inquires whether he is aware of who is orchestrating the operations covertly in this place. The sergeant initially retrieves a full blanket. However, he subsequently references 3 formidable sorcerers who could potentially be in control. He cautions Hansu against disclosing his identity within the community due to the presence of malevolent individuals associated with the royal faction. Hansu inquires whether the administrator is still capable of locating him, but Biko merely offers a subtle, unsettling grin and states that there shouldn't be a method, as this realm was not established by them. They simply received it. Following that, Biko plunges into a more intricate narrative, clarifying that malevolent entities have been present for more than a century, which seems inconsistent considering that predates the game's debut on Earth. Evidently, certain individuals from an alternate reality have arrived here after perusing a volume concerning Rafdonia. A few of them succeeded in entering, and one among them allegedly established this realm, which the present overseer likely inherited. This astonishes Hansu, who ponders how in the world this individual is aware of all this. Yet, he chooses to remain quiet and keep listening. Biko acknowledges that he has been isolated for a while, thus he possesses no recent insights. However, he guides Hansu to a discussion forum that consistently features the most current updates. Onlookers. The circular forum consists of seasoned participants with limited entry. Biko elucidates every aspect as though Hansu were a bewildered pupil, yet subsequently declares that his time has concluded. He notes that the tablet he consumed endures for merely an hour, and that he acquired it following an assault on the covert police, leaving Hansu feeling more bewildered than before. Gaze deeply at the display and attempt to access the concealed Illuminati-level messaging room. The system grants him access and promptly escorts him to a customization chamber, where he is compelled to don a costume and, once cloaked as a lion, proceeds into the conference room. Everyone instantly gazes at him as though he had just affronted their forebears. The full claims he doesn't identify him. The fox inquires about his identity and the manner in which he entered. Hansu effortlessly assesses the atmosphere as the crowd starts to urge him to hasten his explanation, cautioning him that if he deceives them, he'll be done for. Hansu remembers having heard something regarding being prohibited for dishonesty. However, it is only once the gathering formally commences that he becomes aware that these individuals merely appear to be meddlesome. He remembers Bekos' remarks about striding confidently like a genuine Sigma and starts to grasp the significance of that message. He feigns ignorance and behaves as though he is completely unaware of his surroundings. He nonchalantly states that the fox girl's mother suggested he visit this place, fully aware that they are powerless to intervene. He reiterates the "I'm a mom" quip, and the Vulpine maiden becomes unhinged. She triggers her sanguinary instinct, the sole operational power within the ethereal dimension, and his power relies on the individual's mentality. She instructs him to reiterate that, and Hansu starts to sense the thirst for violence emerging, perspiring lightly as he comprehends that she's not joking. Our protagonist, he merely experiences a faint sensation and contemplates whether this is what an insatiable craving for blood is meant to evoke, but truthfully, it doesn't appear particularly remarkable. He feigns terror, and the fox girl, he swells his chest with assurance, deriding the reality that he had been boasting moments ago, while the other seasoned members maintain their gaze upon him. She grins, and dares him to repeat it, yet that triggers a transformation. In it, he ceases performing and delivers the same maternal joke once more, completely surprising her. The veterans reprimand him for his immaturity, and he feels somewhat disheartened since no one valued the humor, yet chooses to release it. The vixen maiden starts to shake with fury after being criticized in such a manner, and Hansu quietly concludes his evaluation of the chamber. He recalls, Echo expressed her reluctance to employ bloodlust on Hansu, fearing it might induce a psychological collapse given Hansu's formidable mental resilience. The sergeant clarified that his sole task was to regard the target as an adversary that he unequivocally needed to eliminate. The force compresses the vixen, causing her to plummeting, and she implores him to cease as the other ex-soldiers recoil in terror, insisting, I have no idea what he's up to. Hansu merely observes them as if he were a top-tier predator, and none of them has the courage to take action, yet their minds are becoming somewhat dull from sustaining their thirst for violence. For an extended period, he has nearly reached his threshold and ultimately releases his grip when the fox girl arrives at her tipping point, seizes her, causing her to breathe sharply as the burden is removed from her. The attendant and the fool are now thoroughly captivated, as they each consider Hansu far more fascinating than anticipated. Meanwhile, our young protagonist envisions that he is unaware of the method he employed in this instance, yet somehow, he arrived at the correct solution by effectively crafting the portrayal of an individual that nobody wishes to confront. At that instant, the doors start to shut and the vixen observes that the formal gathering is on the verge of commencing. The cloaked individual quips about the intensity of his thirst for violence, remarking that he assumed Hansu was a frequent attendee. He inquires of Hansu what he desires if it was the leader who summoned him, even proffering cash in return for information, while Hansu merely reflects on how courteous this fellow has become. He poses a question to them. What leads them to believe that? They respond that it is due to his emergence immediately following the teacher's vanishing. The fool remarks that this was the rationale behind the fox maiden's attempt to challenge him, which ultimately resulted in her failure. All are eager for knowledge regarding the instructor, yet Hansu shuts it down and asserts that he will provide no responses. The cunning young woman attempts to voice her thoughts, but the clown interjects and requests that we commence the gathering immediately. He clarifies the guidelines. Each individual conveys details that others are unaware of, and if you are already acquainted with her, the gemstone illuminates in crimson. The fool commences by declaring that King Rafdonia is deteriorating, yet the gem illuminates in crimson as everyone was already aware of that, with the exception of Hansu. The jester casts a fleeting look at Hansu, as though conveying a secret communication, and then attempts. Once more, it indicates that the leader of the Pink Knights passed away yesterday, causing the crystal to illuminate in green, and all concur that it's reliable information, while Hansu quietly contemplates who it might have been. Subsequently, the Fox Maiden announces that the Juggin tribe effectively attacked the sovereign of the initial level, whose gemstone radiates a verdant hue. Hansu has come to understand that it was the Juggin faction that acquired his team's intelligence and thinks that, ultimately, it was astute of him to align himself with them. To this location. Subsequently, the cloaked individual utters that triggering a concealed element on Silent Island can invoke as many as 3 Lubganas. The assembly acknowledges with a nod as if it were valuable insight, yet the glass continues to appear crimson since Hansu was already aware of it. He makes another attempt, claiming that the fairies discovered signs of the marauder who pilfered the artifact. Heavenly, yet despite the ambiguity of that knowledge, they permitted it it to pass since it pertains to of the artifact. Now it is Hansu's moment, and he understands he must discover something remarkable if he wishes to maintain that enigmatic persona of strength. It states that if 3 individuals vanquish a half-demon, it ensures a drop of essence whose gem radiates green and evokes a sense of relief. However, the seasoned warriors are driven to madness as they struggle to comprehend the notion of 3 individuals subduing a half-demon. Hansu is perplexed due to he perceives them as comparatively simple, yet concedes that they are uncommon. She is subtly lauded for selecting this little-known information, as no one else would have been aware of such details. The attendant then assumes the subsequent turn, thereby concluding the initial round. Nevertheless, an individual proposes a second round, yet the rest opt to conclude for the day. The fool inquires of Hansu whether he has completed as well, yet she becomes clearly irritated when our companion agrees. Hansu understands that if it were merely the 2 of them, they could question him to uncover his identity, so he opts to plunge in. The assembly gazes at him in quiet anticipation, hoping he will utter a word. As our protagonist reflects, he acknowledges that he has been the central figure this evening. Let us depart. A frigid inquiry questioning whether that is all they can provide, followed by their departure. Once he departed, the fox maiden started to quiver once more as she elaborated that if she had exerted a bit more pressure, it might have inflicted irreversible harm, and even more concerning, it halted precisely at its threshold as if it were on the verge of intention. The cloaked individual verifies that it was neither his error and claims that Hansu extinguished a completely realized intention. In an instant, the attendant references Hansu's earlier observation regarding the half-demon, yet the fool rises and inquires if everyone genuinely thinks that stems from an understanding of the game. He shakes his fist and urges everyone to provide superior insights next time, apprehensive that if our lad is defeated, the interest will result in a substantial detriment for the collective. The attendant attempts to dispute, but the fool interjects, reminding him that Hansu has departed. Disheartened, he implores them to seek or undertake something significant, as he is determined not to let another chance like this slip away. In the meantime, our son arrives back in Rafdonia and collapses onto his bed, reflecting on just how tumultuous everything was. Envision that he prefers not to depend exclusively on Biko's insights, and that an experienced individual wouldn't be imprudent enough to abandon everything or anything. He plants an idea in her mind that a relationship endures only if one is aware of the boundaries that shouldn't be crossed, but this overwhelms her limited intellect and she loses consciousness. The following morning, Misha towers above him and inquires about his activities from the previous night, given that he was unresponsive throughout the day. He responds by stating that he was unable to rest, and instead inquires if she has been present since then. In the early hours, she begins concocting justifications, mentioning her practice sessions and arranging to rendezvous with Dwaki, which swiftly piques Bjorn's interest. The inquiry he sought to pose, illusionist, and she claims she merely had an idea in her thoughts. That triggers a warning sign, as a romantic involvement among team members is nearly a fatal predicament. Subsequently, Bjorn inclines closer and earnestly inquires about what Dwaki mentioned. Nevertheless, she attempts to overlook it, yet she subsequently informs him that friends ought not to withhold information from one another. Misha attempts to protest, but Bjorn softly encourages him to share, reminding him that their proximity allows for openness. She becomes utterly enamored and reveals to him all that Dwaki mentioned, causing our protagonist to tremble when she clarifies that Dwaki is uncertain about whether to disclose his emotions to the individual he admires. He suspects she is unaware that Dwaki has affections for her. As she persists in her discourse, she brings up how she advised him to embrace his masculinity and make an effort. Misha's countenance flushes as he reiterates Bjorn's remark regarding their close camaraderie and invites him to encounter his father. Bjorn agrees immediately and inquires about the timing, astonishing her entirely with his prompt response. She falters, stating that she will inform him later, as she must consult her father beforehand. Subsequently, the feline girl inquires why she consented when she is perpetually. He's incredibly occupied, and our young son simply refers to him as his dad, so naturally, he holds significance. Misha's complexion has become even more flushed, that a tomato presently, as he claims he ought not to express such remarks. This perplexes our young lad immensely. The next day, our protagonist ventures to the refuge after a lengthy slumber and reminds himself that he must refrain from utilizing it once more. The craving for blood and shortly thereafter intense. Cries reverberate from the sorcerer's dwelling as Bjorn navigates the 5th tier of the eternal barrier, ensuring that there remains only one additional challenge before unveiling the new power. 3 days later, Bjorn journeys in a carriage alongside Misha and ultimately comprehends the reason he spends the night whenever he visits his relatives. Before he can delve into contemplation, Misha pulls him back to reality, informing him that they have reached their destination. destination. They finally arrive at the Beastman's Haven and, to their astonishment, it is as developed as human settlements, if not more so. At that instant, a youngster starts to yell that Bjorn is a savage until the father becomes frantic and clasps his mouth with his hand. Misha inquires, why is our protagonist gazing so intently and anxiously contemplating whether he should depart? However, Bjorn maintains his composure and states that he is merely astonished, as it is nothing akin to the simple lodgings back home, and he ponders. If every sanctuary is constructed in this manner, Misha inquires about his intention, and Bjorn remarked that he believed the creature folk inhabited the woodlands, tending to livestock. She articulates that they forsook those customs ages ago, which disturbs her, as she currently perceives that savages are the sole individuals ensnared in history. Ultimately, Misha halts before his residence, and Bjorn is astonished by its vastness and sophistication, particularly in light of the fact that the leader of his village still resides in a tent. Misha reassures him not to feel anxious, despite his physique trembling like a mixer. Subsequently, Bjorn 1 informs her that she must administer a tranquilizer for herself. As she becomes immersed in her reflections, she presses the doorbell, recalling how he once held the conviction that all his troubles would vanish if he acquired a spirit creature. His father inquired about the icy creature he had acquired and whether he had disclosed it to anyone. He instructed her to maintain secrecy regarding it from this point forward. Misha begins to stroll anxiously, contemplating whether she suspects he acquired the agreement through unconventional means, but then her father calls and instructs her to bring the savage in. She attempts to inquire about. However, the elderly gentleman swiftly dismisses it, revealing merely a minute portion of his strength. Misha feels apprehensive as she never intended for Bjorn to become entangled in her difficulties, which is the reason why. That is the reason she frequented his residence frequently, to conceal it from him. Her siblings continued to behave as though she had captured the cheese and regarded her as though it were an accursed artifact. Even the attendants, they forsook her, yet she persevered through it all because Bjorn instilled in her the belief that escaping does not resolve anything. Her father continued to inquire about the arrival of the savage, cautioning her she had a month or she would begin reevaluating her options regarding Misha. She was completely unaware of the reasons behind his intense eagerness to connect with Bjorn, yet she assured herself that she could offer greater assistance to our friend if he had the backing of his family. She feared he might turn her down, and truthfully, she was elated when he agreed, although now that in this moment, she is engulfed by apprehension regarding her inability to conceal the reality any further. In an effort to remain resilient, he informs Bjorn that solely his father is aware of the agreement, and entreats her to remain calm regardless of what transpires within, yet our protagonist doesn't precisely assure her. At that instant, the entrance swings ajar, and a voice inquires, "Who is present?" The attendant's spirits plummet immediately upon spotting Misha and comprehending her return. He unleashes a derogatory remark and strides away to notify the household as Misha conveys to Bjorn. He overlooks it, yet our lad displays a frenzied smile that it begins to frighten her. She asserts that circumstances won't persist in this manner indefinitely and implores Bjorn. He urges her to remain composed, yet the young man has reached his breaking point, pondering what sort of worthless parent permits them to treat him in such a manner. His offspring. Furthermore, the cherry on top is that the elderly gentleman had the audacity to extend an invitation to him, prompting Bjorn to firmly deduce that his father evidently perceives this savage as a fool. Bjorn begins to adopt a serious demeanor when he senses a distasteful surge of lethal intent radiating from the residence, as though he has just stepped into a lair of beasts. Inhaled deeply, and subsequently emits a resounding battle shout that reverberates throughout the corridor. The attendant pivots and yells at him to acquire some decorum. However, Bjorn merely inclines closer and murmurs softly with an unsettling grin that perhaps there's something profoundly amiss with the man's mind. Just as tensions begin to escalate, Misha steps in and instructs him to cease. Bjorn attempts to feign innocence, but she promptly exposes him and asserts that she is already aware that his recent remark signifies he intends to crush the man's skull, causing the servant to perspire profusely. In the meantime, our protagonist begins to behave like a nefarious character whose scheme has just been unveiled. Bjorn gazes at her intently and softly assures her that it's acceptable to pursue her desires for a change, that she need not continue to restrain herself. Misha responds that they are her family, but he reacts instantly and inquires whether they hold greater significance than his existence, remarking that if his response, indeed, it will conclude at this point. She maintains her silence an hour. The lad softly taps her shoulder, reassuring her that her anxieties will not come to pass. The attendant resumes making commotion once more until Bjorn strikes him on the brow and he propels him effortlessly through the entrance, leaving the others immobilized in astonishment. The throng surges forward and discovers discovers that a simple Spartan brute has propelled the attendant directly through the threshold. Misha whispers anxiously that his father will erupt when he learns of this, but Bjorn advises him to hold on and observe. Abruptly, a voice commands him to halt, and he immediately identifies it as Tylon, acknowledging him with a nod, though the bewildered catboy questions. To understand the situation, he emphasizes that if Bjorn is unable to provide a satisfactory justification, he will have to confront the repercussions, which this vexes our young man, yet he responds composedly that he is a visitor in this place and they are powerless to change the situation. He further remarks that the attendant demeaned him and affronted the patriarch's offspring. He then inquires whether that is truly permissible. Bjorn observes the self-satisfied looks on their faces and comprehends that they were already aware of Misha's treatment. Tylon. He informs him that the attendant will face consequences if he offends a visitor. Bjorn begins to stride ahead, contemplating that his initial strategy was to fracture a few limbs to convey a distinct message. They incline closer and inquire whether everyone has an issue with their mind as well, which compels Misha to shout at him to cease. Yet, he inhales deeply once more and bellows even more powerfully than earlier, immobilizing everyone in their tracks, while insisting on understanding what on earth he is attempting to accomplish. Bjorn squints and inquires icily whether the cause of this treatment is due to Misha never establishing a pact with a spirit creature, despite the fact that she belongs to the primary lineage. Tylon starts to concede that the savage may have a point, but Bjorn interjects and poses the question, what if it's merely a significant misapprehension? He inquires of Tylon whether Misha possessed a contract. Would she possess the bravery to express regret? The young man attempts to highlight that she is already 25, but Bjorn interjects once more, insisting on a genuine response. Tylon offers a slight, self-satisfied grin and asserts he would, evidently believing there is no possibility. In torment, yet our lad reciprocates the kindness. He grins and instructs Misha to present them to him immediately, causing her to pause. She murmurs that her progenitor will never absolve her, yet Bjorn. He advises her to confront him at a later time and to pursue her own desires for a change, reassuring her that he will support her. A throng. They start to assemble to observe how the spectacle develops while Misha remains in a state of anxiety, but at that precise instant, a voice resonates through the atmosphere, commanding everyone to halt as their father finally emerges. Subsequently, they find themselves gathered in the library where Bjorn shares a few pleasantries with the elder, and unexpectedly, the elderly gentleman rests a hand on his shoulder and nonchalantly inquires about the reasons behind his actions during the activation. Quietly and intimidating talent, he begins scolding Bjorn, who senses the tension coursing through his spine, despite realizing it's merely a power, and ultimately comprehends why Misha holds such fear of him. Yet, our protagonist is far too shattered to be manipulated in such a manner and shatters the ability when the elder inquires arrogantly about his expression. Extended. Bjorn steadily withdraws his hand and squints, inquiring what she believes she is doing precisely. He accepted the invitation for two motives, one of which was to stop Misha from being pulled back to her family by her abilities. The subsequent, it was to prevent arousing doubts that it was a form of malevolent entity, as Misha's revival would draw notice. Should the patriarch unearth the reality surrounding his revival, Bjorn would require a robust justification to secure his release on bail. However, none of that is significant at present, as the family continues to regard her as rubbish, and the elderly gentleman entered, attempting to showcase his strength alongside our lad. The elder seemed bewildered and inquired if Bjorn harbored any fear of mortality, to which Bjorn responded that, at the very least, he wasn't fearful of any felines. Ancient and dilapidated. He is aware that the man was formerly an esteemed adventurer, yet he also understands that if he remains silent, the supervisor will demolish this location in an instant. Bjorn smirks and inquires whether the vegetarian genuinely believes he can confront him, all the while contemplating how entrenched he is within the domain. Nevertheless, he is convinced that the elder will not act inappropriately, for the instant Bjorn passes away, the savages will reinitiate hostilities as they did a decade prior, as that is the nature of his kind. Surprisingly, the elder begins to chuckle as if he were present in the space and asserts that he is aware Bjorn utilized the item. Bjorn opts to feign ignorance and inquires about the subject he is referencing, but the elderly man persists, particularly considering that he has misled her. Our young lad crouches and asks him to clarify his meaning, and Mr. Karsten urges him to simply admit the truth regarding the Skadian relic. He continues to pressure Bjorn, but our protagonist discerns something vital. The elderly man is unaware of the artifact's name. The elder feigns designating the object as soon as Bjorn verifies it, which generates intense energy. Bjorn quickly comprehends that the vegetation is constricting firmly and merely suspects that an item could assist him in rousing, yet he remains oblivious to what it might be. Misha Saberla's father asserts that if Bjorn merely utters the word, everything will be resolved. At that moment, our protagonist comprehends that this entire scheme was merely a ruse to obtain the data, which is genuinely. It disturbs him when he becomes aware that it's moment to take action. Bjorn thumps his chest and unleashes his most formidable power. Yutsu is being truthful and swears an oath of the warrior, asserting that he possesses no knowledge. That expression catches the elderly man entirely by surprise and compels him to acquiesce. Bjorn finalizes the agreement by stating that eventually he will return to collect the item, but when he does, the elder must ensure that all matters are resolved with Misha, who merely observes the proceedings with astonished eyes. After Bjorn, the elder, absorbed in contemplation, is taken aback by Misha's spontaneous awakening, yet the reality of his Scandian heritage. This arouses his suspicion. He peruses historical documents that reference a unique artifact capable of triggering enlightenment and concedes to himself that the true motive behind inviting the barbarian was to determine if such an item was real. He is indifferent to the vow, yet from his observations, the savage is utterly uninformed, though it is evident that he holds Misha in high regard. He shuts the volume and chuckles quietly, remarking that he never anticipated that a savage of such remarkable skill was present. At that instant, a voice interjects, notifying him that Misha has come back. Sanshuitsunu, she conveys to him. She expresses that there is something she wishes to convey, but her father interrupts and assures her that no one will perceive her as an outsider any longer. Misha persists. She stays quiet while persistently asserting that she is now formally his daughter, although she appears entirely disinterested, prompting him to inquire about her silence. A short while prior, Misha had contacted Bjorn to verify that he had blatantly deceived regarding the warrior's pledge. After a brief hesitation, Bjorn concedes that he did, discreetly implying that she holds greater significance to him than any vow, and you can't fathom how challenging it is, how circumstances have been for her, which causes her to dissolve like butter. Returning to the current moment, Misha informs her father that he failed to arrive due to his foolish vow, and she references a piece of wisdom her mother shared with her prior to her passing. She discloses that he is not her biological father, prompting the elderly man to erupt in fury, yelling that had he remained silent, he would have already been embraced as a family member, and questions her reasoning for discarding that opportunity. Misha serenely remarks that he merely had the inclination to do so, and departs as the elderly man stays immobilized, incapable of grasping the shocking truth that has just overwhelmed him. Of hurling. A decade later, Bjorn finds himself in an inn alongside Rod Miller, lamenting the frustration of lacking complete confidence in a fellow member of the team. Following the reception of a particular caution, he struggles to accept that Rod Miller would deceive him, prompting him to confront the situation directly. He straightforwardly inquires about his visit to the guild, prompts Rod Miller to set aside his cup, and comprehends the reason behind his suspicious glances throughout the day. He questions how our protagonist discovered this, and Bjorn claims he is acquainted with an individual in the guild. Rod Miller clarifies that the district director contacted him and proposed a reward for disloyalty to the party, yet he declined the offer. Bjorn subsequently inquires why he concealed it. Rod Miller expresses his belief that it would disrupt the group's atmosphere. Bjorn appreciates his candor, and they clink their cups together as he concludes that no alterations are necessary, as Rod Miller remains a steadfast and valued member. At last, the following day dawns, and the labyrinth is prepared to unveil itself. Irvin extends his best wishes to Bjorn and departs. However, prior to finding any semblance of calm, Misha storms in, insisting on understanding the elf's presence. Our protagonist anxiously clarifies that he merely dropped by to greet. He informs Misha that he intends to rest for a while until the moment arrives and inquires about her intentions, but she remains furious. Nearby, 7 hours later, the time has finally come to depart, and Bjorn observes that the sorcerer and the dwarf are delayed. At that instant, Misha gestures towards a cluster of savage infants and our protagonist. He scurries about like an anxious grandfather, inquiring if they are misplaced. He instructs them to trail the adventurers for guidance. However, they cast him a peculiar glance since all of that is already apparent to them. Bjorn feels perplexed, yet he presents himself merely to ensure that. The ensemble becomes utterly disoriented upon discovering they've encountered their idol. He inquires how they became aware of the adventurer's GPS method, and one of them responds that they acquired the knowledge at the haven. This utterly astonishes Bjorn, prompting him to question whether they were not presented with an unusual map as he had been, but the young lad merely appears bewildered. Bjorn subsequently cautions them to safeguard their hearts from the vile plunderers, yet they are already aware of that lesson, leaving him to ponder who imparted such knowledge to them. It appears it was Karen from the very beginning, and the youngsters bid farewell to their idol and dive into the void as Bjorn. He grins like a satisfied elder observing his offspring take flight, as though it were the quintessential occasion. The remaining remaining 2 eventually show up. Hikarat clarifies that Dualki overindulged and needed to regurgitate everything. This caused the sorcerer to flush as the dwarf nonchalantly remarked that there was no reason for embarrassment. Bjorn interjects and informs them that they must relocate. The group ultimately traverses the gateway with Dualki perched on Bjorn's back as they surge ahead. Several days prior, Rothmiller had. He suggested the concept of a rapid challenge, aspiring to be the pioneer in activating a portal despite its improbability. Currently, in the current moment, the ensemble dashes through the shimmering cavern while Bjorn believes it is far more exhilarating to experience it in reality. Rothmiller spots another squad in front and opts for a detour, disregarding Misha's call to pause. At that instant, a band of goblins springs forth, immobilizing Rothmiller, yet Misha vaults forward and slashes them down. In mere moments, akin to an expert, Rothmiller, he tightens his fists as troubling recollections start to surge forth. He calls out to the team to keep going and presses forward once more while vocalizing directions. Even due to its enhanced durability attributed to the extracts, the apparatus becomes drenched in perspiration following hours of jogging. Bjorn shouts at Dualki about his weight gain, to which Dualki responds by reminding him that he was the one who mentioned Misha prefers larger men. Our protagonist recalls that dialogue, yet it was merely a frivolous pretext to evade admission while the illusionist transformed it into a real-time broadcast of mukbang. Each individual strives to excel, yet notwithstanding all circumstances, the gateway is already ajar when they show up. Rothmiller falls. He strikes the earth with his fists as he descends into complete breakdown. In the meantime, Bjorn observes quietly and recognizes a distinct disparity in abilities, understanding that the moment to depart from the squad alongside Misha may be running out. Arrive shortly, Rothmiller is starting to persuade himself that he has not done so yet. He has completed his task, concluding that the initial team will likely arrive earlier and, should they exert sufficient effort, they might still surpass them. The remainder of the group responds with anxious nods. However, Bjorn promptly shuts it down and exclaims that they are behaving like madmen and that everyone is already fatigued. He mentions Rothmiller's complete name and urges him to settle down, which nearly caused the adventurer to surrender. Yet, she succeeds in composing herself and expresses remorse to the gathering as they collectively exhale in relief. Afterward, they proceed indoors, up to the second level in the direction of the stony wasteland, and fortunately, Rothmiller continues to steer them effectively. Absent. Nonetheless, Bjorn resolves to monitor him closely, as the interaction with the regional manager and the prior dissolution of the scouts appeared too ambiguous. As they traverse the region of the celestial heavens once more, Misha becomes captivated by the scenery as Dualki delivers a corny remark about wishing to share the experience with someone, which immediately causes her to recoil. He attempts to acclimate to it while Ikurad simmers the mixture from behind with some humor. Subsequently, they ascend to the 4th floor sky tower, where Bjorn asserts his familiarity with all these creatures, then unleashes a battle cry as the group engages in combat. They dispatch the monsters as if they were composed of parchment, and thus, the initial examination is finished, and now they must determine which entrance to select. The entryway of courage is the typical path, albeit it necessitates a 4-hour wait before the subsequent staircase. Wisdom Gate is more perilous due to its abundance of traps and enigmas. However, it enables you to ascend up to 5 levels without experiencing any chill. Next comes the dreaded Portal of Endurance, where you revisit your most painful recollections. Yet, accomplishing it can provide you with a listed element or a 6th essence. Scope. Ultimately, there's the Gateway of Fate, but prior to Bjorn being able to elaborate, Rothmiller interjects with a shocking revelation, stating his intention to depart from the group following this journey. Bjorn inquires whether it's his responsibility, catching him off guard. While not completely taken aback, Rothmiller expresses his disapproval, stating that it is his individual choice. Bjorn inquires about the implications of that. Rothmiller hesitates briefly before instructing for a serving of exquisite delicacy with a grin. He clarifies that the regional supervisor isn't completely blameless in this situation, since he extended an invitation to Rothmiller for membership in a prestigious faction, which continually disrupted his thoughts. She ultimately recognized it was time to progress, since individuals endowed with innate ability, similar to non-human creatures, tend to develop swiftly. He concedes that squads have deserted him previously due to his inability to maintain pace. At times they were expelled, and at other instances they departed merely out of humiliation, but on this occasion, the situation is far more complicated. Bjorn becomes perplexed. Rothmiller expresses that he genuinely appreciates this group. He hopes his journey could extend further, yet beneath the surface, he realizes that all delightful experiences ultimately reach a conclusion. Bjorn begins to articulate, yet it resonates. The timepiece and Rothmiller. He informs her that it's time to leave. Bjorn. He determines that in the metropolis, he will clarify that he and Misha intend to depart regardless, so that Rottmiller need not proceed. They persist and navigate their way through a challenging assembly of creatures while Duel keeps reminding himself to remain vigilant. The maze. Only the final chamber is left, yet everyone becomes still upon noticing that all 3 stairways converge at the portal of fate. This instantly unsettles Bjorn, as no one opts for the portal of fate due to its rarity, uncertainty, and significant danger. Misha inquires whether they might select one at random, recalling that she had participated in a previous one and ended up with a multitude of creatures. Bjorn is convinced that he may have initiated an examination of bravery, intellect, or endurance within the domain of destiny. He further asserts that he was fortunate since the result is perpetually unpredictable. In the interim, Bjorn transitions into comprehensive analytical mode when, keep in mind that there are over 30 assessments pertaining to the location, yet that isn't the primary issue at hand. Hikerod articulates that it's futile to simply linger, subsequently inspiring the group with the prospect of increasing their earnings. Misha inquires about Bjorn's opinion. With a grin, he remarks that they are entering, believing that if 3 staircases converge at the location, it must be an extraordinary occasion. Misha. He unbolts the entrance and the ensemble is whisked away to Lara Kazmai's. Rottmiller swiftly surveys the surroundings and verifies that there are no adversaries present. Yet he claims he has never encountered this location prior, while Bjorn, on the other hand, is already aware of what it is. At that instant, the field effect is triggered and the protector of equilibrium emerges. Duel anxiously proposes they establish a campsite until the labyrinth seals, but Rottmiller notes they are entirely unaware of the workings of this location. Bjorn is primarily focused on whether the current squad can successfully navigate the area and inquires if anyone holds a different perspective. Misha expresses that she feels unburdened, while Hikerod senses nothing at all. Subsequently, Rottmiller and Duel express a sense of increased strength and begin to contemplate the reasons behind it. Bjorn reconstructs the situation and deduces that the custodian of equilibrium must have reallocated his controlled statistics among the remainder of the team. She doesn't express it explicitly, but offers a suggestion, lamenting that her body feels unusual. Rottmiller shifts into investigative mode and concludes that it must be a statistical combination requirement. He inquires about their next steps, and Bjorn advises them to search for one. Departure. Our protagonist asserts that if no one is aware of this location, then the prize must be substantial, to which Rottmiller responds that he values the practice. Hikerod starts to provide tactical counsel, but Dualki abruptly exclaims that this has to be a Gabrielius design, the creation of the last formidable sage. Even Rottmiller concedes that it appears plausible as Hikerod begins to perspire, anxiously inquiring if there are beasts to confront in this place. With that, the renegade team embarks on their ultimate journey as they venture further into the maze. Misha mentions that the entire location seems unfinished. Dualki proclaims emphatically that he will safeguard her, yet she promptly reminds him that she is the one in need of his protection. He reaffirms his commitment that they will mutually shield one another while. Bjorn is internally tormented by embarrassment, yet Hikerod quietly stands by him. After a while, they encounter a 6-tier goat beast that promptly begins to engage in combat. Bjorn instructs everyone to get ready as the creature wields its armament. He obstructs, yet perceives the disparity in strength. In this instance, he possesses greater power than him because of the influence of the environment. Abruptly, Dualki invokes a frost enchantment, and Misha shouts at Bjorn to shift as the detonation strikes the creature, obliterating it in a single impact, which renders everyone astounded. Bjorn observes the colossal ice lance and comprehends that in this region, Dualki is no trivial matter. The sorcerer's eyes shimmer, a sensation of satisfaction at the notion that tidying up this location may not be as challenging as anticipated. The stone maze. It is designed in a manner that renders the expertise of a seasoned guide nearly ineffective, allowing anyone to potentially become utterly disoriented. However, Rottmiller adapts swiftly, tracing his path with his blade as Bjorn silently observes the remarkable proficiency of the scouts while the individual revises the cartography regarding them. He strides as though it were instinctive. Bjorn remarks on how astonishingly effortlessly he sketches such a precise chart, yet Rottmiller merely dismisses him as if it were trivial. Upon completion, he informs him. To the team that is relocating, yet almost instantaneously the scout identifies approaching creatures and alerts the indication, yet Dualki springs ahead while propelling 2 ice projectiles that bend around their companions, and they struck their objectives with precise precision. Everyone is astonished, and Bjorn starts to ponder whether it was Dualki's energy that hindered him all along. Then, Rottmiller progresses once more, and our protagonist experiences a twinge of remorse as, despite the passage of time, he has never made an effort to comprehend the abilities of his comrades, of the squad. In the meantime, Dualki becomes inflated with arrogance and boisterously proclaims that he is capable of managing all the adversaries on his own. In this domain, domain, the field effect distinctly favors sorcerers to a greater extent. And given that they are unable to assimilate essences, it is logical that their mana capacity increases exponentially. However, despite this, circumstances appear to be progressing too favorably. Dualki senses an overwhelming completeness. He is unburdened for a change and revels in it, whereas Bjorn dedicates his time to thoughtfully assessing the squad and recognizes that they are at least double their strength when each member fulfills their role effectively. This seems logical, as later, this is a collective sport, as having individuals perform their responsibilities is preferable to a single person attempting to handle everything alone, which is precisely the reason Bjorn wishes to depart. It feels somewhat odd to consider that this may likely be the initial and final occasion I encounter genuine collaboration. However, Misha brings him back to the present and advises him to cease becoming sidetracked and to remain alert during his watch duty. Nighttime, and Kurod's snoring resembles that of a chainsaw. As Bjorn contemplates profoundly, aware that you are nearing the acquisition of his piece, they merely have to locate the manager's office, although the herb they cultivated for just an additional week could have produced significantly greater results. Then Dualki shatters the quietude and states that he has been contemplating Misha's inclinations, which immediately triggers warning signals. Within Bjorn's mind, the sorcerer states he intended to inquire whether Bjorn was earnest about his claims concerning her, yet concludes that it is of little significance now, as she simply desires to reveal her authentic self. He confesses that he is deeply enamored with her and starts to babble until Bjorn cuts him off, which immediately instills in her the anxiety that Bjorn may have feelings for her as well. Bjorn endeavors to clarify, yet the individual persists in his obstinacy, and he asserts that nothing will alter his decision and that he will admit the truth once they return to the urban area. Bjorn overhears this and is aware of it, feeling a wave of anxious perspiration because it's the quintessential ominous sign. After a while, the team finds themselves before a barrier and starts to question whether they have encountered a stalemate, yet Bjorn is aware that this is the chamber of the adversary. Nevertheless, he is uncertain about how to engage the concealed apparatus without appearing dubious, yet fortunately the Rod Miller's intuition activates as he examines the wall, and activates the concealed button, sparing Bjorn the inconvenience. The portal swings ajar with a faint squeal resonates as Bjorn raises his shield skyward and steps into the room. Within, he observes a malevolent mystical circle on the ground adjacent to a goat's skull. Michelle whispers that this location unsettles her, yet Bjorn grins, believing it's far superior to the other option, as locating the manager at this moment ought to be a breeze. Nonetheless, the issue of engaging the circle without alerting anyone persists, as it must bleed and there is no method that won't appear questionable. Before he realizes it, his eyes flutter open when, in an instant, he experiences a sensation of buoyancy, as though he could soar from a vantage point on a peak, and everyone else appears to sense it as well. Bjorn becomes frantic upon experiencing such an immense surge of energy, and he contacts Rod Miller, who he validates his intuition that an additional group has infiltrated the labyrinth. Only 5 individuals are permitted to access this location simultaneously, yet one aspect he is unequivocally certain of: regardless of their numbers, they are exceptionally robust and release a tremendous burst of energy. Meanwhile, in another part of the maze, a trio of individuals appears, and the horned figure grins, proclaiming that he has at last reached this location. Behind him, the aged cleric gazes upward and ponders why the skies would bestow such immense authority upon an individual so malevolent. The horned individual nonchalantly intimates his intention to sever the priest's tongue, yet the elderly man remains unperturbed and asserts that suffering does not. It terrifies him. Then the danger transfers to his grandson, which causes him to falter immediately. The horned individual gazes at the third companion, who is huddled in a sphere, and informs him that, "Rise and cease behaving as though you've just severed a limb." He chuckles at the notion that all it required to establish this place was the arm of a fifth-tier explorer. The clergyman gazes at him in shock and inquires whether that individual isn't his fellow player. The cloaked individual merely shrugs and nudges the adventurer to rise. The elderly man attempts to plead once more, asserting that the fellow has actually lost an arm, but the hooded figure glares at him with lethal intent and remarks that he falls silent. The adventurer regains his composure and informs the electromagnetic influence engages, prompting the horned individual to become immobilized upon perceiving a shift in energy. He faces the elderly gentleman and inquires about the recent events, to which the old man responds that his celestial abilities have waned somewhat. The man with horns verifies that he has understood accurately and then pivots toward the adventurer, who additionally expresses that he perceives himself as less strong than the typical scenario. He deduces that if even a fifth-rate scout is diminishing in power, it implies that another presence is here. He removes his hood with a contorted, sweeping gesture over his visage and declares it's time to discover where the tiny vermin are concealing themselves. Bjorn Bjorn realizes that additional adventurers have breached the maze and that they possess significantly greater strength than any foes he has faced to date. His own abilities have nearly increased twofold. This indicates that those individuals must have already reached the 6th level. Misha appears somewhat perplexed, yet nonetheless suggests that they ought to collaborate. Hikarat finds it somewhat peculiar that Bjorn appears to be so frightened. Even Dwaki appears excessively self-assured, yet Rod Miller cuts through the commotion and asserts that they must discover an escape from this location. They inquire of Bjorn about his intentions, but he remains silent. He merely initiates the sequence, engages the infernal circle with his own vitae, and conjures the creature. The others swiftly descend into chaos, comprehending that Bjorn must have incited it in some manner. Baphomet is anticipated to be an exceedingly formidable adversary, yet in some way, everyone succeeds in overcoming him in under a minute. As soon as he collapses, the team discovers a novel object referred to as the Ruka Labyrinth map. Bjorn begins to panic, expressing concern that the battle was excessively simple, leading him to contemplate the true extent of the other explorer's capabilities. Concluding that he has reached his limit, he urges the group to depart from this place swiftly. They all recognize his erratic behavior, yet Bjorn insists they prepare for the worst. Judging by that skirmish, those other individuals must be astonishingly formidable. Even if their statistics are identical, the disparity in terms of gear and expertise must be substantial. The others, they begin to feel anxious when Bjorn emphasizes his genuine concern that someone could be injured if they don't act promptly. Moments later, the group is sprinting through the labyrinth while Rotmiller vocalizes directions. Several substantial groups emerge and Bjorn yells at him to Dwaki, who unleashes amplified frost sorcery that fragments them with extensive destruction. Bjorn beams as he reflects that initially they could only secure this with minor catches, but as the groups melt away, in an instant it shifts its weight and diminishes them to powder as they progress. Having exerted himself tirelessly throughout the day, Bjorn ultimately commands a break. Hikarat, he's panting forcefully, as if he consumes 40 cartons of cigarettes daily, yet insists he's in superior condition compared to when they were on the ground level. He pivots to inquire about something from Bjorn, but halts upon noticing the fellow appears as though he's encountered a specter. The dwarf highlights that they've been sprinting for 6 consecutive hours and questions if Bjorn is still experiencing unease. Earlier, right before the confrontation with Baphomet, Bjorn had confessed that an unsettling sensation lingered and that it was identical. The type of strain they experienced moments before encountering the individual from the flat on the upper level. He had implored the group that they ought to place their confidence in him just this once. Yet even Dualki harbored uncertainties, asserting that they must have ventured far enough to evade the individual trailing them. Nisha appears drained, yet still inquires if they ought to proceed, to which Bjorn responds affirmatively, and she acquiesces without protest. Rod Miller scowls at the map and inquires why Bjorn believes venturing toward the center would aid their escape, yet our protagonist is already aware of that. That is the commander's chamber. The individual who became overconfident murmurs softly that he too senses an ominous event looming if they disregard Bjorn's intuition, and immediately upon uttering this, the remainder of the group instantly goes into a frenzy. Bjorn emphasizes that even Rod Miller's intuition must have enhanced significantly, and Dualki inquires if he is earnest. Our protagonist understands that the adventurer's remarks have unexpectedly rendered his own caution significantly more credible. In the meantime, Misha becomes frantic and suggests they should continue onward. They are departing. The remainder of the squad begins to prepare as if they possess fresh limbs, which mildly irritates Bjorn since they had previously doubted him. With that, they embark once more, sprinting at maximum velocity for the upcoming few 12 hours, and throughout the journey, they encounter a succession of challenges, of crowds, until they ultimately arrive at the chamber that is owned by the proprietor of the maze. Abruptly, the entrance illuminates in response to his arrival, and Bjorn promptly calls out to everyone to prepare for confrontation. A colossal minotaur starts to rise from the earth, and our savage warrior emits a fierce war shout. He assesses that this creature must be a minimum of a level 4.5 beast, given that it's evidently an evolved mutant form. Bjorn endures a straightforward impact from the creature's assault, contemplating that he may not even require complete gigantification to this. Subsequently, the minotaur ignites and charges at him once more, while the team shouts for him to evade. Bjorn remains resolute as he parries the strike, enduring some burn injury, yet it's bearable due to his 3rd-tier seal. Dualki invokes a frost enchantment that enhances Bjorn's resistance to flames, and what genuinely astonishes Bjorn is that he didn't even have to request it. The remainder of the team leaps into action as Dualki persists in employing hex magic to diminish the creature's strength. Misha dashes ahead with her venomous blade and inflicts a severe gash in Bjorn's torso as he stands immobilized for an instant, attempting to comprehend the origin vision of this complete oneness. A group. In some way, they conquer the sophisticated mutant beast. In under 10 seconds, our protagonist remains frozen, astonished. He begins to contemplate that this might be the ultimate manifestation of his team, as they possess all the characteristics of an elite squad, and he yearns to embody this essence beyond the confines of the dungeon as well. She reintegrates into the present when Misha remarks that this time there is neither substance nor gateway, while Rottmuller proposes that whatever they seek may be concealed behind the adjacent doors and that they ought to investigate. Dualki observes that he can sense a powerful mana emanating from the gem, prompting Bjorn to kneel and grasp it, believing it could prove beneficial if circumstances take a drastic turn. Concerning the gateway, Rottmuller articulates that it is likely the azure point on the map, prompting Bjorn to mentally commend his intuition yet again. However, just as they get ready to advance, a voice emanates from close by. Someone exclaims that they have apprehended him and starts to console the elderly man, informing him that if they hadn't relinquished another arm, they would have utterly lost the scent. Lager folds his arms and insists that Bjorn express gratitude for his utilization of abilities. The cleric starts imploring the individual to seize anything he desires and pardon the others, yet Liger remains skeptical, questioning why the entire assembly fell mute as though they had just encountered a specter. In the meantime, Bjorn stands paralyzed in disbelief, for with merely a single utterance, this man manages to instill a tremor in his warrior's essence that causes his physique to reflexively tighten. For the most unfavorable, Bjorn is aware that each moment is crucial now, prompting him to refine his perceptions to collect as much intelligence as possible. He is aware that this individual evidently possesses previous familiarity with the region, yet it is highly dubious how he arrived here so swiftly. Subsequently, he reminisces about the segment concerning the offering of an arm and pieces together the clues, comprehending that one among them is likely a adherent of Karui. He envisions. The clergyman is compelled to acknowledge this display of occurrences, and now he contemplates the nature of the impurities the dragon-like creature has inflicted upon him. As the scrutiny intensifies, Bjorn concludes that this individual is utterly deranged, prompting a transition to strategy D. Our protagonist. He ultimately expresses that he was not anticipating the presence of other adventurers nearby. The man dismissively laughs. From him since, after all, he's not hard of hearing, and Bjorn inquires whether he knows the way to escape this place. Bjorn adopts the novice role to secure an upper hand, but his strategy is swiftly thwarted the instant the individual directs a ring at him that radiates yellow light. Bjorn immediately begins to perspire heavily when he comprehends that he is a target identifier, a labeled object that turns green if you can strike someone, and red if you're on the verge of being hit. At this moment, it's yellow, indicating that circumstances could take any turn, which is unfortunate because the dragon will now be extremely vigilant. The individual believes Bjorn is fully aware of the nature of the ring, and immediately afterwards, from that moment, he starts to extract a blade from the earth, which Bjorn swiftly recognizes as an arc sword, a type capable of slicing through nearly anything, affirming that he is at a minimum an 8th-tier explorer endowed with potent essences. Degree. The Severe then insists that Bjorn relinquish all he discovered there. Aware that deception is not an option, Bjorn chooses not to feign ignorance as he produces the hefty solitary stone and presents it. The man grins and instructs him to pass it over if he wishes to depart unscathed, and even the others start to press Bjorn to just relinquish it, yet he understands that there's no use in bargaining with an obsessive individual. Subsequently, our lad. He takes the most rational course of action by declaring that he unexpectedly feels intensely famished and consumes the gem in that manner. Consequently, and even inadvertently reveals a belch to emphasize it. The dragon snaps its tongue and dashes toward him, armed with his blade that Bjorn attempts to obstruct, but the weapon halts merely inches from his form, keeping him at a stalemate. He experienced a moment of bewilderment. Then Bjorn grins and remarks that if the individual had excavated just another centimeter, he could have pierced the gem. Within him, the madman retreats and inquires what Bjorn desires at this moment, while Bjorn mocks him, stating that he surrendered rather swiftly, yet the individual cautions that his companions will be subsequent. Bjorn lifts a digit and declares he requires merely 1 day, pledging never to engage in any secretive actions again. The dragon lad appears perplexed and inquires whether he does not wish to plead for his existence. Yet, Bjorn recognizes that the expression holds no significance for someone like him and opts to pursue an entirely different path, distinct, which the lad appears to discover. Delighted, Liger grins and inquires how he can place his faith in them, but Bjorn forsakes the warrior's vow and informs him that they are too weary to combat. At this instant, the man's eyes start to radiate, and he queries whether Bjorn genuinely believes he can triumph over him. Yet Bjorn responds that even in the presence of loss, a fighter ought to never surrender. Moments later, the team is observed sprinting at top velocity in the reverse direction as his medic inquires. Pause. They ultimately take a respite, and Rod Miller inquires of Bjorn whether that madman will truly honor his his promise. Bjorn recalls that they were merely allotted 12 hours and cautioned not to attempt the same ruse once more. He laments that if it weren't for that accursed ring, he could have executed a more effective strategy. He then arranges his ideas and recalls that he must remain vigilant for the benefit of all. Rod Miller examines the chart and states they will reach Bjorn's location at 11, but he is curious about what awaits them there. Dwok interjects, expressing that engaging in combat with that individual and even Hikarat is ill-advised. He consents, yet Bjorn falls back on the traditional jutsu-free oration and implores them to place their trust in him just this once. Increasingly, feelings begin to intensify as everyone recalls the numerous occasions when Bjorn backed them, leading to a consensus. Rod Miller interjects, stating that there's an additional matter Bjorn must be aware of. Revisiting the mark and that arcane blade, I'm convinced the individual is the Dragon Slayer. The entire squad instantly goes into a frenzy upon discovering that the name pertains to one of the members of the Seers. Bjorn's gaze enlarges as he recalls that those individuals are complete lunatics whose only purpose is to annihilate the monarch. The most unfortunate aspect is that, thus far, merely 7 individuals have been apprehended, and each one of them is repulsively subjugated. Setting aside his mounting apprehension, Bjorn inquires of Rod Miller for the complete particulars. The adventurer reveals that Ligarbagos is a dragon-like human who was condemned for slaying the previous monarch and subsequently allied with the Seers, turning into a genuine terror to confront. The enchantment likewise confined his distinct dragon-like power, and from that point onward, his elongated bow sword was recognized as the dragon-destroying sword. It is additionally speculated that although her essences are remarkably potent, she gathered them haphazardly. Bjorn swiftly enters analysis mode and comprehends that the individual must have arrived to modify those essences. This guarantees that he must accomplish his tasks prior to Liger's arrival. The group resumes its efforts, and Bjorn shouts at Rod Miller to unseal the corridor. Beneath the surface, he's still shaken by the prospect of confronting a foe like Liger. He contemplates that had it not been for the protector of equilibrium, they would already be buried 6 feet deep and en route to the hereafter, and the mere anticipation of their impending battle sends chills through him. Yet that notion only strengthens his determination. Unintentionally triggering another infernal circle, he readies himself to confront the demon Argos. As he braces for the impending encounter, Bjorn reflects on. An adage states that there is no utopia for those who flee, thus it is wiser to contend for the present. Shortly thereafter, they succeed in vanquishing Argos, and following the defeat of 2 intermediate adversaries, they miraculously unveil a concealed chamber within the maze. Then, harnessing the fire from the Scroll of Greed, Bjorn promptly resolves to employ whatever means necessary to achieve victory. He informs Rod Miller that they must find the authentic chamber. It is concealed now, and the adventurer ventures in, actively searching for concealed chambers every 2 hours akin to, if it had been constructed for that purpose. The sole issue is that time is swiftly dwindling, and just when it appears that their fortune has deserted them, Rod Miller notices something on the wall. He tugs on a nearby torch, and, indeed, a concealed corridor reveals itself, and Bjorn at last glimpses what he had anticipated. They shut the door behind them as Bjorn instructed the group to take a break, which immediately puzzled the assembly. He vowed to clarify everything if they succeeded in overcoming this chaos. After a while, everyone lies in a state of unconsciousness, and Bjorn exhales with relief that no one has coerced him for explanations. However, he now fears the uninspired justifications he will need to concoct later. He understands that it will resolve on its own and removes the shard he regurgitated. Previously, he effortlessly crushes it in his hand and promptly transports himself to the equilibrium chamber. Bjorn is completely captivated, as it was a swift decision within the game, and he advances forward, at the thresholds that compel him to meticulously select which essence he wishes to barter. The accumulated anticipation enables him to trade essences at the 4th tier, leading him to believe that he merely needs to unlock the entrance and proceed. The summons. He strides ahead, and traverses the Orc Hero Gate as it is essential for its development, while also disregarding the Corpse Golem Gate since altering the timeline would be utterly futile. But at that moment, Void selects the Sanguine Essence. Even though it possesses numerous tank-compatible skills, he relinquishes it regardless, aware that Restricted Hope has a concealed feature when utilized with essences of the Sentinel variety. Abruptly, the system declares that no one presently holds this essence and subsequently presents an unusual selection to choose from. Initially, we have Leech classified as a 4th-tier essence. Following that, we encounter Soul Colossus and Bjorn blinks. He's fantasizing, for all of this is exceedingly bizarre. However, what is truly captivating is when it releases the core of a tertiary-tier ogre overlord creature, a harsh authority constructed solely for raw strength. He comprehends that it's not chance, but rather traits he was previously unaware of, and, without a moment's pause, he strides across the doorway and seizes the spirit of the ogre. After 4 hours, our young lad starts to dismantle his damaged apparatus, contemplating. Who had never contemplated the ogre in its composition despite its ludicrously fractured essence. The reservoir is so excessively robust that it becomes futile, and its likelihood of being obtained is so poor that no one endeavors to cultivate it, which is understandable given its lack of popularity. Nevertheless, there exists a 4th-tier steel behemoth that possesses superior protection, yet it ultimately boils down to personal choice. Do you prefer a heavy hitter that delivers substantial damage, or one that simply refuses to perish? Bjorn typically opts for the latter as the defensive frameworks. They were more straightforward, and that's how he independently arrived at the Abyss Gate in the initial game. However, he now understands that the ogre is superior. He clutches his dough firmly, astonished that events have unfolded so favorably. He envisions that their probabilities of survival merely heightened until Rod Miller abruptly exclaims that something is drawing near. Tension fills the air as everyone grips their weapons, and Liger appears on the horizon. They are evidently astonished that everyone remains unscathed. He acknowledges that he sensed a variation in his strength and presumes that someone must have perished, whereas Bjorn feels a sense of relief that the cleric isn't accompanying him. In the meantime, Misha glances at the weary individual next to her and whispers that Liger is an absolute lunatic. However, Liger continues to assert that if they are all still alive, it indicates that one of them must have assimilated Besendrat's essence. Bjorn quietly experiences distress upon discovering that he ingested the 3rd-tier essence and is currently undergoing evaluation. Lager unsheathes his sword and insists that Bjorn relinquish the gemstone as they had planned. Bjorn attempts to halt, pretending that the gemstone had shattered due to his handling. He starts to mock the tyrannical creature. That doesn't resonate positively with him, as Liger's gaze grows frigid upon realizing that Bjorn never intended to return it. Dash ahead with. He brandishes his blade, yet Bjorn deflects with his shield and recoils as Duelka unleashes a charm, a frost. Liger prevents it from descending while retaliating with a powerful pyromancy incantation, effectively nullifying it, yet Bjorn has his own scheme in mind. Engage the manuscript of the Fires of Yearning and confine it securely. The core of Liger's molten behemoth for 2 days, which catches him off guard. The frost. Duelka ultimately makes contact and strikes forcefully, yet Liger merely grins and inquires if that is the reason for their proximity. Bjorn begins to perspire heavily once more when the individual. He has recently unveiled the shadowy drape, a skill that Bjorn was entirely unaware he possessed, and it utterly transforms the landscape of the game. In the flash of a moment, Liger's blade lashes out once more and Bjorn scarcely deflects it with his buckler. However, he lacks the opportunity to inhale before yet another strike arrives. However, at this moment the blade becomes lodged in Bjorn's limb, prompting Liger to understand that he has been deceived once more. Bjorn is irritated that he has been compelled to expose himself prematurely, but it is too late as his Ironhide passive skill provides him with defense against cutting strikes, and he is aware that Liger is already strategizing to bypass it. With no alternatives in sight, Bjorn takes the initiative, harnessing his initial genuine offensive skill, striking fiercely and overpowering his adversary with all his strength. Liger responds. A mere second delayed and he receives an unblemished strike. From the assault leaping back to, he recuperates, yet Bjorn spares no moment, shouting at Duelka to deny him even a moment to inhale. The sorcerer persists, with hex magic that immediately amplifies the harm, and that suffices to eradicate the oppressive. He strikes in reverse and successfully grazes Bjorn's arm, seizing it. It's astonishing how swift the fellow remains, despite a hex looming over him. Bjorn starts to retreat as he scarcely manages to evade strike after strike, as it increasingly becomes challenging to maintain the rhythm. In that instant, Liger employs the afterimage maneuver and exclaims that he will not allow them to perish effortlessly. Bjorn successfully deflects the subsequent strike with his arm while Misha. He glides in and administers a precise thrust to Liger's flank. This causes the lad to become disoriented as he bellows and rushes directly towards her. Currently, Misha is present. His antlers know, converging, which exacerbates his irritation even further. He shouts at him not to become overconfident and lunges forward while his duplicate engages Bjorn. Hikaroth starts to conjure electricity from behind and announces his presence before directing it towards him. Liger attempts to approach the man, but he evades him midway and advises the dwarf to tend to his own affairs. He promptly employs the trademark of fear to attempt to incapacitate. The assembly is filled with dread, yet Hikaroth is prepared and empowers his wristbands to effectively shield against it. The force of the shockwave propels Liger backward. In the meantime, Bjorn comes to understand that the Protector of Equilibrium remains operative, as that trait was not detrimental. He relinquishes his shield, which is virtually ineffective against the arc sword, and opts to depend on his iron hide as he lunges forward. Our protagonist subsequently triggers a frenzied alert, enhancing his attributes, and collaborates with Misha as they assault the Draconian in unison. However, Liger does not remain idle and retaliates with his revered blade. Bjorn swiftly shouts at Misha to move aside as the pair narrowly escape the detonation. Misha yells that she's fine, but prior to her regaining composure, with a gasp, Liger swiftly approaches from behind her and exclaims that he possesses one as he surges ahead. At that precise instant, a deluge of projectiles. He compelled him to withdraw and muttered curses under his breath. Bjorn quietly commended Rothmuller for the impeccable timing, and he glances back at the overwhelmed garbage bin as the struggle starts to prolong. Yet at the very least, he is grateful that Liger appears to lack any regenerative powers or numbered objects in his possession. Rothmuller, he persistently backs him from the shadows like an expert, hurling potions at precisely the opportune instant while Liger appears truly perplexed, observing how Bjorn appears to experience no discomfort whatsoever. Bjorn abruptly concludes that this must cease here, as though it hasn't already concluded. There's a danger that Liger will return that clergyman. Observing a slender gap, Bjorn charges forward, compelling Liger to adopt a defensive stance, and he promptly observes that the traffic signal circle is now aglow in crimson. Without, don't squander a moment, release yourself. A battle shout triggers the enlargement in his limbs. With his augmented size and power enable him to seize Liger and proclaim that it has concluded, delivering a blow with a strike intended to conclude everything, yet just prior to the collision. Colossal moment extends over the front lines. The magical energy of everyone diminishes drastically, and even Bjorn's enlargement begins to wane. Midway through the motion, their assault falters as they momentarily vanish. They found themselves in a condition of disbelief, pondering what had just struck them. It didn't take them long to comprehend, as Liger had, in some manner, succeeded in employing the dragon-like power, the quietude of the spirit, that very essence which was allegedly confined. And to conclude it, Misha exclaims that unexpectedly he senses vulnerability. Bjorn starts to consider that the guardian of equilibrium aligned his attributes. He even possessed a method for wielding the blade. Armed with the bow and that concealed ace tucked away, Bjorn sincerely thought they possessed sufficient capability to overcome even an 8th-tier scout. He berates himself for assuming their statistics were swiftly deteriorating and comes to the realization that he had overlooked the most crucial lesson: desperation. It doesn't come first, regardless of whether it's a disease or not. An unusual occurrence that immobilizes him, an odd vehicular mishap that claims a cherished individual, a blaze that consumed, unintentionally trespassing into a family member's home, or a mother vanishing without a trace. These are all occurrences that can transpire unexpectedly. Liger begins to regain his composure as Bjorn comprehends his grand scheme. It has collapsed, and dread envelopes him as he contemplates the consequences of that defeat. Suddenly, the arc blade commences to struggle against Liger's hold, and the individual mumbles that he won't be able to utilize it at the moment and nonchalantly. The sentinel, rising once more, she remarks that they truly fail to comprehend just how much time they have squandered. In a split second, he propels his foot into Bjorn's torso, launching him through the air. Prior to anyone being able to respond, he materializes behind Misha. He seizes her by the wrist. He carries her partway and compels her to relinquish her weapon before shoving her to the side, guaranteeing complete gender parity. Grasp the blade and begin proceeding ahead once more. Yet Rothmuller yells for everyone to evacuate as another barrage of arrows descends. Liger dispatches them with ease as Bjorn labors to rise. While the group attempts to resolve the situation, Bjorn becomes aware that the formidable creature is faring no better. He has been deprived of his arc blade. However, the significant inquiry at this point is whether he still possesses restorative elixirs. Despite that edge, his present circumstance is utterly dismal. The most unfortunate aspect is that they are unable to move swiftly any longer. In that instant, Dworki exclaims that he will be the one to safeguard Misha and starts to advance. Unexpectedly, Bjorn comes to a challenging realization and berates himself for overlooking such a trivial matter. Dworki conjures an icicle javelin, and the reality aligns. Sorcerers do not utilize magical energy points, but rather mana. In other terms, it is premature to surrender, as they currently possess an exceptionally powerful mage on their team. Concurrently, within the main hall of the Maze of the Rukas, the elderly gentleman has arrived at the extent of his stamina. He was formerly a venerated chief priest of Late Leg, but he succumbed ages ago and is now compelled to serve the malevolent divinity at the hands of none other than the pursuer of dragons. That contorted essence murmurs in his ear, challenging them, still gripping onto falsehoods. Yet the elderly man softly asserts that the celestial bodies above will lead them. At that instant, his thoughts drift back to the memory he most laments, the occasion when Liger lifted his grandson aloft engulfed, and the child dropped to his knees, imploring the tyrant to cease. He holds himself accountable, believing that if he had not conceded, maybe those lives could have been spared and that fiend might never have progressed to such extremes. However, there is little merit in ruminating on it at this moment, as even if he had the opportunity to return, he is aware he would still make the identical decision. The essence persists as it saturates their thoughts with visions of the struggle and conveys that all their anguish is a result of their own actions. At the same time, Bjorn's voice reverberates throughout the combat zone as he calls out to all to safeguard Dualki. Dualki realizes this is not a mere impulsive display of bravery. As the tide of the conflict changed, he observed an odd phenomenon. Those surrounding him were engulfed by a surge of pessimism. As Rod Miller tends to Misha, Dualki comes to the realization that if he remains inactive, they will perish in this moment, and it is finally his opportunity to safeguard them. With that understanding, the sorcerer conjures a deluge of frost-tipped projectiles, and immediate matchmaking designates it as the inaugural. The severe accusations arise as the remainder of the squad advances to intervene. Nevertheless, Dualki remains convinced that he is the one who. He is shielded. His thoughts conjure an ancient recollection of a dialogue with a savage at the orphanage who cautioned him against pursuing a path as an adventurer. At that moment, he responded that, regardless of the circumstances, he had no desire to proceed. They access it from recollection when Bjorn yells at him to expedite and invoke the subsequent enchantment. Dualki accomplishes precisely that, and although Liger effortlessly evades the spear, he remains oblivious to the fact that he's altering his course while airborne, yet nevertheless, the man somehow succeeds in eluding her once more. Bjorn. He inquires about Rod Miller's well-being, and the adventurer responds that he will rise shortly despite having a fractured rib. Dualki glances back and spots her wounded condition, which unites them, yet they all begin shouting at him to withdraw. She grits her teeth and senses herself descending into uncertainty. Another recollection hits him when he once inquired of that same savage whether he would ever become large and powerful, but the man advised him to aim instead to be an exceptional individual. At that instant, Bjorn obtains a swift thrust to the abdomen, yet he persists upright as his healing ability activates. Liger seizes the opportunity, springing onto the warrior and charging directly toward the sorcerer. Hikarat shouts at Duok to come back, but flirting simply dismisses it as if beyond the limits. Rod Miller hurries frantically to assist, only to be met with a blade in the heart. In spite of the agony, even as he loses blood, Rod Miller clenches his jaw and engages his pocket dimension to summon the Sword of Magnitude. Dualki ultimately comprehends that regardless of his experiences, he merely desired to be extraordinary. Coming to this realization, he conjures a powerful enchantment that repels Lager, and Misha gathers, exclaiming that he won't permit him close to his sorcerer, yet the oppressive. He disregards her like an insect. Bjorn senses, partially isolated, he enters the battle while striking his mason once more. However, Lager recoils and ridicules that the barbarian could likewise withdraw, asserting that Dualki is an inferior sorcerer who can scarcely wield curse and ice spear spells. That strike hits with force, and all the agonizing recollections of individuals mocking him throughout the years resurface as uncertainty starts to emerge. Lager observes the transformation and chuckles, declaring that the illusionist has already capitulated, and he informs Bjorn that it's finished, but Bjorn merely gazes at him steadfastly. In that instant, Dualki's disposition shifts once more as pleasant recollections. They arrive at the conjurer's thoughts, the duration spent alongside his crew, and, for the initial time, it seems like a deliverance, that perhaps the preceding 2 decades of misery have merely been a precursor to discovering. To these individuals, the harsh blows assault Bjorn's shield, and he concedes that he has never encountered anyone comparable to. He, meanwhile, stands firm as Bjorn anchors his feet and declines to budge an inch. Dualki observes him battling and comprehends that, regardless of it all, they continue to contend. Thus, she clenches her jaw and starts to harness her forthcoming incantation. Her mind. They revert to a previous instance when a seasoned sorcerer was ridiculing him for the apparent joy he exhibited recently with his group. Dualki had inquired of him. He inquired of the sorcerer how to vanquish a troll and even proposed to compensate him. The man informed him that he would disclose the solution, but cautioned him that it was a final option. It lacked an official designation and was communicated solely through word of mouth. He humorously referred to it as sacrifice, but that did not resonate positively with Dualki, and he resolved to bestow upon it a fresh, appropriate title, Awakening. And with this, our magnificent sorcerer ultimately mends himself and his. His physique starts to radiate as he launches mana projectiles towards the refuse reptile. Laguerre, caught off guard when a mana projectile strikes accurately, and promptly starts cutting through the remainder mid-flight while throwing taunts at Dualki, questioning whether he intends to end his own existence. existence. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Slayer is enveloped in frost fragments as he attempts to regain his breath, and Bjorn is astonished to discover that he has still succeeded in safeguarding all his crucial areas. Our magnificent sorcerer draws near and expresses regret for the delay in reaching a conclusion, interrupting Bjorn in the midst of his statement and instructing him to attend to the others, particularly Rod Miller, who is gravely wounded. He reminds her that the advanced elixir is in the rucksack situated behind Laguerre's, this prompts Dualky to shift the topic, stating that they will address the lizard initially and discuss later. Laguerre's offers a wicked grin and inquires if Bjorn comprehends what the sorcerer has just accomplished. However, Dualky interjects, asserting that he will not permit him to stall, as it is evident that his time is critically limited. The magnificent sorcerer conjures yet another colossal frost incantation that ultimately compels Liger to unsheath his bow sword, despite the enchantment opposing him. He strives to elevate it and subsequently executes a broad strike that seamlessly slices through the incantation, seizing even Dualky with his defenses lowered. Liger strikes once more, yet Dualky. He clenches his jaw and releases another colossal ice incantation, propelling him backward yet again. Bjorn observes that this individual will remain a nuisance for him indefinitely, although this degree of misfortune is beginning to feel commonplace. Without a moment's pause, he seizes its weight and electrical charge directly, in opposition to the Dragon Slayer. Liger grits his teeth in rage and he hurries to administer a lethal strike, and Bjorn experiences a moment of panic. However, fortune reveals its influence when the arc blade commences to withstand its possessor, which compels. Liger urges her to release her grip. Yelling in exasperation, he retrieves another blade from his pocket dimension, and Bjorn comes to understand that she must be dismissing him for employing the draconic language. Abruptly, Dualky shouts at Bjorn to shift while unleashing malevolent sorcery at Liger as Bjorn. He persistently evades the assaults, perplexed by the fervency with which the tyrannical creature appears to desire to remain nearby and concludes swiftly, as though it were frightened of Dualky. He experiences guilt because Dualky can effortlessly support him, as he possesses an abundance of mana for hex spells and mana units. But then his eyes broaden as he recalls Dualky's caution against departing. That Liger purchases time. That's when he comprehends that time is the solution, since Dualky's present sorcery is fatal. He swiftly shouts at the wizard to employ a frigid tempest, and dialogue cause Liger to perspire. Dualky attempts to contend, but Bjorn merely shout once more, and the sorcerer ultimately summons a colossal snowstorm. Bjorn adopts a combat posture and mocks Liger, inquiring how he endures the chill. Understanding that they must conclude this immediately, Bjorn battles as if he has no stakes. The pair trade forceful strikes, and in some manner, he even succeeds in obtaining a few commendable ones. Strikes. Then, employing all his strength, he thrusts his body against the Gar's torso, propelling the draconic figure backward. However, just as he raises his gaze, an unforeseen event transpires. The Gar's secondary cardiac function is triggered, and a robust defensive barrier encircles it. This leaves Bjorn panting in exasperation as he hollers ethnic slurs at the authoritarian for employing such a regulated item. Then his gaze returns, and what he observes sends chills through his veins as Dualky. He battles to remain motionless and is oozing blood profusely. Bjorn makes his entrance at it's a cul-de-sac, as he must now determine who will be granted the superior potion. Rationally, I ought to visit Rod Miller to acquire the additional elixirs, yet the sorcerer appears to be on the brink of collapse, prompting him to split the potion in two and beseech any attentive entity for its efficacy. Bjorn. He recognizes that it is likely a dreadful choice that could jeopardize them all, yet at this moment, the boundary between existence and demise has been established. A moment later, everyone's magical reserves are restored, providing him with a sense of comfort as he replenishes his vigor. Dualky. He then calls out feebly and inquires, what became of the Dragon Slayer? The others urge him to cease breathing, but the sorcerer remains indifferent and inquires once more. Bjorn clarifies that Liger is not deceased, yet he is also not in good condition. Misha and Hikarad call out to Dualky to persevere, despite the fact that Bjorn understands that no elixir will remedy this. Nevertheless, the others persist in attempting to offer him additional doses. Dualky calls out their names, and Bjorn grasps his hand, vowing to communicate his final message to Rod Miller. Dualky shifts into a theatrical demeanor and proclaims that there is something he wishes for all to listen to. Her mother adored the sea, despite never having the opportunity to witness it, and had consistently yearned to experience it at least once. She never grasped that concept in her youth, but now she realizes that occasionally you desire something even more intensely because you're aware that it's unattainable. Certain aspects of existence simply radiate more brilliantly in that manner, and at this moment, for he is the companions he encountered throughout the journey. He expresses his gratitude to them them for serving as his companions on the team with a grin, but Misha collapses and implores him to cease speaking in that manner, whereas Hikarad, conversely, nonchalantly acquiesces. Subsequently, Bjorn addresses him using his complete name and expresses candidly that he is the finest companion and the most exceptional sorcerer he has ever encountered, stating that it has been a privilege to battle alongside him. His perspective: it's the gaze of a combatant such as Bjorn that strikes forcefully, particularly when Dualki scarcely considers himself a sorcerer. Yet he senses, overwhelmed by a sense of futility, as though his entire existence was on the verge of vanishing without a remnant. Misha, she weeps more intensely and implores him to survive, and Bjorn chooses to withdraw and grant them a moment of solitude while she persists in pleading for him to remain. Dualki contemplates that all this time was merely avarice, and contact Bjorn, describing it as more compact than concrete and advising him not to explore any further. Bjorn, he consents to fulfill the final desire, but at that precise instant, he observes the tissue encasement shifting gradually as he comprehends that the creature within is on the verge of awakening. Dualki inquires whether Bjorn can triumph over him, and our protagonist assures him not to fret. He assures her that he will rescue them all unharmed. With that, the illustrious sorcerer ultimately shuts his eyes. Lurwerf. Duok exhales for the final time after shielding his comrades from demise, emerging as a genuine champion. In the meantime, Rod Miller perceives everything with utmost clarity, yet not a single fiber in his body stirs. He observes them. Everyone remains steadfast in the midst of a dire conflict, and he remains perplexed as to why they haven't conceded despite the result being excruciatingly. Clearly, he continuously contemplates what sort of deceit is propelling them onward. However, beneath the surface, he starts to contemplate what it would require to regain his momentum. Not far off, the tyrannical creature remains coiled within its chrysalis, irked that it had to incinerate a significant item to achieve this state. He regards himself fortunate that Bjorn didn't target the head and subsequently slip into an antiquated. I recollect. He reminisces about a companion ridiculing him, asserting that he consistently fails because he only begins to take action when he perceives the path, even when victory is essential. That notion ignites her fury as she comprehends that she fell short. Resolute, Bjorn grasps his dough, the burden of his grief lingering in the atmosphere as the others lament, and in his thoughts, he understands there is no utopia awaiting him, regardless of whether he battles or retreats. He fastens that all things conclude at this moment and that the authoritarian must depart while his figures remain consistent. He instructs Hikarad to rise. He then gazes at the creature, which arrogantly invites him to approach while wielding its blade of bow. Hikarad is on the verge of detonating, yet Bjorn instructs him to maintain composure and engage strategically, or else, alternatively, they will all meet their demise. The little person inclines his head as he performs urgent rejuvenation on the. Bjorn protects him and reassures him that he understands precisely what Dualki desires them to accomplish. With that, both tanks move forward, prepared to resolve this chaos once and for all. What ensues is a savage confrontation where neither party lands a blow. The designation of Dragonslayer is not a title to boast about either, as the formidable creature propels itself with vigor, and it demonstrates that he possesses that primal instinct. Legger delivers a fierce strike that severs Hikarad's hand, yet Misha, he promptly leaps to assume his position as Bjorn plunges, and assaults the reptile, but it misfires when Bjorn is catapulted across the meadow, sacrificing a hand in the ordeal and his vitality plummeting beneath 20%, igniting the hero's quest. Liger grin, while asserting triumph and reactivating the hallowed blade once again. It appears that all has come to an end for Bjorn, yet unexpectedly, the hero's defensive gear activates, and with a swift motion of the hand, Liger is propelled backward and relinquishes his weapon. The enigmatic silhouette reveals itself to be none other than the clergyman, which immediately sends Liger into a frenzy as he insists on understanding what the elderly man believes he is accomplishing. The clergyman merely responds that he has at last discovered the solution as blood seeps from the spot where his case once resided. As he observed their struggle, he comprehended that the solution was bravery, as he considers it a message from Leithlas. She crouches and commences to recite sinister sorcery. Fully aware that he can never go back to Leithlas, he summons Karui, the apparition. The malevolent entity responds to the summons, and the cleric instructs him to return to the rest, but Karui merely chuckles, asserting that his grandson shall not attain redemption. The clergyman remains undeterred when Dualki informs him. He asserted that anyone has the capacity to embrace nobility at any moment if they genuinely desire to do so. At that instant, Liger revitalizes him and employs a mental manipulation power while attempting to compel the cleric to mend his wounds. But the cleric defies the command. Nonetheless, he sacrifices his other arm as compensation to Karui. This astonishes Liger, yet soon the cleric implores Karui to grant him him the strength to annihilate the dragon slayer. Nevertheless, the essence falters, asserting that it is unachievable. In the meantime, Vioen identifies the voice and comprehends that the one speaking is none other than the notorious malevolent god. Consequently, the priest alters his plea and requests Karui to safeguard everyone from the tyrannical creature. Karui consents, and at that moment, shadowy appendages surge forth, consuming the remnants of the priest's extremities. As a gateway materializes directly above Liger, the dragon-like creature starts to be drawn in and cries out to the cleric to halt. Otherwise, his grandson will vanish for all eternity. However, the elderly gentleman merely responds that he has come to terms with the absence. Liger grits his remaining teeth and starts hurling invectives as he is pulled toward the portal, frantically grasping for the arcane blade. Vioen immediately comprehends her intentions, and he thrusts ahead and grips the blade with all his strength. The Liger is entirely depleted, and he shouts at Venom that they will encounter one another once more. Vioen maintains his tempo and assures him that he can rely on it, that will endure each day and fortify until it no longer requires chance to manipulate it. Similar to an omelet, he assures that when that moment arrives, he will seek out the tyrant face to face because he isn't the sole individual who experienced a loss today. At that instant, a radiant glow starts to surround everyone, and Vioen swiftly realizes it is celestial energy. Her injuries, they vanish as though nothing transpired, causing our main character to feel he has perfected this skill. However, this feeling of tranquility is fleeting as he recalls his inability to mend injuries. Karui's sorrow and the burden of the cleric's selflessness linger heavily. She sinks to her knees beside the aged man, who can scarcely murmur about a missive concealed within his garments. Vioen vows to convey it to Letlaz's adherents, yet what genuinely haunts her is the priest's choice to rescue them. The elderly gentleman effortlessly breathes out the term conjurer. However, that is merely sufficient for Vioen to comprehend as he bows his head in deference. Upon Vioen's return, the apparatus has now been restored, and I am commencing anew. He is engulfed in a sense of relief since no one else perished, even though beneath the surface, he is aware that he did not truly fulfill his vow. Recall what he conveyed to Dwaki and that he had been excessively confident. Ultimately, it was Dwaki who safeguarded everyone, and that heritage is the sole reason they continue to exist. Subsequently, all individuals convene around the sorcerer's remains while Rothmuller crumples quietly, expressing his desire to reveal more of the world to her. Once Rothmuller concludes his tribute, Vioen activates a concealed switch nearby. Hikarad inquires about the purpose of this, and Vioen clarifies that it is a concealed camera designed to propel them directly into the wizard's core. He confesses it served as his avenue of escape from the dragon pursuer, yet it is irrelevant as Liger would have eventually overtaken him regardless. Hikarad inclines his head as he gazes at the lifeless body devoid of its limbs, recognizing that there is no means of evading such malevolence. With that, the team enters the Sky Tower and establishes their campsite. Misha remains near Dwaki while Vioen observes quietly. She inquires whether there's a possibility to transport the remains back to the city, but Vioen informs her. No, anyone who perishes in the maze is categorized as an entity and would require a distortion enchantment. The sole anomaly is the core of a savage, which clarifies the tower's keen interest in it. Vioen grits his teeth as the harshness of reality prevents them from providing him with a dignified burial. He inquires of Misha whether she intends to take a break, but she declines, wishing to remain with Dwaki for a while longer. Vioen grants him distance and redirects his focus to the correspondence, perusing details about the clergyman's grandson and how he was transported to a subterranean metropolis known as Nork. He is astonished that such a thing resides beneath the sewers and conjectures they could be collaborating with Orculus. Abruptly, it dawns on her when she comprehends the reason behind the sewer-raiding girl's distress and concludes that she is likely affiliated with them as well. The genuine surprise arises when she uncovers a reference to a subterranean gateway and examine all the enticing particulars of the correspondence. Vioen understands that he must enter complete NER mode to delve deeper into the investigation. Though it's late, for the moment, slumber takes precedence, as this location is more secure than the urban area and numerous opportunities await them upon their arrival. That they come back. Nevertheless, it seemed quite peculiar that they had been battling incessantly for 2 days and somehow none of them can harmonize the fantasy. At last, the maze constricts and they are whisked away as Vioen commences devising her subsequent strategy. Subsequent to trading the enchanted gems at the guild outpost, Master also announces the demise of Dual K, and Vioen believes that it requires merely 3 minutes to encapsulate the entirety of one's existence. An individual. The priest scrutinizes their expressions and softly comments that Dual K likely had some allies of cohesive groups, only to bid farewell cell with nothing but the solitude that follows them. Subsequently, they proceed to the sanctuary, where an acquainted paladin welcomes them and inquires about evidence concerning the high priest Ludwig who had vanished years prior. Vioin appears somewhat bewildered, yet Kravitz clarifies that it's a sensitive issue as they have encountered numerous fraudulent claims from individuals attempting to capitalize on the bounty. Vioin brightens at the reference to cash, and Kravitz assures that the reward is substantial. That's all Vioin requires to transition into professional mode and inquire about the price. The remainder of the team casts him peculiar glances, prompting him to diminish his focus slightly, reflecting on their recent experiences. Kravitz elucidates that the incentive is contingent upon the details they can supply, thus he is unable to provide a precise figure at this time. Vioin presents him with the correspondence, and Kravitz's demeanor shifts entirely upon realizing that this is far from a commonplace declaration. He requests that they remain there for a brief period, and after a while, ultimately, they are guided to the service chamber on the second floor, where the complete upper circle has assembled. Sanctuary. Rod Miller instantly identifies the Archbishop and inclines his head in salutation, astonishing all present. Vioin's heart races upon recognizing him as the Archbishop, and recollects a volume he previously perused. He becomes aware that they are currently in the company of the utmost spiritual authority, yet he still contemplates what explains the presence of an unfamiliar child, as if it were a designated day for bringing your offspring to the workplace. The Archbishop extends a cordial greeting, and Vioin reacts uncomfortably, receiving a scathing glare from Rod Miller. Subsequently, the bishop inquires about the manner in which they reached Ludwig's ultimate communique and clarifies that he held significant value to them. Vioin consents to clarify, believing that this must be significant if the bishop is so earnest regarding adventurers such as themselves. He provides them with a cursory overview and neglects an item that Ludwig abandoned. The bishop examines it and concedes that it is not the artifact they sought, yet it suffices to grant solace to Ludwig's spirit. Vioin exhales deeply, pondering that the dragon slayer likely pilfered the sacred relic prior to the chaos that ensued. The bishop then addresses the cardinal and inquires about their compensation, to which the cardinal responds that even though the artifact was not restored, conveying Ludwig's last communication still entitles them to the complete reward, estimated to be around 70. Countless rocks. The collective. She becomes momentarily paralyzed in astonishment, and Vioin chuckles softly, remarking that she's beginning to. He has confidence in the belief, yet he becomes earnest and inquires about the temple's forthcoming initiatives in commemoration of the chief ecclesiastic. The bishop starts to formulate justifications, asserting that it is not something he can disclose at this moment. However, the lad suddenly starts to emit a radiant glow. The boy reassures the warrior not to fret as Vioin gazes at him, attempting to comprehend the bizarre situation. It is occurring. Everyone goes into a frenzy when they discover that Vioin has just attained a seer, yet he stays tranquil as a luminous circle emerges. Upon his digit, the lad exuberantly proclaims that the entity has communicated and bestowed upon Vioin a circlet that will shield him from his powerful and malevolent associations up to 3 occasions, and our offspring promptly perceives that it is a novel sacred artifact. Vioin inquires whether the lad referred to the dragon slayer, and the boy affirms with a nod, as that is the sole connection the ring can break. Now, Vioin must ready himself to challenge destiny once the trio of rings has disappeared. Nevertheless, he is still in the process of recuperating from the reality that he was indeed impacted by a prophecy. The assembly promptly inundates him with 100 inquiries, overwhelming his unfortunate barbarian mind until he observes the youngster abruptly fall into the embrace of the elder clergyman. He comprehends that this must be the result of wielding such extraordinary abilities. As the meeting concludes, all participants proceed to the inner sanctum of the temple. The group inevitably raises the pressing inquiry, yet even Kravitz is baffled as to why a human divinity would bestow an oracle upon a savage. Remarkably, this marks merely the 3rd occasion in recorded history that such an extraordinary event has transpired. Vioin understandably inquires and questions what transpired in the earlier instances. Evidently, those unfortunate individuals were marked as betrayers and driven out from their families. Since a barbarian's development relies on the spiritual emblem, being banished would effectively signify hitting a threshold. Maximum. Kravitz adopts a grave demeanor and vows to maintain this confidentiality. One by one, the remainder of the group pledges the same until Vioin's eyes land on Hikerod, who is standing here creating a silhouette. The young lad exhales in frustration, yet ultimately vows to refrain from consuming any more as he attempts to dismiss the issue. Focusing on the advantageous elements, Vioin considers it wonderful that the ring safeguards him from the dragon slayer. Yet he now contemplates the duration for which that barrier will endure. He confronts the palms with resolve and recognizes the necessity to brace for the most against adverse outcomes as Hikarat implores for a modicum of trust. Ultimately, Vioen wagers that he possesses a minimum of 6 months of safety before Misha arrives. Anxiously, she reveals that one of the connections has just been severed, which nearly caused Vioen to lose composure. In the subterranean metropolis, Emilia encounters a shattered ledger and inquires about his presence there. She quickly suspects he abandoned his gear and starts to contemplate who could have caused such extensive damage. Her physique resembles a heap of remorse, and she cannot refrain from grinning, as she has always desired this young man to depart and intends to relish the gradual journey. At that instant, the bond stirs to life and seeks restoration, yet she responds icily that she has no justification for doing so. He reminds her of her agreement and inquires if, although it prohibits the act of ending a life within no arcs, it remains silent on the matter of allowing another individual to perish. Thus it merely occurs to commence to pilfer her belongings. She occupies a position close by to ensure that he thoroughly grumbles prior to departing to ensure this doesn't come back to haunt him. Yet naturally, a few sentinels start to approach them. She denounces the Dragon Slayer's protective gear, and he attempts to intimidate her. Nevertheless, Emilia scoffs and inquires if he recalls who to inform about her, which catches him off guard. Without desiring to embrace uncertainties, without hesitation, she retrieves the memory-erasing elixir that obliterates up to a week's worth of recollections. Liger continues to hurl insults at her, yet she forcefully administers the concoction down his gullet regardless, and renders him insensible, and now it appears that the unfortunate fool was robbed in the maze. Returning to the sanctuary, Bjorn attempts to soothe his nerves, contemplating that he still has time before the ultimate decision is made. At that instant, a voice calls from beyond the door, revealing it to be Erwin requesting entry. Initially, he experiences a slight sense of curiosity, but he swiftly laments his decision when she embarks on an incoherent monologue regarding her latest escapades. He ultimately breaks into her speech and candidly states that he is fatigued and desires for her to depart. Her spirits swiftly diminish, and she departs quietly with tears glistening in her eyes. The following day, the group pays a visit to the Explorers Association and learns that Dualki had included them in his testament, and the revelation strikes the team profoundly. Bjorn is bewildered because Dualki has consistently been a ray of positivity, yet evidently, he was getting ready for the most unfavorable outcome. They ultimately acquire the rights to Dualki's former residence, intensifying their feelings of remorse, and they ponder how they will manage to reimburse the individual. Upon retrieving the temple accolades, Bjorn lingers behind as he has a query to pose. He pulls Kravitz aside and extracts a vow from him to maintain the confidentiality of all that the paladin consents to, provided it does not contravene his divine principles. Then Bjorn draws forth the bow sword and inquires about its nature, to which Kravitz immediately recognizes it as the weapon of the Dragon Slayer. Bjorn elucidates how the blade deters anyone who attempts to wield it and inquires whether the enchantment can be Jechu, yet Kravitz clarifies that the sword's authentic designation is Dragon's Word, meant exclusively for Draconians. The title Dragon's Word was derived after Liger wielded it to vanquish the primordial dragon and, by some means, survive to proclaim his triumph of that, yet the irony is that Liger ought to have never been capable of. To manage it, the primordial dragon condemned him with his last exhale and confined the majority of his abilities. The individual essentially compensated with his talents to acquire the blade, yet now he is unable to wield it, which prompts Bjorn to piece together the nuances of courtship. He is the cursed individual. Kravitz suggests that he return it to the Draconians, who will likely compensate him generously. Bjorn expresses his gratitude for the suggestion, and as Kravitz sends him away, he refers to Bjorn as his rescuer, which provides him with an insight as he requests a few complimentary blessings. However, Kravitz presents yet another twist, as a second oracle revealed this morning, indicating that everything will proceed as it ought to. Bjorn realizes immediately that it is aimed at him, a distinct caution against exploiting the temple excessively, yet the paladin still extends an invitation to discuss any issues if Bjorn ever feels the need to express himself. Subsequently, Bjorn makes his way to the inn where the remainder of the group has already consumed 3 beverages and is struggling to manage. He stands with them quietly and allows the anguish and the liquor to blend unrestrained. Ultimately, the group divides to pass the night, and Misha, thoroughly inebriated, continues colliding with Bjorn as she attempts to navigate her path. He ultimately provides her with some assistance and almost hauls her back to her residence. At his entrance, he whispers a weary God and pivots to enter, yet Bjorn, he seizes her arm. With a grave demeanor, he addresses her by her complete official name and straightforwardly delivers the most candid question of her existence, inquiring if her feelings for him extend beyond mere camaraderie. Misha stands still in utter astonishment as, within his mind, Bjorn perceives Dwaki's voice summoning him, more solid than cement. lament. Misha averted his gaze and concedes that, in reality, Bjorn has romantic feelings for him as a man, and she quietly contemplates whether he had already observed that. In a distant location, Erwin abruptly perceives an anomaly on his spouse's radar. His intuition buzzes like a malfunctioning sensor, and his sibling promptly. Teresia squinted and remarked that Erwin had been behaving poorly ever since the moment he encountered Bjorn. He swiftly presents a few feeble justifications and asserts that all is absolutely well, despite the evident contrary. Privately, she cannot shake the feeling that Bjorn appeared unwell when she encountered him, although she chooses to keep that apprehension to herself. When Teresia proposes to examine, Erwin bursts forth with excessive zeal, prompting his sister to insert an apple into his mouth as a means to soothe him. Returning alongside Bjorn and Misha, he ultimately confesses that he was never entirely certain about his feelings for her, and that he has merely employed that ambiguity as a defense. Misha is not content with that response, so she probes him further and inquires about his true opinion of her. Following a short interval, ultimately, he responds that she holds significant importance in his life and that he regards her as a cherished ally. Upon hearing this, Misha's heart shatters as she softly inquires if it implies she doesn't measure up in his perspective. However, Bjorn merely indicates that the same applies to everyone else, as mortality in this realm is perpetually imminent. In reaction, Misha contemplates whether his outlook on existence truly reduces itself to mere survival. Bjorn attempts to stay resolute and reiterates that she should view him solely as a comrade. Nevertheless, Misha interjects and strikes him repeatedly while yelling incessantly about why he ought to persist in that reason. She admits that she had no intention of voicing any of this today, and now that it's been revealed, she finds it impossible to restrain herself. The strikes persist, each one infused with a subtle enchantment, from frost until it ultimately crumbles and reveals that it desires nothing in exchange, as it merely wishes for circumstances to remain unchanged. She pleads with him not to strip away this uncomplicated joy. With that, she storms into his home and proclaims that she will not prepare a meal for him the following day. The following day, Bjorn discovers himself gazing at a pot of carrots being presented and contemplates if this is retribution. Misha observes with squinted eyes as he consumes his meal, urging him to chew thoroughly. He complies without protest and completes the dish as a quiet atonement, even complimenting the cuisine and inquiring about what he persists. She responds icily that she engages in all of this out of her own volition and that his views do not sway her choices. Bjorn, he quietly acknowledges that she possesses a greater level of maturity than he has ever attained. He will be receptive to all her words. Subsequently, Misha imposes a guideline that the topic of his emotions shall never be revisited. Following that uneasy morning, they reconvene with Hikaroth and Rothmiller, who visit the regulatory body for a purpose that soon becomes evident. Misha verifies once more whether Hikaroth is earnest and guarantees them that this has perpetually been his aspiration. He intends to purchase Dwalka's residence, which comes with a substantial price tag of 24 million stones. The assembly unanimously opts to acquire merely 5 million stones each from the bounty. Once the agreement is finalized, Hikaroth proposes a beverage, and the quartet proceeds to the inn. Eventually, Bjorn manages to shatter the stillness and declares that it's time to discuss the group. However, prior to his ability to proceeding, Hikaroth lifts his chalice and delivers the shocking revelation that he intends to either fully retire or embark on a journey as an adventurer. Rothmiller promptly inquires about his subsequent course of action, and Hikaroth discloses his desire to revert to his initial aspiration of becoming a blacksmith. She admits that the maze had merely served as a means to circumvent confronting her true issues, but now that Dwalka is absent, she wishes to exist without any further regrets. Rothmiller elevates his chalice in solidarity and extends his best wishes, while Bjorn, he jestingly remarks that he will soon rely on him for his squad. Rothmiller subsequently discloses that he is contemplating departing as he doubts his adequacy to maintaining the tempo. Bjorn persists in sipping quietly while Hikaroth conveys his desire that Rothmiller discovers what he is searching for. Following an extended gulp, Bjorn ultimately releases his grip. He grabs a cup and announces that he and Misha are establishing their own squad and intend to advance even further. He playfully suggests that she will struggle to keep pace. However, Misha merely shrugs and remarks that it's fate. Bjorn subsequently encourages everyone to cease squandering time and elevate their goblets. Immediately, Rothmiller assumes the forefront as they celebrate the achievement of the overlooked team. Numerous mugs later, both Misha and Hikaroth collapse at the table while Bjorn is grinning, but Rothmiller interrupts the atmosphere with an unexpected inquiry. Abruptly, caution, straightforward inquiries, and Bjorn is in essence malevolence. Bjorn strikes his hand with. He becomes furious and insists on understanding whether it is a form of jest or an allegation. Rothmiller Rothmüller merely grins and states that he anticipated Bjorn's response, which only reinforces his doubts that it is one of. Rothmüller further emphasizes that Bjorn never seemed to embody the archetypal savage. He possessed no fixation on dignity nor unwavering allegiance to promises, and he appeared unusually composed for a ferocious combatant. Then, at that moment, Bjorn understands that perhaps he must alter his strategy if he desires to move past this. Shut your eyes and express that you dislike being blamed by a companion. Yet, Rothmüller proceeds and takes a swig of his brew before asserting that Bjorn is exceptionally unique. He refers to him as an intellectual savage, insisting he stays composed in high-pressure situations, prioritizes earnings over fame, and additionally harbors significant mental vitality. Bjorn remains quiet, yet the adventurer persists, expressing his disbelief when Bjorn mentioned he had encountered a vision from a primordial god. Rothmüller asserts that malevolent entities regard the inhabitants of this realm as garbage, and at that instant, a recollection resurfaces for Bjorn of autonomy. Nevertheless, the essence of the cosmos bestowed upon Rothmüller a prophecy, thus eliminating any lingering uncertainty within him, and he expresses his regret, stating that he evaluated Bjorn through the perspective of a wrongdoer and never provided him a genuine opportunity. He continues by stating that certain individuals are merely adored more by the divine, and history designates them as heroes. However, Bjorn dismisses him. Rothmüller maintains his faith in him and labels him a hero, prompting Bjorn to retort by inquiring why he even bothered to challenge him initially. Rothmüller rises and declares that he arrived to caution him that, despite Bjorn's intellect, he's unfamiliar with this realm and must maintain his composure. While assisting Heikerod to his feet, he remarks that being overly exceptional places a mark on you. Consequently, it is advisable to conceal that glimmer and refrain from referencing the oracle any further. His last sentiments express that, as an individual who led an ordinary existence, he wishes for Bjorn's journey to remain abundant in happiness. Of illumination, Bjorn gazes at the adjacent sculpture and contemplates what actions he should take if even a colleague can ascertain that it might be a malevolent entity with merely a hint of proof. He envisions that he will go to any lengths to endure, regardless of the sacrifices required, but then Misha abruptly interrupts his contemplation and inquires about his thoughts. She starts to feel anxious as she contemplates whether she expressed something unusual while she was inebriated, yet Bjorn ridicules her with a nebulous response and suggests they search for Kravitz and proceed to Kummelby, abandoning her entirely. Astonished, they reach out to the paladin and request him to organize a meeting with the dragons. As Bjorn concludes that returning the blade and obtaining a reward is the most astute choice. Subsequently, in Kummelby, he expends all his funds on the components required for the sixth seal, already lamenting the hit to his finances. They begin to search for Misha, who is incredulous that she is on the verge of purchasing a blade valued at 12 million stones. Yet he remains uncertain as he intends to conserve the remainder. However, Bjorn recommends that he first acquire beast essence and subsequently accumulate funds, as enhancing his spirit beast abilities is a more advantageous investment. Ultimately, they entirely deplete their finances and stumble back to their community like two shattered wanderers. Just beyond Bjorn's residence, Misha bids him goodnight, but he halts her and inquires whether she has a preference for a companion group. She contemplates briefly and responds that anyone is acceptable, provided it's not nothing, which leaves Bjorn considerably bewildered. Following that, he proceeds to the Bearman Cafe and remains in disbelief that Misha is an overt racist, as he was so astonished that he just bolted. Mama Bear radiates joy the instant she spots a patron, whereas Abman appears somewhat alarmed at the sight of the newcomer, but as soon as, upon discovering it's merely a companion, his spirits swiftly sink, and he begins to vent about the desolation of the venue. Consequently, Bjorn decides to order some sustenance regardless, driven by trepidation. Then, following the consumption of some extraordinarily delicious cuisine, Bjorn quips that Abman appears oddly comfortable in a restaurant setting, which evidently distresses him. However, our associate continues by asserting that there is no disgrace in being a dedicated family man, yet Abman attempts to redirect the conversation and inquires whether Bjorn arrived to discuss the team. Bjorn elucidates that his group has dissolved, and Mr. Bear infers that he has experienced a loss, noting that this realm is a chaotic environment. Bjorn sips a brew and requests 2 additional ones, which promptly elevates Mrs. Bear's mood. Abman inquires about who else will be participating apart from Misha, and Bjorn responds that he is in search of a sorcerer and preferably a cleric. However, he recalls what Captain Paladin mentioned regarding the necessity of having no fewer than 3 individuals above the 5th tier and the requirement to fulfill the temple quests. Thus our protagonist, he retreated. He concluded that they required at least 1 navigator, so for the time being, they would enlist a provisional adventurer, and everyone would obtain equal portions except for the adventurer. At that instant, Abman nonchalantly disclosed that he was a navigator and requested a salary increase, catching Bjorn entirely off guard. Recall that Abman became disoriented on the ground level, causing Bear Man to perspire. It appears he's truly dreadful with navigation, and Bjorn uncomfortably responds that he will contemplate it after conferring with the others. Mr. Bear attempts to initiate a casual conversation, but Mama Bear interjects and inquires how long he intends to squander his time. He begins to feel anxious, but then she discovers that he is embarking on a new venture. The group beams with joy and rejoices as the young Vulcan enlists her spouse. He even expresses his disdain for his former party due to their betrayal over a span of 18 months, which undermines Bjorn. Offman resumes consuming beer, utterly obliterating the cultivated perception Bjorn held of him. The following day, Bjorn explores the Barbarian refuge and is taken aback to discover it entirely deserted. A voice beckons him, inquiring whether he has come for Kadba's memorial. The announcement strikes him profoundly, and he promptly comprehends that Enner's preparation must have finished. Bjorn confesses he was unaware that the memorial service had concluded. This afternoon, he informs her that it's fine and they ought to depart. Following their stroll, they quickly arrive at an open area where the entire clan has assembled around the departed leader. Beneath a tree, he spots Einar appearing despondent, beckoning him, and Bjorn advances to inquire why she is perched by herself. She expresses that she would never have proceeded had she been aware this would occur, which surprises Bjorn unexpectedly because no one informed him. The ceremony that finalized Enner is referred to as tempering. It significantly enhances physical attributes and bestows the privilege of companionship. Spiritual, a mystical art reserved for barbarians that shifts one spirit to another. Nonetheless, this can only occur a single time, as the giver perishes. Bjorn remarks, the elderly gentleman must have genuinely trusted her, even though she remains quite distressed that nobody cautioned her. Subsequently, the assistant chief steps in and labels Kaduba a coward, which immediately it infuriates Einar. She shouts at him to refrain from disrespecting the supervisor, yet he unemotionally responds that this renders her the coward, as Kadba never clarified the spiritual connection. Einar, she attempts to debate, yet he proceeds. He quiets her with a forceful headbutt and instructs her to cease ridiculing him. Upon his demise, each individual experiences sorrow. However, what is significant is how you confront it, for that embodies the essence of traversing the warrior's journey. The shaman proclaims that Kaduba's spirit has now united with the woodland and beckons to anyone who desires to be commemorated by him. Of their dialogue, while Einar appears somewhat vexed. Not long after, Bjorn pays a visit to the shaman in his dwelling, who appears entertained that our young man succeeded in collecting all the components and inquires about their expenses. Bjorn discovers that she poses a rather questionable inquiry, while the shaman chuckles as wealth merely benefits him, and he accepts the components regardless. He appears irritated when the recollection strikes him, and the shaman presumes that he must have traded something precious for it. Our protagonist declines to respond, yet the shaman nonchalantly remarks that for a fighter, relinquishing valuable possessions is an intrinsic aspect of the path to fortitude. Rather, Bjorn inquires whether he may obtain the seal today, to which the shaman affirms. Thus, Bjorn presents an arrogant solicitation to commence. Shortly thereafter, cries reverberated from the shop when Bjorn ultimately unseals the sixth barrier, accompanied by the oneness and capability of the spirit of the protective gear. He breathes laboriously, rejoicing in the accomplishment of attaining harmony, which is already a remarkable achievement. Independently, yet what infuriates him is that he covertly permits his group to expand with magnification too, sparing you the hassle of presenting your merchandise to all. Furthermore, he is now able to evaluate his armaments and starts to become sidetracked with delight, while the shaman suspects that our young man has lost his sanity. Bjorn experiences a severe accident that evening and only regains consciousness the following day. However, the shaman enters with a grave expression and inquires how he came to be selected by the divine entity of humanity, utterly catching him off guard. The shaman gestures towards the distinctly connected circle to his endpoint, yet reassures her not to worry, asserting that no one else would perceive it regardless, and that he has no intention of doing so today. Disclose to no one, transition into narrative style and commence recounting how they departed from their native land many years prior, tracing the spirits of their forebears until they arrive. Here, they uncovered the presence of advanced entities and the very essence of civilization. Bjorn settles himself and inquires about the significance of that statement, yet the shaman merely chuckles and asserts that the spirits of their forebears guided them to Revdonia. Thus, there is no basis for questioning the reality of the spirit of Revdonia. Bjorn then contemplates what the chief's reaction would be regarding this, to which the shaman responds that he would probably expel him, or something even more severe. Nevertheless, I would conclude him in the... He then inquires why Bjorn is even worried about it, given that all other species have already forsaken their antiquated customs. As as Bjorn contemplates that it likely occurred for the same rationale it took place on Earth. The shaman inquires once more, questioning whether he harbors any fear of being banished. And that's when Bjorn understands that, despite being a shaman, he remains a savage at his core. The shaman presents an enticing remedy for ascending to the position of chief, aligning seamlessly with the warrior's journey, as Bjorn smirks and considers the notion rather alluring. After a while, he strolls through the woods, contemplating that cultivating influence would be beneficial regardless, so he ought to begin amassing supporters. In that instant, she observes Einar sprawled out, appearing like a genuine savage, and contemplates whether he has been outdoors this entire duration. He rouses her, and she lunges forward. Life resembles a wind-up toy, and she begins to yelp that she had no desire to doze off while her head remains askew. She moves to the side, and Bjorn, after undergoing some assessments, now feels improved. She pauses briefly and responds that she is feeling significantly better, although still somewhat annoyed. Einar starts to recollect all the grueling training he faced beneath Ketuva, and he remains troubled because he failed to speak to her, believing that it portrayed her as a coward in the presence of all. She then shifts the topic and inquires with Bjorn if anything occurred, noting that he appears altered and less jovial, speculating that it could be due to her. He narrates that one of his companions has departed, and Einar. He eases when she inquires about what transpired. Following his succinct clarification, she reiterates Dwaki's name and assures him that she will retain it in her memory. She expresses that it is unfortunate. It would have been delightful to encounter him. At one point, he proceeds to inquire if Bjorn is interested in battling, as he's eager to evaluate his present abilities. Bjorn questions whether this implies he's attempting to become part of the group, and she claims that if she possesses sufficient strength, she will accomplish it. Up to this point, Bjorn's squad has been whole, yet there remains one vacancy as Avman assumes scouting responsibilities and begins to contemplate whether to occupy it with a spellcaster, a ranged combatant, or an additional melee warrior. He mocks Einar by revealing that he intended to place a magician there, but since his dim-witted mind struggles with lengthy statements, he requires him to express it in a manner he can genuinely comprehend. He candidly reveals all to her, and with that, Einar pressed to commence the game. Bjorn elevates his shield just in time, yet he persists and continues to challenge him with rapid edits. He is unsettled when he discovers that she has grown more powerful, and in some way obtained the core of the ensuing incision. Choose to exert the utmost influence, and it triggers enlargement, which immediately arouses her vigilance. She remembers how that very location had a man weeping for his mother and ponders how Einar will respond now, but the next moment she realizes she is already positioned before him with confidence, and he strikes with formidable force. Bjorn grits his teeth, feeling appreciative. Had she possessed skin of steel, that final strike would have inflicted greater pain, yet she promptly instructs Einar to cease, leading her to conclude that she must not measure up. He elucidates by affirming, contemplating how she succeeded in aiding a strike even while he was employing enlargement. She brightens and enthusiastically inquires if she might be part of the group, despite Bjorn. He indicates that he requires a moment to ponder it. She kindly grants him an entire minute, but he requests 3. He takes pride in his exceptional patience and his capability to endure such a lengthy wait, all while he begins to hold his breath, as if to somehow validate it. Bjorn enters investigative mode and recognizes that although he engages in close combat, his capabilities are too remarkable to overlook. As he attempts to communicate, she continues to tenaciously cling on. Inhalation, thus he informs her that they will collaborate and she will succumb like a father murmuring gibberish as a result of oxygen deprivation. Bjorn departs, believing that all he requires at this point is a sorcerer, and then he will assist in elevating the standings of both young women. Upon informing Einar of his demise, she rushes out to gather her belongings. After a while, he encounters Karen, who appears quite thrilled to see him, and inquires about what is happening. Approaching it this manner, Bjorn notes that he arrived to see the shaman, and Karen inquire whether he has a moment, as he was preparing to instruct the young fighters. Bjorn doesn't believe he would typically participate, but since he aims to be the leader, this appears to be a chance to gold. Shortly afterward, Karen is instructing a crowd of eager savage infants on the notion that humans are adversaries and that they must safeguard their hearts. Bjorn watches, contemplating that it resembles less an educational experience and more a subtle indoctrination, yet he concedes that it is vital for existence. Karen's demeanor shifts to earnest as she asserts that should an individual become a plunderer, they will obliterate his skull, and even Bjorn must inform him. Following the address, Karen shouts Bjorn's name, and the audience erupts in a chorus, chanting for him. Bjorn begins to experience a surge of adrenaline. His heart races. He bellows powerfully, unleashing a battle cry that hushes all around him. Then, he becomes utterly frenzied and begins hurling out arbitrary combat advice, proclaiming that an adept plunderer is deceased and cautioning them to never place their faith in the guild or in no individual referred to as Hans. Just as he is about to proceed, he experiences a shiver coursing down his back and pivots to find the supervisor charging towards him, akin to a projectile, and promptly perceives it as a thirst for violence. The leader confronts Bjorn as, "It was the Twin Towers, yet our lad successfully evades it and inquires about what on earth is happening." The supervisor alleges that he is responsible for the guild's correspondence and insists on an account to ascertain whether soulless individuals rather than creatures represent the cruel trajectory. In the meantime, Bjorn's excitement swiftly diminishes. He gazes directly into his eyes and retorts that the leader ought to have imparted this knowledge from the very beginning. Bjorn's tone escalates as he inquires about the number of savages who have perished in the maze, to which the chieftain answers that fighters must not dread demise. He insists that solely the survivors become more resilient and asserts that Bjorn exemplifies this. Bjorn grits his teeth, recollecting how nearly 50% of the group was eradicated during their initial journey, and solely a handful persisted 6 months later. He replies and inquires whether numerous individuals perished during the leader's reign, and if they are all feeble now, which the leader refutes. Bjorn then speaks candidly, stating that the creatures clad in human flesh treat them with disdain, but the leader contends that only the sorcerers covet their hearts. Bjorn interjects, claiming that it was the superior's vulnerability that permitted everything to unfold, leaving the superior bewildered. Bjorn goes on. He asserts that he ought to have at least cautioned the youthful fighters regarding what to anticipate and how to react. The leader adheres to ancient customs and asserts that fighters must acquire knowledge independently. However, Bjorn yells at him to awaken his senses. He exclaims that they are no longer fighters, merely subservients to others. They pursue and inquire whether this catastrophe was truly what the creators envisioned. The supervisor instructs him to relax, but Bjorn is already agitated and exclaims that if he were in charge, he would manage matters in a different manner. This piques the supervisor's interest as he thumps his foot and insists on understanding what Bjorn just expressed. Bjorn tightens his fists and informs him that if he is unable to execute it properly, his efforts will accomplish it on his behalf, benefiting both him and the community. After a while, Bjorn, he arises and gradually reconstructs various elements. When he becomes aware that he is in the proprietor's shop. Recall that following that brief eruption, the supervisor remained silent initially, but abruptly, he swung his axe with such force that he nearly removed half of Bjorn's visage. Bjorn attempted to protect himself by utilizing massive transformation, yet it still persisted. Unaware, yet he succeeded in delivering a powerful strike. The leader arrives and is somewhat astonished to discover him alert, while Bjorn recoils at the glimpse of the leader's distorted nose, yet the individual. He responds that Bjorn ought not to be speaking with that battered visage of his. The supervisor settles down and states that he wasn't genuinely upset. Nevertheless, Bjorn was proving to be excessively bothersome. He subsequently inquires whether Bjorn yearns for the role with such fervor and notes that, in contrast to those who seek the accolade for fame, Bjorn appears to covet it for the benefit of the tribe. He continues by mentioning that the previous leader shared a similar disposition before asking if our protagonist is aware of the fate that befell the last individual, to which Bjorn astutely deduces that it pertained to the Sacred War. During that period, the savages discovered a celestial enchantment artifact within the maze. The sprites believed it had been taken and ensnared anyone who discovered it. However, they unintentionally took his life during the questioning. The aged leader lost him and instigated a conflict that endured for over a year until the noble family stepped in, but the elderly chief did not make it. Numerous fighters perished. At that moment, the enchanted tower concluded that the barbarian spirits represented the optimal choice. The reigning chief had attempted to voice his objections, yet the sorcerers were far too engrossed in their pride to heed his words. Bjorn endeavors. He attempts to express a thought, but the leader interjects, stating that had he communicated this to the fighters, possibly more of them might have endured. However, had he taken that course of action, the savages could have started to despise all of humanity. Bjorn contends that it's merely the invaders, but the leader counters that they are too ignorant to distinguish between them. He remarks that should the savages begin to despise all humanity, there will be no refuge for them. Bjorn is convinced that he is merely frightened of him to nobility, and the leader openly acknowledges that anyone would possess it. He asserts that if Bjorn ever confronts the monarch, he will comprehend why that apprehension is so profound. However, Bjorn can already discern that it is not the seat of power he dreads. It is the individual who occupies it. The primary motivations are that, although it does not caution against plunderers, it requests that they not be instructed to despise humanity. As he departs, he responds that if Bjorn genuinely desires the role, he ought to enhance his strength. This results in our young man experiencing a sense that perhaps there exists a potentiality. Genuine. Bjorn offers him a self-satisfied grin. Confronted Confronted with the obstacle, the leader offers him a final surge of reassurance, remarking that he delivers a forceful strike while dabbing the blood from his nostrils. Outdoors, the horde of warriors has already assembled and starts to murmur the instant they catch sight of him. Astonished that he even seems to be breathing, Einar emerges, inquiring if he is well after receiving the information. The rest hurry in with heightened excitement, asserting they heard he will be the forthcoming chieftain. Bjorn elucidates this by stating that he must still demonstrate his worthiness, prompting the audience to immediately question him, pondering how he intends to conquer the adversary. Our lad displays the most wicked grin and assures them it will be a brief encounter, rendering everyone speechless as the chief quietly nurtures Laura behind him. Prior to departing, Bjorn converses with Karen, expressing that he doesn't instruct barbarian infants to despise humans. Karen attempts to counter his statement, but Einar steps in, asserting that not all humans are malevolent and recounts the tale of Dwelka. Shortly thereafter, Karen finds herself weeping over the poignant splendor of the narrative and inquires if it would be acceptable to share it with the young fighters. Bjorn appears, somewhat bewildered, yet Einar regards it as an excellent notion and asserts that it will act as a positive illustration. Bjorn attempts to contend that Dwelka was a sorcerer rather than a fighter, but the duo has already reached a conclusion, prompting him to depart. Upon departing the refuge, she escorts Einar to her residence and reveals the chamber that contains you alongside her. She instantly radiates joy like a youngster in a sweet shop, astonished by its opulence. She leaps onto the mattress and proclaims that she will remain by his side eternally. Yet, Bjorn swiftly places a hand over her mouth and reminds her that this is no longer a refuge, urging her to lower her voice, which causes her face to immediately flush like a ripe tomato. At that instant, Misha arrives at the most inopportune time and insists on understanding what is occurring while casting a furious glare directly at Einar and inquiring, "Who is this lady?" Bjorn begins perspiring profusely. However, Einar begins to bark with excitement, correctly guessing Misha's name and expressing that it is a privilege to meet her. Misha swiftly pulls Bjorn away and he states that they must converse and insists on discovering the whereabouts of the savage girl he assured her about. She cannot fathom that an individual with such a slender physique could embody a savage, yet Einar. He forcefully thrusts the door open as though he has a debt to her and calls out Misha's complete name. She insists on understanding whether they are mocking her for her height and cautions that she perceives all. Misha attempts to withdraw by claiming that Einar is too attractive to portray a barbarian, which only exacerbates the situation. In the meantime, Bjorn simply observes the turmoil as it transpires and mentally catalogs it. While the two young women engage in this, he departs quietly through the entrance. The following day, he makes his way to the pastry shop for Siobhan's monthly gathering of friends, which he participates in primarily to maintain a cordial relationship with her. He envisions that she is merely orchestrating these gatherings to draw Lagna nearer to him. Suddenly, he inquires of Lagna whether she has ever contemplated pursuing a career as a scout. However, she promptly reminds him that he has already inquired of her. That's all. Shaban pounds his fists on the surface. In a state of disbelief, she anxiously inquires of Lagna if she is contemplating it, but Lagna placidly reassures her not to fret and explains that she takes pleasure in her role as a librarian. Bjorn did not foresee that, and she experiences a slight sense of disheartenment as she is undoubtedly a fifth-tier sorceress and must possess a compelling motive to. Refusing to participate, Shaban observes and inquires about the present sorcerer on Bjorn's squad, to which he curtly responds that he has passed away, shattering the entire ambience of the gathering. Subsequently, he arrives at the Enchanted Society, and Raven is not particularly thrilled to encounter him again, and she inquires whether he recalls the stipulations she presented to him. Nevertheless, Bjorn reiterates them flawlessly. She persistently inquires whether he has accomplished them, and Bjorn concedes that he has not yet enlisted a clergyman, but states, Misha is a 7th-tier hand-to-hand combat practitioner and is on the verge of attaining 6th tier. Raven squinted, yet Bjorn subsequently brought up Einar, who it has acquired a 4th-tier essence and is currently functioning as a 6th tier. He concludes it by incorporating Avman as a 5th-tier scout of the Black Bear clan, referring to him as a prominent merchant capable of invoking a tank, which arouses Raven's suspicion as an individual of that caliber could potentially ally. To any group, Bjorn articulates that he is confident Avman will not deceive them, and Raven chooses to place his faith in his assurance. She subsequently inquires about the scout, to which Bjorn softly reveals that Avman also serves in that capacity, leaving her utterly astonished. When Bjorn questions if she wishes him to pledge an oath or something similar, Raven merely elevates her hands in a sign of capitulate. He enhances the proposition by indicating that aligning with them would provide him with substantial financial support for his investigations as they are nearing the 6th level. This causes her to pause, considering that they could uncover concealed gaps and locations, as they will have a guide accompanying accompanying them. He continually compliments her, referring to her as a master illusionist who is already aware of all this, and she succumbs to his praise when she consents to participate, but only under one stipulation. It clarifies that investigation is perpetually subordinate, and that it may vanish for several months consecutively. Bjorn agrees to that, but requests that she at least inform him if she intends to stop smoking. With that, she grasps his hand and formally becomes a member of the subdued team while he emotionally rejoices that the expedition endeavor has concluded. Subsequently, existence starts to transform into a pattern in Rafdonia. Yet, one day, Mama Bear begins to pop her knuckles upon realizing that her spouse has been wandering off on his own. Within the subterranean chamber, the formidable bear man promptly commences to express regret. In the backdrop, Misha expresses remorse for disclosing the confidential information as the two occupy the front row to observe the most horrific domestic assault conceivable. A couple of days later, the timepiece chimes 12 and arrives at the witching hour, and our offspring readies to be transferred once more to the ethereal domain. Hansu intends to maintain the community discussion platform for 12 hours. He must discover something valuable regarding Orculus, rather than Ark. He observes the steep cost but deems it reasonable, as this knowledge could determine his survival, given that books reach a finite limit and are not refreshed as rapidly as these discussion boards. As soon as she hands in her application, she notices a family group channel and taps on it. A few moments later, Sergeant Lee welcomes him with fervor, tears welling in his eyes, inquiring why it took such an extended time. Hansu responds that he came right away, yet Biko babbles irrationally and begins to rave as if he suspects something terrible has occurred. Our protagonist trembles imperceptibly, pondering just how famished this individual might be. What sort of focus is this receiving, while Biko continues to complain about not even having the opportunity to criticize politicians or their armed forces? Hansu clumsily gestures for him to sit down and reproaches himself for anticipating Biko to behave like an ordinary individual. The individual was abandoned here the instant he departed from the military without any engagement, yet he could very well be performing, given his decade of service. He begins to perspire slightly as he recalls that the sergeant remains an unfamiliar figure and opts to keep certain details to himself. The sergeant grins and expresses his genuine pleasure at Hansu's return, to which Hansu returns the smile while reminding him that he had promised to do so. Subsequently, Biko delves into a conversation regarding potential topics, casually disregarding Korean celebrities, while Hansu appears more bewildered than a politician in a struggle for the veracity. Rather, Hansu proposes they begin with the armed forces, which piques Biko's curiosity until he grows a tad wary, as Hansu noted his involvement in public service. Biko brushes this aside, asserting it's preferable to discussing celebrities. Hansu evidently lacks any knowledge regarding them. This astonishes Biko, who had portrayed Hansu as an anxious enthusiast. Shortly thereafter, Biko unexpectedly erupts into laughter, seizing. Hansu was taken by surprise. Then the sergeant remarked that the entire dialogue brought to mind his experiences in Korea in a manner he couldn't articulate. They dive wholeheartedly into a state of exuberance, bouncing about, flitting between various subjects and chuckling until Biko abruptly shifts the atmosphere and remarks that upon their return home, a visit to the mental health facility may be in order. He discusses how terminating a person's existence based on mere suspicion or merely for being an impediment has become so commonplace that it is alarming. Hansu maintains optimism, proposing that they will ultimately recalibrate, and Biko agrees. Though not completely persuaded, he expresses his gratitude to him. Hansu admits that he had contemplated not coming back at all, apprehensive that they would merely be branded as madmen. He shifts the topic, expressing that engaging in this dialogue has instilled him with a sense of optimism, and that if he can find humor in this setting, perhaps he can replicate that joy on Earth. In the interim, Hansu remains vigilant and chooses not to press onward, opting instead to steer the dialogue towards Orculus. Biko appears taken aback, but then inquires why Hansu's inquisitiveness astonishes him. Hansu adheres to his practiced narrative and claims there is a whisper that Orculus purloined the 6 valuables required for the uppermost level. Biko unwinds upon receiving that information and discloses that the valuables were, in fact, pilfered 6 months prior, and all occurred on the same date. Hansu rapidly pieces together the clues and comprehends that the commander was correct. The other factions are indeed under siege, and there's no feasible way Orculus could have orchestrated this alone. Biko mentions that he conducted an inquiry but discovered nothing and implores Hansu to relay any information he uncovers. Hansu realizes Biko likely has no connection to the situation, and the sergeant apprehensively interjects that 5 individuals could open the door regardless, so Hansu shouldn't perceive him as a rival. Our protagonist then queries how he is meant to uncover something that even Biko failed to, and when he receives no response, Biko merely refers to him as exceptional. Hansu likewise possesses no response, and Biko. He states that Hansu triumphed in the match 10 times on an uncomplicated setting, asserting that he too will be overshadowed like him in a decade, and our young man comprehends that Biko's psychological fortitude is no trivial matter. He explores his inner reflections and recognizes that the sergeant essentially indicated it would require a decade to discover those 6 treasures, prompting him to ponder the origins of such unwavering optimism. Subsequently, Biko nonchalantly remarks that should he achieve significant notoriety, the insurgent faction will emerge with a cautionary message. Nevertheless, if he consents to it, he will face a grim fate. Furthermore, he suggests that nobility could be seeking Orculus, as the Dragon Slayer erred by abducting a prominent cleric. Hansu's curiosity intensifies when he inquires about the location of the incident, but Biko concedes that he lacks further information. He mentions that Liger has lost his recollections and isn't even aware that he struck him, prompting Hansu to speculate whether it has any connection to the vine that snapped in the. Biko continues by stating that an individual retrieved the missive and delivered it to the temple, which revealed all details and could potentially result in a genuine assault team. However, Orculus is no laughing matter either, so he cautions Hansu against participating in that raid. It abruptly begins to malfunction when its duration expires. Nonetheless, Hansu is not done with his inquiries, yet the sergeant vanishes from everyone's view. Methods. Subsequently, Hansu goes back to his chamber while attempting to comprehend all that's transpired, as it's merely a question of time before he gets apprehended. The ring can merely postpone matters for an extended period, thus it is merely a question of time before it is unveiled. In the event that Orculus adopts a belligerent stance, he intends to accumulate as much intelligence as feasible, and without delay, it is time for the deliberative assembly. Proceed. Gracefully tardy, employing the air of superiority as intended while the rest murmur about whether he will actually appear. A newcomer inquires about his identity, yet the others are unable to clarify and merely instruct him to be quiet. The goblin believes they are toying with him, as this particular type is incapable of physical assault. However, the clown alludes to a thirst for blood, which the newcomer has yet to express. He is convinced of it. Then follows the stillness as Hansu strides past, emanating dominant male charisma. The goblin attempts to behave like a fish, overweight, yet Hansu spares no time and strikes him with fierce rage, causing the individual to gag in mid-flight. The creature pleads with him to cease as Hansu contemplates. Given that this individual is a regular user, he ought to have heeded the counsel of his superiors. Depart. He becomes consumed by a frenzy and claims he was merely inquisitive about the newcomer, yet resolves, who is just as tedious as the others while the fool. He interjects, stating that he has crafted something that will captivate even Hansu. Hansu settles into his chair like the protagonist he embodies and grins with eagerness at the prospect of the intriguing revelations that will delight his senses. The stag and the vixen ridicule him to prompt his revival, as circumstances are on the verge of to commence, as the fool chuckles and remarks that on this occasion Hansu is speaking and is causing him embarrassment indirectly. The cloaked silhouette and the fox concur that it was not as dreadful as in the past. Despite Hansu realizing that he needed to reclaim authority over it to retain his power, a tactic he acquired from the leader. The goblin expresses remorse as he recovers some poise, and Hansu assesses that he is undoubtedly a tier beneath the other 4. The fool becomes enthusiastic as he contemplates who ought to begin and requests the lion to take the final turn. Nevertheless, somewhat perplexing Hansu, he clarifies that he merely enjoys reserving the finest for the finale. The initial round commences, and the goblin believes he has discovered a treasure when he alludes to Orculus's purported connection to the vanishing of the high priest. However, the glass radiates crimson, indicating that the majority of them possess it already. They were aware. Hansu ponders how that concluded as the fox reassures the goblin, who remarks that it will require more to astonish those two. The cloaked figure confesses that he was unaware as well, and Hansu conjectures that the attendant and the fool were the individuals who were already informed. The lion clicks his tongue in displeasure as the jester. She reprimands Miss Fox for violating her implicit guideline of not disclosing who was unaware of certain information. He prompts them to manage their mistakes effectively. While Hansu remembers that it was the fool himself who previously deceived another, he suspects that he is not as strategic as he pretends to be. Our protagonist stays vigilant when he starts to suspect that this information could be linked to identity of the fool and that he might be in conflict with the sanctuary or the subterranean metropolis. The goblin settles in, proclaiming that the divine being delivered a prophecy, and this time the gem glows emerald. Curiosity. The fool's proposal escalates as he suggests purchasing the intelligence, yet the sprite claims he is excluding him from the proceedings. The jester errs and discloses that not even the knight is aware. This sends the leprechaun into a frenzy, as everyone is now aware of his association. They begin to become agitated over the newcomer, but the fool merely responds that Leon likely remains indifferent, yet Hansu quietly quietly registers that observation. Subsequently, it is Miss Fox's moment. She indicates that a double-digit item is being offered at Sky Auction House, which piques Hansu's interest as he recognizes the necessity of attending. The attendant continues to elaborate that the royal family is gearing up to assault Nork, substantiating Biko's earlier claims. Then, the cloaked figure discloses that the apparatus taken from the Dragon Slayer has now made its way to the illicit marketplace, although the bow sword remains unaccounted for. That strikes Hansu like a freight train when he comprehends that someone must have pillaged the man after he was crumpled like an omelet. Biko mentioned that he didn't even strike his head, yet he experienced amnesia, and now Hansu suspects that the memory lapse could be connected to that incident. The earlier medication implied that anyone administering it to her might be instigating disorder. Within Orculus, subsequently, the jester addresses the lion, inquiring if he wishes to join, but Hansu observes his air of arrogance and responds that he appears excessively self-assured. Jester asserts that he has delved further this time, and Hansu urges him to carve it out already. The fool proclaims that within 3 years, a spell of togetherness will be conjured for as many as 6 individuals simultaneously, and all at once. They will start to succumb to it. The gemstone radiates a verdant hue, and Hansu comes to the realization that it is genuine, or maybe the fool sincerely thinks it is. The attendant, he rises in astonishment as Miss Fox starts to fret, babbling about how this alters everything. Hansu, he understands that this might be transformative, as clusters of 6 individuals could establish novel configurations and collaborations, potentially rendering the tidying up of the game a tangible reality. The fool confidently seeks Hansu's viewpoint, and our fellow merely grins and offers a small compliment to the person in need. When it ultimately becomes his opportunity, Hansu starts to contemplate what to abandon now that the risks have escalated. He chooses to acknowledge their hard work and unveils the shocking news that the Oracle has brought forth a new artifact. Heavenly, the goblin loses its composure and shouts at Hansu, insisting on discovering something. He remains unaware, yet the fool interjects and inquires for specifics. However, Hansu hushes him and instructs him to provide more substantial information in the future. The fool chuckles and expresses his delight that the lion is remaining, vowing to present something even more tantalizing, while Hansu thinks he has just acquired an additional resource. In the meantime, the fool takes action. As though the individual he adores had just dispatched him a message, Hansu is convinced that next time they will overlook him as if the news were utterly unremarkable. Miss Fox inquires whether he is aware of the master's whereabouts, but Hansu merely offers an ambiguous motion indicating that his response is contingent upon the nature of the information she provides. This results in her feeling exasperated, as her suggestions lack the thrill of the others. Following this, Hansu inquires if they are up for another round, and shortly thereafter, the creature leaps once more as his intelligence falters once again. The cloaked individual states that he must improve, and the goblin clears his throat, mentioning something pertaining to the shrine. Miss Fox ultimately discloses what the duplicate numeral is. However, that still fails to captivate the attendant, who informs him of developments concerning the nobility. Subsequently, the crescent reveals that Lada's heir perpetrated a grave offense and was deprived of his rank. When it is the fool's opportunity, he asserts that masks are not selected arbitrarily and embody the fate of the individual donning them. He strikes the goblin while labeling him feeble. At last, the attendant comprehends why the fool retained the jester's disguise. There is no consensus on what qualifies as information worthy of crystal, and the jester bridges the void by referencing the Explorers Guild. Next, it's Hansu's turn once more, and he nonchalantly reveals something so sophisticated within the game that it seems nearly futile for anyone else to be aware of it. He discloses the existence of the Resurrection Stone, and the chamber erupts into pandemonium, with everyone except the goblin, who obliviously inquires, "What is that?" abruptly dampening the atmosphere. The Resurrection Stone is exceedingly difficult to acquire, and Hansu only succeeded in seizing it once over 9 grueling years of play. Fox clarifies the functions of the Resurrection Stone, and the goblin refer to it as nonsense, as a revival feature ought not to be present in a roguelike game. Crescent, he rises and inquires whether it is genuinely feasible to revive someone. Hansu affirms that indeed there are intricate circumstances involved. The cloaked silhouette, he attempts to coerce Hansu for additional details, but Hansu interjects by stating that she has already divulged sufficient information for the day. Nevertheless, the man remains persistent and inquires about the specific type of information Hansu seeks, as he urgently requires that article. Our associate surprised us unexpectedly. He began to seek a solution and then exclaimed, the most frigid remark he can utter, acknowledging that he is uncertain about what captivates him. He experiences a slight unease within his mind, yet he aspires that it will suffice to motivate them to begin inundating him with various details. He understands that in this manner, he can disregard anything midway and feign demand being difficult to satisfy. The cloaked individual relaxes, now contemplating what type of data could truly captivate. A fellow akin to that, yet the quietness. He occupies the space. When Hansu, he rises to depart, observes that everyone continues to gaze at him, as they evidently anticipate further input, which annoys him somewhat. Nevertheless, he softly expresses that he anticipates their upcoming encounter, and surfaces radiating an unblemished energy. In the meantime, the goblin is in utter turmoil, murmuring that Mr. Lion could be one of their kind, bewildering the others. He asserts that merely 10 individuals within the organization are aware of the oracle and speculates whether Hansu is among them. The fool promptly commences to comply, yet the goblin persists, asserting that nothing else is logical. The fool strikes his hand upon the surface and declares that is exactly why no one regards the goblin with any seriousness. He gestures. It never crossed his mind that one of the 10 could be his own subordinate, yet the goblin is unwilling to accept it, as those individuals are selected by the spirit. The remainder of the team also appears unconvinced, which surprises the goblin. The cloaked individual remarks that he assumed Hansu would embody the ethical archetype, yet he undeniably represents something altogether different. Even the deer concedes that Hansu seems to operate on a distinct plane. The cloaked individual. It suggests that Hansu was already aware of the assault, indicating he might possess affiliations within the palace. Miss Fox remarks that she was not even enticed by the 2-digit product. The fool interjects and asserts that he is confident Mr. Lion has likely slain countless beings and remains oblivious to his true identity. What stirs his enthusiasm? The cloaked silhouette implies that they might already be aware of his identity, given that Hansu gazed directly at him prior to unveiling the resurrection stone, as though he possessed prior knowledge. The goblin attempts to dismiss it and claims they are overreacting, yet he begins to question whether he is lagging once more. Subsequently, the fool remarks that it is understandable why Hansu would be the individual to uncover the resurrection stone initially. Abruptly, Miss Fox conceives a thought and inquires whether it is possible to trace an individual via the mask. Even the stag concurs that it is feasible, provided the jester's prior assertion was accurate. Miss Fox adopts the demeanor. The narrative develops as our young one remembers the legend of lions casting their clubs over precipices to strengthen them, yet the deer observes that Hansu has likely faced far greater hardships, significantly more troubling. The fool conjectures that this might imply Hansu will ascend to the throne one day and mature, agreeing, and remarking that he doesn't appear to be the kind of individual who would follow anyone's commands. The ensemble persists in speculating, and the leprechaun experiences an abrupt stroke of brilliance when he contemplates whether the lion mask symbolizes Hansu's numerous romantic conquests, akin to genuine lions. Judiciously, he retains that notion privately. He isn't inclined to critique once more. A couple of days later, the group merely. The recently established assembly conducted its inaugural gathering, and Bjorn initially felt somewhat apprehensive, but it turned out to be unexpectedly successful. Raven cuts to the chase and asserts that they must discuss the allocation of the spoils, while Einar promptly nominates Bjorn as a volunteer to manage it. Raven objects, and even Avman interjects, asserting that Einar should not receive the same compensation because she is not as proficient, which frustrates her. Before she erupts, Michelle hushes her by placing a hand over her mouth and informs her that Bjorn will manage it. Raven clarifies that through their enhanced distortion capabilities, they are able to retain substances and vials and derive additional components. Thus, he seeks approximately 30% as advised by his superiors. Bjorn responds that his superiors likely utilized basic apparatus, yet she responds to him and inquires if that is not her situation at present. She is a 6th grade sorceress, position which classifies as a 5th-tier adventurer status, thereby technically elevating her above the others. Bjorn claims they will resolve the issue within the maze, yet Raven continues to assert that Michelle and Einar are not particularly beneficial. Our protagonist settles the dilemma by proposing she receive 40% of the unique spoils acquired through sorcery, which she gladly agrees to, oblivious to the fact that it is merely the customary share for wizards. Bjorn informs Avman that he is permitted to claim merely 5% of Einar's portion due to his status as an explorer, which evidently frustrates him, yet certain incriminating evidence hinders him from contesting. Consequently, the most significant dispute is resolved, and Bjorn highlights that it is indeed simpler when a preliminary background check has been conducted. Nonetheless, just when you assume they have concluded, Raven begins to speak once more, exploring matters of enrollment, financing, and dividing the spoils in the event of a separation. She persists while all others feign busyness, and Bjorn compels himself to remain alert. Ultimately, he inquires about the duration required. In response, the young sorceress states that they have merely addressed half of 35 subjects. Bjorn chooses to end the evening and assures her that he will resolve the matters later. She continues to urge him to establish a date. Particularly, Bjorn vows he has never felt more thankful to be be a warrior and not a sorcerer. The following morning, he completes his registration and they head home ahead of schedule. Thus, he advises the young ladies to take some respite. Subsequently, he enters his chamber and discovers a missive from the adherents of Leetlas. He contemplates, should the meeting with the dragon-like humans occur, it is presumed they are fervently eager to reclaim the dragon-slaying blade. The moment he unveils the correspondence that merely states he will reach out to him, a radiant illumination. It surrounds him and pulls him into an unfamiliar realm. Bjorn surveys his surroundings. As I pondered whether this was the lair of the dragon and speculated that the card served as a vessel for a teleportation incantation. At that instant, a voice inquires whether he is aware that he is not the inaugural savage to tread upon this ground. The strain impacts him intensely, yet it diverges from a thirst for violence as it is more potent, a sensation our young man perceives as terror. To the dragon, the individual seated on the throne informs him that should he endure, he will be the inaugural savage to achieve such a feat. Bjorn. He promptly recognizes that this elevated being is employing the terror of the dragon to wield some menace, and as the individuals of his ilk are excessively arrogant to reclaim the sword without compensation, they still possess the urge to create a spectacle before uttering a word. It disturbs him as he contemplates why everyone continually attempts to frighten him, which evidently confounds the authoritarian, as he has never witnessed anyone respond in such a manner previously. Bjorn inhaled deeply and he unleashes a thunderous battle shout as he remains oblivious to the terror of the dragon. The authoritarian is momentarily too astonished to articulate a response, but eventually inquires about the matter at hand, and Bjorn responds that he merely had an urge to shout. The gentleman grins and states there is no issue while clicking his fingers and expressing remorse, asserting that it was the elders who instructed him to behave in this manner to ease the discussions. Bjorn chooses to clarify a few matters as he presents himself and inquires whether the individual is the leader in this place. The individual rises and proclaims that it functions, yet it is simpler to refer to him as Furzere Dormith, rendering Bjorn utterly bewildered. The tyrannical figure chuckles as he teases and instructs him to simply refer to him as Lafir, despite Bjorn's evident reluctance. He is concerned. Leifer squints slightly and requests Bjorn to display the dragon's sword, struggling to accept it, that he possesses it. Bjorn experiences a slight irritation from the skepticism, yet acknowledges that demonstrating is preferable to verbalizing and reveals it. Before she is able to respond, Leifer Flash advances and polishes the blade, grasping it firmly. Leifer intends to examine it as she searches for something. The complete narrative of Ligger, thus Bjorn provides him with a concise overview, deliberately leaving out certain details. The harsh enforcer appears somewhat unsettled by Ligger's behavior, yet consents to maintain confidentiality regarding the entire issue as Bjorn had asked. He subsequently discloses that Ligger is his younger sibling, which explains why, which he was unable to halt, and he recollects the moment he discovered the remains of the ancient dragon and noted that the sword was absent. After regaining his composure, Leifer tilts his head slightly in gratitude towards Bjorn for bringing back the sword and refers to him as his rescuer. Bjorn experiences. He feels somewhat uneasy because he only participated for a benefit and is convinced he could persist as well. Leifer inquires about his desires, and Bjorn reciprocates by questioning what is available. Leifer begins with sufficient riches to finance his enhanced armor and additional expenses, yet Bjorn declines it. Subsequently, a proposition arrives from a colleague for a duration of 2 years, which appears alluring, yet Bjorn does not place significant value on it either. Even though the formidable woman releases him, she is also quite stunning. Following this is the bow armor, which remains under construction for the upcoming year. However, if our protagonist desired some equipment, he would merely have to seize the treasure. Performing like a genuine savage, Bjorn asserts that none of that is effective and insists on a tattoo, catching Leifer entirely off guard. What he seeks is the dragon's favor, the cipher of the supreme snare that renders Draconian so formidable. Stress escalates when Leifer refers to Bjorn's name and insists on discovering how she became aware of it. However, Bjorn dismisses the matter with a shrug and urges him to cease being miserly and put an end to this foolishness. He contends that because Leifer is of draconic lineage, he ought to behave accordingly and relinquish it immediately. Leifer is evidently astonished and questions whether all savages are so deranged, stating that relinquishing him would result in our protagonist being dismissed from his own tribe. Bjorn retorts by labeling him miserly following all that discourse about being his redeemer. He then adopts a solemn demeanor and declares that the essence of illumination confirmed that Liga would soon reappear and that they are intertwined by a formidable fate. The dragon appears unfazed, yet Bjorn maintains that he must become more powerful to prevent any further loss of his companions due to that individual. He reveals his most distasteful argument by highlighting that, as Leifer is unable to restrain his own sibling. I ought to allocate resources to an individual who is capable, and I assert that I will obliterate that authoritarian insurgent. Leifer informs him that he will initially verify with the oracle, and with that, Bjorn arises unharmed. Nevertheless, tranquility is short-lived when Julie resurfaces, and he inquires whether he has reconsidered his stance now that his squad has disintegrated, presuming his father played a role in it. Bjorn concedes. The elderly gentleman attempted something, but Rod Miller was not deceived, which astonished her. Bjorn can't shake the feeling that it's extremely dubious that the district administrator requested to confer with Rod Miller immediately following Julie's visit to him. There's an unfortunate aspect to all of this. He seizes his cash and inquires about his father's whereabouts, asserting that he merely wishes to converse. Julie attempts to question him regarding his decision to carry a firearm, but he strolls away as though it were the most foolish inquiry anyone could pose in existence. Moments afterward, he reveals, forcing open the district manager's entrance, and all eyes are fixed on him in astonishment. The guards get ready to intervene, but the district administrator halts them and informs them. He instructs them to depart. They falter, yet the man persists, and ultimately they relent. Bjorn commends him for his cleverness, but the man inquires why he succumbed while pulling his daughter along, and Bjorn expresses frustration that they ought to manage the familial turmoil on their own, leaving him out of it. Astonished when she inquires whether Bjorn is opposing her now. Bjorn, he claims that, to start with, he was never aligned with them and has no intention of doing so, but when inquired about what led her to this place, she clarifies, is that she pursued him and persistently probed him while flitting around his residence, which left her utterly anxious. The district director accepts his account without doubt and subsequently inquires why he felt compelled to cause such destruction, indicating the shattered door. Bjorn, he executes a ruse to lead others to believe he is an exceptionally approachable district manager who prioritizes dialogue, which evidently irritates the individual when he menaces with imprisonment. Yet, Bjorn cautions that if he stumbles, the individual's secrets will likewise be exposed. The district official derides the notion that anyone would have faith in that scout, but Bjorn unveils a shocking revelation. He is the heir to the Barbarian throne, and any injury he endures would have repercussions on the upcoming election. He underscores that the Barbarians back him, and his political adversaries would relish the opportunity to witness his downfall. The turmoil saps the hue from the man's complexion, and rather than probing deeper, he merely inquires what Bjorn desires. For a moment, Bjorn contemplates fracturing his cranium, yet the entire dragon hunter debacle is sufficient for the time being. Engage. The craving for blood compels him to instruct the district administrator to meet his gaze. He asserts that he is indifferent to misinterpretations or personal animosities. However, if the lad attempts anything once more, the subsequent encounter won't conclude with merely a discussion. Both start to quiver as Bjorn strides off with complete hubris, departing. Merely coarse offerings as he contemplates going to procure some sustenance. Following what was intended to be a tranquil discussion, Bjorn is readying himself for the journey once more, although initially, he must address the 39 inquiries Raven presented. Following several grueling hours of unceasing conversation, she ultimately releases him as Bjorn scarcely hangs on to existence. Subsequently, the group indulges in alcohol while searching for a suitable candidate for the team. Einar passionately proposes apple pie, while Raven gravitates towards something innovative like Narek, which signifies those who tread in the obscurity. Bjorn refrains from disputing and settles on the merged apple designation Narek, while Einar appears as though he has just struck it rich, and Raven seems eager to vanish. Subsequently, Bjorn travels to the training center to assist Misha and Einar prepare those who advance ahead in flawless harmony and annihilate his deceptive objectives. Whenever he manages to carve out a moment, he visits the library, and at one moment Hikarat pays a visit to him. However, our lad swiftly disables the dwarf on the left. Time passes, soaring until it's time for the newly established group to dive back into the maze. After a while, in the heart of the crystalline cavern, Raven erupts and inquires about Afman's actions as he appears utterly bewildered. Bjorn attempts to soothe her, conceding that he was unaware of the boy's poor navigational skills, all the while covertly pondering that the bear-like man wouldn't be able to locate his exit from a sack of documentation. Raven already believed she was more inept with the guidelines than Zoro, as she somehow managed to show up tardy despite from residing close to the square, as she requested a delayed payment charge. As Afman offers a feeble justification for it being his inaugural outing after dark, Bjorn swiftly alleviates the situation before the bear can feel any further humiliation. Raven starts to gnaw on her fingers in exasperation, and Bjorn understands that he must begin conveying to him that it's acceptable for a boy to lack a sense of direction before situations escalate. He informs Afman that he will assume responsibility and that he merely requires guidance to reach the destination. Gateway. Thus, they embarked on their journey journey, and Bjorn resolved to pursue the broader trails informed by his prior experiences. In the past, despite being in the lead for the initial occasion, he understood how to steer clear of inclines and navigate shadowy paths with a scarcity of crystals, knowledge he acquired during his time with Rod Miller. As a result, they ascended to the second level in merely 12 hours, which even garnered Raven's endorsement. Fortunately, this stage is simpler to traverse as there are 8 gateways. However, the issue arises when one activates, causing the others to solidify. Typical. This is why groups that show up tardy often find themselves going in circles, yet having a mentor significantly alters the situation. Bjorn inquires of Afman for guidance, and the lad assertively indicates it to him like a hunting hound. He subsequently instructs Raven to augment the quantity of luminous orbs, which she accomplishes with ease due to her exceptional mana recovery. Afman notes that the previous sorcerer he collaborated with was rather inept, and Misha's spirits sink when he ultimately comprehends the reason behind Dwaki's continual endorsement of other illusionists. This location typically necessitates a seasoned adventurer because of the numerous hazards, yet the orbs of illumination manage that effectively. The issue is quite satisfactory. Nevertheless, the illumination lures the goblins, yet Bjorn effortlessly obliterates them as if they were, if I were smashing a home run. On the subsequent day, they ascend to the 3rd level and arrive in the woods of the sorceresses, where the unique effect is initiated, and Raven instantly appears as if she's about to regurgitate. On the 8th day, Einar unexpectedly unleashes a battle shout that terrifies Misha to her core, yet she is thrilled upon discovering the fortress nestled within the woods. Bjorn remains quiet, comprehending that they accomplished it more swiftly than they did with Rod Miller. However, Raven disrupts her contemplation to point out that the malevolent mana is becoming increasingly challenging to manage, but Bjorn informs her that they are anticipating a shift in its hue. Einar inquires if this is due to the possibility of another group waiting within, and Bjorn affirms this. At that moment, the signal shifts to green, and they enter the building. On the 4th level, they are besieged by an assortment of creatures, which Bjorn deems ideal for practice. It essentially serves as the finest venue to gauge their newfound strength. And with that, a colossal Bjorn obliterates a half-troll with his crowd as the other creatures advance. Abman envelopes him with unique caustic projectiles and annihilates the adversaries, while Raven unleashes powerful conflagration incantations that transform creatures into charred delicacies. Bjorn grins at the delightful sensation of finally having 3 competent companions. He is confident that the 2 young women are capable of managing matters effectively as well, and he believes they will soon be prepared for the 5th level. Nonetheless, the issue lies with the pathway, as they must navigate the Sky Tower steps of insight. It merely required an hour with Rod Miller. Conversely, with Bjorn, it consumed 5-fold the duration. It's 10 p.m. when he glances at the clock and concedes that they will not complete the Sky Tower punctually. He summons her and instructs everyone to relax, while Raven appears somewhat downcast. Einar is feeling exceptionally cheerful as they are not required to keep watch at this vacant tower, and Misha elucidates that she experienced the identical sentiment during her initial encounter, but Einar collapses mid-bark. Misha observes Bjorn gazing at them and inquires what has captured his attention. Nevertheless, Bjorn responds that he wasn't gazing at her, which disturbs her, and she marches away. Surprise Bjorn unexpectedly. However, Raven interjects, stating that she has performed the computations and there's no possibility he will reach the 5th floor in time. Nevertheless, Bjorn argues that it is merely his inaugural expedition. Raven squints her eyes. However, Bjorn clarifies that they will improve in speed as time progresses and then goes back to her sleeping bag, content with the response. Merely a few moments elapsed before Raven rouses Bjorn and informs him of an interloper in their midst, a revelation he discerns from the blood. He extends his hand towards his firearm, yet Raven cautions her against making any sudden movements, as that individual is positioned directly behind her while she attempts to behave as if everything is fine. Bjorn finds it astonishing that his sorcerer's existence is in jeopardy, yet he still succeeds in maintaining. He maintains his composure, although he is taken aback when he discovers that she can perceive his thoughts as well, which astonishes her immensely. She reiterates that his existence is unequivocally in her grasp. Bjorn understands that he must remain composed to navigate this situation, and he envisions that the trespasser must have slipped by undetected. Upon their entrance following the initial phase, Raven had employed divination spells and uncovered nothing, which only heightened his suspicion. At this moment, the sole rationale is that the individual employed a sophisticated cloaking apparatus to remain unnoticed, yet at that instant, the unseen assailant brandishes a blade and promptly informs Bjorn that this individual lacks confidence in his own combat skills. Bjorn informs Raven that he has reached a conclusion and cautions her to bend down when he provides the cue. She anxiously advises him to exercise caution. However, he interrupts her her speech with a battle cry and hurls his shield as though he were a temporal iteration of Captain America. Raven plunges for shelter as the barrier impacts the trespasser with sufficient power to negate their concealment, which causes the man to moan in agony upon his appearance. The remainder of the group awakens abruptly and immediately comprehends that there is an adversary in their midst. Bjorn lunges ahead, employing enlargement while seizing Raven by the limb and attempting to strike the unseen individual with the other individual. The man narrowly evades him and vanishes once more while re-engages its concealment once again. This enrages Bjorn. Raven pleads for him to be a bit softer, as being treated like a plaything drives her to consider self-harm. Bjorn shouts at everyone to get ready for a battle as a rodent attempted to eradicate Raven. The entire crew leaps into motion as though they have emerged from a cinematic masterpiece. Einar exclaims how incredible it is that Bjorn can even locate rodents. He specifies that he refers to a genuine adversary and brings Raven to the ground. Then, he requests Raven to continue employing her divination spells, despite her claiming she remains unable to find him. Bjorn informs her that he is still searching. As Abman inquires about their compensation, Bjorn presumes it's merely a singular occurrence for the time being and cautions everyone to remain alert. They continue on. The seconds pass slowly as they scour the vicinity in a close-knit arrangement while Einar shouts at the concealed rodent to reveal itself, even assuring to execute it without discomfort. But at that instant, Raven perceives something by the entrance. She shrieks that he is present and initiates her locating charm, shattering opacity when the silhouette is revealed once more. Einar shouts at him for shattering his aspiration while Abman unemotionally draws back an arrow and photograph, yet it narrowly misses when the trespasser passes through the gateway, departing Misha infuriated. Bjorn advises him to relax as the lad has ascended the ladder of bravery, signifying he is now confined in the cellar until the others proceed. As he prepares, Raven rushes over and presents a wallet she discovered on the floor, which ultimately reveals itself to be an expandable pouch. Upon observing the complete squad of top-tier assassins within, Bjorn deduces that the individual must be a specialist and feels fortunate due to Raven's identification. He urges everyone to participate and cautions that the murderer may still have a trick hidden away. Bjorn chooses to take the lead and instructs the others to await his cue. Her eyes flutter open as she steps inside and summons the group, inquiring of him. To Raven to maintain surveillance engaged, and if you can extinguish the blaze in the spectrum. The beasts assemble alongside the pyromancer, and Bjorn commands them to confront the entities initially while staying vigilant for the assassin. After the battle concludes, all eyes are fixed on a charred cadaver, unified by a singular contemplation. Bjorn inquires about its authenticity, and Raven affirms that he is indeed the murderer and that he isn't even a duplicate, as the mana remains unchanged. Abman poses the clear inquiry regarding whether the man truly did not survive, and Bjorn experiences a sense of nausea concerning the matter. I have encountered numerous individuals who grasp onto existence while teetering on the edge of mortality, yet I have never met anyone who has surrendered so swiftly. The wallet lacks an identification label, and Raven verifies that there was none on the cadaver either, unless it was incinerated. Bjorn inquires about Raven, who appears perplexed until he references the cadaver of Golem. She becomes agitated and exclaims that it was merely the odor on that occasion, and that she is accustomed to such matters. Misha observes that Einar is dozing and advises Bjorn that everyone ought to take a break. Thus, the assembly kindles a campfire to pass the night as Bjorn assumes the initial watch. He remains seated, pondering who the individual truly was, and refines it to two contenders, the Dragon Slayer or the Overseer of the region. The absence of an identification label causes it to seem like the pursuer of dragons, yet the reality that the individual exerted every effort to eliminate all traces renders the district supervisor considerably more questionable. Bjorn acknowledges that the earlier discussion hadn't persuaded him sufficiently. However, then, he observes that Raven appears unsettled and starts to question whether she is experiencing a bad dream. Abruptly, she contacts him, and he reassures her that he is currently occupied, yet she expresses that she has an inquiry. She inquires about what might have occurred if she had not utilized mana detection for that. Subsequently, Bjorn inquires if he prefers the candid account. He candidly informs her that there was a genuine likelihood they could all perish, or at the very least, lose one or two individuals. Raven inquires whether all journeys are that harsh and contemplates the extent of the depravity involved. The planet? Bjorn attempts to comfort him slightly and informs him that not every assignment is so intricate.